On February 22nd, 2222, the arrival of New Era upon Blue Star caught everyone by surprise. Initially perceived as a groundbreaking online game, the grim reality dawned on them as they witnessed fallen comrades who could not be revived. They realized they were embroiled in a conflict between races, a battle across planets, a journey towards divinity. A decade after the inception of New Era, 77 spatial anomalies inexplicably materialized around the globe, unleashing a torrent of alien entities that relentlessly invaded human territories. After over 20 years of warfare, and at the cost of millions of human lives, the races of humanity succeeded in driving the invaders back into their own realms. Subsequently, led by the Dragon Nation, various nations officially declared the dawn of a new epoch. As others toiled for equipment, skill tomes, and talent books, Qian Xiaoye found himself lost in contemplation, staring at his overflowing bag of skill and talent tomes. "Master Rabbit, how should we handle these items?" "Sell them," came the reply. "Too many at once might expose us. Then sell them one by one. And when will that be done?" "It will eventually be completed." Chapter 1. New Era. Year 100 of the New Era, February 22nd. Qingcheng, 3rd High School. 2:15 p.m. After an entire day of anticipation, Qian Xiaoye finally awaited the moment he had longed for, which would arrive in 7 minutes. New Era, a game conceived by unknown deities, would officially commence at precisely 2:22 p.m. Not only would he partake, but every youth above the age of 18 on Blue Star would also converge here at that hour. At this moment, the class teacher, Mr. Li, stood at the podium delivering the final warnings regarding New Era. "I shall repeat for the last time. Upon entering New Era, you will awaken in the creation space, where the space spirit will unveil your innate talents. After your talents are awakened, do not, under any circumstances, hastily select your initial profession." "Do you hear me?" "Yes." The students responded collectively to Mr. Li's fervent exhortation. Pleased with their response, Li Yin nodded before continuing with a grave expression. "Upon entering the character creation interface, your first task is to assess your talents and subsequently select an initial profession that aligns with them. Remember, New Era is a reality. Your profession will serve as your foundation for power enhancement. Do not act impulsively and choose a profession that does not suit your talents." Casting a serious gaze across the classroom, he added, "After selecting a suitable initial profession, you may then attend to other matters, such as reviewing your attributes and understanding your profession skills. Once these tasks are completed, you will be able to enter the Novice Village. When you arrive in the Novice Village, your foremost task is to survey your surroundings. Verify whether it is the Novice Village that remained open from last year. If so, congratulations, you shall enjoy a relatively safe beginner phase. If not, inform me immediately. Do you hear?" Mr. Li's voice boomed once more. Seated at the back, Qian Xiaoye, whose mind had already wandered elsewhere, slowly lifted his gaze towards Mr. Li and replied nonchalantly, "Heard you." A few minutes later, after glancing at the time and noting they had 2 minutes remaining, Mr. Li concluded, "There are 2 minutes left. I shall say no more. Remember to exit New Era in the designated safe zone 1 hour after entering the Novice Village, and come to me to register your talents and Novice area number." One could not exit upon initial entry into New Era. Only after 1 hour in the specified area could they return to their world. With that, Mr. Li fell silent, observing the students who began murmuring among themselves. "Xiaoye, what initial profession are you planning to choose?" Snapped back to reality by the question, Qian Xiao turned to Ding Chao, replying, "We'll choose based on my talents." "What? You're really going to choose based on talents?" Ding Chao responded incredulously. He had previously posed this question, assuming Qian Xiaoye was jesting, only to discover he was serious. Qian Xiaoye smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to check?" Ding Chao decisively shook his head. "Not a chance. I'm going for an archer to shoot from the back." "What if your talent is dual wielding?" Qian Xiaoye retorted instinctively. Ding Chao, adopting the tone of a seasoned veteran, replied, "That's why you shouldn't check your talents first. If I did, I wouldn't be able to commit. And if it truly is dual wielding, it's no big deal. I can switch classes at level 10 and perhaps even unlock a special profession like dual bow wielder. Picture this. 1 bow in each hand, unleashing a barrage of arrows." Ding Chao's eyes glazed over as he envisioned the scene, lost in a deep reverie. Watching this unfold, Qian Xiaoye shook his head with a smile. "In that case, you'll have no advantage in the Novice Village." Ding Chao waved dismissively. "The Novice Village is merely a transition. Watch me scrape by to level 10 and soar." Just as Qian Xiaoya was about to respond, a chime resonated in his mind. Energy loading complete 30 seconds until the first entry into new era. Taken aback by the announcement, Qian Xiaoya's face broke into a radiant and excited smile. Simultaneously, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of exuberant chatter. I am coming. I, Wang Dechai, shall become the world's greatest swordsman. May the gods bless me and spare me from a life talent. Listen up, everyone. Upon entering the novice village, I will head straight to the blacksmith shop and wait for you there for 5 minutes. Anyone wishing to team up, come see if we are in the same novice village. Tiger brother, wait for me, I will come. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, Mr. Lee mused, observing the students brimming with excitement. However, he quickly rapped his knuckles on the desk, drawing the attention of the suddenly quiet students. A serious expression gradually softened into a warm smile. Everyone, do your best. In the instant he finished speaking, all 45 students present vanished before his eyes. Li Yun gazed at the spectacle and calmly turned to the azure sky. I hope this batch yields some promising talents. Welcome to the creation space of new era. I am the creation space spirit. Little Chuang, as Qian Xiao heard the voice, he gradually opened his eyes, taking in the expanse of the blank space around him, and could not help but mutter, this creation space is truly devoid of any features. He had assumed it was merely a figure of speech, only to find it was indeed an empty void. This was rather rudimentary. In 10 seconds, Little Chuang will awaken your innate talent. Please prepare yourself. I've heard that awakening talents can be painful. I wonder if it's true. Qian Xiao murmured, promptly sitting cross-legged on the ground and closing his eyes, readying himself for the surge of energy. Before long, a formidable beam of awakening light materialized out of thin air, enveloping Qian Xiaoya completely as he sat cross-legged. Once again, Qian Xiaoya succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, and when his awareness returned, a voice resonated within the newly formed space. The innate talent has been successfully awakened. You may review it in the skill section of your panel. Disregarding the voice of Xiao Chuang, Qian Xiaoya moved his body slightly and remarked in exasperation, I don't feel a thing. Indeed, one cannot trust everything found online. Shaking his head, Qian Xiaoya conducted a thorough examination of his body, and upon realizing no discernible changes, he excitedly summoned his personal panel. In an instant, a virtual interface materialized before him. The contents of the virtual interface were concise, akin to that of a typical online game, featuring sections for personal information, skills, inventory, and more. After a brief glance, Qian Xiaoya noted the information aligned closely with what his instructor had described, and he promptly navigated towards the skill section. Chapter 2, The Hand of Miracles. Innate Talent, The Hand of Miracles. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the 4 characters that spelled the Hand of Miracles, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this is a talent related to daily life? As a wave of internal despair washed over him, he hesitantly extended his trembling fingers towards the inscription. In an instant, the effects of the Hand of Miracles materialized before his eyes. The Hand of Miracles, SSS level talent. Passive effect, significantly enhances personal luck. Active effect, maximizes the luck of the next action, such as attacking, dodging, or opening treasure chests. Cooldown time, 7 days. Description, do you believe in miracles? After absorbing the effects, Qian Xiaoya found himself momentarily stunned once more. He then suppressed a smile, scratching his head. This talent seemed rather promising. Although it was not a combat-oriented ability, its effects appeared rather impressive. He even began to fantasize about discovering various artifacts and divine beast eggs while strolling down the street. Talent levels ranged from low to high. G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, akin to special items. Special items are distinguished from other possessions, which are classified according to quality, ranging from gray, white, green, cyan, blue, yellow, to purple. SSS level. Qian Xiaoya hastily wiped the drool that had escaped from the corner of his mouth and closed the skill interface, opting to open his personal information panel instead. Qian Xiaoya, changeable. Age, 18. Gender, male. Birthday, March 17th. Race, human. Level, 1/100. Profession, none. Rank, novice. Health, 100. Energy, 100. The attributes of energy are summarized here without specific numerical values. 1 point of energy equals 1 point of energy recovery speed. Strength, 1. 1 point of strength equals 1 point of attack damage for each weapon. Intelligence, 1. 1 point of intelligence equals 1 point of spell damage, summoning damage, and elemental damage. Agility, 1. 1 point of agility equals 1 point of movement speed and attack speed. Defense, 1. 1 point of defense equals 1 point of physical and magical defense. Constitution, 1. 1 point of constitution equals 1 point of health recovery speed. Location, creation space. What should I name myself? Qian Xiaoya pondered his various attributes, silently reaching for the changeable symbol next to his name. He remained calm regarding his attributes, as the teacher had previously indicated that all attributes would be set to 1 before leaving the novice village, rendering them invisible. Only after exiting the novice village and completing the trials would his true attributes be revealed. Attributes are divided into primary and secondary categories, with 6 primary attributes: strength, intelligence, agility, defense, constitution, and energy. The specific value of energy remains concealed, only represented by a percentage on the panel. In addition to these 6 primary attributes, secondary attributes include luck, reflection damage, elemental attributes, various damage types, and resistances. Attributes are further classified into major and minor categories, with major attributes allowing 1 point to enhance multiple attributes, while minor attributes equate to a 1-to-1 ratio. Major attributes encompass not only the 6 primary attributes, but also elemental properties, attack damage, and spell damage. These attributes are similar to the 6 primary attributes. For example, 1 point of fire attribute translates to 1 point of fire damage and 0.5 points of fire resistance. Minor attributes include luck, reflection damage, various weapon damages, and affinities for various attributes. Greetings, I am Xiao Chuang. Do you wish to change your name? Yes. Please provide the new name you wish to adopt. Qian Xiaoya stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying. Let us call it Miracle. Xiao Chuang acknowledged your response. You wish to name yourself Miracle, correct? No. Qian Xiaoya quickly shouted. It's Miracle. Just Miracle. Apologies, I misheard you. I will confirm once again. You wish to name yourself Miracle, correct? Qian Xiaoya sighed with relief, nodding slightly yes. Once the name is confirmed, it cannot be changed again, except for special items. Are you truly certain you wish to adopt the name Miracle? Absolutely. Qian Xiaoya reiterated. Name change complete. Please review. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the updated information on his personal panel, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. This name is truly splendid. Just as I expected. He indulged in a moment of self-admiration before continuing. Xiao Chuang, I wish to select a profession. Xiao Chuang acknowledged your request and is currently loading the profession options. Loading complete. In an instant, a massive virtual screen appeared nearby, displaying the names of various initial professions. Greatsword, swordsman, shield warrior, hunter, mage, mechanic, engineer, summoner. Qian Xiaoya regarded the hundreds of professions before him, opting not to click through them sequentially, but rather standing still in contemplation. The information on these hundreds of professions had been memorized since childhood, so he need only consider which profession would best complement his innate talent. With my invincible talent, it seems any profession would suit me well. Qian Xiao murmured quietly, immediately feeling the weight of blissful indecision. While others struggled to choose their desired profession, he found himself in a state of inner conflict. Melee professions are quite appealing, yet I wonder if I could achieve critical hits with every strike under the influence of my talent. The concept of landing critical hits consistently seems somewhat implausible. Never mind. Melee is not my style. I shall disregard that option. Professions like mechanic or hunter appear rather tedious. Mage is quite appealing. But after staring at the screen for a while, his gaze settled on the 3 characters spelling summoner in the bottom right corner. This profession seemed worth exploring. Qian Xiaoya's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. Heaven and hell, a mere thought apart. The ability to summon randomly has likely caused much distress to countless souls. But for me, venturing into hell should pose no threat. As he spoke, his conviction grew stronger, and a hint of risk-taking glimmered in his eyes. This is the one. With my talent, I refuse to believe it would summon a gray-quality chicken for me. If it does, then it certainly does not deserve to be called an SSS-level talent. After successfully convincing himself, he no longer hesitated and decisively chose Summoner. Congratulations on completing your profession selection. Are you ready to officially enter New Era and commence your journey? With an SSS-level talent, it's reasonable to expect a randomly summoned blue-quality beast, right? Qian Xiaoya muttered to himself, raising his voice. Enter. Xiao Chuang acknowledged your response. Please hold on for a moment. Matching. Match successful. You are about to enter the Novice Area 1314. The 5 races available in this area are humans, Dark Ones, Fireborn, Lizard Folk, and Goblins. Qian Xiaoya scrutinized the various races displayed on the virtual panel, his brow furrowing slightly. This match seems to be quite challenging. The Dark Ones, a race inherently endowed with dark attributes, possess formidable strength. The Fireborn, as their name suggests, are a race with innate fire attributes. While this race may not boast the extensive range of the Fire Tribe, their power should not be underestimated. The Lizard Folk, naturally endowed with immense strength, are a race primarily defined by their bloodline talents. The goblin race is characterized by a stark dichotomy. The strong among them are exceptionally powerful, while the weak are exceedingly feeble. Information regarding these four races suddenly flooded his mind. However, before he could utter a second word, darkness enveloped him. Connection to the Novice Zone 1314 has been successfully established. Wishing you a pleasant journey. In the novice village of the human race, he lamented. Why must my luck be so abysmal? The dark race, the fire race, the lizard men. What a devilish configuration. Mother, I wish to go home. Everyone, remain calm. We only need to survive until level 10 to escape this place. Qian Xiaoye stood amidst the crowd, bewildered by the disheartened murmurs surrounding him. Were they already preparing to cower before the battle had even begun? Regaining his composure, he shook his head in silent exasperation and quietly departed from the scene. After leaving the landing area, he approached a nearby house and sat down on the concrete steps in front of it. Once seated, Qian Xiaoye summoned his skill panel to examine his abilities. Summoning space. Area, 100 square meters. Passive effect, a separate space where summoned creatures under contract with the summoner can reside. Within this summoning space, contracted creatures enjoy a 15-fold increase in training speed. The area of the summoning space expands with the summoner's level and can also be enhanced with rare treasures. Description, a sanctuary for contracted summoned creatures, brimming with immense potential. Coexistence summoning. Active effect, allows the summoner to forcibly establish a coexistence contract with a summoned creature from their summoning skills. Once the contract is signed, this summoning skill can only summon creatures bound by the contract, and each summoning skill can only benefit from this effect once. Coexistence contract, if the primary party dies, the secondary party dies. If the secondary party dies, the primary party remains unharmed. The secondary party must unconditionally obey the primary party's commands, with no possibility of defiance. If the secondary party's level is significantly lower than the primary party's, their training speed will see a substantial boost during the novice village phase. The levels and ranks of the secondary party will synchronize with the primary party, and upon leaving the novice village, this effect will cease, requiring the secondary party to independently enhance their strength. Description, an unequal yet equitable contract, the summoner's absolute core skill. The novice phase effects of summoner skills are not unique to him. Other professions possess similar abilities. For instance, a blacksmith's forging skill allows for one-click forging during the novice village phase, but once the novice period is over and they leave the village, they must forge manually. The novice phase benefits are divine gifts for familiarizing themselves with their capabilities, which the divine will retract once they leave the novice village. Revival summoning. Active effect, can unconditionally revive a summoned creature under a coexistence contract, with the revived creature requiring a recovery period proportional to its strength. Cooldown 1 day. Description, its power is understood by those who know. Fate summoning. Active effect, randomly summons a new creature, with the summoned creature's type becoming fixed, and the skill's name will change accordingly. For example, if you summon a small rabbit, the skill will change to rabbit summoning. Cooldown none. Description, the moment of fortune has arrived. Please commence your performance. Fireball. Active effect, releases a small fireball at a target, inflicting fire attribute damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Description, all mental type professions acquire this skill. Pro. Active effect, allows the user to view the basic information of a target when used on a target significantly stronger than oneself. There is a high chance of failure and the target will become aware of the attempt. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description, all professions acquire this skill, a divine benefit. Chapter 3, The Flawed Beast. After reviewing the effects of the three skills, Qian Xiaoye refrained from immediately invoking fate summoning. Instead, he closed the skill interface and opened his backpack. The backpack was of moderate size, containing 50 slots. Observing the sole item within, he clicked on it without hesitation. Novice Gift Pack, Novice Gray upon use, grants some basic items. Indeed, it was this. Qian Xiaoye murmured to himself as he opened the Novice Gift Pack, receiving a Novice Weapon Kit, a Novice Tunic, a pair of Novice Trousers, and 5 Novice Potions. Novice Weapon Kit, Novice Gray upon use. Allows selection of one weapon from a variety of novice weapons. Novice Tunic, Novice Gray Defense 2. Novice Trousers, Novice Gray Defense 2. Novice Potion, Novice Gray restores 8 of health and energy. Silently donning the Novice Tunic and Trousers, Qian Xiaoye then opened the Novice Weapon Kit. As an array of weapons appeared before him, he pondered for a moment before ultimately selecting a spellbook. Novice Spellbook. Type, Weapon. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Average. Quality, Gray. Effect, Intelligence 2. The staff was too unsightly, the orb too foolish. The book was certainly more appealing. Satisfied, Qian Xiaoye stowed the Novice Spellbook in his backpack, rose from the steps, and excitedly rubbed his hands together, thinking, this is it. The moment of truth lies in this. Miracle Hand. Qian Xiaoye raised both hands, silently focusing his mind. In an instant, 1/5 of his energy vanished. Almost immediately, an inexplicable force surged within him. Looking at his seemingly unchanged hands, he couldn't help but sigh. There was no anticipation whatsoever. He then retrieved the Novice spellbook from his backpack, once more intoning in his heart. Fate summoning. Under his silent incantation, the Novice spellbook began to emit a faint white glow. Simultaneously, a summoning array swiftly formed 1 meter in front of him. This transformation instantly drew the attention of those around him. A 1 square meter summoning array. A summoner? Is this profession still being chosen? Another foolhardy individual. No need to watch. This area is either a chicken or a duck. Qian Xiaoye's gaze remained fixated on the summoning array, his expression remarkably calm, unaffected by the surrounding chatter. With the miracle hand effect in play, he felt no trepidation. Before long, a figure materialized within the summoning array, which gradually began to dissipate. A rabbit? Qian Xiaoye, along with the curious onlookers, stared at the adorable little creature, momentarily stunned. Before anyone could react, Qian Xiaoye swiftly approached, scooping up the slightly dazed rabbit and turning to leave. After walking a few steps, he gently stroked the little rabbit, which was curiously observing its surroundings. And couldn't he help but allow a smile to spread across his face. A minute prior, a voice echoed in his mind. Fate summoning successfully released. Congratulations on summoning a creature of rainbow quality. Fate summoning has been renamed Flawed Beast Summoning. Though he had never heard of rainbow quality, it certainly sounded superior to gray, white, green, or blue. The hierarchy of creature quality ranges from low to high as gray, white, green, blue, yellow, and purple. Beyond purple, he was unaware, as neither his teacher nor his parents had ever informed him. Yet, he now understood one thing. Rainbow quality was in his mind, 99.99999 superior to purple. After distancing himself from the crowd, Qian Xiaoye did not immediately check the information of the adorable rabbit nestled in his arms. Instead, he gently caressed its long ears, akin to its own body length, and softly inquired, "Do you have a name?" The rabbit was instantly roused, struggling in Qian Xiaoye's embrace, exclaiming, "Don't hold me so tightly." Upon hearing the rabbit's voice, Qian Xiaoye instinctively remarked, "Female?" The rabbit retorted in exasperation, "You're the female. I'm male." The unexpected volume of the rabbit's voice startled him, prompting him to quickly cover its mouth and glance around. Once he confirmed their solitude, he exhaled in relief and lowered his head to address the rabbit. "For now, refrain from speaking. We must maintain a low profile. Do you understand? If you do, nod." A glimmer of understanding flickered in the rabbit's eyes, and it gave a slight nod, telepathically communicating to Qian Xiaoye, "Understood." Stunned by the voice resonating in his mind, Qian Xiaoye stood frozen. The rabbit, observing his reaction, mischievously teased, "Ha, did I give you a fright?" Regaining his composure, Qian Xiaoye chuckled and shook his head, admitting, "A little." "That's good to hear," the rabbit proclaimed, suddenly shouting in Qian Xiaoye's mind, "When will you let go of me? I'm about to suffocate." "Haha, my apologies." Qian Xiaoye quickly released his grip, continuing, "By the way, why are you so intelligent?" He was taken aback by the rabbit's cleverness. He had never heard of newly summoned beasts possessing the ability to communicate telepathically. While such communication was not inherently difficult, given their master-servant relationship, he had not anticipated the rabbit would possess this skill without any instruction. The distinction between innate talent and learned ability was profound. The rabbit proudly declared, "I was born smart." "I can see that," Qian Xiaoye replied with a smile, gently stroking its ears. "Do you have a name?" "No," the rabbit replied, gazing up at him with teary eyes. "I was forcibly summoned just 7 days after my birth, and to top it off, I was compelled to sign a master-servant contract." Qian Xiaoye's lips quirked slightly. Could one truly comprehend so much in just 7 days? Is it not possible to understand this much in 7 days? The rabbit countered. Qian Xiaoye couldn't help but roll his eyes, unconvinced by the rabbit's fanciful claims. After a brief silence, he asked, "Do you wish to play by yourself?" "Yes," the rabbit exclaimed without hesitation. "Then go ahead and enjoy yourself. I'll check your information." After placing the rabbit down, Qian Xiaoye added, "Don't wander too far. I'll need to summon you back if you stray too far, and that consumes quite a bit of energy. Understand?" "Understood." The rabbit waved its hand and dashed towards the nearby crowd. "A rogue beast. I wonder if this word will surprise me." Qian Xiaoye mused as he watched the rabbit scamper away, summoning the skill panel. Rogue Beast Summoning, Unique. Active effect, summon a rogue beast. Cooldown none. Description, currently. There is only one rogue beast in existence. If it dies, it is gone forever, so hurry and sign the Coexistence contract. Rogue Beast. Level, 1. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Spatial. Quality, Multicolored. Skills, Rogue Body, Rogue Escape, Rogue Space, Rogue Insight, Rogue Persuasion, Great Rogue Transformation, Rabbit Mimicry, and Masterful Thievery. Description: a little fellow recently born. Somewhat greedy and a collector at heart. Rogue Body. Passive effect: prevents all forms of peeping. Active effect: can change all of its personal information at will. Cooldown none. Description: currently, only 0.00001 of the world can see through it when they are observing intently. As its own strength increases slightly, no one will be able to see through it. Rogue Escape. Active effect: the Rogue Beast's unique evasion technique, allowing instantaneous movement up to 1,000 meters. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Rogue Space. Passive effect: a vast independent space that cannot sustain life, which can be opened at any time and anywhere. Description: the Rogue Beast's unique space. Its vastness may even be unknown to itself. Rogue Insight. Passive effect: the perceptive Rogue Beast can see all treasures around. The better and rarer the treasure, the greater the light and depth of the scent it perceives. This skill can be turned off. Description: possessing this makes one a natural treasure hunter. Rogue Persuasion. Passive effect: the eloquent Rogue Beast utilizes all its advantages to deceive others, achieving its own aims. Description: others' disbelief is of no consequence. Great Rogue Transformation. Passive effect: observing target ecosystems can make transformations appear more realistic. Active effect: can transform into any target it observes. Adopting the abilities of the observed target, with the effectiveness determined by the Rogue Beast's own strength. Duration is contingent upon the strength and realism of the target. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Description: the Rogue Beast can transform into all things in the world. Rabbit Mimicry. Active effect: a unique passive skill of the Rogue Beast, perfectly simulating the aura of the transformed target. Description: fox pretending to be a tiger. Masterful Thievery. Active effect: can steal one item from the target. With a chance of failure, failure will alert the target. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Description: with the art of persuasion, it has never failed to steal. Chapter 4. Renowned as Qian Xiaorog, affectionately known as Lord Rabbit. The one and only Rogue Beast. Spatial attribute: 8 skills. After perusing the information before him, Qian Xiaoya was utterly astounded. After a considerable pause, he broke into a foolish grin. No. He hastily shook his head to clear his mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Rogue Beast summoning. In the next moment, the summoning array materialized, and the adorable rabbit reappeared before him, looking bewildered. The rabbit, regaining its composure, unhappily asked Qian Xiaoya, "What are you doing?" "I was just about to succeed." Sighing in relief at the rabbit's return, Qian Xiaoya explained, "I need to contract you. Otherwise, if you die, I won't be able to resurrect you." The rabbit inquired in confusion, "Can't you simply resurrect me?" Qian Xiaoya shook his head. "No. A coexistence contract is necessary." The rabbit, upon hearing this, pressed on with questions. "How do we sign? What must I do?" Considering the rabbit for a moment, Qian Xiaoya finally spoke, "Let me first explain the effects of the coexistence contract." The rabbit nodded in agreement. "Upon signing the coexistence contract, we will share life and death. Of course, this merely means that if you die, I do not perish, and if I die, you also meet your end." He pointed his fingers back and forth, adding with a smile, "Did you grasp that?" "I understand." The rabbit replied with a hint of disdain. "Now let us sign." Qian Xiaoya paused, taken aback by the rabbit's nonchalant attitude. The rabbit, noticing his stillness, rolled its eyes and said, "I know my own strength, and since you can summon me, you must possess remarkable skills, so let us proceed." Bursting into laughter, Qian Xiaoya found the situation amusing. The rabbit, observing his sudden mirth, quickly cautioned, "Keep it down. Others are looking." Instantly, Qian Xiaoya stifled his laughter, scooped up the rabbit, and hurried to a more secluded area, whispering, "I'm activating the skill now. Speed." The rabbit glanced at him, lazily stifling a yawn. Subsequently, Qian Xiaoya resolutely unleashed the cohabitation summoning on the adorable rabbit nestled in his arms. In the blink of an eye, a gentle white light enveloped their bodies, appearing swiftly and vanishing just as quickly. Upon sensing the connection with the rabbit, Qian Xiaoya smiled and said, "All set." The rabbit stirred with impatience, asking, "Can I go play now?" Qian Xiaoya shook his head, replying, "Not yet." "Why not?" the rabbit inquired, puzzled as it gazed at him. Qian Xiaoya chuckled, "We need to level up first." The rabbit fell silent for 2 seconds before voicing, "My combat power is not strong." "I can see that," Qian Xiaoya responded with a smile, continuing, "The two of us should have no trouble taking down a wild chicken. And I'm eager to see just how extraordinary the passive effects of my innate talent are." The rabbit, puzzled, asked, "What is an innate talent?" "An innate talent is a skill," Qian Xiaoya explained, also revealing his own talent skill to the rabbit. Upon hearing about Qian Xiaoya's innate talent, the rabbit's eyes widened in excitement as it exclaimed, "Quick, let's go and hunt the chicken." "Hold on, Let me give you a name first. What is there to name? Killing chickens and looting treasures is the way to go. No name? Then I'll just call you Adorable Rabbit. Let us name me then. My name is Qian Xiaoya. How about calling you Qian Xiaodu? No. Qian Xiaoyi? Qian Dan? Let us go with Qian Xiaoyi, but you must call me Lord Rabbit. All right. Your full name is Qian Xiaoyi, and your nickname is Lord Rabbit. With a smile on his face, Qian Xiaoya carried the disinterested Lord Rabbit and made his way towards the eastern gate of the Novice village. Before long, Qian Xiaoya, holding a Novice book and with Lord Rabbit perched on his shoulder, arrived at the wild chicken forest outside the eastern gate. He glanced at a wild chicken standing a meter tall not far off and silently tossed a probing glance its way. Wild chicken. Level 1. Rank, Novice chicken. Attributes, normal. Quality, gray. Skills, none. Description, one of the weakest beasts in the new era. You can't possibly lose to it, can you? Is this meter-high chicken really so weak? Qian Xia murmured to himself just as a shout echoed from afar. Everyone run. The wild chicken king is coming. Curiosity piqued. Qian Xiaoya turned to see a trio being pursued by a 2-meter-tall chicken crowned like royalty, instinctively taking a step back. They truly have no fear. Daring to provoke the wild chicken king, Qian Xiaoya remarked, turning on his heel and sprinting back into the safety of the Novice village. Not long after, he found himself surrounded by people, the three being chased by the wild chicken king successfully making their way into the village. The first 7 days in the Novice village are an absolute safe zone. Once you step within its boundaries, the beasts outside will automatically lose their enmity towards you. After 7 days, however, the safety will be lifted, and an assault on the village by the beasts is not an impossibility. I was terrified. I thought I was going to die, exclaimed the only woman among the trio, her face pale with fright. The new era is a tangible world. Here, death is final. Unlike in online games where one can respawn infinitely. Of course, there are resurrection skills in the new era, but they are exceedingly rare, and some have stringent limitations, such as transforming into an undead or ghost race upon resurrection, or requiring the deceased to have not been dead for more than 5 minutes, beyond which resurrection is impossible, or only being able to resurrect humans, with the body needing to remain intact. Ignoring the commotion around him, Qian Xiaoya cast a probing glance at the wild chicken king that had just turned away. Wild chicken king. Level 3. Rank, Novice chicken. Attributes, normal. Quality, gray. Skills, chicken call, wild chicken charge, wild chicken guard. Description, the king among wild chickens. Do you wish to test its power? Wild chicken guard. Passive effect, surrounding wild chickens gain a 10 boost to all attributes. This wild chicken king is a bit formidable. Let's stick to killing the little chickens. The voice of Lord Rabbit echoed in Qian Xiaoya's mind. Since they had signed a cohabitation contract, as long as Qian Xiaoya granted him permission, Lord Rabbit could see the probing information released by Qian Xiaoya. Listening to Lord Rabbit's words, Qian Xiaoya promptly abandoned his unrealistic thoughts and replied, "Keep an eye on the wild chicken king, and later we'll test your transformation into the wild chicken king's strength." I finished observing. That was quick. It's just a novice chicken. I took a glance and remembered everything. All right then. 2 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya watched the wild chicken king disappear into the distance, resolutely joining the throng of players as they once again exited the eastern gate and entered the wild chicken forest. Upon entering the forest, he quietly guided Lord Rabbit to an uninhabited area. He then spotted a solitary wild chicken not far away and exchanged glances with Lord Rabbit. Shall we? Let us. With a sudden leap, Lord Rabbit transformed into a 2-meter-tall wild chicken king, pouncing towards the wild chicken. Qian Xiaoya was not slow either. A small fireball rapidly coalesced in his hands and flew forward. Boom. Chapter 5, Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book. Successfully defeating the wild chicken granted him 1 experience point. Such a meager reward. Qian Xiaoya instinctively complained when a second prompt appeared in his mind. Would you like to decompose the wild chicken? As he pondered this, Lord Rabbit, with claws and a chicken head, swiftly turned to ask, How is it? How is it? Don't rush, I haven't decomposed it yet. Qian Xiaoya replied, continuing. Decompose the wild chicken. In the next moment, the corpse on the ground transformed into a white orb of light, soaring into Qian Xiaoya's being. Decomposition successful. Gained 10 exquisite wild chicken feathers, 2 pieces of premium wild chicken meat, a pair of wild chicken claws, a wild chicken summoning skill book, and a copper coin. Seeing Qian Xiaoya in a daze, Lord Rabbit immediately reverted to his original form, hopping onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, eagerly transmitting, Did we hit the jackpot? Hastily, Qian Xiaoya summoned his backpack, and upon viewing the items within, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lord Rabbit, also peering at the interface, was equally dumbfounded by the newly acquired items, especially the book adorned with a chicken head illustration. In an instant, both man and rabbit burst into joyous laughter. Weave struck it rich. Let us hunt more chickens, quickly. The exuberant voice of Lord Rabbit resonated in Qian Xiaoya's mind. Calm down, calm down. With a smile gracing his lips, Qian Xiaoya dug into his ears and quietly retrieved the Wild Chicken Skill Book from his backpack. Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book. Skill Type, Summoning. New Beast Quality, Gray. Learning Requirements, None. Learning Attempts, Once. Skill Effect, can summon a wild chicken. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Description, the most basic summoning skill. Anyone can learn it. P.S. Most summoning skills can be used infinitely once the cooldown is over, not limited to just one summon. To be honest, this description feature is quite intriguing. As Qian Xiaoya spoke, a flash of white light enveloped him as he consumed the Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book. How does the description read for me, Lord Rabbit? It states you are one of a kind in this world. Indeed. Aren't you curious? What is so strange about that? It's perfectly normal. Qian Xiaoya opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The Rabbit Master stood triumphantly on Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, pointing towards a nearby wild chicken with his right hand, boldly exclaiming, "Let us go, let us slay the chicken. I wish to learn the wild chicken summoning. I shall summon a wild chicken first." With a smile, Qian Xiaoya initiated the wild chicken summoning. Soon, a wild chicken, standing a meter tall, appeared beside them. After inspecting the wild chicken's attributes and finding them comparable to the surrounding ones, he commanded, "Kill the chicken." Without hesitation, the wild chicken charged towards another wild chicken in the distance. Observing this, the Rabbit Master decisively transformed into the Wild Chicken King and followed suit. Qian Xiaoya quickly remained in place, casting his fireball spell. Thus, the trio of 1 human and 2 chickens began to sweep through the vicinity with remarkable efficiency. 12 minutes later, after vanquishing 6 wild chickens, they finally obtained a Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book. At last, it has dropped. The Rabbit Master exclaimed as he took the skill book from Qian Xiaoya, promptly utilizing it. With 7 wild chickens defeated, yielding 2 books, their talent truly felt invincible. Qian Xiaoya, glancing at the spoils in his backpack, once again appreciated the formidable power of miraculous hands and recognized the immense value of an SSS-level talent. The Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book, as taught by his instructor, was known for its high initial value, particularly at level 1, despite its lamentably low drop rate. Statistics had indicated that approximately 100,000 chickens must be slain to yield 1 book. Each novice village of the human race averaged around 10,000 inhabitants. This meant that for each individual to produce 1 book, they would need to kill 10 chickens. The experience required to ascend from level 1 to level 2 was 100, thus necessitating each person to slay 100 chickens to reach level 2. For all 10,000 novice villagers to attain level 2, roughly 10 Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Books would be produced. Such scarcity of the Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book was evident. Apart from the Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book, other skill books were also difficult to obtain, albeit with slightly higher drop rates than summoning skills, primarily due to the greater number of players selecting other professions. A hidden rule within the new era dictated that when defeating new beasts, the likelihood of dropping items pertinent to one's own needs increased. Hence, a summoner's chances of acquiring summoning-type skills from new beasts were significantly higher than those of other professions. However, due to the sparse number of individuals choosing to be summoners, the unrestricted summoning skills became exceedingly rare, often dropping at a 1-to-1 ratio, with prices soaring to astronomical heights. Let us continue to slay chickens. The Rabbit Master waved his tiny hand, summoning a wild chicken to stand beside another. Qian Xiaoya observed the smaller chicken beside him and inquired, "Is it a considerable energy expenditure?" After assessing his energy, the Rabbit Master replied, "Not too bad. After this one perishes, I can summon again." Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly and remarked, "There are 2 over there. Let us go. Kill." The Rabbit Master waved his hand once more, transforming into the Wild Chicken King, and led the 2 wild chickens into battle. 15 minutes later, after a chaotic spree of slaughtering in the wild chicken forest, the pair of human and rabbit, accompanied by 3 chickens, took a brief respite at the border between the wild chicken forest and the wild boar forest. Wild boar. Level 2. Rank, Novice. Attributes, Average. Quality, Gray. Skill, Charge. Description, one of the weakest new beasts of the new era, capable of defeating 5 wild chickens. Charge. Active effect, rapidly increases speed, delivering a powerful charge at the target, with a 5 chance of stunning the target. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Qian Xiaoya observed a wild boar gnawing on the carcass of a wild chicken in the distance, and quietly suggested, "Should we kill it? Test it out?" The Rabbit Master, emboldened after slaying 12 wild chickens, was eager for the challenge. "Let us kill it. If we cannot, we shall flee." "All right," the Rabbit Master declared, transforming into the Wild Chicken King and sauntering towards the wild boar. As he approached the wild boar's line of sight, he suddenly let out a piercing crow, "Cock-a-doodle-doo." The shrill cry echoed in the wild boar's ears, causing it to look up in confusion at the furious wild chicken king and the 3 wild chickens, momentarily stunned. During this brief distraction, a fireball hurtled towards the wild boar from the side. With a thunderous boom, the wild boar staggered, emitting a pained grunt. Truly, it can take on 5 wild chickens, Qian Xiaoya muttered while waiting for his spell's cooldown. Simultaneously, the rabbit master leaped into action, delivering a crushing blow atop the wild boar. His 2-meter form pressed down on the 1-meter wild boar. The 3 wild chickens, following closely behind, unleashed their unique attacks, one clawing at the flesh, another pecking at its eyes, and the third targeting the bleeding wounds. The rabbit master, perched atop the wild boar, diligently pecked at its head with his sharp beak. Under the relentless assault of 1 rabbit and 3 chickens, the wild boar let out anguished cries, utterly devoid of resistance. Move aside, Qian Xiaoya shouted, hurling the gathered fireball directly at the wild boar's head. With a resounding crash, a notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 6. The distinction between talent and skills. Having successfully defeated the wild boar despite being outmatched, he gained 3 experience points. Shall we disassemble the wild boar? The notification went unnoticed as Qian Xiaoya called out to the rabbit master, who was still eager for the kill. It's dead. Already dead? The rabbit master glanced disinterestedly at the wild boar before shifting his gaze back to Qian Xiaoya. I feel your second fireball spell could be spared. Indeed, it could be spared. Qian Xiaoya nodded in agreement, opting to disassemble the wild boar. Setting wild boar for full disassembly. Setting successful. The disassembly was completed successfully, yielding a quality wild boar hide, 3 pieces of premium wild boar meat, a wild boar summoning skill book, and 2 copper coins. It dropped. Qian Xiaoya instinctively shouted in excitement, glancing at the approaching rabbit master and exclaiming, it dropped. Let me see. The rabbit master deactivated his wild chicken king state and hopped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. Qian Xiaoya opened his backpack and immediately spotted the book adorned with the wild boar's head insignia. Wild boar summoning skill book. Skill type, summoning. New beast quality, gray. Learning requirement, none. Learning limit, 1. Skill effect, summons a wild boar. Cooldown, 1 minute. Description, the most basic summoning skill, available for anyone to learn. Not bad, not bad. The rabbit master clapped his hands gleefully. This should fetch a good price. The instructor mentioned it could sell for 100,000. But I feel we could double that if we sell it now. Qian Xiaoya retrieved the wild boar summoning skill book and used it on the spot. The price his instructor had quoted was for a few days hence, yet today marked their first day in the area, and he could hardly fathom what it might fetch today. Shall we slay boars or chickens? I lack the energy to tackle the boar. Qian Xiaoya noted the system's displayed time and continued. Moreover, it's nearly time. I need to return to report. Then let us kill chickens while we walk. Sounds good. I was thinking the same, the rabbit master agreed. Qian Xiaoya produced a novice potion, opened the vial, and drank it down before leading the rabbit master and 3 chickens towards the nearby wild chickens. 20 minutes later, having dispatched 12 chickens along the way, Qian Xiaoya and the rabbit master strolled leisurely back into the novice village. This time, luck was not on his side. Out of 12 chickens, he only received a single skill book for summoning wild chickens. Although it was just 1, he still felt a surge of joy. His elation, however, did not mirror that of the rabbit lord, who curiously perched on Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, muttering, why was there only 1? That doesn't make sense. Qian Xiaoya calmly replied telepathically, for others, it might take the slaughter of 100,000 chickens to obtain 1. The rabbit lord was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. Is the probability that low? Qian Xiaoya, puzzled, responded, did I not mention this before? Not at all. Well then, I shall clarify it now. The rabbit lord shot Qian Xiaoya an exasperated glance, and the earlier confusion dissipated upon learning that others needed to kill 100,000 chickens for just 1 book. With renewed vigor, he declared to Qian Xiaoya, I'm off to play. As the rabbit lord leaped down, Qian Xiaoya sent a telepathic message, in 8 minutes. We shall regroup at the landing site. Understood. The rabbit lord's voice resonated in Qian Xiaoya's mind as he shook his head with a smile and made his way toward the landing site. 8 minutes later, just as Qian Xiaoya arrived at the landing site, the rabbit lord's figure materialized on his shoulder. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the rabbit lord enviously, wishing he too had the ability to teleport. No need to envy. You can't replicate this, the rabbit lord teased. Put me into the summoning space. Qian Xiaoya rolled his eyes and promptly deposited him into the summoning space. He then proceeded toward the safety zone adjacent to the landing site. Upon entering the safety zone, a notification echoed in his mind. Welcome to the safety area. Within this zone, you will be in an invincible state and may log out of the new era. Returning to your own world. Calmly, Qian Xiaoya uttered, log out. At Qingqing Third High School, in class 3, 2, Li Yun sat at the teacher's desk. Observing the stream of students appearing out of thin air, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It seemed this batch of students was quite stable. Yay, Brother Yi. You're finally back. Qian Xiaoya opened his eyes to find Ding Chao turning around, smiling brightly. How does it feel? Incredible. The sensation of power is utterly exhilarating. Ding Chao exclaimed, but soon his excitement waned as he recalled a recent incident. His exuberance vanished like a roller coaster plunging downwards. Qian Xiaoya, noticing the sudden change, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Ding Chao shook his head, exhaling heavily. "I just remembered a frail-looking boy who was killed by the wild chicken king right in front of me. He couldn't escape. He died." Qian Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, 2 words flashing in his mind. Alas, coming back to reality. He let out a heavy sigh and patted Ding Chao on the shoulder. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Ding Chao quickly looked up. Hey, we should be celebrating today. Brother Yi, I was wrong. Let us change the subject. What profession did you choose?" "I chose archer." Upon hearing Ding Chao's choice, Qian Xiaoya instinctively widened his eyes. "You really chose archer?" Ding Chao replied without hesitation. "Of course. I, Ding Chao, always stick to my word." Qian Xiaoya gasped, giving Ding Chao a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by his audacity. Ding Chao, grinning, beckoned Qian Xiaoya closer. "Brother Yi, lean in. I have something to whisper." Qian Xiaoya complied. Leaning in, "I got lucky. My awakened innate talent is Fiery Bow, which has the same effect as the Fiery Bow skill, but with a cooldown reduced by 15 seconds. Fiery Bow, B-grade talent. Active effect. Unleashes a fiery strike on the target, dealing substantial fire attribute damage. Cooldown, 45 seconds. As a devoted fan of archers, Ding Chao had memorized all the skills associated with them, so when he saw his talent, he immediately recognized its uniqueness. Qian Xiaoya pulled back, his expression peculiar as he regarded Ding Chao. "Is it truly wise to divulge this to me?" Ding Chao grinned. "Brother Yi, you're my big brother. I'll be relying on you. Besides, I can't keep this talent hidden for long. It will be discovered sooner or later." After a brief silence, Qian Xiaoya gazed into his eyes and replied, "Promising talent. Tomorrow, I'll give you something special." "Hee. Thank you, Brother Yi. What's your newbie area number?" 1300. "I'm at 1314. Brother Yi, you're a bit slow getting in." "Well, I went in and directly chose my profession without looking. Of course it was fast." "True." Ding Chao nodded slightly, continuing, "Brother Yi, you haven't mentioned your profession yet." "Summoner," Qian Xiaoya blurted out. Ding Chao paused, stunned, before exclaiming, "Summoner?" "Yes," Qian Xiaoya replied, noticing the sudden attention gathering around them. "Keep it down. They're all looking." Upon hearing this, Ding Chao promptly sealed his lips. Li Yun furrowed his brows, glancing at them and inquiring, "Which of you chose Summoner?" "I did." Qian Xiaoya raised his hand immediately. "Xiaoya, why did you choose Summoner?" Li Yun looked at Qian Xiaoya, his expression a mix of disappointment and concern. Qian Xiaoya was one of the students he valued greatly, and upon learning of his choice, he felt as though the world had turned upside down. Qian Xiaoya pondered for a moment before responding. "I felt the talent suited the summoner profession, so I chose it." Sigh. Li Yun let out a heavy sigh, continuing, "What quality summon did you randomly receive?" "Aqua quality, transforming spirit rabbit." Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoya revealed the name he had already decided upon. Hearing this, Li Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression brightening slightly. Not bad luck. Although the transforming spirit rabbit's attack isn't strong, it's certainly better than a wild rabbit or wild chicken. Qian Xiaoya smiled. "My luck has always been quite good." Chapter 7, Talent Registration. Minutes later, as Li Yun observed the dwindling number of students emerging, he clapped his hands, drawing the students' attention. 10 students have yet to return. We want to wait for them. You all come up to register your talents, starting with Li Xin. The first student in the front row, Li Xin, stood up nervously at the call of their homeroom teacher, walking towards Li Yun. "Don't be anxious. Just answer my questions." "Yes, teacher." "What's your newbie area number?" 1321. "Which 4 races were you allocated with?" "Light Tribe, Rockman Tribe, Centaur Tribe, and Knoll Tribe." "The Light Tribe is strong, but most are quite friendly. This grouping is decent." "Indeed. Your profession?" "Priest." "Wait a moment while I set up a sound barrier." "All right, teacher." "Now what is your innate talent?" "Affinity with light." "Affinity with light, A-grade talent passive effect. Increases one's own light attribute by 20 and light attribute affinity by 20. Information regarding affinity with light surged into Li Yun's mind. A remarkable talent. Li Yun felt a surge of joy. An A-grade talent was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. He quickly began documenting the details in his notebook. After a brief interval of several seconds, the registered individual raised his head and exchanged a few words with Li Xin before disengaging the soundproof barrier. He turned his gaze toward the second student in the front row, smilingly remarking, "Don't just look, it's your turn." An hour later, Qian Xiaoya stepped forward to stand beside Li Yun, addressing him as Teacher Li. "Indeed, Li Yun replied with a smile, gently waving his hand to release the soundproof barrier. Although the transforming spirit rabbit may not represent a primary combat force among the new beasts, it is still superior to the common fowl outside. Thus, summoning a blue-quality transforming spirit rabbit is a straightforward endeavor. Do not hesitate. The quality of summoning skills does not guarantee that every summoned beast will possess that quality. It merely indicates the highest quality available within that particular new beast cohort. Listening to Li Yun's guidance, Qian Xiaoya chuckled, brotherly. I've already summoned a blue-quality transforming spirit rabbit and coexisted with it. Taken aback, Li Yun asked in surprise, really? Yes. Qian Xia nodded vigorously and summoned the rabbit without hesitation. The summoned rabbit shook its body and curiously surveyed its surroundings. Observing the rabbit's appearance, Li Yun furrowed his brows slightly and immediately cast a detection spell. Transforming Spirit Rabbit, Level 1 Rank, Novice Attribute, Illusion Quality, Blue Skills, Transformation, Rabbit Kick, Shadow Clone. Description: an anomaly among the transforming spirit rabbits. This charming rabbit is adored by all. An anomaly, is it? No wonder it seems slightly different, Li Yun murmured. Smiling at Qian Xiaoya, not bad. Qian Xiaoya cradled the rabbit and said to Li Yun, thank you for the compliment, brotherly. Li Yun replied with satisfaction. With it by your side, reaching level 10 on your own will be a breeze. Strive to level up and aim to achieve that by April 1st. April 1st is the day of the global high-stakes examination, determining their futures. Qian Xiaoya nodded confidently. I will. Now, tell me about your talent. My talent is Lucky Day. Lucky Day, A-grade talent. Active effect, slightly increases one's luck. Cooldown, 7 days. An A-grade luck talent. Li Yun exclaimed. Observing Li Yun's astonished expression, Qian Xiaoya queried, luck talent? Luck is notoriously difficult to enhance, and any item that boosts luck is immensely valuable. Internally elated, Li Yun took a deep breath to calm his excitement and continued. No wonder you managed to randomly summon a blue-quality new beast. It all makes sense now. I assume this is why you chose to become a summoner. Hee, brotherly. You truly have an uncanny ability to predict. Qian Xiaoya flattered. Li Yun rolled his eyes at him, saying, with this talent, you will be in high demand in the future. Qian Xiaoya grinned. I appreciate your well wishes, brotherly. Li Yun chuckled and shifted the topic, asking, which novice area are you in? 1314. Another new one, Li Yun muttered, then continued. What race? Dark tribe, flame tribe, lizardmen tribe, goblin tribe. What kind of absurd group division is this? Li Yun exclaimed, glancing at the noisy students below. He called out, quiet. Then, he patted Qian Xiaoya on the shoulder, survive. With your strength, swiftly reaching level 10 should be no problem. Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoya replied, rest assured, teacher. I will be the first to reach level 10 and then leave the novice area. Good resolve, Li Yun thought with satisfaction, waving his hand. You may go. Understood, teacher. Qian Xiaoya, holding the quiet rabbit, turned and headed back to his seat. After registering all the students' talents, Li Yun stood up and addressed everyone. In our class, we have awakened 3 A-grade talents, 8 B-grade talents, 10 C-grade talents, 9 D-grade talents, 6 E-grade talents, and 7 F-grade talents. Not a single G-grade talent. G-grade talents are typically the most useless, such as bubble blowing, growing grass, or sneezing. Individuals possessing such talents essentially lack the potential to become strong. Upon hearing Li Yun's report of the numbers, Qian Xiaoya fell silent. Brother Xiaoya, we are short 2 individuals. Yes. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly. Perhaps they haven't emerged yet. Sigh. Let us hope. Ding Chao sighed, continuing to gaze at Li Yun. Today marks your first day entering the new era. I understand you may not wish to hear me speak much. Li Yun paused, scanning the room before adding with a smile. In the new era, prioritize your safety. I would rather not see 2 fewer faces in class tomorrow. Teacher, will they return? I will not leave today. I will wait for them here. Li Yun pointed to the ground and continued, addressing the silent students. If they have not returned by morning, I will notify their families. The moment you step into the new era, you should be prepared. If you feel frightened and hesitant to explore further, then you may hunt the wildfowl outside the village. Wildfowl are fixed new beasts present in every novice village, though they yield only 1 point of experience. Regardless of your level, you will always receive 1 point of experience for defeating them. Thus, hunting wildfowl can also lead to reaching level 10, albeit over a prolonged period. After a few more remarks, Li Yun concluded, class dismissed. Chapter 8. Half Step to Legend. I'm back. Qian Xiaoya pushed open the door to a resplendent living room, swiftly changing into slippers and racing toward his room. He is not an orphan. His parents are formidable lone wanderers, not affiliated with any faction. Although his parents are powerful, they are somewhat reclusive, usually returning to Blue Star only once a month, and sometimes not for half a year. Just as he was halfway through his rush, A surge of potent energy abruptly halted him. "Mom and Dad, how come you're back?" he exclaimed. "Our precious son awakened today. How could we not return?" The stunningly beautiful woman smiled gently at Qian Xiaoya. He sheepishly scratched his head, of course. Instantly, he excitedly dashed to his parents, rubbing his hands together. "Mom, do you have any good treasures for self-defense? Your son is invincible now and urgently needs something for protection." Ji Shaoqing waved her hands, smiling. "You wouldn't even be able to use them. Individuals in the novice area are restricted to using only equipment and items available within that zone. They cannot utilize higher-tier equipment from other regions. Of course, if they were on Blue Star, they could use them, but they cannot bring such items into the new era. Without the ability to take them into the new era, everything else is irrelevant." Qian Xiaoya chuckled. "Then how about a little money? I'll buy something myself." The system does have a trading market, but his current trading range is limited to his own planet and the novice area he inhabits. This means he can purchase any items listed in the trading market by the human race of Blue Star, as well as items from the other 4 races in his area. Suddenly, Qian Shusheng, who had been silent, spoke up. "Invincible talent. What is your talent?" Qian Xiaoya's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Dad, do you want me to answer truthfully or jokingly?" Qian Shusheng and Ji Shaoqing exchanged puzzled glances. They knew their son's character well. If his talent were lackluster, he would surely state it outright. So this was not the case. Qian Shusheng casually remarked, "SSS grade?" Qian Xiaoya's lips curled into a slight smile. "My talent is A grade, lucky day." Ji Shaoqing cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "Don't speak falsely, speak truthfully. Your father and I are not as feeble as you might imagine." "Diamonds? Masters?" Qian Xiaoya exclaimed, gazing at his mother, who shook her head. "Kings." Ji Shaoqing chuckled. "Indeed. Your father and I are half-step legends." "What? You should have mentioned that sooner." Qian Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment. In the new world, ranks are categorized as novice, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, king, and legend. To be a half-step legend means to have reached level 80 without advancing to a true legend. I hesitated to share. Fearing it might inflate your ego, Qian Shusheng remarked with a subtle smile. Taking a deep breath, Qian Xiaoya confessed, "Well, since you two are so formidable, I shan't conceal my own strengths. My talent is indeed SSS grade, which significantly enhances my luck." Qian Shusheng fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is it active?" "It is passive," Qian Xiaoya replied without hesitation. Qian Shusheng could no longer suppress his inner excitement, exclaiming joyfully, "Incredible! My son, each year, a few, perhaps a dozen, individuals with SSS grade talents emerge in Blue Star." Thus, he remained calm regarding the SSS talent, but upon the revelation that his son was among them, he could not help but beam with delight. Ji Shaoqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, truly a child of mine," as Qian Xiaoya beheld the jubilance of his parents. His smile grew ever brighter. A minute later, Qian Shusheng retrieved a black card he had prepared, placing it on the table before Qian Xiaoya. "This card holds 100 million dragon coins. I've just exchanged it. Buy whatever you need. The password is your birthday." "Thank you, Dad." Qian Xiaoya quickly picked up the black card, examining it with glee. Although he felt he might not need it, who could ever complain about having too much money? Ji Shaoqing affectionately said, "If it's insufficient, just message us, and we'll exchange more for you." "Thanks, Mom," Qian Xiaoya replied. Qian Shusheng reminded him with a smile. Dragon coins are indeed valuable in the novice zone, but once you leave for the planetary area, their significance diminishes. There, the universal currency consists of the 3 initial coins of the new era: copper, silver, and gold. You can exchange dragon coins for these at a ratio of approximately 1:1, 1 copper coin for 1 dragon coin. As for silver and gold coins, 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. The system will calculate automatically. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly. "So, 10,000 dragon coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin? Under stable market conditions, yes." "Dad, why not just give me the gold coins directly?" Qian Shusheng pondered. "Did your teachers not explain that generally, transactions involving different zones are difficult?" "Ah, I forgot." Qian Xiaoya scratched his head awkwardly and continued. "But once I leave the novice village, I can trade, right?" "Not quite," Ji Shaoqing interjected, shaking her finger. "Your father and I are in a higher level area, so you must exert yourself doubly hard to reunite with us in the new era." Listening to his mother's words, Qian Xiaoya stood frozen in place. This was the first time he had heard that there were higher level areas beyond the novice and planetary zones. Ji Shaoqing, observing her son's bewilderment, smiled and added, "Thus, we can only assist you with dragon coins. The rest relies solely on your own efforts." "All right," Qian Xiaoya mumbled, feeling puzzled, realizing he might not be able to rely on them after all. Yet, he quickly brightened up and asked, "Mom and Dad, since you can't assist me in the new era, could you spare me some high-level items for self-defense in reality?" "Oh right, I almost forgot, Ji Xiaoqing exclaimed, clapping her hands before diving into her bag to rummage. Before long, she pulled out several peculiar items, introducing each one to her beloved son. After her explanations, she handed them all to Qian Xiaoya. Though he could not take these items into the new era, he could still use them in Blue Star, as there were no rules prohibiting the use of items from other zones. Of course, while they were usable, some regulations still applied. For instance, enhancement items from higher zones would be ineffective for those from lower zones. This explained why, despite his parents being half-step legends, he remained an ordinary child. It wasn't that they lacked consumable enhancement items. Rather, the rules constrained their usage for Qian Xiaoya. Thank you, Mom. Qian Xiaoya expressed his gratitude once more. The presence of these treasures instantly filled him with a sense of security. Qian Shusheng, observing the scene, chuckled. Put those away. Then go check the trading hall for some good items. Absolutely. Qian Xiaoya signaled an okay gesture before decisively turning to leave. Ji Xiaoqing called out to her son's eager retreating figure. If you feel your strength is sufficient, you might want to try the central area of the Novice Zone, where there's a unique boss that grants abundant rewards upon defeat. Qian Xiaoya halted, turning back to shout, got it. Ji Xiaoqing continued, but first, don't enter the game. Come out for dinner, it will be ready shortly. Okay, Qian Xiaoya replied before stepping into his room. With a resounding thud, he closed the door behind him. Qian Shusheng gazed at the closed door, reflecting, Xiaoya's talent is indeed formidable. The stronger one becomes, the more one appreciates the significance of luck. Luck can often be the decisive factor. How could my son not be strong? Ji Xiaoqing proudly stood up and headed towards the kitchen. She was going to prepare dinner for her beloved son. Qian Shusheng shook his head with a smile. You've misspoken. He is our son. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoqing shot him an exasperated glance, but then hummed a tune cheerfully as she began her culinary tasks. Chapter 9. The trading hall set up once back in his room. Qian Xiaoya tossed the treasures onto his desk and summoned the Bunny Lord. I'm suffocating, Bunny Lord. The Bunny Lord leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, curiously surveying his surroundings. Where's this? My home. My room. Qian Xiaoya replied as he seated himself at the desk, gesturing toward the various treasures. Can we store these in your space? The Bunny Lord's eyes brightened upon seeing the items on the desk, and he promptly jumped onto the desk. What are these dangerous trinkets? My parents gave them to me. Then I shan't be polite. The Bunny Lord licked his lips, waving a paw, and the small treasures vanished into his space. After watching the items disappear, Qian Xiaoya beckoned to the Bunny Lord. Come, let us see what good things the trading hall has to offer. On my way. The Bunny Lord promptly jumped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. Oh, Blue Star Novice Zone. Dragon Country Novice Zone. Novice Zone number 1314. Upon opening the trading hall, Qian Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by the 4 options before him, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the first option likely encompassed the subsequent 3. With that thought, he clicked on it. As the interface transformed, a whole page of trading items appeared before his eyes. Spotting a page filled with novice swords priced at 1 copper coin, he involuntarily grimaced and silently redirected his gaze to the top of the interface. At the topmost bar of the interface, the word search is prominently displayed, indicating that by inputting the desired item name here, one can effortlessly ascertain whether that item exists within the marketplace. The second row of the interface showcases a plethora of optional categories such as name, type, rank, and attributes. These selections allow for an immediate understanding of the item's fundamental information. Commencing from the third row, various tradable items become visible. Such an abundance of options dazzles Lord Rabbit's eyes. Qian Xiaoya rubbed his forehead and remarked, I only seek items usable by summoners, sorted from highest to lowest price. As soon as he spoke, the novice sword before him vanished, replaced by new items. Observing the white-quality fire dog card priced at 5 gold coins, Qian Xiaoya muttered to himself, this individual seems to possess rather fortuitous luck, though perhaps not the sharpest tool in the shed. At this stage, these peculiar items are likely cards, primarily drawn from the worn-out card boxes by those of the card master profession. The worn-out card boxes are unique. Single-use items for card masters that, upon use, yield 20 cards with a maximum quality of white. Surely, he doesn't intend to flaunt his goods by listing them in the marketplace? He can't possibly think that no one can afford them, can he? Just as Qian Xiaoya was about to continue his critique, he noticed that the fire dog card had vanished. What swift fingers! He had indeed contemplated purchasing it, yet was deprived of the opportunity to buy copper coins. Those copper coins are rather steep. Observing the price of 1 copper coin at 20 dragon coins, he silently switched interfaces, continuing his search for usable items. His father mentioned that the 1:1 ratio applies outside the novice zone, not within it. Today marks the inaugural day for their novice zone, hence the price of copper coins is naturally not 1 dragon coin. Lord Rabbit remarked. It's likely that the individual who purchased the fire dog card has already swept through. Quite possibly. Qian Xiaoye surveyed the items before him and murmured, "There's nothing of value here. You've only just opened the zone for 4 hours. What could possibly be worthwhile?" "Indeed." Qian Xiaoye nodded slightly. "Then let's put it up for sale." "What does putting it up for sale mean?" "It means selling items. Shall we auction it, or set a fixed price?" "What does auction mean?" "The highest bidder within a limited time wins." "Auction. Excellent, just as I had anticipated." Qian Xiaoye smiled and clicked on the selling option in the lower left corner. As the interface appeared before him, he promptly tossed the surplus skill book onto the table. Subsequently, he selected anonymous auctioning, limiting it exclusively to Dragon Country residents, and set the duration to 1 hour. "What does the 10 service fee mean?" "It means the system takes 10 of our earnings." Lord Rabbit's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "That's outrageous. If you wish to remain anonymous, you have no choice but to sell here," Qian Xiaoye calmly continued. "Moreover, selling here allows the buyer immediate access, whereas offline sales would delay their acquisition. How much does direct pricing incur?" 6. What if we don't set a price? If we set a price, we're likely to incur losses, and I'm unaware of their limits. Since the advent of the new era, he had never heard of anyone finding a skill book on the first day. Of course, even if they did, those individuals would likely use them rather than sell them as he intends. Qian Xiaoye patted Lord Rabbit and reassured him, "Don't worry. We can set a high price for the next book." Lord Rabbit sighed in confusion, for it was his first encounter with the darker side of the world. Qian Xiaoye glanced at the currency selection bar, pondering whether to choose new era coins or dragon coins. "Is there a difference?" "If we select dragon coins, there is no service fee." Lord Rabbit immediately looked up and asked, "Why are there no fees for dragon coins?" "Because, to the creators of the new era, dragon coins are akin to worthless paper, thus they impose no fees." Qian Xiaoye recalled his teacher mentioning this, understanding it as a privilege granted by the creators of the new era to prevent competition. Dragon coins. Select dragon coins. Lord Rabbit was not keen on losing a single penny. "Let us stick with new era coins. Dragon coins seem of little use to me." Recently receiving a substantial amount of support money from his parents, Qian Xiaoye's wallet was quite full. Resigned to his fate, Lord Rabbit gestured at the interface and said, "If we're using new era coins, shouldn't we set a starting bid? Is 1 copper a bit low? I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Qian Xiaoye paused, quickly adjusting the starting bid to 10 gold coins. The Fire Dog card sells for 5 gold coins, so a starting bid of 10 gold coins seems reasonable. Although the Fire Dog card is of white quality, it only allows him to summon 1 white quality Fire Dog, whereas learning the Wild Chicken summoning skill enables infinite summoning of wild chickens. Of course, the premise of infinity is contingent upon having sufficient mental strength and energy. In the long run, the Fire Dog card is certainly superior to the Wild Chicken summoning skill book, as the Fire Dog card allows for the breeding of fire dogs. However, this is the novice phase. Without any resources, breeding 1T yields significant prowess. Thus, from the current perspective, the Fire Dog card pales in comparison to the Wild Chicken summoning skill book. Not excessive. Lord Rabbit responded without hesitation. Qian Xiaoye's lips curled upwards. 1 hour seemed too brief, so he decided to extend it to 2 hours. He then adjusted the auction duration accordingly. After confirming that there were no further issues, he clicked to finalize. "Are we selling the weapons?" Lord Rabbit suddenly inquired. They had slain numerous chickens, yielding a chicken feather book, a chicken bone staff, a chicken bone dagger, and a chicken feather robe. Qian Xiaoye had already used the chicken feather book and robe, leaving only the chicken bone staff and dagger. "We'll sell the weapons ourselves in the new era. Hand the weapons to me. I'll handle the sale. Can you manage that?" "Absolutely." "All right then. I entrust it to you." Chapter 10. The Era of Universal Gold Farming. Summoner? Qian Shuxing observed the rabbit perched on Qian Xiaoye's shoulder and instinctively cast a probing spell. Indeed, Qian Xiaoye approached the dining table, placing the rabbit on it. "Stay still. I'll fetch a bowl for you." "Thank you," Lord Rabbit replied. Qian Shuxing, witnessing this scene and recalling the information that flashed in his mind, found himself momentarily taken aback. Since when can a level 1 Azure quality metamorphic rabbit speak? Qian Shuxing thought, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Lord Rabbit. Lord Rabbit, feeling the intensity of Qian Shuxing's gaze, instinctively recoiled. "If you look at me like that, I might get embarrassed." "Wait, you're not a metamorphic rabbit." "Of course not. I'm not comparable to those foolish rabbits." Lord Rabbit's eyes were filled with disdain, asserting his superiority over such simple creatures. Qian Shuxing opened his mouth, but fell silent. As Qian Xiaoye returned with a bowl, he playfully explained to Qian Shuxing, "Dad, he's my summoned beast, the only one in existence. As for what he is, I won't disclose." "I understand." Qian Shuxing chuckled, shaking his head, and turned to Lord Rabbit. "Just remember not to speak in public." "I know." Lord Rabbit gazed longingly at the delicious food on the table, saliva pooling. He was indeed hungry. What an adorable rabbit. "Let me hug you," said Ji Shaoqing, who, following Qian Xiaoya, placed her soup on the table and immediately scooped up Lord Rabbit into her embrace, giving him a gentle rub. She was acutely aware of everything happening outside. Thus, she naturally understood that this little rabbit was no ordinary creature. The Rabbit Lord paid no mind to Ji Xiaoqing's gentle ministrations, even relishing in the experience. As soon as Ji Xiaoqing ceased her actions, he hastily inquired, "Can we eat now?" Qian Xiaoya glanced at the Rabbit Lord and promptly picked up his chopsticks, declaring, "It's time to eat. I'm famished." Ji Xiaoqing asked, "Little Rabbit, what would you like to eat?" The Rabbit Lord replied, "I want that red meat." Ji Xiaoqing corrected him, "That is called braised pork." The Rabbit Lord insisted, "I want braised pork." Ji Xiaoqing responded, "I will serve it to you right away." Qian Xiaoya and Qian Shuxing exchanged looks. While they dined, in Long City, a luxurious district accessible only to those of diamond rank and above, a playful girl with twin ponytails was enjoying a meal with her family, swinging her legs and perusing the trading interface before her. The middle-aged man regarded his daughter and remarked, "Jojo, finish your meal before browsing." "Just a moment, Dad. I want to see what is currently the most expensive." As she spoke, the trading interface refreshed before her eyes. Soon after, she spotted the top item, the Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book, auctioned at 11 gold. The middle-aged man observed Jojo's wide-eyed astonishment and curiously asked, "What is that incredible item?" "The Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book." The middle-aged man froze momentarily before exclaiming, "What? Wow, it's the Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book." Jojo leaped up in excitement, calling out to her grandfather, "Grandpa, please help me buy it. It's the Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book." The elder, upon hearing her words, displayed a hint of surprise on his calm visage. "Is it up for auction?" "Yes, it's already at 11 gold. The elder nodded slightly and instructed the middle-aged man, "Have someone transfer the funds to Jojo immediately." "All right. Thank you, Grandpa." "Thank you, Dad," Jojo exclaimed, beginning to frantically purchase copper coins. She had some money in her account, but she was uncertain if it would suffice. Copper coins had surged to 25 each. In Qin City, the Liu family's decision-maker, upon receiving the news, stormed into the living room, calling out to the busy young man in the distance, "Wei Er, don't hesitate, quickly buy copper coins. We have plenty of money." Lu Wei replied in confusion, "Dad, I've already bought 8 gold worth. Their speed is just too fast. It's unbelievable. It's all about the speed now. If you're slow, you might miss out." "I'm trying my best." Lu Zhan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow and said, "Stop buying. Call your classmates over. We'll provide the funds. Let them assist in the purchases and then trade directly with you." "I've already called them. They're on their way." Lu Zhan paused for a moment, then expressed his approval. "Well done. That's my son." Lu Wei rolled his eyes at him and rejoined the fray. As they scrambled to purchase, those who could not afford the items, upon hearing the news, hurriedly set aside their bowls and dove into the new era, forming teams to hunt wild chickens. To them, wild chickens represented money. They would not let opportunities slip away, especially those from impoverished backgrounds. After finishing their meal, Qian Xiaoya entered the game, observing the throng of people rushing in every direction, momentarily taken aback. Regaining his senses, he seized the arm of a man rushing past him. The man turned and asked, "What's up?" Qian Xiaoya, slightly embarrassed, pointed at the bustling crowd and inquired, "Brother, why is everyone in such a hurry? Has something happened? Haven't you seen the news? I just came in after my meal and didn't have time to check." A Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book has appeared in the trading hall. The Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book? Indeed, copper coins have now risen to 28 each. Qian Xiaoya inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with shock. He had underestimated the potency of the Wild Chicken Summoning Skill Book. The man curiously asked, "What is your profession? Do you want to team up to hunt?" Qian Xiaoya shook his head. "No, I don't need money. Neither do I." "Then why do you want to hunt?" "There are people everywhere outside the village now. It's much safer than before." "All right," Qian Xiaoya suddenly realized, but he still declined. "Sorry, I prefer to act alone." "No problem. I'll be on my way then." The man waved goodbye and headed towards the west gate. Standing in silence for a couple of seconds, Qian Xiaoya summoned the Rabbit Lord. "Let us hunt chickens." The Rabbit Lord exclaimed the moment he appeared in Qian Xiaoya's mind. "No chickens, it's crowded over there. We'll hunt pigs instead." "What is going on?" Qian Xiaoya asked as he walked, soon arriving at the general store. "Boss, I'd like to purchase some potions." "Help yourself." The boss waved his hand, and a menu appeared before Qian Xiaoya's eyes. Basic Recovery Potion, Common Gray gradually restores 10 of health and energy. Price, 20 copper. Basic Energy Potion, Common Gray gradually restores 15 of energy. Price, 12 copper. Boss, I'll take 2 bottles of the Basic Recovery Potion and 5 bottles of the Basic Energy Potion. The portly boss looked up and said, "That'll be a total of 100 copper. I have some items to sell." As he spoke, Qian Xiaoya pulled out over 100 chicken feathers from his backpack and placed them on the counter. The boss, eyeing the feathers, grinned widely. 10 feathers for 1 copper. You have 157, so that's 16 copper for you. I have more. Qian Xiaoya continued to retrieve other junk from his backpack. Ultimately, he left the general store with 2 bottles of basic recovery potions, 5 bottles of basic energy potions, and 2 copper coins. All while the boss sent him off with great enthusiasm. Chapter 11, The Chicken King. An hour and a half later, Lu Wei logged out of the new era, accepting the wild chicken summoning skill book worth 22 gold from a classmate. Thanks, Wei Gu. Just let us know when such good fortune arises again. The slender boy grinned widely. Although they had not entered the new era for an hour and a half, each of them had earned a fortune of 100,000. For them, that was a substantial income. Of course, Lu Wei laughed heartily, and in front of everyone's gaze, he eagerly used the wild chicken summoning skill book. After conversing briefly with them and seeing them off, he couldn't wait to re-enter the game. In the 1314 Wild Boar Forest, Qian Xiaoya halted upon hearing sounds in his mind. Wait a moment, the auction has ended. The rabbit lord, transformed into the wild chicken king, hurried over and asked curiously, how much did it sell for? It sold for 22 gold, netting us 198 gold, Qian Xiaoya replied, licking his lips in anticipation. The rabbit lord's eyes sparkled. We still have another wild chicken, should we sell it now? During their journey to the wild boar forest, they had acquired a wild chicken summoning skill book. While in the forest, they also obtained a wild boar summoning skill book, but the rabbit lord had already used it. Sell it. Let us sell it for 25. 25 doesn't sound appealing. Let us stick to 22, but with a handling fee, making it 23. 32. Qian Xiaoya responded as he listed the wild chicken summoning skill book from his backpack, confirming it once he ensured everything was in order. Let us go. We'll continue hunting pigs and aim to reach level 3 quickly. At this moment, he had already reached level 2 and was only 292 experience points away from level 3. Leveling up from 1 to 2 requires 100 experience points, while ascending from 2 to 3 demands 300 experience points. The subsequent levels necessitate 500, 800, 1000, 1500, 2000, 5000, and finally 10,000 experience points. In Dragon City, Yi Zhuzhu emerged from the new era, and upon witnessing the wild chicken skill summoning book being purchased, she instantly slumped onto the table. The surrounding young boys and girls observed this scene in silence, too intimidated to speak. At that moment, one of the young men, staring at the interface, instinctively rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming he wasn't mistaken, he shouted, Sister, another one just appeared in the trading hall. What? Yi Zhuzhu snapped back to attention, swiftly opening the trading hall. Seeing the wild chicken skill summoning book listed at 2332 gold at the top of the trading hall, she immediately bellowed, Hurry, hurry. Trade with me, give me the gold, I'll buy it. The others quickly sprang into action, soon transferring the gold to Yi Zhuzhu. With the gold in hand, Yi Zhuzhu promptly purchased the wild chicken summoning skill book. Holding the book aloft, she erupted into laughter. Ha! An elderly man seated nearby furrowed his brow at the spectacle, pondering whether it was 2 or 3 copies. Qian Xiaoya glanced at the gold in his backpack, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then addressed Tu Yi. The skill book was snatched up. So fast. Tu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Qian Xiaoya nodded, contemplating before saying, I think you should refrain from selling weapons. Without hesitation, Tu Yi replied, I understand. Qian Xiaoya paused, puzzled. Aren't you going to ask why? Tu Yi confidently asserted, I'm clever enough to know the reason as soon as you mention it. Oh, Qian Xiaoya, now curious, pressed, then enlighten me. The reason is simply this. If I set up a stall to sell here, others will know that someone in this area possesses many weapons. However, at this stage, most people want to be selling weapons, especially on the first day. Thus, those seeking sellers of the wild chicken summoning skill book will inevitably focus their attention on Zone 1314, increasing your chances of being discovered and easily exposing you. Tu Yi responded proudly. During their leisure moments, Qian Xiaoya would share tales of the new era and Blue Star, and Tu Yi had greatly benefited from this knowledge. Qian Xiaoya opened his mouth, silently giving Tu Yi a thumbs up. Indeed, Tu Yi was the smartest rabbit. Of course, Tu Yi accepted the compliment and continued, when items are listed in the trading hall, grant me chat permissions, and I will assist you in conversing. No problem. Qian Xiaoya smiled, adding, now, continue hunting pigs. Several hours later, Qian Xiaoya yawned, glancing at the time and realizing it was already 11:30. No more. I'm heading back to sleep. Not playing anymore. Aren't you tired? Not tired. If you're not tired, I am. Ignoring Tu Yi's gaze, Qian Xiaoya sat on a large rock, beginning to review his spoils. Observing this, Tu Yi immediately transformed into his original form and hopped over. 2 wild boar summons and 2 weapons, not bad. In those hours, they had slain 50 pigs, earning 100 experience points. The weapons weren't merely 2. There was a third, a pigskin spellbook that he held in his hands. Qian Xiaoya extracted a wild boar summoning skill book and handed it to Tu Yi, saying, "Take this, it's for your collection." "I want to be polite then," Tu Yi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he happily placed the wild boar summoning book into his space. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the 4 wild boars and 3 wild chickens around him, lost in thought. Isn't it a pity to release them? It does feel a bit that way. Observing Qian Xiaoya's musings, Tu Yi decisively suggested, "Then let us hunt the wild chicken king." Qian Xiaoya's eyes widened, and he quickly stood up, declaring, "Let us go, we'll test our strength. If we can't win, we'll just return to sleep, and even if we do win, we'll still go back to sleep." To slay the chicken king. Tu Yi excitedly pointed to the left. The chicken king should be over there. He had kept the chicken king in mind, silently noting its location when they passed by earlier. 5 minutes later, under Tu Yi's guidance, Qian Xiaoya arrived behind the massive tree near the chicken king. "There are a total of 15 wild chickens surrounding," Tu Yi reported. "Let us first take down the little ones. If the chicken king reacts, you distract it while we finish off the chicks," Qian Xiaoya strategized. Understood. For the sake of the chicken king's treasure, he was determined. "I'll lure a few chickens over," Qian Xiaoya said, directing a hen to venture forth. Before long, a rooster followed the hen into view. As the rooster approached the giant tree, it spotted 1 human and 1 chicken king with 4 boars and 2 chickens waiting behind the tree, filling its mind with questions. Before it could react, Tu Yi executed a powerful move, pinning it to the ground, with several minions swiftly launching their attacks. 10 seconds later, Qian Xiaoya observed the vanishing corpse and resumed directing the hen. 5 minutes later, the wild chicken king's ears twitched as if sensing something. It lifted its head to survey the surroundings, noticing a chick wandering behind the giant tree, tilting its head in curiosity. Soon after, it heard the faint cries of the chick. "Oh, oh, oh." The furious crow of the chicken king erupted, causing the remaining 9 chicks to turn their attention towards it. Seeing the chicken king rush towards the giant tree, they unhesitatingly followed. Discovered. If it's been spotted, let us engage. Chapter 12. The Wild Chicken King That Died of Frustration. Charge. Under Qian Xiaoya's command, the 4 wild boars surged from behind the giant tree, launching a direct assault on the solitary wild chicken king. Plans often change unexpectedly. 3 wild chickens had been led away by Tu Yi to deal with the 9 little chicks. Qian Xiaoya stood beside the giant tree, holding the pigskin book in his left hand and an energy potion in his right, beginning to summon boars. As he summoned the wild boars, the leading boar crashed directly into the chicken king. With a loud thud, the chicken king yelped in pain, its body arching backward, while the wild boar was sent flying, landing on the grass nearby. The chicken king had yet to regain its balance when the second boar charged in, with another loud impact. The chicken king staggered to the left, but did not fall. Enraged from the 2 collisions, the chicken king turned to see who had dared to attack, just as the remaining 2 boars flanked it and knocked it down. "Oh, oh, oh." The chicken king's wailing echoed in the ears of everyone present, and the chicks, witnessing the chicken king's plight, recklessly charged towards it. To slay the chicken king, Tu Yi decisively abandoned his original target, leading 3 wild chickens towards the chicken king. After summoning the wild boars, Qian Xiaoya unleashed a fireball at the chicken king, instantly stunning it. In its moment of confusion, the newly summoned wild boar charged forth, crashing into the chicken king. With a resounding thud, the chicken king was sent flying onto the grass, collapsing to the ground. It ultimately could not withstand the combined force of 5 charges and 1 fireball. As the 4 wild boars recovered, they howled and charged towards the surrounding wild chickens, while only the newly summoned boar valiantly advanced toward the chicken king. Tu Yi leaped in, landing heavily upon the chicken king, and began to peck at its head furiously. Successfully defeating the wild chicken king, they earned 40 experience points. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Qian Xiaoya quickly shouted, "It's dead. The chicken king is dead. Quick, kill the wild chickens, don't let them escape." It died just like that? Rabbit Lord glanced disdainfully at the transformed Rooster King's head, giving it a kick before turning towards the bewildered wild chickens. Thus, the once dominant Rooster King, reigning over several miles, met its demise without launching a single attack. Suffocated by the assault of a human, a rabbit, and 5 wild boars. Decomposed. Decomposition successful. Obtained 10 exquisite feathers from the Rooster King, a Rooster King's staff, a tome on Rooster King summoning skills, and 30 copper coins. Qian Xiaoya took a look at the loot and followed Rabbit Lord to the nearby wild chickens. 5 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya sat on the boar with Rabbit Lord in his arms, examining their spoils. Rooster King's staff. Type, weapon. Rank, novice. Attributes, standard. Quality, gray. Effect, intelligence 10, spell damage 4. Description, a staff crafted from the finest bones of the Rooster King. Rooster King summoning skill book. Skill type, summoning. New beast quality, gray. Learning requirement, summoner. Learning attempts. 1. Skill effect, can summon a Rooster King. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Description: the king among chickens. Possessing it grants the summoner the ability to act with impunity in the chicken grove. Don't bother, you can't learn this with a 100% guarantee. Qian Xiaoya, gazing enviously at Rabbit Lord, promptly used the Rooster King summoning skill book. The summoning of the Rooster King was similar to other summoning skills, except that the cooldown was set to 10 minutes. He then retrieved the Wild Chicken summoning skill book from his backpack and tossed it to Rabbit Lord, saying, "This is for your collection. You're truly the best to me." Rabbit Lord joyfully accepted it. This Wild Chicken summoning skill book had just dropped from one of the 15 wild chickens. Let us go? Qian Xiaoya's lips curled into a slight smile as he placed Rabbit Lord on his shoulder and leapt down from the boar. He allowed the boar and wild chickens to roam freely and led Rabbit Lord in the direction of the Novice village. After walking a mere fifth of the way, he lost control of the boar and wild chickens. Qian Xiaoya muttered, "Not bad, I've killed 3 chickens." The newly summoned beasts have a restricted activity range. If they venture beyond this range, they will no longer be under the summoner's control. Similarly, newly contracted beasts will also be bound by this limitation, albeit to a slightly larger area. Furthermore, once the summoner reaches a certain level, this restriction will dissipate. Upon returning to the Novice village, Qian Xiaoya headed straight to the general store, selling the junk in his backpack to the shopkeeper, leaving only a few pieces of meat. After a whole night of hard work, I've only earned 2 silver coins. Money is truly hard to come by. Qian Xiaoya looked at the 2 coins in his hand and said to the shopkeeper, "I'll take 10 basic recovery potions and 20 basic energy potions." Coming right up. The shopkeeper promptly produced the potions. After completing the transaction and placing the potions in his backpack, Qian Xiaoya turned and left the store, heading toward the safe zone. Once he exited the new era and returned to his room, Qian Xiaoya immediately summoned Rabbit Lord. "I've granted you access to the trading system and gold usage," he said while picking up a change of clothes. "Feel free to buy whatever you fancy. I'm off to take a shower. Go ahead." Rabbit Lord jumped onto the desk, hardly glancing at Qian Xiaoya, excitedly opening the trading system and browsing through it. 10 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya emerged from the bathroom clad in pajamas and asked Rabbit Lord, "What good items did you buy?" He had heard the notification sound while showering, but hadn't checked it. "I sold all my equipment and armor." "All of it?" "No, you left behind a bow." "That's right." Qian Xiaoya sat on the edge of the bed and continued, "Didn't you buy anything?" Rabbit Lord paused his actions and turned to respond. "I bought a pair of shoes, a hat, and a mask, spending a total of 4 gold, with the mask costing 25 gold. The mask." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya immediately pulled out the mask from his backpack. Feather mask. Type: armor. Rank: novice. Attributes: standard. Quality: gray. Effect: defense 4, energy recovery speed 3. Description: once worn, no one will love you. Qian Xiaoya inspected the effects and glanced at the feathered mask adorned with chicken feathers and bones, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. This mask is truly impressive. He equipped the feather mask, which vanished from his hands and appeared upon his face. Taking out his phone, he activated the mirror function and gazed at himself wearing the feather mask, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. So handsome. Seeing Qian Xiaoya admiring himself, Rabbit Lord couldn't help but pout and asked, "Do you want to sell the wild boar summoning skill book?" "Not for sale, not now." Qian Xiaoya shook his head, a familiar face surfacing in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. "I'm giving it away." "Giving it away? To whom?" "That Ding Chao." "Not him. It's for my true little brother." "Who?" "Wudong." "Female? Male?" Chapter 13, The Only Little Brother. Little brother, what have you been up to lately? Firstly, I am not your little brother. Secondly, aren't you leveling up? I'm tired and ready for bed. What district are you in? 1314. Qian Xiaoya replied, countering the man on his phone. What district are you in? 1313. What a pity. Indeed, quite a pity. What is your talent? Unique. Qian Xiaoya, holding his phone, found himself momentarily stunned. Are you dumbfounded? Are you thinking of calling me big brother now? Hearing Wudong's words, Qian Xiaoya grinned. Wudong, you truly are my certified only little brother. Even the rarity of your talent matches that of your big brother. The voice on the other end fell silent. Qian Xiaoya remained quiet, but his smile grew ever brighter. 3 seconds later, Wudong's voice returned. Really? Why would I lie to you? When reporting talents, you didn't state the truth, did you? Am I that foolish? Indeed, I didn't. However, I reported a weakened version of a talent, which differs significantly from my actual talent. How different? I received 2 wild boar summoning books. The phone fell into a profound silence once again. Qian Xiaoya, calmly seated at his desk, watched Rabbit Lord wreak havoc in the trading system beside him. My talent is the eye of day and night. My left eye is golden for day, and my right eye is silver for night. The passive effect increases my soul strength and mental power by 50. The active effect allows the silver eye to see objects or beings invisible to the naked eye, such as evil spirits, ghostly items, and phantoms. The golden eye can penetrate the disguises of targets, revealing their true forms, and if the target's strength far exceeds my own, I will suffer some backlash. I'll see you in half an hour. Remember to knock. As soon as Qian Xiaoya finished speaking, a busy signal rang from the phone. Setting down his phone, Qian Xiaoya turned to the busy Rabbit Lord. How is it going? Rabbit Lord, engrossed in the trading interface, replied, feeling quite good. Can you see your information? Rabbit Lord halted his actions, contemplated briefly, and responded, I suppose not. The effect isn't pure, it's not 100% transparent. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly and smiled, saying, let's allow him a try later. With that, Tui continued his busy work, preparing to peruse the treasures within the trading hall to absorb a wealth of knowledge and enrich his repertoire. 20 minutes later, so soon? Qian Xiaoya glanced at the phone, leaping off the bed and striding towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a handsome young man with dark hair standing outside. Qian Xiaoya chuckled, why the haste? Today is fortunate. I encountered green lights along the way, so there was no delay. No wonder, Qian Xiaoya murmured, leading Wudong into the living room. Observing the tidy surroundings, Wudong inquired, have uncle and aunt returned? They came back today to inquire about my aptitude, Qian Xiaoya replied while settling onto the sofa. After dinner, we shall head to the new era. It all makes sense now, Wudong nodded in understanding. Qian Xiaoya shot him an amused glance, asking, did you choose the eye technique master? Indeed, Wudong inquired curiously. Is it true that there is a wild boar summoning? Qian Xiaoya raised 4 fingers and shook his head. To be precise, I acquired 4 books. Wudong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qian Xiaoya. Both Tui and I used 1 each, leaving 2 remaining. Qian Xiaoya called out to his room, stop peeking and come out to meet my only little brother. Wudong paused for a moment, watching as Tui emerged from the room. He turned to Qian Xiaoya and asked, a summoner? Indeed, an invincible summoner, Qian Xiaoya chuckled, pointing towards Tui, who had transformed into a wild chicken. Wudong, unleash your aptitude skill upon Tui and see if you can perceive his true form. Wudong did not ask further and nodded slightly. With a blink, his black pupils transformed into golden ones. An invisible wave emanated from his eyes, swiftly targeting Tui. Before either Qian Xiaoya or Tui could sense anything, Wudong abruptly shut his eyes, a single drop of blood tear cascading from the corner of his eye. I cannot see his true form, but I can sense that he is not genuine. Wudong opened his eyes, now back to black pupils. Well done. Qian Xiaoya tossed a bottle of recovery potion to him. Wudong caught the potion without glancing at it, quickly uncapping it and gulping it down. Impressive, young man. You were able to discern that Tui was not his true self. Tui transformed back into his original form and leapt onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, addressing Wudong. I am Qian Xiaoya, affectionately known as Tui. Just call me Tui. Understood. Wudong replied softly. Qian Xiaoya then proceeded to introduce Wudong to Tui. This is my only little brother, Wudong, the son of the city lord Wuzhou of Qingqing. The city lord's son. Tui's eyes widened in astonishment. Qian Xiaoya responded with a grin, given my status. Taking the city lord's son as my little brother should be quite acceptable, don't you think? Tui disregarded Qian Xiaoya, jumping in front of Wudong and licking his lips. Your family must possess some fine treasures, right? When will you bring Tui to have a look? Wudong blinked and smiled. We do have some, but we currently have no use for them. Tui replied eagerly. Then when we can utilize them, will you take us along? Certainly, Wudong affirmed. Then it is settled. Tui declared. Agreed, Wudong nodded. Tui turned to Qian Xiaoya, saying, you heard him, right? I did, and I shall take you. Qian Xiaoya nodded vigorously. You may continue exploring the trading hall now. I have work to attend to. Having achieved his goal, Tui bid farewell to Wudong and dashed back into the room. Wudong observed Tui's retreating figure and remarked, Tui is quite interesting. He has a collecting habit. In the future, if I acquire something amusing yet unnecessary, I can save it for Tui. Indeed, Wudong nodded and then asked Qian Xiaoya, were those 2 wild boars sold by you? I still have one here, with Tui. If you want it, I can have him fetch it for you. As Qian Xiaoya spoke, he retrieved the wild boar summoning skill book from his backpack and tossed it to Wudong. Use it. Truly remarkable. Wudong gazed at the book with the wild boar's head on the cover, feeling somewhat incredulous. 1 wild boar is ample. Wudong shook his head in refusal. Enough to suffice. Qian Xiaoya remarked as he watched Wudong prepare to use the wild boar summoning skill book. Remember to find a secluded spot to use it, or perhaps by a mask. Thank you, Wudong nodded. Qian Xiaoya smiled, his lips curving upward as he earnestly stated, no need for thanks. After all, you are my only little brother. Chapter 14, a powerful configuration, targeting the wild boar king. That evening, Wudong did not spend the night at Qian Xiaoya's home. After chatting for a while and adding each other as friends, he returned home. Wudong's new world ID was daybreak. The following morning at 7:50 a.m., Qian Xiaoya entered the classroom. Good morning, Brother Yi. Morning. Qian Xiaoya replied, turning to Ding Chao. How do you feel? When I have aptitude, I am invincible. With one attack, I can take down a chicken. Is your energy sufficient? Not at all. Ding Chao shook his head. Considering energy recovery, I can only use my aptitude 4 times. Energy potions are 12 copper coins per bottle. How many do you want? Too expensive. Yesterday, copper coins skyrocketed to 50 dragon coins for one. I cannot afford that. Is it really that costly? Did you not know? I was too focused on leveling up to pay attention, but I do know someone is selling wild boar summoning skill books. It's all trouble stemming from this skill book. Ding Chao shrugged, then grinned proudly. But thanks to it, I earned several hundred overnight. You sold copper coins? Qian Xiaoya inquired instinctively. I sold everything I could, Ding Chao replied nonchalantly. At this point, earning anything is worthwhile. As for leveling, I'll wait until copper coins drop to level up overnight. That works too, Qian Xiaoya muttered as he sent Ding Chao a trade request. Qian Xiaoya has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? Ding Chao stared at the interface that appeared before him, puzzled, and looked at Qian Xiaoya. Accept. I have some things for you. Ding Chao fidgeted awkwardly, feeling somewhat shy. Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but chuckle. If you don't want it, just refuse. Yes, yes, yes. Ding Chao quickly accepted the trade request. After tossing a chicken bone longbow into the trade window, Qian Xiaoya pondered for a moment, entered 1 silver in the amount field, and then clicked confirm. Go ahead and confirm. Ding Chao gazed at the items on the trade interface, instantly struck with shock. Then, he turned to Qian Xiaoya, his lips trembling slightly. Brother Yi, is this truly something I can take? After all these years, I cannot let you call me that for nothing. All right, just accept it. Ding Chao looked at Qian Xiaoya with gratitude, taking a deep breath. Thank you, Brother Yi. Qian Xiaoya patted Ding Chao on the shoulder, encouraging him, do your best. Having known Ding Chao for so many years, he certainly did not want him to fall behind due to an inability to afford energy potions. Yes, Ding Chao nodded vigorously. Shortly thereafter, as Qian Xiaoya observed the somber-faced homeroom teacher entering the classroom, he knew something had gone wrong yesterday. As expected, 2 individuals who had been absent the previous afternoon did not return, and among the students who returned that night, 2 were also missing. Casting a pall of silence over the classroom. Teacher, is it possible to skip the new era? I believe I should have mentioned this to you. Li Yun gazed at the inquisitive students and continued. It is permissible not to advance into the new era, but you must wait until you have reached level 10 and departed from the novice village. Each novice area has a lifespan of 2 years. If you do not leave within this time frame, you will be consigned to oblivion alongside the novice zone. Is that understood? Understood, teacher. That is good to hear. Li Yun sighed softly within, then turned to address the other students. You should have calmed down by now. I will now outline the arrangements for the coming days. We will hold classes in a format called 21. This entails 2 hours of practice in the new era to expend your energy, followed by an hour of lectures during which you will recuperate your strength. Do you understand? Understood. Upon hearing the students' enthusiastic responses, Li Yun smiled with satisfaction. Then let us proceed into the new era. After a moment of contemplation, he added, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Brotherly, is it possible to refrain from coming out? Qian Xiaoya, feeling the weight of Li Yun's gaze, continued. The round trip takes a considerable amount of time, severely hindering my progress. Li Yun fixed his steady gaze on Qian Xiaoya's calm eyes, remained silent for a moment, and then replied, it is permissible. This is not a mandatory requirement. However, you must check in every 2 hours to assure me of your well-being. No problem. After saying this, Qian Xiaoya promptly sent Li Yun a friend request. Since the names of one's true self and the new era can be interchanged, this would not impede his communication. Once Li Yun accepted Qian Xiaoya's request, he turned to the others. If you do not wish to come out, please send me a friend request. While Li Yun was busy adding friends, Qian Xiaoya exchanged a brief word with Ding Chao and then entered the new era. As Qian Xiaoya opened his eyes and observed the bustling crowd around him, he quietly departed from the safety zone, heading towards the wild boar grove. Upon exiting the novice village, he arrived at a desolate area and donned all the equipment from his backpack. Subsequently, he summoned his companions, the bunny lord, right where he stood. A minute later, fully equipped and with energy potions in his mouth, he charged towards the wild boar grove, accompanied by 2 pigs, 2 chickens, 1 chicken king, and 1 rabbit. Half an hour later, as Qian Xiaoya surveyed the 2 defeated wild boars, he murmured, should we not target the level 3 wild dogs? The bunny lord, transformed into the chicken king, turned to him and replied, I believe that is a viable plan. Glancing at his experience, Qian Xiaoya noted he needed only 60 more points to level up and decisively remarked, never mind, let us play it safe and reach level 3 first. Once we achieve that, we shall assess the strength of the wild dogs. If they are not formidable, we will hunt for a summoned book and then go after the wild bulls. Agreed. An hour and a half later, Having successfully reached level 3, Qian Xiaoya, accompanied by 1 rabbit, 2 chicken kings, and 4 wild boars, arrived at the border between the wild boar grove and the wild dog grove. He observed 3 wild dogs huddled together in the distance and silently cast a scouting spell. Wild dog. Level 3. Rank, Novice. Attributes, Average. Quality, Gray. Skills, Charge Bite. Description, slightly stronger than wild boars, but weaker than wild bulls. They prefer to act in packs. Let us test the waters, declared Qian Xiaoya, full of confidence as he commanded the 2 chicken kings and 4 wild boars to charge at the 3 wild dogs. The 2 wild chickens were positioned nearby to guard him while he unleashed a fireball at one of the wild dogs with the chicken king's staff. Meanwhile, the bunny lord, transformed into the chicken king, executed a charge on another wild dog. During his first summoning of the chicken king, Qian Xiaoya had ensured that it utilized all 3 of its skills, so naturally, the bunny lord would employ those same abilities now. 90 seconds later, Qian Xiaoya had dispatched the 3 wild dogs, casting a satisfied smile as he surveyed the surroundings, where only 1 lightly wounded wild boar remained. Not bad, he remarked. The bunny lord assessed, with our current setup, we could take down 10 wild dogs. Let us wait until later to engage them. First, we'll hunt the wild boar king, and after that, we can return home to replenish before tackling the wild dogs. Qian Xiaoya took out a bottle of energy potion and skillfully drank it. It was the second to last potion he had on him. Isn't there a potion for sale at the trading post? The bunny lord queried, somewhat perplexed. The potions from the general store cannot be resold at the trading post. But there exists an initial profession called alchemist, whose potions can indeed be listed for trade. It's nearly mealtime. I'm going to log off to eat. Chapter 15, Iron Blood. Iron Brother, trouble is brewing. The wild boar king is approaching with 10 wild boars. Strongzy, wielding a longbow, shouted to the group attacking the wild boar king. Iron Blood, whose full name was Tai Shui, came from a wealthy family and had quickly gathered 20 followers in the Novice village. At this moment, he led them in their assault against the beleaguered wild boar king, which was already battered and on the brink of collapse. Finish it off. Don't hold back your energy. Once we defeat it, we'll retreat. Iron Blood gripped his heavy axe, swinging it at the wild boar king without concern for claiming the final blow. Upon hearing this, his followers rallied, collectively unleashing their skills upon the wild boar king. In an instant, the severely injured creature was overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks. Disassemble it, retreat. Iron Blood bellowed, turning to flee with his underlings. As the bunny lord searched for the wild boar king, his ears perked up at the sound of many footsteps approaching. Qian Xiaoya halted, curiously observing the throng rushing towards them. Iron Blood, spotting Qian Xiaoya, shouted urgently, "Run! There's a horde of wild boars behind us." A thrill coursed through Qian Xiaoya's heart as he asked, "Can you handle the wild boars?" Iron Blood's brows furrowed slightly, preparing to inquire further when one of his followers stammered, "Iron Brother, look behind him." Upon hearing this, Iron Blood turned to see 3 chicken kings, 5 wild boars, and 2 wild chickens trailing behind Qian Xiaoya, leaving him and his followers momentarily stunned. Qian Xiaoya, noting their sudden reaction, smiled subtly. "So, can you handle the wild boars?" "Absolutely. Leave the 10 wild boars to us." Iron Blood snapped back to attention, instructing his followers, as before, "Pair up and hold them off until I signal." "Understood. And I shall handle the wild boar king." With that, Qian Xiaoya led his summoned army from another direction to the forefront. "Brother, you're somewhat terrifying." Iron Blood, holding a healing potion, was still in shock. "Just a stroke of luck," Qian Xiaoya replied with a smile, casting a scouting spell at the approaching wild boar king. Wild boar king. Level 4. Rank, Novice. Attributes, Average. Quality, Gray. Skills, Wild Boar Charge, Wild Boar Guardian, Boar Roar. Description, the wild boar king reigns over a radius of several miles and can vanquish 4 chicken kings in battle. You need not transform. Just stay by my side and direct the summoned forces. Qian Xiaoya's voice resonated in the bunny lord's mind, to which the bunny lord calmly replied, "Understood. Brother, with your luck, do you have any useless equipment? Let us discuss that after we deal with the wild boars." "Agreed." Iron Blood responded eagerly. They then fell silent, each of them fixated on the oncoming horde of wild boars. As the wild boars entered their attack range, Iron Blood raised his heavy axe high and shouted, "Let us slaughter these piglets." Qian Xiaoya, seeing his companions charge at the wild boars, decisively unleashed a fireball at the wild boar king. The fireball, under the auspices of the chicken king's staff, quickly coalesced and shot towards the wild boar king. With a thunderous explosion, the charging wild boar king was engulfed in chaos, as 5 wild boars, under the deft control of Lord Rabbit, collided one after another into the howling beast. After casting his fireball spell, Qian Xiaoya began directing 3 wild chicken kings to unleash a charge against the wild boar king. Meanwhile, he positioned 2 wild chickens beside him for protection. The iron-blooded warrior, engaged in battle with the wild boars, curiously turned to gaze at the scene. Observing the immobilized wild boar king, battered by the 5 wild boars and 3 wild chicken kings, he couldn't help but swallow hard. What manner of demon summoner is this? Is this the power obtainable by the next day? Alas, his offensive skills were still too few. Qian Xiaoye sighed in confusion. With only the fireball spell at his disposal, he found it quite challenging. 3 minutes later, after valiantly slaying 2 of his wild boars, the wild boar king finally closed his eyes in defeat, his breath extinguished. Successfully achieving a level-up kill of the wild boar king, he was awarded 50 experience points. Ignoring the system's next prompt, Qian Xiaoye commanded, "Disassemble the wild boar king." The fallen beast transformed into a luminous orb, which soared into Qian Xiaoye's body. The disassembly was successful, yielding a piece of heavy boar leather armor, a boar king's blade, a tome of wild boar king summoning skills, and 40 copper coins. The sheer volume of meat and fur dropped was overwhelming, prompting Qian Xiaoye to request the system to filter out such items. Upon realizing that no usable equipment had emerged, he muttered, "My luck seems rather unfortunate." Lord Rabbit turned to inquire, "What did you get?" "A piece of heavy armor and a knife." "Is that all?" "There's also a summoning book." "That does seem a bit lacking," Lord Rabbit agreed, glancing at the nearby battles nearing conclusion. "Shall we assist?" "No, let's just wait here." 2 minutes later, the iron-blooded warrior approached Qian Xiaoye with a smile, asking, "Brother, what did you get?" "A piece of heavy armor and a knife." "Interested?" Qian Xiaoye sent a trade request to the iron-blooded warrior, offering the 2 items. "What do you say?" "Wait." The iron-blooded warrior canceled the trade, turning to his gathered followers. "What did we get from the wild boar king?" Exchanging glances, a slender mage raised his hand, stating, "Iron brother. I disassembled the wild boar king and got a boar king robe." "Good. Very honest. I reward you with 10,000. The iron-blooded warrior grinned with satisfaction, continuing, "The robe is worth 50,000. Do you want to sell it?" The slender man hesitated. Observing this exchange, Qian Xiaoye interjected, "Copper is currently priced at 35. This robe can at least fetch 4 gold, which equals 140,000 dragon coins." The iron-blooded warrior's expression turned astonished, his mouth twitching slightly as he recalled the skyrocketing price of copper. No, wait. I almost forgot. Since we fought together, the earnings should be split." The slender man paused at the sudden declaration but quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is correct." Qian Xiaoye, witnessing their complex situation, rubbed his forehead and stated, "No matter how you divide it, I'll offer 5 gold. Will you sell? Can it be exchanged?" The iron-blooded warrior inquired. Qian Xiaoye replied, "Yes, but only for the heavy armor." He had considered offering more, knowing the heavy armor was valuable, but recognizing that the robe was in their possession and they could very well refuse to sell it, he refrained from doing so. "All right." The iron-blooded warrior decisively turned to the slender man, saying, "Give me the robe. I'll give you 80,000 when we split the earnings later." "Thank you, Iron Brother." The slender man promptly sent a trade request to the iron-blooded warrior. After acquiring the robe, the iron-blooded warrior asked Qian Xiaoye, "Do you want to sell the knife? Aren't you using a heavy axe? Why would you need a knife?" "At this stage, it's about using whatever is most powerful." "That makes sense," Qian Xiaoye nodded. "But I want to sell it." "Why not?" "I intend to exchange for some summoner-related items. If that doesn't work out, I'll seek you out again." "All right. Do you have any other equipment?" "I do." Chapter 16, The Pre-Speed Acceleration Shopping Spree. After completing a pleasant transaction with the iron-blooded warrior, Qian Xiaoye bid farewell to him and began sweeping through the wild boar forest and the wild chicken forest with his numerous summoned creatures. An hour later, he entered the Novice village, sold all his items to the general store, and purchased some potions before logging out of the new era. In the classroom, as Qian Xiaoye opened his eyes, he was greeted by the curious gaze of Ding Chao. "What is the matter, Brother Yi? A super impressive summoner has emerged in your district." "What? Take a look for yourself," Ding Chao said, placing his phone in front of Qian Xiaoye. 1314 Newbie District unveils a god-level summoner. Glancing at the headline, Qian Xiaoye grasped the gist and continued reading. "Hello everyone, I am Ichio. Just 10 minutes ago, I received a submission from a fan, detailing that while hunting chickens with his team, he saw someone surrounded by wild chicken kings, wild chickens, and wild boars." After finishing the content, Qian Xiaoye calmly left a comment. "From the 1314 district, little newbie, I saw it from a distance. I thought it was a gathering of new beasts, but it turned out to be summoned by a big shot. 1314 district Ironblood. The big shot has finally been discovered. Iron Hand Guild is recruiting. Crazy tears. We actually have a big shot in our district. Dumb dog, stop barking. Envious." Ding Chao observed Qian Xiaoye, who was smiling from time to time, and whispered, "Brother Yi, could this summoner be you?" "No." Qian Xiaoye quickly shook his head and handed the phone back to Ding Chao. As long as I don't admit it and they have no evidence, I will never be that person. Qian Xiaoya thought to himself, standing up from his seat. I'm going to eat. Ding Chao remained silent for 2 seconds, watching Qian Xiaoya's retreating figure, and promptly called out, I'll go too. Half an hour later, after finishing his meal and logging back into the new era, Qian Xiaoya summoned Lord Rabbit. He then led Lord Rabbit to a secluded area and sat down. You sell the items. I want to see what good stuff you have. Sell everything? Everything except the wild boar items. All right. Apart from the heavy armor, he sold 2 pieces of equipment to the iron-blooded warrior for 2 gold. Typically, on the second day after a server launch, the gold price would sit at 120,000 per piece, but due to his influence, it had skyrocketed to 350,000 per piece. Although the price of gold had increased, the prices of equipment remained unchanged, meaning they still sold for the same amount as before, resulting in a situation where common players profited greatly while shop owners suffered substantial losses. Wait, let us see if the Boar King Blade and the skill book can be exchanged for some intelligence profession skill books. Understood. The sellers in the trading market could set their requirements, a fact Lord Rabbit had already explored. In the morning, aside from a few pieces of equipment, they had also obtained 3 wild boar skill books, 1 charge skill book, and 2 wild chicken summoning skill books. The charge skill book was immediately learned by Lord Rabbit, so he aimed to use the 2 wild chicken summoning skill books to trade for other intelligence profession skill books. While Lord Rabbit was busy trading, Qian Xiaoya browsed the trading market himself. As he perused through the 10 pages of skill books, he silently wished, I hope something useful comes up, otherwise, I'll have to go hunt birds. At level 2, the new beasts included wild chickens and wild birds. But the wild birds were located at the west and north gates, not at the east and south gates. As he flipped through the listings, he spotted a wind blade priced at 10 gold. Isn't anyone buying this? Qian Xia murmured softly, unhesitatingly purchasing the wind blade, and immediately turned to the Rabbit Lord, saying, The wind blade has been acquired. Received. A minute later, the Rabbit Lord raised his head and communicated telepathically. Someone possesses a magic shield, but they wish to add more gold. Offer them a wild boar and inquire about its origin. I have already asked. They mentioned it was obtained from defeating a Lord Chest. What a surprise. Now there are novice zones where one can challenge the Wild Chicken Lord. The Wild Chicken Lord is a boss-level new beast at level 5, the strongest among the wild chickens. And only 5 can exist in the entire novice village, 1 for each race's novice village. Upon defeating the Wild Chicken Lord, not only will it drop items, but a white treasure chest will also appear in its territory, which, when opened, contains abundant rewards. Of course, the white treasure chest only appears upon the first defeat of the Wild Chicken Lord. Subsequent defeats yield a gray treasure chest. The Lord-class new beasts in the novice zone refresh every 24 hours. Qian Xiaoya took a deep breath, feeling that his progress was already swift. Yet he was astonished that someone had managed to defeat the Wild Chicken Lord the very next day. It's all set. Hearing the Rabbit Lord's voice, he snapped out of his astonishment. Many must have perished. He shook his head and immediately began searching for the equipment he lacked in the trading hall. With the wind blade and the magic shield, he felt sufficiently equipped. Any more would be redundant, as he was primarily a summoner. Currently, his equipment consisted of the Chicken King staff, Boar King robe, feathered mask, boar hair pants, boar hair hat, and boarskin shoes. Boar King robe, beginner gray defense 5, energy 5. Boar hair pants, beginner gray physical defense 5, magical defense 3. Boar hair hat, beginner gray energy 5, energy recovery speed 5. Boarskin shoes, beginner gray movement speed 5, energy 3. In addition to these, he felt he could also purchase a belt, gloves, a cloak, earrings, a necklace, bracers, and rings. Of course, wearing 2 pieces of clothing was permissible. The new era imposes no limits on equipment quantity, as this is a real world, allowing one to don even 100 pieces without restriction. After browsing through the offerings, he ultimately spent 2 gold coins on a feathered belt and a bird feather cloak. Feathered belt, beginner gray energy 5. Bird feather cloak, beginner gray defense 3, movement speed 3. Someone has a wind blade. Wish to exchange? Sure. I'll trade it for your usage. Good. The wind blade is a skill of the wild birds, and it seems there's already a large group farming wild birds. The exchange was made, and he received an additional 5 gold coins. The Rabbit Lord gazed at Qian Xiaoya with pride, as if silently urging him to commend him. Well done. Qian Xiaoya readily gave him a thumbs up. The Rabbit Lord remarked, there's interest in the Boar King's sword, but the offer is unsatisfactory. Let us auction it at the trading hall for an hour. As he spoke, Qian Xiaoya stood up and continued, let us go hunt wild dogs and wild bulls. We need to level up to 4 quickly, and then we can attempt the Wild Chicken Lord. He had previously been too cautious. It was time to accelerate. Chapter 17, Wild Chicken Lord in Chicken Valley. Zone 1300. A double SS level talent prodigy leads 200 players to claim the first kill on the Wild Chicken Lord. Casualties, 10. This news exploded across major forums, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. While I'm still hunting chickens, they've already begun challenging the Wild Chicken Lord. How enviable. I hope those who fell receive their due rewards. Our District 1311's leader plans to lead a team to attempt the Wild Chicken Lord tomorrow. Wish us luck. And what of District 1314? I've heard you have a god-level summoner? Amidst their heated discussions, Qian Xiaoya led his summoning army to slay another wild dog. Successfully defeating the wild dog, he gained 3 experience points. He then disassembled it, obtaining a wild dog summoning skill book and 3 copper coins. Finally, it's here, Qian Xiaoya exclaimed, opening his backpack and immediately utilizing the wild dog summoning skill book. They had spent an entire hour defeating 22 wild dogs for this skill book. Beyond the book, they also acquired a pair of dogskin pants. Dogskin pants, beginner gray, physical defense 8, magical defense 2. Transformed into the Boar King. The Rabbit Lord approached and inquired, "Shall we continue hunting?" "No, let us move on to the wild bulls." Qian Xiaoya shook his head, waving the Chicken King's staff. Summoning a magical array nearby. Woof. The wild dog emerged, barking loudly and swiftly running to his side, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings as it loyally guarded Qian Xiaoya. Excellent. My hour of effort was not in vain. Qian Xiaoya smiled contentedly, preparing to summon another soon, perfectly balancing his forces. His primary lineup consisted of the Rabbit Lord, the Boar King, and the Chicken King, with the wild boars and chickens now serving as reconnaissance units, scouting the area and drawing aggro. Had the wild dogs not been so spread apart, their killing speed would have been even faster, potentially allowing them to fell 5 or 6 more wild dogs. There's a wild dog king over there. Shall we take it down? The Rabbit Lord gazed excitedly at a group of wild dogs 100 meters away. Qian Xiaoya looked at his summoning army. 4 boar kings, 4 chicken kings, 4 wild boars, 2 wild dogs, and a wild chicken, and then glanced at the wild dog horde, which included the wild dog king, totaling 10. Let us wait 2 minutes. I'll summon another boar king and chicken king, Qian Xiaoya said, taking a bottle of energy potion from his backpack and drinking it. Give me a bottle. My energy is below half. Take your own. You can. All right. I can take it myself. 2 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya summoned a new chicken king and boar king, while the Rabbit Lord summoned another wild boar. Subsequently, they charged towards the wild dog horde with their summoning army. 10 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya, at the cost of 1 boar king, 2 chicken kings, 1 wild boar, and 2 wild chickens, successfully annihilated the dog king and its 9 subordinates. Having achieved a level-up kill against the wild dog king, he gained 70 experience points. Upon disassembling, he received a wild dog summoning skill book, 3 copper coins, and, remarkably, a dog king spell book, a dog king fong necklace, and 50 copper coins. Oh, my luck was slightly lacking. Qian Xiaoya murmured regretfully as he opened his backpack. Upon hearing this, the Rabbit Lord curiously leaned over to inspect the items, nodding in agreement. Not obtaining the Wild Dog King summoning skill book means your luck was indeed a tad unfortunate. Dog King spell book. Type, weapon. Rank, beginner. Attributes, common. Quality, gray. Effects, intelligence 5, spell damage 5. Dog King Fong necklace. Type, accessory. Rank, beginner. Attributes, common. Quality, gray. Effects, constitution 5, energy 5. Not too shabby. Qian Xiaoya donned these 2 items, took out the Wild Dog summoning skill book, and handed it to the Rabbit Lord. Learn this. Let us take a break and then hunt wild bulls. All right. The Rabbit Lord, now in his true form, accepted the skill book and immediately used it. 5 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya, equipped and ready with his summoning army, departed for their destination, the Wild Bull Forest. Wild Bull. Level, 4. Rank, beginner. Attributes, common. Quality, gray. Skill, savage charge. Introduction, a creature slightly stronger than a wild dog. It is a relatively docile new beast. As long as you do not provoke it, it will not take notice of you. Savage charge. Active effect, launch a fierce strike at the target, with a 10 chance to stun the target. The user cannot be forcibly interrupted. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, upon releasing this skill, one charges forward without hesitation, with no retreat in sight. A friendly new beast. I find it delightful. Qian Xiaoya's lips curled into a slight smile as he waved his hand. Onward. A minute later, the wild buffalo was ambushed and killed by 2 wild boar kings. Successfully defeating the buffalo at a higher level granted him 5 experience points. Decomposition was successful, yielding 4 copper coins. The Rabbit Lord, in the form of a wild boar king, sauntered over. And I couldn't shake the feeling that buffalo were easier to slay than dogs. When it comes to dogs, we often face 3 or 4 at once, whereas the buffalo is solitary. Qian Xiaoya mused, glancing at his experience, which stood at 226, 500. He required another 274 experience points to level up. This meant we still needed to slay over 50 buffalo. Indeed, Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, observing the buffalo in the distance. Let us go hunt buffalo. 2.5 hours later, with a tremor coursing through his body, Qian Xiaoya successfully reached level 4. So exhausting, he exclaimed, lazily yawning while seated atop the buffalo. I don't ever want to see another buffalo again. The rabbit lord, resting on the buffalo's back, echoed his sentiments. He had returned half an hour earlier and remained there since. Shall we attempt to confront the wild chicken lord? Qian Xiaoya surveyed the summoning army around him, feeling a surge of invincibility. At this moment, he commanded 15 boar kings, 12 chicken kings, 10 buffalo, 20 wild dogs, and 8 wild boars, a total of 65 summoned beasts. Nearing 100. As for the wild chickens, he no longer summoned them. Level 1 wild chickens held no value for him. The rabbit lord sprang to his feet, exclaiming with excitement, "Let us slay the lord." He then inquired, "Do you know where the lord is? Isn't that your job?" Qian Xiaoya smiled at him. "Indeed, I am here," the rabbit lord declared, raising his rabbit paw triumphantly. Following this, Qian Xiaoya directed his summoned army toward the wild dog forest, stating, "We'll sweep through to the chicken forest first. It won't stray from there." 2 hours later, Qian Xiaoya led his summoned army to a high vantage point in a valley, and his forces had grown from 65 to 90, with an additional 10 wild dogs, 5 boar kings, and chicken kings, along with buffalo. Although buffalo were marginally stronger than wild dogs, they lacked the agility of their canine counterparts. Of the additional 25 summoned beasts, apart from the boar kings and chicken kings summoned by Qian Xiaoya, the rest were summoned by the rabbit lord. As Qian Xiaoya gazed down at the 2-meter-tall, elegant wild chickens, he cast a probing spell. Chicken Valley, Wild Chicken Lord. Level 5. Rank, Novice. Quality, White. Attributes, Average. Skills, Wild Chicken Charge, Chicken King Guard, Chicken Valley Double Peck, Chicken King Stomp. Description: the supreme ruler among wild chickens, the clandestine master of the southeastern wild chicken forest, possessing a glimmer of intelligence, has named itself Chicken Valley. Chicken King Guard. Passive effect: surrounding chicken kings and wild chickens receive a 15 boost to all attributes. Chicken Valley Double Strike. Active effect: a unique technique developed over a month of research, enabling the user to launch 2 rapid attacks on the target. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Chicken King Stomp. Active effect: a powerful stomp utilizing all of its strength, inflicting area damage on the target. Cooldown: 1 minute. Chapter 18: The Chicken Slayer. 1 wild chicken lord, 4 chicken kings, and 50 wild chickens. The rabbit lord muttered, glancing at the summoned army around him, and whispered to Qian Xiaoya, "What do you say? Should we charge in directly? I feel our combat prowess is sufficient to engage them head-on. Let us charge." Qian Xiaoya decisively outlined their offensive strategy. If he hadn't been eager to return to Blue Star, he might have considered a more gradual approach, whittling down a few chicken kings and wild chickens before launching a full-scale assault. However, his intentions to return altered everything. The summoner's battle strategy was straightforward: summon new beasts, wait for cooldowns to expire, summon again, and then, once a formidable number had assembled, strike in mass, embodying the principle of overwhelming numbers. While reckless, it would be unwise to allow others to snatch the spoils. After deploying 5 wild dogs to patrol the canyon's perimeter, Qian Xiaoya raised the Chicken King staff and shouted, "Let us go. Annihilate these chicks. Hoo hoo hoo. Moo moo moo. Oink oink oink. Woof woof woof." At Qian Xiaoya's command, the summoned army erupted into a cacophony that echoed throughout the valley, surging towards the wild chicken horde. The sheer magnitude of their presence left a man, who had been hiding in the trees to scout the wild chicken lord, utterly stunned. What is happening? Where did they come from? The man, observing the summoned army clashing with the wild chicken forces, was filled with shock and confusion. Calmly seated atop the buffalo, Qian Xiaoya wielded his Chicken King staff and unleashed a fireball spell toward the wild chicken lord. After casting the fireball, he quietly conjured a magical shield for himself and began drinking an energy potion. He then directed a wind blade at a nearby chicken king, decisively opting to shift his focus from the wild chicken lord, whose resistance to fireball damage was minimal, to the chicken kings instead. Transformed into a wild dog, the rabbit lord did not attack the wild chicken lord, but instead led 3 wild dogs to swiftly eliminate the surrounding wild chickens. During their skirmish, a patrolling wild dog finally spotted the man in the tree. The man, meeting the fierce gaze of the wild dog below, swallowed hard. Upon recognizing Qian Xiaoya atop the buffalo, memories of earlier online information flooded his mind. He had previously dismissed it as false. After all, he could summon the Chicken King and Boar Kings the next day, and it all seemed too incredible. But now, he was silent, gripped by fear. As he realized his life was in peril, could he truly witness such a scene? "Dog brother, could you let me go? I truly did not mean to intrude." The man pleaded with the wild dog below. Ignoring his words, the wild dog responded with an aggressive bark, woof. Qian Xiaoya, aware of the unfolding situation, chose to disregard it, continuing to sip his energy potion while commanding the nearby summoned army. 15 minutes later, the last wild chicken king fell beneath the relentless onslaught of the army, leaving only the wild chicken lord standing. At this moment, the wild chicken lord, battered and bruised from the assaults of the boar kings and buffalo, had lost the striking form it possessed just 15 minutes prior. In that time, it had achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 7 boar kings, 2 chicken kings, and 4 buffalo. Qian Xiaoya mused that had he not controlled these summoned beasts, the wild chicken lord might have annihilated them all. Ooh. The chicken valley, struck by the savage charge, staggered and let out a defiant roar toward Qian Xiaoya, who watched the scene unfold and praised, "What a brave chicken." Immediately, under the guidance of Qian Xiaoya, the 2 wild boar kings and the wild buffalo charged towards the chicken valley, unleashing their formidable skills, the wild boar charge and the barbaric charge. "Oh no!" exclaimed Chicken Valley, as it witnessed the onslaught of pigs and buffaloes rushing from all directions. With a fierce cry, it abruptly raised its claw and stomped down upon the ground, executing its final move, the Chicken King's dominance. With a resounding thud, the earth buckled beneath the force, causing the incoming pigs and buffaloes to stagger precariously, colliding with one another in disarray. Observing this spectacle, Chicken Valley beamed with a radiant smile, slowly closing its eyes, content to have preserved its corporeal form. With a sudden crack, the last breath of Chicken Valley was whisked away by a slicing gust of wind. "This chicken is quite impressive. It almost succeeded in its own demise," lamented Qian Xiaoya, reflecting on the sounds echoing in his mind. "What a pity that I won't see it again." The moment he saw Chicken Valley raise its foot, he had anticipated its intentions, prompting him to decisively hurl a gust of wind towards it. Not only Qian Xiaoya, but also Lord Rabbit, nearby, recognized the situation and unleashed his own wind blade, aimed directly at the head of the fallen Chicken Valley. Having successfully achieved an overlevel kill of the wild chicken leader, he earned 200 experience points. The decomposition yielded a piece of Chicken Valley's inner armor, a pair of Chicken Valley heavy boots, a summoning skill book, and 1 silver coin. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the items he had decomposed, his mouth agape, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. His luck was exceptional. Although he did not find the wild chicken leader's summoning skill book, the Chicken Valley summoning skill book momentarily left him in a daze. Simultaneously, a voice resonated throughout the entire Novice Area 1314. "Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the wild chicken leader. The entire human race has gained the status of wild chicken slayer." The announcement echoed 3 times. Qian Xiaoya, unfazed by the repetitive proclamation, focused instead on the effects of the wild chicken slayer status. Wild chicken slayer increases damage dealt to the wild chicken race by 10, and grants an additional permanent point of experience for each wild chicken killed. This status will dissipate upon leaving the Novice Area. "Have you gained fame?" Lord Rabbit transformed back into his true form and leapt onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. "I suppose so," Qian Xiaoya replied nonchalantly, smiling as he approached the large white treasure chest ensconced by summoned troops in a tight formation. "Aren't you afraid?" "Are you afraid?" "Not at all." "If you aren't afraid, what do I have to fear?" Qian Xiaoya chuckled, gesturing towards the white chest. "Will you open it, or shall I?" Upon hearing this, Lord Rabbit leapt down in a fit of excitement, but just as he was about to proceed, he halted, sighed, and turned to say, "You should open it. You possess the miracle hand. Just let me have the subsequent gray chests." Observing the struggle on Lord Rabbit's face, Qian Xiaoya shook his head with a smile. "Do you think I lack these items?" Lord Rabbit paused, then softly replied, "It seems I truly don't lack them. So, feel free to open it." "Then I shall not hold back." Lord Rabbit beamed, turning to the white chest, licking his lips, and rubbing his paws together as he pressed the button. With a pop, the chest slowly opened, releasing a brilliant green light. "It's green. It's green." Lord Rabbit exclaimed excitedly, turning to shout, "It's green." Chapter 19. Who is the miracle? Qian Xiaoya stared at the fleeting green glow, momentarily taken aback. "Has my influence brought you good fortune?" "My luck has always been quite favorable," Lord Rabbit proudly declared as he peered into the chest. Qian Xiaoya approached, curious. "What did you find?" Lord Rabbit examined the neatly stacked garments within the chest, alongside a hat and a book, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, it appears to be a skill book. A robe and a hat. It seems you're correct." Qian Xiaoya observed this scene and silently stored the 3 items into his backpack. "Let us move. We can explore elsewhere." Qian Xiaoya lifted Lord Rabbit and mounted a wild buffalo, leading the remaining summoned troops away from the area. As they passed a large tree, Qian Xiaoya glanced up at a man and offered him a faint smile before departing with the wild dog beside him. The man shivered, watching Qian Xiaoya's retreating figure. instinctively swallowing hard. He quickly descended from the tree and ran unhesitatingly towards the Novice village. The recent events had been utterly bizarre. He longed for the tranquility of home. Riding the wild buffalo to a small stream in the wild boar forest, Qian Xiaoye dispatched the summoned troops to scour the vicinity for wild boars before opening his backpack to review his recent acquisitions. He noted the assortment of miscellaneous items crammed into his backpack and muttered, "Thank goodness for you, Lord Rabbit. Otherwise, all this junk would have to be discarded. Don't shove any more rubbish into my space." Lord Rabbit bristled at this remark, yet he hesitated to discard it, aware that he stood to gain a 50 profit from this so-called junk. As the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Ignoring Lord Rabbit's complaints, Qian Xiaoye focused on the Chicken Valley Summoning Skill Book, which piqued his curiosity. Chicken Valley Summoning Skill Book, Skill Type, Summoning New Beast Quality, White Learning Requirement, Summoner Learning Attempts, 1 Skill Effect, Summons a Wild Chicken Leader named Chicken Valley. Cooldown, None. Description, a skill created from the soul of the wild chicken leader Chicken Valley. Upon learning, Chicken Valley will enter into a cohabitation contract with the summoner. This skill can coexist with the wild chicken leader's summoning. P.S. The drop rate for this skill type is 0.01. Is this the power of the miracle hand? Qian Xiaoye mused, delighting in the prospect as he consumed the skill. Chicken Valley Summoning, Unique. Active effect, summons a wild chicken leader named Chicken Valley. Cooldown, None. Description, a few minutes ago, a wild chicken named Chicken Valley perished. Moments later, it miraculously revived, giving rise to this skill. Haha, this description is quite amusing. Qian Xiaoye chuckled, glancing at Chicken Valley's profile. Aside from its level increasing to 4, everything else remained unchanged. At that moment, Chicken Valley stood in the summoning space, bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. Is this hell? Why isn't there a single chicken around? Qian Xiaoye chose not to summon it yet, instead turning his attention to another skill book. Chicken King's Dominant Skill Book, Skill Type, Area of Effect Skill Attribute, General Learning Requirement, Strength-Based Class Learning Attempts, 1 Skill Effect, a powerful stomp utilizing all of one's strength to inflict area damage on a target. Cooldown, 1 minute. Description, the signature move of the wild chicken leader. You may give it a try. An area attack skill. Qian Xiaoye was slightly taken aback and inquired of Lord Rabbit, "Are you a strength-based class?" The classes are divided into 4 major categories: strength, defense, speed, and spirit, with summoners belonging to the spirit class. Lord Rabbit shook his head. "I am not, but I can learn." Although the skill book indicated a requirement for strength-based classes, it was not impossible for others to learn. However, the effectiveness would pale in comparison to that of a strength-based release. If it were merely this aspect, Qian Xiaoye would undoubtedly have allowed Tui to learn it. Alas, this is not the sole consideration. For those in other classes wishing to acquire such skills, there exists a probability of success, which is by no means guaranteed. The likelihood of success is determined by one's profession. For instance, a strength-oriented defensive class may boast a success rate of approximately 90, whereas a summoner attempting to learn might find it dwindling to a mere 10, or even 5. Of course, the summoner in question does not include Qian Xiaoye, for he is a man of miraculous hands, yet he has no desire to acquire such a futile skill. Aside from the prerequisite of being of the strength class, the skills required for summoners can also be learned by other professions, albeit with a significantly lower success rate compared to those necessitated by the 4 primary classes. He pondered what he might exchange later. After contemplating the future of the Chicken King's dominance, he turned his gaze toward the equipment. Valley Chicken Inner Armor. Type, Armor. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Common. Quality, White. Effect, Defense 5, Energy 5, Health Recovery Speed 3. Description, an inner armor crafted from scraps of Valley Chicken fur, warm and exceedingly comfortable. Valley Chicken Mage Hat. Type, Armor. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Common. Quality, White. Effect, Energy 6, Energy Recovery Speed 5, Intelligence 3, Defense 1. Description, a mage hat made from scraps of Valley Chicken fur. Warm and exceedingly comfortable. Astonishingly, the little chick was manufactured with a mere click. Qian Xiaoye shuddered slightly and turned his attention to the green-framed robe within his backpack. Valley Chicken Mage Robe. Type, Armor. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Common. Quality, Green. Effect, Energy 10, Magic Defense 5, Energy 4, Magic Damage 4, Defense 2. Description, a robe made from the finest fur of the Valley Chicken, warm and exceedingly comfortable. After reviewing the items, Qian Xiaoye inhaled deeply and addressed Tui. "Tui, I feel invincible." Tui nodded vigorously in agreement, expressing that he too felt Qian Xiaoye's invincibility. Subsequently, Qian Xiaoye examined the effects of the shoes and resolutely declared, "These shoes shall be entrusted to you." Tui assured him, "Rest assured. I promise to secure a good price for them." With that, he departed for Blue Star, riding atop a bison, leisurely making his way toward the Novice village. Upon returning to Blue Star after leaving the new era, Su Qing immediately opened the forum, where he was met with the trending topic that left him in silence. 1314 District. Who is the miracle? Gritting his teeth at the title, he mustered his courage and typed out everything he had witnessed not long ago. I inadvertently wandered into the territory of the wild chicken lord, and just as I was preparing to leave, I beheld a scene I shall never forget. I do not know if anyone else can replicate his feat, but I can assert that in all the materials I have reviewed, no one has managed to amass such a vast army of summons by the very next day. While I was apprehensive for my life, I curiously counted around him. 20 wild boar kings, 17 wild chicken kings, 15 wild bisons, 30 wild dogs, and 8 wild boars, totaling 90 summoned beasts. He led such an enormous army of summons to crush the wild chicken lord, securing for our 1314 district the title of Chicken Slayer. He is the miracle, the divine summoner of our 1314 district, and indeed the undisputed top summoner of this generation. A quarter of an hour later, this message was unexpectedly pinned to the top. Half an hour later, it ignited fervent discussion among the masses. Another half hour passed, and Qian Xiaoya found himself in the classroom. Upon opening his eyes, he found his homeroom teacher, Li Yun, directly across from him. Startled by Li Yun's face, Qian Xiaoya patted his chest and inquired, Li Gu, is there something you need? Chapter 20, Novice Village Settings. Li Yun stared at Qian Xiaoya for a full 10 seconds before finally speaking. Are you the miracle? Qian Xiaoya quickly shook his head. I wish I were him. But alas, I am not. Curiously, he then asked, has someone in our district stirred up some major commotion? Hearing Qian Xiaoya's denial and confusion, Li Yun's brows furrowed slightly, pondering, could it truly not be him? As he thought, he suddenly looked up and asked, you don't know what happened to him? Qian Xiaoya tilted his head and replied, should I? Li Yun fell silent for a moment before responding. He has slain the wild chicken lord. So it was he who accomplished that. Qian Xiaoya suddenly understood. No wonder I have acquired the status of chicken slayer. What have you been up to during this time? Li Yun inquired, puzzled. Embarrassed, Qian Xiaoya scratched his head. I was grinding boars until I got tired. Then I found a big tree and took a nap. And upon waking, I returned. Li Yun listened to Qian Xiaoya's explanation, falling silent once more. He then stood up and earnestly advised, be cautious. I will. Qian Xiaoya shouted. Li Yun, observing Qian Xiaoya's demeanor, patted his shoulder before turning to leave. As for whether Qian Xiaoya had the ability to grind boars, Li Yun believed he did. After all, even if Qian Xiaoya's transformative spirit rabbit was weak, it was still a new beast of green quality, which could not be compared to the gray quality of wild boars. Watching Li Yun depart, Qian Xiaoya yawned languidly and summoned Tui. Observing the empty classroom, Tui asked Qian Xiaoya, where shall we go? Home, Qian Xiaoya replied, scooping up Tui, grabbing his backpack, turning off the classroom lights, and heading toward the school gate. Principal, is it Xiaoya? It is not him. The transformative spirit rabbit cannot single-handedly slay the wild chicken king. In Blue Star, any skills related to reconnaissance aimed at those within the new era system can only reveal their real-world name and race, while all else remains concealed. The rationale behind this has been summarized by many as a protective measure by the new era for individuals, which is why the principal's target for investigation is also Tui. What a pity. There are not many who can kill wild boars by the next day. He is worth a vial of bone refining pills. Really? Here, take it. Give it to him tomorrow morning. A middle-aged man produced a vial containing 5 bone refining pills and handed it to Li Yun. Li Yun accepted the vial, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang smiled and shook his head. It's merely a matter of mutual needs. Upon returning home, Qian Xiaoya gazed at the empty house and promptly summoned Tui. The moment Tui emerged, he leaped onto the sofa, ready to engage in some delightful operations. Seeing this, Qian Xiaoya asked with a smile, don't rush. Let us order some food first. What would you like to eat? Upon hearing this, Tui's mind instantly conjured up the meal from the previous night, prompting him to shout, braised pork. Oh right, I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Yesterday's dishes are still in the fridge. Qian Xiaoya, who had just sat down, immediately stood up. Forget that. I'll go heat up yesterday's food. Good. Tui watched as Qian Xiaoya departed, then turned to open the trading post, beginning to list the items from his backpack one by one. Xiaoya, are you selling all the summoning books? If there are 2 in the space, then sell them all. What about the wild bisons? Let us skip the wild bisons. I'll auction one tomorrow morning, using dragon coins. As for the wild dogs, he had ground many, having only dropped 2 books, one for each of them, with Tui's being the one that dropped during their return. What about the Valley Chicken Heavy Boots and the Chicken King's Dominance? Should they be auctioned or exchanged? Exchange skills and equipment. If there exists anything that can enhance the quality of the Chicken Valley, it may also be traded. Very well. The Chicken Valley has already encountered Master Rabbit in the summoning space, where it was thoroughly reprimanded by him, without any resistance whatsoever. The summoning space is owned by Qian Xiaoya, thus he can establish ranks, with Master Rabbit naturally set at the highest tier. If the exchange cannot be completed by noon tomorrow, it will be auctioned off directly, also using dragon coins. No problem. He currently possesses sufficient gold coins. And the price of copper has been inflated to exorbitant heights. Such a high price poses no challenge for the affluent, yet it is quite unfriendly to the middle class, significantly diminishing their leveling speed. Therefore, he does not intend to further inflate the copper price, as he senses that someone may soon come seeking him. 10 minutes later, Master Rabbit lay languidly on the sofa, wearily exclaiming, "Are they demons? I took out one in a second. It's utterly devoid of interest." Qian Xiaoya emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate. "Did you sell everything?" Aside from the 2 exchanged and the wild bull, everything else was sold, totaling 953 gold. During the final sweep of the map, 3 summoning books for wild chickens and 1 for wild boars were obtained. The wild chicken summoning book is of little use to those at the first tier, hence its price has naturally diminished, selling for 18 gold each. The wild boar summoning, however, is currently in high demand, fetching 28 gold. Adding these 4 together results in 82 gold, after deducting taxes and including some revenue from sold equipment. A total of 953 gold was acquired. This money is truly easy to earn. Qian Xiaoya quietly mused before continuing into the kitchen. Half an hour later, after enjoying a meal and taking a shower, Qian Xiaoya entered the new era. Upon arrival, his first action was to summon Master Rabbit. He then led Master Rabbit towards the west gate, planning to grind for the summoning skills of wild birds and wild turtles that evening. Wild birds are level 1 new beasts, capable of aerial reconnaissance, swift in flight, and thus hold some utility. Wild turtles are level 4 new beasts. Although they are not swift, their defense is exceptional, serving as formidable frontline tanks to absorb attacks. He disregarded the level 2 wild sheep and level 3 wild cats. As for level 5 new beasts, there are 2 types, wild tigers and wild eagles, both roaming in a shared area between the east and west. Additionally, the level 5 region is shared with adjacent races, where encounters with individuals from other races may occur. Upon entering the Novice village, Qian Xiaoya observed the layout of their houses, which faced directly south, indicating they are situated at the northernmost part of the map. The Novice area is designed to acclimatize newcomers, hence all Novice area maps are identical, taking the form of a regular pentagon, with each of the 5 races' Novice villages located at the 5 corners. The highest ordinary new beasts on either side of each village are level 5. To find ordinary new beasts above level 5, one must venture toward the center of the map, where the level of new beasts increases and encounters with other races become more probable. At the very center of the Novice area resides a level 10 Great Boss, the strongest entity in the Novice zone, existing as a solitary being. Upon its defeat, it will not respawn, and successfully vanquishing it will yield unexpected benefits, though the specifics remain undisclosed by the official sources. This setting prompted some skepticism among the human race when they first learned of it, leading them to wonder if the creators of the new era had drawn inspiration from their ancient competitive games. Exiting through the west gate, Qian Xiaoya arrived at a sparsely populated area, deactivating the hidden effects of his equipment before wielding the Dog King's spellbook to commence releasing various summoning skills. His own equipment can be concealed, albeit at the cost of a 50 reduction in attributes and effects. Most weapon effects do not stack, therefore, while utilizing the Dog King's spellbook, he cannot benefit from the enhancements of the Chicken King's staff. Soon, Chicken Valley, along with a wild boar king, a wild chicken king, 2 wild bulls, 2 wild dogs, and 2 wild boars, appeared before Qian Xiaoya and Master Rabbit, once again manifesting in the new era. Chicken Valley stood still, bewildered by its surroundings. However, the radiant glow of the 6 summoning circles quickly roused it. It turned to face Qian Xiaoya, recognizing his familiar visage and radiant smile, and suddenly came to its senses. In a fit of anger, it charged toward Qian Xiaoya with a loud squawk. Yet, before it could take many steps, an overwhelming force pinned it to the ground, rendering it unable to lift its head. "Calm down," Qian Xiaoya said, observing Chicken Valley lying prone. "Master Rabbit must have previously informed you that I am your master, the one who has granted you life anew. Hence, your fate lies in my hands. If you wish to live well and prosper, you must obediently heed my words." Chapter 21. The Wild Bird Lord's first kill is stolen. 2 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya released the binding power upon Chicken Valley, smiling as he asked, "Did you hear me clearly?" Chicken Valley stood up, somewhat dazed, unsure how to respond, when Master Rabbit interjected, "If you heard clearly, let out 2 calls." The familiar voice sent a tremor through Chicken Valley, prompting it to eagerly cry out, "Caw caw." "That is all I needed to hear." Qian Xiaoya smiled with satisfaction, then summoned another wild bull, a wild dog, and a wild boar. After summoning a wild boar king, a wild chicken king, and 3 wild bulls, he assessed his energy and remarked, "Not bad. It only consumed half of my energy." Since Chicken Valley had signed a coexistence contract with him and resided in his summoning space. Summoning Chicken Valley did not require any energy consumption. Master Rabbit, who had summoned the same number of wild bulls, wild dogs, and wild boars, stated, "I used 1/3. That is acceptable." Qian Xiaoya mounted the wild bull and pointed ahead, declaring, "Sweep the area." Today's goal is 2 summoning books for wild turtles and 2 for wild birds. After a moment's thought, he added, "If possible, I'd also like a wild turtle king and a wild bird king." Chicken Valley, Master Rabbit. An hour and a half later, the marching army arrived at the wild turtle forest. Seated atop the wild bull, Qian Xiaoya tossed a probe at a distant wild turtle while simultaneously gesturing for the surrounding summoning army to charge forward without hesitation. Wild turtle level, 4 rank, novice attributes, average quality, gray skills, turtle shell, water ball technique description, a slow-moving, slothful new beast. If left unprovoked, it will ignore you. But if provoked, it will deliver a heavy blow. Turtle shell, passive effect, increases self-defense by 10. Water ball technique, active effect, releases a water ball at the target, dealing spell damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Just as Qian Xiaoya finished reviewing the wild turtle's information, it was swiftly overwhelmed and killed by the collective assault of the new beasts. Even the toughest wild turtle could not withstand the onslaught of dozens of new beasts. Successfully defeating the wild turtle granted him 4 experience points. Upon disassembly, he obtained a pair of turtle shell pants and 4 copper coins. Turtle shell pants, novice gray, physical defense 6, magical defense 4. Not bad, a promising start. Qian Xiaoya closed his inventory with satisfaction and shouted to the surrounding summoning army, "Kill the turtle. Let us summon a book first." An hour later, Qian Xiaoya led his army to slay 30 wild turtles, but they had yet to leave the scene. He glared at the wild turtle king in the distance, indignantly declaring, "If the wild turtles refuse to show themselves, then I doubt this wild turtle king will remain hidden as well. Charge! Destroy it." The wild turtle king, distinguished by its white quality, had transformed its shell into that of a turtle king and upgraded its water ball technique into a water cannon technique, additionally summoning a wild turtle guardian. Nevertheless, despite its formidable strength, the wild turtle king succumbed to the onslaught of the summoned army within a mere 3 minutes. Its shell punctured by the relentless pecking of the Chicken Valley's double strike. Having achieved an over-level kill of the wild turtle king, Qian Xiaoya was rewarded with 60 experience points. The successful disassembly yielded a water cannon technique skill book, a wild turtle king summoning skill book, and 50 copper coins. Staring at the notifications, Qian Xiaoya paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, I told you. How could I possibly not receive something remarkable? What did you get?" Bunny Lord inquired, curiosity piqued. Chicken Valley tilted its head, observing Qian Xiaoya's mirth with a hint of confusion, wondering why he appeared somewhat dim-witted. 2 skill books, Qian Xiaoya proclaimed, retrieving the tomes and consuming them one by one. "Shall we continue?" Bunny Lord asked. "Absolutely. Let us hunt for another hour." Qian Xiaoya replied without hesitation. "I need to store some wild turtle kings before we target the wild bird lord." With that, he summoned another wild turtle king. The wild bird lord soared above. And since the wild boar king and wild chicken king were of little use against it, he planned to summon several more wild turtle kings to unleash ranged attacks on the wild bird lord. After an hour, fortune smiled upon Qian Xiaoya once more as he encountered another wild turtle king. Yet, this one proved less generous, yielding not a skill book, but instead a Turtle King Magic Sphere and a Turtle King Shield. Turtle King Magic Sphere, Common Gray, Intelligence 6, Summon Damage 4. Turtle King Shield, Common Gray, Defense 8. Each newly acquired Beast's equipment effect varied, oscillating between the good and the bad. But Qian Xiaoya's high luck ensured that the outcomes were predominantly exceptional, with minimal instances of the lowest values. He stowed the Turtle King Magic Book into his backpack, summoned another Wild Turtle King using the Magic Sphere, and declared, "Onward, our target is the Wild Bird Lord." Within this hour, he also obtained a Wild Turtle Summoning Skill Book, which he promptly gifted to Bunny Lord. Under Qian Xiaoya's tutelage, Bunny Lord had gradually evolved into a master of summoning, an enviable figure among many summoners. 20 minutes later, 3 voices resonated in Qian Xiaoya's mind. Congratulations to the Fire Clan for the first kill of the Wild Bird Lord. All members of the Fire Clan have gained the Wild Bird Slayer status. Congratulations to the Fire Clan for the first kill of the Wild Bird Lord. All members of the Fire Clan have gained the Wild Bird Slayer status. Stolen. Qian Xiaoya shot up, while Bunny Lord furiously shouted, "That scoundrel has taken my reward." The Wild Bird Slayer status was indeed a unique accolade in every novice zone. Let us go hunt the Wild Sheep Lord. Qian Xiaoya decisively shifted his focus, determined to claim the rewards from the Wild Sheep Lord first. The beasts of level 5 and below had their respective leaders also at level 5. 30 minutes later, guided by Bunny Lord, Qian Xiaoya successfully located the Wild Sheep Lord's position. Observing the Wild Sheep Lord, which bore similarities to the Wild Chicken Lord, he waved his hand and led his summoned army in a crushing advance. 10 minutes later, as the Wild Sheep Lord fell, a surge of energy coursed through Qian Xiaoya, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. Successfully achieved an overlevel kill of the Wild Sheep Lord, gaining 200 experience points. Experience bar full. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5, 122-1000. Congratulations to the human race for the first kill of the Wild Sheep Lord. The entire human race has gained the Wild Sheep Slayer status. Once the announcements faded, Qian Xiaoya smiled and ordered, disassemble. The successful disassembly yielded a Sheep Lord staff, a pair of Sheep Lord shoes, a pair of Sheep Lord earrings, a Sheep Lord pressure skill book, and a silver coin. No summoning skill book, Qian Xiaoya mused. Turning to Bunny Lord, it yielded a Sheep Lord pressure skill book. Do you wish for it? Yes. Bunny Lord replied without a moment's hesitation, promptly opening his backpack to use the Sheep Lord pressure skill book. The mountain pressure technique was currently his signature move, and he had envied the Wild Sheep Lord for using it to crush a wild boar king moments prior. Qian Xiaoya watched as Bunny Lord's eyes opened wide. Did you succeed? Mountain pressure is a strength-based skill, and there's a chance of failure, he reminded. Bunny Lord, beaming with satisfaction, looked up proudly and responded. How could something I desire fail? As long as you succeeded, Qian Xiaoya smiled, turning his gaze towards the 3 pieces of equipment. Sheep Lord Staff, Common White Intelligence 12. Spell Damage 3. Sheep Lord Shoes, Common White Agility 8. Spell Damage 3. Energy Recovery Speed 3. Sheep Lord Earrings, Common White Energy 5. Energy Recovery Speed 5. Spell Damage 5. Chapter 22, A Frenzied Map Sweep. After equipping the new gear, Qian Xiaoya addressed Bunny Lord. Shall you open it? Bunny Lord shook his head. No? You do it. I am already content. Then I shall proceed. Qian Xiaoya rubbed his hands together and decisively clicked the button on the white treasure chest. In the next moment, 2 beams of green light flashed, momentarily blinding Bunny Lord's eyes. Is this the power of the protagonist? Bunny Lord muttered, excitement bubbling as he leaned down to peer into the chest. Upon seeing the sheep liver inside, Bunny Lord grimaced. EW. How disgusting. Qian Xiaoya also found it somewhat repulsive, so he immediately stowed the contents of the chest into his backpack for further examination. Sheep Lord liver. Type, ingredient. Rank, common. Attributes, average. Quality, green. Effect, energy 5. Description, the essence from the Wild Sheep Lord's body can be consumed only once by an individual, best consumed by those of common rank. A fine item. Qian Xiaoya's eyes lit up, decisively planning to return and prepare a sought-ed sheep liver dish. Sheep Lord Cloak. Type, armor. Rank, common. Attributes, average. Quality, green. Effect, defense 6, speed 6, health recovery speed 5, energy recovery speed 5. Description, a cloak crafted from the finest fur of the Wild Sheep Lord. Warm and can double as a blanket when idle. Sheep Lord Belt, common white energy recovery speed 5, defense 3, spell defense 3, energy 3. After donning the belt and cloak, Qian Xiaoya waved his hand. Let us go hunt the wild bird. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the territory of the Wild Bird Lord, Qian Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by the throng of onlookers surrounding the area. The miraculous Great One has arrived. Wow, is this the summoned army of the miraculous Great One? Terrifying indeed. The crowd's exclamations reverberated as Qian Xiaoya pointed towards the Wild Bird Lord in the distance, asking, Do you wish to slay that bird? We dare not. We likely lack the capability to do so. We are merely here to watch the spectacle. Ah, I see. Just ensure you don't interfere. Otherwise, do not blame me, Qian Xiaoya warned them, a smirk gracing his lips as he shouted, Charge. Let us end this swiftly. Under his and the Rabbit Lord's command, the summoned army swiftly divided into several small squads, with the Wild Tortoise King targeting the Wild Bird Lord. The Wild Tortoise was accompanied by several Wild Sheep Kings to confront the Wild Bird Lord, while the other summoned beasts were tasked with clearing the wild birds and preventing any intruders from taking advantage of the chaos. The summoning skill of the Wild Sheep King was obtained from the Wild Sheep Kings surrounding the previously defeated Wild Sheep Lord, yielding only a single skill book. In addition to the Wild Sheep King's summoning skill, 2 Wild Sheep summoning skill books were also acquired. After a minute and a half, both sides officially engaged in battle. 3 minutes later, the Wild Bird Lord was struck down by the Wild Tortoise King's barrage, marking the end of the conflict. With the successful defeat of the Wild Bird Lord, 100 experience points were earned. The decomposition yielded a Bird Lord mask, a pair of Bird Lord pants, a Wild Bird Lord summoning skill book, and 1 silver coin. Immediately following the demise of the Wild Bird Lord, Qian Xiaoya rushed to the white treasure chest, swiftly stowing it in his backpack, eager to return home and open it. Upon witnessing his triumph, the surrounding spectators erupted in exuberant cheers. Miracle God, how magnificent and imposing. Miracle God, do you have any useless equipment? If so, could you sell it to us? Miracle God, we have money. Please don't sell it to others in different districts. Seated atop a wild bull, Qian Xiaoya listened to their fervent voices and gazed into their expectant eyes. After a brief moment of silence, a slight smile graced his lips. From now on, all the gear I obtain will be sold to you, and any skills I can exchange will also be available. Miracle God is formidable. Long live Miracle God. Qian Xiaoya chuckled and turned to the Rabbit Lord, saying, Did you hear that? Indeed, the Rabbit Lord nodded lightly, continuing, In fact, I have half of that trash equipment hanging in District 1314. I just operated anonymously. I won't remain anonymous anymore since they all know I have good fortune. Qian Xiaoya smiled and called out to the crowd a short distance away. Does anyone know where the Wild Boar Lord is? Standing in a small corner. Su Qing observed the suddenly quiet crowd and, after a moment's contemplation, raised his hand and shouted, I know. Qian Xiaoya turned to see Su Qing's face, momentarily taken aback. It's you. Yes, it's me, Su Qing replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Come here and take me. I'll slay the boar and then rest. Qian Xiaoya instructed. Okay. Su Qing eagerly stepped forward, positioning himself not far from Qian Xiaoya. Come a bit closer. I want tea bite, Qian Xiaoya remarked with mild exasperation. Hee. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly and took a few steps forward. Qian Xiaoya rolled his eyes at him and commanded a wild bull to approach, instructing it to sit, and then pointed the way. Su Qing, instinctively swallowing hard at the sight of the wild bull, responded, All right. He then mounted the wild bull, leading Qian Xiaoya toward the direction of the Wild Boar Lord. The crowd that had gathered to watch excitedly followed suit, their numbers growing by the moment. Although they trailed behind, none dared to approach Qian Xiaoya's summoned army, maintaining a respectful distance. Ignoring the onlookers, Qian Xiaoya addressed Su Qing, who was 2 meters away. Do you possess a talent for swiftly locating bosses? Su Qing pondered for a moment before responding. My talent is a passive ability that allows me to sense danger within a 5-mile radius. The stronger the foe, the more intense the aura. Quite a remarkable talent. Qian Xiaoya acknowledged, falling silent thereafter. When Su Qing noticed Qian Xiaoya's sudden quietness, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over him. Observing Su Qing's profile, Qian Xiaoya smiled and said, Let us add each other as friends. Tomorrow when you log in, come find me. Su Qing's heart leapt with excitement, and he turned to exclaim, Okay. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary thrill, for he knew his opportunity had arrived. What is your name? Su Qing. What is your new era ID? Su Etian. A fine name. I think so too. 45 minutes later, Su Qing led Qian Xiaoya to the entrance of a natural cave in the eastern wild boar forest. He pointed at the cave's mouth and declared, The Wild Boar Lord is right inside. Qian Xiaoya stepped forward, gazing at the Wild Boar Lord lying amidst the grass, and marveled, This pig really knows how to hide. Without delay, he commanded, Charge forth and teach these pigs a lesson. Instantly, the summoned army surged downward under the guidance of Qian Xiaoya and the Rabbit Lord. 10 minutes later, a voice echoed in Qian Xiaoya's mind. Successfully defeated the Wild Boar Lord, earning 100 experience points. Decomposition successful, yielding a Boar Lord dagger, a Boar Lord mask, a Wild Boar Lord summoning skill book, and 1 silver coin. Congratulations to the human race for the first kill of the Wild Boar Lord. The entire human race gains the status of Boar Slayer. Exhausted, Qian Xiaoya collapsed onto his bed upon returning from the new era, feeling utterly drained. After a minute, he sat up and summoned the Rabbit Lord. Sell those useless pieces of equipment. Wait for me to take a shower before handling the gear dropped by the kings and lords, he instructed. Understood, go wash up. The Rabbit Lord replied with a dismissive wave, leaping onto the desk to begin his tasks. Halfway through putting on his pajamas, Qian Xiaoya abruptly turned and said, Sell them to District 1314. Rest assured, I understand. That's good. Qian Xiaoya smiled and continued toward the bathroom. 15 minutes later, with his hair dried, Qian Xiaoya emerged from the bathroom and called out, Stop what you're doing. It's your turn to wash up. Coming. The Rabbit Lord quickly scanned the items in the trading hall, leaped off the desk, and dashed toward the bathroom, grumbling, Taking a shower is such a hassle. Qian Xiaoya chuckled, shaking his head as he retrieved a soda from the small refrigerator, taking a refreshing sip. He then sat at his desk, opened his backpack, and began reviewing the loot from the Wild Bird Lord and the Wild Boar Lord. He had previously neglected to check the items from these two lords. Partly due to laziness, the rabbit lord is quite reliable. As he observed the items in his backpack, now mostly cleared by the rabbit lord, he focused on the two skill books. Wild Bird Lord Summoning Skill Book, Skill Type, Summoning New Beast Quality, White Learning Requirement, Summoner Learning Attempts, 1 Skill Effect, can summon a Wild Bird Lord. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Description, the Overlord among wild birds. Once learned, you can act with impunity in the wild bird forest. After reading the description, Qian Xiaoya murmured, "The Chicken Valley truly lives up to its name." He was curious to see how this Lord Summoning Skill book differed from that of the Chicken Valley's Lord Summoning Skill. Though summoning a Wild Bird Lord and signing a shared contract with a Wild Chicken Lord was somewhat similar to the Chicken Valley's summoning skill, he still felt that the direct availability offered by Chicken Valley had a certain prestige. After a moment of reflection, he decided to learn both Lord Summoning skills. Once completed, he glanced at the skill interface and mused, "It seems I can also learn the Wild Chicken Lord Summoning. I should check it out when I have the time and see if I can obtain one." A minute later, the Rabbit Lord burst out of the bathroom, quickly hopping onto the desk. "Open the treasure chest! Open the treasure chest! Open the treasure chest!" The Rabbit Lord yelled excitedly. "Open it! Open it! Open it!" Qian Xia shot him a glance, dismissing the fallen equipment from the Lord, and made her way to a vacant spot where she retrieved 2 large white treasure chests. "Will you open them?" "Absolutely not." Tu Yi resolutely shook his head. After watching Xiaoya open the chests, he found it much more comfortable to observe. "Then allow me," Qian Xiaoya said, rubbing her hands together as she pressed the buttons on both chests. In an instant, beams of green light emanated from each. 2 greens, Tu Yi exclaimed. It seems all the luck was consumed by those 2 lords. Qian Xiaoya chuckled, unfazed, as her expectations were modest. Any green item sufficed. After briefly inspecting the contents of the chests, she stowed the items away in her backpack. Once everything was collected, the 2 large chests vanished from sight. Subsequently, Qian Xiaoya approached the desk, where she and Tu Yi began to review their spoils. Bird Lord Mask, Novice White Energy 11, Physical Defense 2, Magic Defense 2. Pig Lord Mask, Novice White Strength 10, Physical Defense 4. Bird Lord Magic Pants, Novice White Energy 4, Magic Damage 4, Magic Defense 4, Physical Defense 2. Pig Lord Blood, Novice Green Constitution 5. Each individual may consume it only once. Bird Lord Magic Ring. Type, Accessory. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Wind. Quality, Green. Effect, Intelligence 12. Energy 6, Magic Damage 5. Skill, Dread of the Wild Bird Lord. Description, a ring imbued with a trace of the Wild Bird Lord's authority. Dread of the Wild Bird Lord. Active effect, the wearer emanates the aura of the Wild Bird Lord. With a chance to instill fear in the target, the probability is determined by the target's strength. Cooldown, 1 minute. What use is this skill to me? Qian Xiaoya mumbled in exasperation, promptly donning the newly acquired gear. The Wild Chicken Mask transformed into the Bird Lord Mask. The dogskin pants were exchanged for the Bird Lord Magic Pants, and a ring adorned her finger. After equipping the items, Qian Xiaoya turned to Tu Yi, saying, "Leave the Pig Lord Mask and Pig Lord Dagger behind. Sell everything else. If you wish to keep any, feel free to take them. I have no interest in this trash." Tu Yi scoffed. Skill books can be collected, as they never go out of style. But these gray and white items are nothing but a heap of junk, devoid of any collectible value. Of course, he made an exception for items with skills, which he deemed to hold some collectible merit. "Then sell them. I'll order takeout and prepare some pig's blood and foie gras for you later," Qian Xiaoya remarked, pulling out her phone to open the delivery app and start ordering vegetables. An hour later, 2 fragrant dishes appeared on the dining table. "After I eat, will you find it insufficient? Rest assured, these delicacies can easily serve 2 without impacting my share." "Really? Why would I deceive you?" Qian Xiaoya replied, picking up a piece of pig's blood and putting it in her mouth. As soon as the pig's blood entered her stomach, a voice echoed in her mind. "Consuming Pig Lord blood increases healing speed by 1. Feeling a warm sensation spreading through her body, Qian Xiaoya took another piece. Observing this, Tu Yi swallowed hard and, without further ado, began to devour his meal ravenously. 15 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya patted her satiated belly and let out a satisfied burp. Time to wash the dishes and head to bed. The next morning, before Qian Xiaoya could enter the classroom, she was intercepted by her homeroom teacher, Li Yun. "Li Gu, is there something you need from me?" Qian Xiaoya inquired, noticing the beaming smile on Li Yun's face, which left her somewhat puzzled. "Accept this trade. I have something special for you." Li Yun sent Qian Xiaoya a trade request. Curiosity piqued, she accepted the request, only to be left dumbfounded by the items displayed in the trade interface. Bone Refining Pill. Type, Elixir. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Common. Quality, White. Effect, consuming it will enhance one's physical attributes to a certain extent. Description, a gift for newcomers, crafted from low-level new beasts within the Blue Star's alternate dimension. Accept it, Li Yun urged. Can I actually consume this? Qian Xiaoya looked up, puzzled. This is made from new beasts from the Blue Star's alternate dimension. Not from the new era, so it's safe to consume, Li Yun explained with a smile. However, this bone refining pill is only effective for levels 5 and below. Its efficacy diminishes beyond that point. Each level gained will enhance your attributes across the board. Thus, this elixir allows you to endure better and be more comfortable at lower levels. Thanks, Li Gu. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly and confirmed the transaction. This is a special gift from the principal, Li Yun said, shaking his head with a smile as he patted Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. Keep it up. Aim for one of the top 10 academies and bring glory to the school. I will, Qian Xiaoya replied with a grin. Chapter 24, Galeblade. Once Li Gu departed, Qian Xiaoya summoned her backpack interface, scrutinizing the bone refining pill within. Why didn't my parents give me such a treasure? Did they forget, or is it simply unavailable? No, that can't be right. With my parents' strength, such trivial items should be at their fingertips. Qian Xiao muttered quietly, pondering whether to inquire with her mother. She summoned her friend interface and sent a message to her mom. After sending the message, just as she was about to close the chat window, a reply from her mother arrived. Oh dear, son, I completely forgot to give you those. We have prepared these elixirs for you. 5 of each from novice to gold rank. I will place them by your bedside. Make sure to collect them after school. Reading her mother's message, Qian Xiaoya felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. As expected, her mother had indeed forgotten. After replying and chatting a bit more, she quickened her pace towards the classroom. Upon entering, Qian Xiaoya noticed Ding Chao's heavy dark circles and quipped, "Did you not sleep a wink last night?" "I managed an hour," Ding Chao replied, instinctively yawning. Qian Xiaoya took a seat and continued, "It's only the second day. No need to be so diligent." Ding Chao rubbed the tears from the corners of his left eye, explaining, "Copper prices have started to drop, and I need to seize this opportunity to make a final profit. Aren't you producing gear?" "It's not that easy to produce gear. I'm not you, Xiaoya." Ding Chao shot Qian Xiaoya an incredulous glance. "I spent the entire night grinding with a 5-man team, and we only managed to loot a pair of pants and some shoes. Did you sell them?" "Of course." Ding Chao beamed, expressing his gratitude towards Qian Xiaoya. "Thanks to the bow you gave me, I became the main damage dealer of the team and earned a whopping 100,000. In that moment of splitting the earnings, I felt that these years of being a little brother were truly worth it." "That's impressive," Qian Xiaoya exclaimed, genuinely happy for Ding Chao. Although 100,000 would buy a single piece of equipment in the current novice village, it could procure several items in the future. As for why he didn't just give Ding Chao equipment outright, it was because he understood Ding Chao. He knew that if he offered too much, Ding Chao might refuse, so he refrained from doing so. While sending Ding Chao a trade request, Qian Xiaoya said, "Click accept. I have something good for you." No, I can manage on my own." Ding Chao fervently shook his head, clicking to refuse. "It is neither equipment nor skills, but rather sustenance." Qian Xiaoya observed Ding Chao's reaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he proceeded to send a trade request. Hearing Qian Xiaoya's words, Ding Chao exhaled in relief. His curiosity piqued as to what exactly it was. Thus, he accepted the trade. Immediately, upon viewing the items on the transaction interface, his pupils dilated in astonishment, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. "This is what Brotherly just gave me. It's from the school, a total of 5 pieces, and I took 2, Qian Xiaoya explained. Fearing Ding Chao might refuse again. "This item isn't particularly significant for me, so please accept it. If you don't want it, I shall consume it like candy." Although Ding Chao would certainly decline 5 pieces, he would still accept 3, as Qian Xiaoya had discerned his limits. Observing Ding Chao still in a daze, Qian Xiaoya urged, "Hurry and accept. I need to enter the new era." "Thank you, Brother Yi." Ding Chao earnestly expressed his gratitude to Qian Xiaoya before clicking the confirmation button. "I'll seize the opportunity to level up, enhance my strength, and eventually gain admission to a prestigious institution, bringing glory to our school." Qian Xiaoya smiled and replied, "I'm off then." With that, he entered the new era, disregarding the notion of waiting for the teacher. The entirety of the senior year curriculum had been completed before the 22nd. Now, the teacher was merely discussing the current state of various novice zones and analyzing other races within them. Such information held little relevance for him. In the face of overwhelming strength, others should take notice of him, not the other way around. Naturally, he still needed to keep an eye on the prodigies from the other 4 races, though these details were unknown to the teachers. Thus, he deemed it prudent to level up swiftly, aiming for level 10 to summon hundreds, if not thousands, of new beasts to crush his foes. Merely the thought of it ignited his excitement. Upon entering the new era, he immediately summoned the Rabbit Lord and opened the Friends interface. Noticing Su Qing online, he typed, "Gather at the East Gate. Wait for me 10 minutes. There's no rush. I just arrived, and will take another 15 minutes to get there. After sending the message, Qian Xiaoya closed the information panel and instructed the Rabbit Lord. List the wild bulls for sale. They're all sold out, the Rabbit Lord replied calmly. We made 12 million dragon coins. It's rare for someone to be able to defeat level 4 wild bulls on the third day of the game, which highlights the rarity of this wild bull summoning skill book. Yet, despite its rarity, those interested in purchasing the skill book seem to have reached an understanding, offering a somewhat reasonable price according to the current gold rate. Alright, that's acceptable, Qian Xiaoya muttered before continuing. Is anyone willing to trade for the Chicken King's dominant skill book? I've exchanged it for a Gale Blade. It's in your backpack. I sold off all other equipment, and the dragon coins they offered were not worth much, the Rabbit Lord responded. Today is only the third day, so it's indeed difficult to find anything worthwhile. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, glanced at the Gale Blade skill book in his backpack, and used it. Gale Blade skill book, skill type, attack skill attribute, wind learning requirement, mage learning attempts, 1 skill effect, releases a massive blade of wind at the target, inflicting wind attribute magical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, an advanced version of the wind blade, a skill that is reasonably decent. Indeed, it posed no challenge. Qian Xiaoya mused as he noted the successful learning notification, a slight smile playing on his lips. This was the power of the Hand of Miracles. He then took out the bone refining pill from his backpack and promptly consumed it, chewing it thoughtfully. Gritting his teeth, Qian Xiaoya felt a sharp pain surge through his body, instinctively inhaling deeply. This stings. Curiously, the Rabbit Lord inquired. How does it feel? Not bad. My physical strength has increased just a tad, Qian Xiaoya replied as he stretched his body and took out the second bone refining pill, consuming it as well. The effects of the second pill were noticeably weaker than the first. Less than a minute passed before he adapted to his newfound strength. Subsequently, he set off with the Rabbit Lord towards the East Gate. 15 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya arrived at the East Gate, spotting Su Qing, who was panting at the entrance. Over here. Hearing his voice, Su Qing turned to see Qian Xiaoya approaching and immediately rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Miracle. Why does it feel a bit strange? Qian Xiaoya pondered briefly, ultimately shaking his head. Let us go. We're heading to the Wild Dog Forest to farm the Wild Dog King skill book. Su Qing, intrigued by Qian Xiaoya's unusual behavior, promptly replied, Okay, let us form a team first. Qian Xiaoya sent a team invite to Su Qing. Done. The experience from the team was not split evenly, but distributed based on individual contributions to defeating the new beasts. Qian Xiaoya was uncertain about the calculation method but trusted that the team system allocated experience fairly. After forming the team, the trio, 2 players and 1 rabbit, began their journey towards the Wild Dog Forest. Throughout the journey, whenever Su Qing sensed a strong aura of danger nearby, Qian Xiaoya would unhesitatingly lead his summoned army to crush whatever stood in their path. Thus, after an hour and a half of walking and battling, they finally arrived at the Wild Dog Forest. Qian Xiaoya turned to Su Qing and grinned. How was the experience along the way? Su Qing took a deep breath, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, then excitedly shouted at Qian Xiaoya. It felt surreal, exhilarating. That's the spirit. When I first summoned so many new beasts, I felt the same thrill. Qian Xiaoya's smile widened. He then spotted 4 wild dogs being silenced by his summoned beasts in the distance, and quietly said, Let us proceed. I'll summon a few more leaders, and we will take down the wild dog leader. Su Qing, trembling with excitement, vigorously nodded. This feeling of overwhelming power was simply exhilarating. Chapter 25, The Enemy Race. Congratulations to the Dark Race's Knight Emperor for the first kill of the Wildcat leader. All members of the Dark Race receive the Wildcat Slayer status. Finally achieved. The Knight Emperor stood beside the corpse of a 2-meter-long wildcat, next to which lay a lifeless Dark Race man. 3 dead, a woman remarked as she approached. Yes, the Knight Emperor nodded slightly. Take them back and return them to their families. Understood. The Knight Emperor turned his gaze towards the northwest, his expression impassive. Hurry up. The humans in this area are formidable. The 3 first kills by the human miracle exerted considerable pressure on him. If they were merely humans, he wouldn't have come. But the first kill by the fire race last night compelled him to act. Despite knowing that there would be casualties, he resolutely gathered his forces because he understood that the Dark Race's reputation could not be tarnished. Congratulations to the human race's miracle for the first kill of the Wild Dog leader. All members of the human race receive the Wild Dog Slayer status. Again, it's him, the Knight Emperor muttered instinctively, raising his head to address the surrounding Dark Race members. Level up. We must advance. In his view, there was both good news and bad news. The good news being that these leaders were all taken down by miracle, with no other strong human names surfacing. The bad news was that they had no idea if there were any other human strongholds on par with miracle. If there were, things could become challenging. If not, they might be alright. After all, No matter how strong Miracle was alone, he could not withstand a collective assault, unless he were a summoner. However, in the Night Emperor's estimation, the chances of Miracle being a summoner were minuscule, only 1 in 10 million. Having successfully slain the wild dog leader, he gained 86 experience points. The disassembly was successful, yielding a Master Dog's dagger, a Master Dog's hat, a pair of Master Dog's running shoes, and a silver coin. A pity. Qian Xiaoya sighed softly, stepped forward, and stowed the large white treasure chest into his backpack. Transforming into the wild bird lord, Bunny Yi flew over and inquired, "Did nothing drop?" "Nothing." Qian Xiaoya shook his head and tossed the running shoes and dagger from his backpack to the approaching Su Qing, urging him to wear them. Instinctively catching the two items, Su Qing immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. Hurry and put them on. We need to find a wild dog king." "All right." Half an hour later, Qian Xiaoya gazed at the wild dog king summoning skill book in his backpack, filled with delight as he used it. The utility of the wild dogs was considerable, yet their low level, only 3, necessitated higher level wild dogs. Thus, the wild dog king and the wild dog lord became his prime targets. However, his luck was rather mediocre. The wild dog lord did not drop a summoning skill book, and the wild dog king summoning skill book was the product of the 6th wild dog king he had slain, nearly depleting the available wild dog kings on the human side. Observing Qian Xiaoya summon the wild dog king, Bunny Yi asked, "Shall we proceed to hunt the wild bull lord now?" "Absolutely," Qian Xiaoya declared decisively. "Let us go straight to it. After defeating it, we will head to the Tiger Eagle Forest." Now at level 5, defeating a level 3 wild dog granted him only 2 experience points, while defeating a level 5 wild dog king originally provided 50 points, but due to Su Qing's discovery, he received merely 40 points. Similarly, defeating a level 5 wild dog lord would net him only 86 points instead of the usual 100. Though Su Qing had taken a portion of the experience, it significantly saved him time, so he did not consider it a loss. 40 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya surveyed the wild bull army in the distance, gesturing grandly, "Crush them." The enormous wild bull lord withstood the assaults of 6 wild bird lords and 4 wild boar lords for merely a minute and a half. Successfully vanquishing the wild bull lord, he acquired 88 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the wild bull lord. The entire human race gains the bull slayer status. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the wild bull lord. The entire human race gains the bull slayer status. The disassembly was successful, yielding a rampaging bull charge skill book, a wild bull lord summoning skill book, and a silver coin. 2 skill books. Qian Xiaoya's eyes widened slightly, and a smile crept across his face. He promptly learned the wild bull lord summoning skill book. Afterward, he stored the large white treasure chest in his backpack and addressed Bunny Yi, Jigu, and Su Qing. "Let us take a 10-minute break. After that, we will head to the Tiger Eagle Forest." Tiger Eagle Forest. Wild Tiger. Level 5. Rank Novice. Attributes Average. Quality Gray. Skills Tiger Roar, Fierce Claw. Description: one of the Tiger Eagle brothers, capable of battling the Wild Boar King alone. Together, they can take on the Wild Dog King. Wild Eagle. Level 5. Rank Novice. Attributes Average. Quality Gray. Skills Windblade, Eagle Wave. Description: one of the Tiger Eagle brothers, capable of battling the Wild Boar King alone. Together, they can take on the Wild Dog King. Strong they may be, yet they ultimately cannot withstand my summoned army. Holding a basic energy potion in his hand, Qian Xiaoya waved his hand, and the surrounding army surged forward. Basic energy potion. Type: Potion. Rank: Novice. Quality: Gray. Effect: gradually restores 15 of 1's energy. Description: the effect seems unchanged, yet it has indeed altered. A basic energy potion costs 50 copper per bottle, which is generally unaffordable for most. But Qian Xiaoya had no choice but to purchase it, for the energy required to summon lords was immense. With full energy, he could summon only 3. Reluctantly, he bought 100 bottles. After defeating the Tiger Eagles, Qian Xiaoya turned to Su Qing, who was approaching, and asked, "How many more points do you need to reach level 3? "Not much longer. I need just 10 more experience points to level up," Su Qing replied excitedly. The rapid pace of his leveling was something he had never dared to imagine before, yet experiencing it now felt surreal. His contributions were minimal, mostly assisting his brother in attracting monsters, and upon encountering them, he barely needed to lift a finger to gain experience. However, after enjoying this state of affairs a few times, he quickly abandoned the notion of idly waiting for experience and joined the ranks of the summoned army to slay new beasts. Even though it was unnecessary for him to fight now, he knew that once his brother departed, he would need to level up on his own, which necessitated his active participation. Thus, he was cautious not to cultivate a habit of idleness. Furthermore, Fighting within his brother's summoned army was exceedingly safe, allowing him to practice many maneuvers he had previously shied away from. Thus, he was unwilling to forego such opportunities. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly. I'll help you reach level 3 first. Once you do, we will seek out the Tiger King and the Eagle King. Su Qing immediately exclaimed, Thank you, big brother. You keep thanking me. Aren't you tired? Bunny Yi, transforming back to his original form, leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder and regarded Su Qing with mild confusion. Bunny Yi, I'm not tired. Not at all. Su Qing replied, unable to fathom anything more effortless than this. Just as Qian Xiaoya was about to speak, he suddenly looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. A patrolling wild dog had just perished. Chapter 26, The Lizard Man Tribe. How can there be a dog here? A fully armed lizard man, towering at 3 meters, wielding a long knife, rushed toward the wild dog in the distance and swung. With a swift motion, the wild dog was cleaved in two under the tremendous force. Successfully slaying the miraculous wild dog, he gained 3 experience points. Hearing the message resonate in his mind and witnessing the dog's corpse gradually vanish, he momentarily froze. Suddenly, he turned and fled, just as he had taken 2 steps. A massive gust of wind, accompanied by the cries of birds, surged toward him from behind. He turned to see 4 wild bird lords in the sky. His pupils dilating as he roared, No, I cannot die. For gusts of wind blades struck from different directions, instantly engulfing the lizard man, successfully defeating Ada, level 3 lizard man. He obtained 10 experience points. Qian Xiaoya rode the wild bull lord and approached Ada's corpse from a distance. So this is the lizard man tribe? They seem rather large. Bunny Yi hopped off the bull and began pacing around Ada's corpse. Su Qing exclaimed, To our east lies the lizard man tribe. We must spread the word. As he spoke, Qian Xiaoya opted to disassemble. The disassembly was successful, yielding Ada's crimson treasure chest. Ada's crimson treasure chest. Type, treasure chest. Rank, novice. Opening attempts. 1. Treasure chest items. Can randomly obtain items that the deceased possessed in life, including their talents and skills. Description, the crimson treasure chest. The source of all evil. Qian Xiaoya gazed at Ada's corpse and instructed Su Qing, strip him of all his equipment and collect it. This disassembly was different from the previous. Here, disassembly meant acquiring only the crimson treasure chest, while the corpse remained intact. Upon opening the crimson treasure chest, if he obtained Ada's talent, it would vanish upon Ada's resurrection, thus ensuring that the crimson treasure chest's purpose was to seize his belongings, preventing the revived from reclaiming what had been taken. Understood. Su Qing stepped forward, beginning to remove all usable equipment from Ada. 5 minutes later, Su Qing finally removed Ada's last heavy armor, wiping the sweat from his brow as he complained, These clothes are so difficult to take off. Qian Xiaoya observed the scene before him, nodding slightly. Next time, he would only take what was easily obtainable, dismissing the rest. This is all money, Su Qing remarked instinctively. Qian Xiaoya, however, paid him no mind, instead gazing thoughtfully at the exposed corpse, pondering for a few moments before inquiring, Will it decompose? It will, but I dare not. Su Qing replied, his voice diminishing as he looked at Qian Xiaoya. Ah, what a pity, Qian Xiaoya sighed. Let's go. Su Qing quietly asked, Aren't we going to bury it? No, we leave it as is. It will eventually be dealt with, Qian Xiaoya stated, continuing to command his summoned army to advance. After casting a glance at Ada's corpse, Su Qing hurriedly followed suit. During the process of sweeping through the area, Rabbit suddenly suggested, Next time we encounter people from other races, we might refrain from killing them immediately. Qian Xiaoya, puzzled, asked why? I almost forgot that I possessed the skill empty hands, Rabbit admitted a bit sheepishly. Having followed Qian Xiaoya, he had been so comfortable that he nearly forgot the means by which he earned his keep. After a brief silence, Qian Xiaoya chuckled, No need. My talent should yield a substantial amount of valuable items, and besides, they don't have anything of worth at the moment. Upon hearing this, Rabbit found himself momentarily speechless. In that instant, he realized it wasn't that he had forgotten, but rather that under Qian Xiaoya's extraordinary fortune, he had been deprived of the opportunity to showcase his skills. I believe I should give it a try. I might extract something valuable from his backpack, he insisted, still struggling for a chance. Observing Rabbit's insistence, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but ruffle his head affectionately, saying, All right, I shall let you try next time. Don't touch my head, Rabbit exclaimed, leaping onto the head of the wild bull lord. Fine, I won't, Qian Xiaoya replied dismissively, turning to the silent Su Qing, Continue scouting, and keep an eye out for the Tiger King and the Eagle King. Understood, Su Qing affirmed energetically, riding the wild bull lord ahead to begin his meticulous sensing. Before long, he pointed to the left and shouted, New beasts ahead. Onward. 10 minutes later, after defeating 2 squads of tiger eagles, Su Qing successfully leveled up to level 3. Brother, I'm at level 3. Qian Xiaoya nodded, glancing at his own experience, 988-1000, with a smile. After defeating at most 3 more squads of tiger eagles, I'll reach level 6. Incredible. Su Qing was astonished. He had thought his brother was only at level 4, only to discover he was on the verge of level 6. While in a party, one could see the names of others, but not their levels, which had led to his earlier misunderstanding. Qian Xiaoya grinned. Help me find a king. You're leveling up quite swiftly as well. I will do my best, Su Qing declared, suddenly invigorated, paying close attention to the fluctuations around them. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoya, feeling bored atop the wild bull lord, opened his backpack, glancing at the 3 treasure chests within, and selected the crimson chest. Upon successfully opening it, he obtained a high-level giant lizard bloodline talent book, 10 gold, 30 silver, and 73 copper. Is that all? Qian Xiaoya mused, slightly taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a few more piles of wild bull fur. Well, there is still some junk, he shrugged, eyeing the talent book at the bottom with growing excitement. Hearing Qian Xiaoya's mutterings, Rabbit immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" "Just opened a treasure chest," Qian Xiaoya replied instinctively. "Wow, you're opening treasure chests now without calling me," Rabbit exclaimed, sounding utterly aggrieved. Haha, Qian Xiaoya chuckled heartily, quickly apologizing. "Next time, I'll definitely call you. I just forgot this time." After hearing Qian Xiaoya's promise, Rabbit hopped onto his shoulder, curiously inquiring, "What chest did you open?" "The crimson chest. I unlocked a talent from it." "What talent?" As Rabbit asked, Su Qing, leading from the front, inhaled deeply and silently directed the summoned army toward the nearby tiger eagles. "High-level giant lizard bloodline talent book," Qian Xiaoya stated, opening the talent book. "High-level giant lizard bloodline talent book, grade A. Talent type, bloodline. Talent attribute, general. Usage count, 1. Talent effect, grants the power of the high-level giant lizard's bloodline. Description: the giant lizard is a superior reptilian species known for its immense strength. The giant lizard bloodline encompasses 4 tiers: low, mid, high, and top, with the ratios being 1 top tier to 2 high tier for mid tier and 8 low tier. "What use is this talent?" Rabbit remarked, feeling the talent seemed rather underwhelming. Despite its grade A status, he still found it lacking. After contemplating, Qian Xiaoya closed the backpack and responded, "Bloodline talents allow one to harness the power of that bloodline, and in the future, you can further develop it to gain additional skills. Will you use it?" "I haven't left the novice zone, so I want to utilize any talents." "Why not?" "Talents can affect future job changes, especially the first one," Qian Xiaoya said with a smile. "I certainly don't wish to be transformed into a miracle lizard summoner." Rabbit stroked his chin, chuckling. The miracle lizard summoner seems like quite a fine profession. Qian Xiaoya shot him a look, succinctly replying, "Scram." Chapter 27. 1 person, 3 days. 7 first kills. Successful disassembly yielded a Tiger King S Mage hat, a Tiger King S Mage robe, a Wild Tiger King summoning skill book, and 1 silver. Successful disassembly yielded an Eagle King S Mage hat, an Eagle King S Mage shoes, an Eagle King summoning skill book, and 1 silver. After finishing off the Tiger Eagle Twin Kings in a small grove, Qian Xiaoya looked at the items he had disassembled and remarked, "I'm practically running a hat wholesale business now. With the previous Dog Lord S Mage hat, now 2 additional mage hats, and the ones he had looted along the way, he now possessed 5 mage hats in total." With that said, he tossed the Tiger King S Mage robe and the previous Dog King S Mage hat to Su Qing, instructing him to wear them. "Only by donning superior gear can you serve me better." Although most of these items enhanced magical damage, which bore little relevance to an assassin, it did not diminish Su Qing's gratitude toward him. "Thank you, brother," Su Qing exclaimed, excitedly donning the equipment. After Su Qing had equipped himself, Qian Xiaoya continued, "Let us go. We'll make one final stop, and once we finish, we'll head to a level 6 area. I'll help you find the location of the Wild Tiger Lord right away." Su Qing shouted enthusiastically, his voice echoing like that of an ardent fan. Half an hour later, under Su Qing's guidance, Qian Xiaoya arrived at a pond in the southeast. At that moment, the pond was encircled by a horde of tiger eagles, who were drinking water. Wild Tiger Lord. Level, 5. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Fire. Quality, White. Skills, Fierce Tiger Sprint, Blazing Claw, Tiger King S Guardian. Deep bond of Tiger and Eagle. Description: one of the Tiger Eagle brothers, capable of single-handedly battling the Wild Dog and Wildcat Lords. Together, they can confront 5 Lords. 2 plus 2 does not necessarily equal 4. Wild Eagle Lord. Level, 5. Rank, Novice. Attribute, Wind. Quality, White. Skills, Gale Blade, Wind Eagle Wave, Eagle King S Guardian. Deep bond of Tiger and Eagle. Description: one of the Tiger Eagle brothers. Deep bond of Tiger and Eagle. Passive effect: when Tiger and Eagle are together, all attributes increase by 20. Description: Being together day and night inevitably fosters a bond. Su Qing gazed at the numerous towering and formidable hawk eagles, instinctively swallowing hard as he turned to Qian Xiaoya and inquired, "Brother, is it truly possible to engage them?" "Wait a moment." Qian Xiaoya summoned his control panel, examining the number of summoned creatures. There were 10 wild bird lords, 6 wild boar lords, 3 wild bull lords, 8 wild dog kings, 4 wild sheep kings, 4 wild turtle kings, 2 wild tiger kings, and 2 wild eagle kings, totaling 19 lords and 20 kings. As for the lesser monsters, he had ceased summoning them, having entrusted them all to Lord Rabbit. During this time, Lord Rabbit had summoned nearly 100 assorted new beasts. "Indeed, we can fight." After confirming the summoned numbers, Qian Xiaoya, with a calm demeanor, raised the sheep lord's staff and commanded the summoned beasts capable of launching ranged attacks. In an instant, the wild bird lords and wild eagle kings began unleashing their gale blades, while the wild turtle kings readied their water cannons, and the wild birds followed suit with their own gale blades. Su Qing trembled slightly beside them, acutely aware of the terrifying energy pulsating in the air. "Stay composed." Lord Rabbit cast a glance at Su Qing before transforming into a wild bird lord and joining the fray with his own gale blade. Without delay, Qian Xiaoya shouted, "Release." Upon his command, the gale blade he had conjured was hurled into the midst of the hawk eagle army, with the surrounding summoned forces following suit. The whooshing sounds of multiple gale blades startled the wild tiger lord, who had been resting with its eyes closed by the riverbank. Upon seeing the incoming array of ranged attacks, the wild tiger lord was momentarily dumbfounded. By the time it regained its senses, the gale blades had already struck its body. Boom, 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 boom. Successfully slain the wild tiger, gaining 3 experience points. Successfully slain the wild eagle, gaining 3 experience points. Listening to the voices echoing in his mind, Qian Xiaoya, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Advance. Crush them." The Chicken Valley, hearing Qian Xiaoya's instructions, charged forward, its feet pounding the ground swiftly, eager to claim the glory for itself. Observing this scene, Qian Xiaoya chuckled and shook his head, casting a fireball spell at the wild eagle lord soaring in the sky. 5 minutes later, after the wild eagle lord fought valiantly to defeat a wild bird lord, it was ultimately torn to shreds by the remaining wild bird lords. The wild tiger lord, a valiant warrior, managed to vanquish several kings, but was ultimately overwhelmed and defeated by the relentless charges of 6 wild boar lords, meeting a tragic end. Successfully slain the wild eagle lord, gaining 70 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the miraculous first kill of the wild eagle lord. All members of the human race gain the status of Wild Eagle Slayer. Successfully slain the Wild Tiger Lord, gaining 66 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the miraculous first kill of the Wild Tiger Lord. All members of the human race gain the status of Wild Tiger Slayer. The spoils of the vanquished were plentiful. A pair of Tiger Lord's magical claws, a Tiger Lord's inner core, a summoning skill book for the Wild Tiger Lord, and a silver coin. Success. Qian Xiaoya shook his head, silently depositing the 2 white treasure chests into his backpack. "What is it?" In the sky, Lord Rabbit transformed back into his original form, landing on Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. Qian Xiaoya squeezed Lord Rabbit and replied. The summoning skill book for the Wild Eagle Lord did not drop. "Oh dear," Lord Rabbit sighed in response. Not far away, Su Qing, overhearing their conversation, involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth and instinctively reached out to touch Chicken Valley. Chicken Valley immediately glared at him, as if to say, "Am I someone you can just touch?" Upon noticing this, Su Qing quickly smiled and said, "Haha, my apologies, it was an unconscious gesture." Cluck, cluck. Chicken Valley called out twice, gently tapping Su Qing's right shoulder with its left wing. Su Qing understood immediately and hurriedly moved behind Chicken Valley to begin massaging it. As they collected their rewards, District 1314 had plunged into a state of both jubilation and silence. The humans reveled in triumph, while the other 4 races fell silent. Sigh. The Night Emperor exhaled heavily, feeling somewhat numbed by the situation. A race achieving 3 first kills in 3 days was not unprecedented. Such feats had occurred in ancient times, often at the cost of countless lives. However, such achievements were now exceedingly rare. Though rare, the appearance of such feats signified the emergence of an extraordinarily gifted prodigy within a race. For only a being of exceptional talent could accomplish 3 first kills in a span of 3 days. The practice of sacrificing lives to achieve victories was now utterly impossible. Should it occur, the individual would be apprehended by their planet's authorities for re-education, with severe cases facing annihilation. As for whether this involved the newly joined human planets of the new era, such occurrences were nearly impossible, even if they existed. They would be competing against other newly joined planets rather than facing off against those that had participated in 150 tournaments. Therefore, the humans present here must have long since entered the new era and participated in over 100 tournaments. Planets that had engaged for over a century had already passed through the most perilous stages, making it unlikely for lives to be sacrificed to amassed lords. Relay the message. The Dark Race should avoid human areas below level 6. In regions of level 6 and above, they should group together and refrain from acting alone. After sharing a few words with those beside him, the Night Emperor silently drew his sword and headed towards the nearby wild tiger. With 7 kinds of Slayer statuses among the humans, they could no longer be contained. If they could not be contained, then it was better to evade. Chapter 28. Another city captured. One person achieving 3 first kills in 3 days. Are they human or divine? District 1314 has officially declared a state of cultivation. Death zone. Ridiculous. This is a cultivation zone. Who is this miracle worker? What is their profession? What is their talent? As discussions about District 1314 and the miracle worker heated up, the miracle worker himself sat atop the wild bull lord, leading his army southwestward. He planned to hunt the hawk eagles in the southwest before venturing into the level 4 wild turtle forest to seek out the wild turtle lord. Indeed, he intended to slay a wild turtle lord to achieve his 8th first kill before focusing on entering the level 6 zone. 2.5 hours later, they circled from the southeast to the northwest and nearly due north to the wild turtle forest, finally locating the slumbering wild turtle lord and its minions within a cave. Qian Xiaoya's expression darkened as he waved his hand, commanding his army to charge forth. The sleeping wild turtle lord remained oblivious to the impending onslaught of skills descending upon it. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of skills swiftly inflicted severe injuries upon the wild turtle lord. Had it not been for its formidable defenses, it would have perished in that wave of attacks. 2 minutes later, the wild turtle lord, beset by a second wave of assaults, gently closed its eyes, successfully slaying the wild turtle lord, gaining 60 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the miraculous first kill of the wild turtle lord. All members of the human race gain the status of wild turtle slayer. Success. Qian Xiaoya surveyed the notifications with satisfaction, nodding as he tossed the white treasure chest on the ground into his backpack and turned to Su Qing, asking, "Do you want to step outside for a breather?" "No need, I'm not tired." Su Qing quickly shook his head. At such a moment, he would never admit to fatigue unless he had lost his senses. Qian Xiaoya pondered for a moment and stated, "If there are no pressing matters, I should remain here until I reach level 10. Therefore, if you feel fatigued, do not hesitate to inform me." At this juncture, he had summoned a total of 28 lords, 12 wild bird lords, 6 wild boar lords, 6 wild bull lords, and 4 wild tiger lords. In addition to these lords, he also commanded 4 wild eagle kings and 6 wild dog kings, while the others had been released. It was not his intention to set them free. Rather, he had reached his limit of control. His mental energy was sufficient to manage only 30 lords. Any attempt to exceed this threshold would risk losing control over them. Thus, in his cautious nature, he ensured that such a scenario would not unfold. He estimated that currently, 1 lord equated to approximately 5 kings, meaning that if he released 10 kings, he could summon 2 more lords. However, he had no intention of doing so, as the wild eagle kings and wild dog kings served significant purposes, aiding him in reconnaissance at the fringes of his control range. The reason for not returning was that summoning 28 lords consumed considerable time and energy. Therefore, to avoid wasting time, he opted to remain in the new era until he reached level 10 and could enter the planetary zone. Su Qing listened to Qian Xiaoya's words and responded without hesitation, "Big brother, I shall accompany you. I will not go out." "Very well. Let us rest for a while, and afterward, we shall head to the level 6 area." "All right. Can you cook?" "A little." "Excellent." Qian Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a pile of meat from his backpack and tossing it onto the ground, saying, "Let us roast this and have a meal first." "I'll start roasting it right away." Su Qing, eyeing the meat on the ground, swallowed and quickly gathered nearby twigs to construct a small barbecue grill. Observing this scene, Qian Xiaoya instructed Ji Gu and a few wild dog kings to assist him. Meanwhile, he sat upon a stone, inspecting his spoils with the rabbit lord. Eagle Lord's magic ring, green intelligence 10, energy 6, energy recovery speed 4, skill, extreme eagle step. "Oh, it's actually green," Qian Xiaoya exclaimed in mild surprise. Examining the skill effect, extreme eagle step, active effect, grants the user the speed of wild eagle lord 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Quite satisfactory. After contentedly donning the ring, he turned his attention to the next ring. Turtle Lord's magic ring, white intelligence 8, energy 2, spell damage 2. Truly befitting of a Turtle Lord's magic ring. Qian Xiaoya happily adorned the Turtle Lord's magic ring on his left hand, where he now sported 3 rings. After examining the rings, he briefly glanced at the other equipment and, finding none to be green, inquired of Su Qing, "What equipment are you currently lacking?" Although the overall stats of level 5 Lord equipment varied slightly, under Qian Xiaoya's high luck, this difference was nearly negligible. Essentially, if the total value of white equipment dropped by the Wild Bird Lord ranged from a minimum of 12 to a maximum of 25, then the Wild Tiger Lord would have a minimum of 18 and still cap at 25. This 25 remained constant, representing the highest value for level 5 white gear. Due to Qian Xiaoya's elevated luck, the total values of the equipment he acquired were generally above 20, leading to a situation where, regardless of whom he defeated, the total equipment values remained comparable, rendering the items in his backpack primarily as currency for sale. Su Qing paused momentarily before listing the equipment he lacked. "Put it on." Qian Xiaoya rummaged through his belongings and produced 2 pieces of equipment, tossing them to Su Qing. Gratefully, Su Qing received them, exclaiming, "Thank you, big brother." Qian Xiaoya smiled and turned to the Rabbit Lord, saying, "Rabbit Lord, list all the equipment for trade. Exchange any lords for skills or useful treasures, and sell the rest for 1314 dragon coins." "Understood," the Rabbit Lord replied eagerly, immediately beginning his tasks. After handling the equipment, he proceeded to inspect the Tiger Lord's inner dan. Tiger Lord's inner dan. Type, food. Rank, white. Attribute, fire. Quality, green. Effect, strength 3, fire attribute 3. Description, refined from the heart and liver of the Wild Tiger Lord. It has a warm and comforting taste. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the description in silence for 2 seconds before ultimately ingesting it. A minute later, drenched in sweat, Qian Xiaoya silently rose. Addressing the Rabbit Lord and Su Qing, "I am heading to the nearby river to bathe." Su Qing looked up and asked, "Big brother, do you need my assistance?" "No. Just continue roasting the meat," Qian Xiaoya replied, departing from the area. 10 minutes later, upon seeing Qian Xiaoya return with several lords, Su Qing eagerly raised the roasted meat, exclaiming, "Big brother, the meat is ready. I'm coming." Qian Xiaoya's eyes lit up as he quickly approached, indulging in the roasted meat. Relishing the flavor, he silently gave Su Qing a thumbs up, indicating that it was quite delicious. Su Qing bashfully scratched his head, saying, "I'm glad you like it." Chapter 29. 1 person, 7 first kills in a day. Successfully opened the Wild Dog Lord's treasure chest, obtaining. Successfully opened the Wild Eagle Lord's treasure chest, obtaining. Successfully opened the Wild Tiger Lord's treasure chest, obtaining. Successfully opened the Wild Turtle Lord's treasure chest, obtaining. Successfully opened the Wild Bull Lord's treasure chest, obtaining. After opening 5 chests in succession, green light shimmered forth. Qian Xiaoya beamed as he examined the 4 green-bordered items. Dog Lord Necklace, green strength 10, health recovery speed 7, energy recovery speed 5. Turtle Lord's magic sphere, green intelligence 10, summon damage 10, skill, Turtle Lord's Guardian. Turtle Lord's Guardian. Active effect, grants a shield with 40 Turtle Lord's defense. Cooldown, 1 minute. Besides these 2, the other 2 items were the Bull Lord's coat and the Eagle Lord's wind bow. The Wild Tiger Lord's treasure chest did not yield any green items, likely due to the prior exceptional items depleting its reserves. After equipping the Dog Lord Necklace and Turtle Lord's magic sphere, Qian Xiaoya handed the Dog King Tooth Necklace to Su Qing and instructed the Rabbit Lord to list the Turtle King's magic sphere for trade. Subsequently, he learned the only skill he had obtained, Extreme Eagle Step. Although he possessed Extreme Eagle Step on his equipment, this version differed entirely in effect. Here, the effect increased his speed by 15, rather than granting the speed of Wild Eagle Lord 20. After mastering the skill, he discarded all equipment to the Rabbit Lord and resumed feasting on roasted meat. Once satiated, they set a direct course southward, aiming for the level 6 area. Little Fire Pig. Level 6, rank, white. Attribute, fire. Quality, gray. Skills, flame charge, flame fangs. Description, a pig endowed with fire abilities. Its strength surpasses that of a wild boar by several folds. Little Firebird. Level 6, rank, white. Attribute, fire. Quality, gray. Skills, fireball, fireblade. Description, a bird imbued with fire abilities. It is superior to 15 wild birds of the same level. While wild birds can unleash wind blades, their general attribute differs from the fire attribute of fireblades, leading to a noticeable disparity. Upon reviewing their attributes, Qian Xiaoya commanded his lords to eliminate them. After successfully slaying the little fire pig, he garnered 5 experience points. A similar fate befell the little firebird, earning him another 5 points. "This is utterly devoid of challenge," Qian Xiaoya muttered, opting for disassembly. He then turned to Su Qing and said, let us locate the Lord and the King. We shall deal with them first. All right. Su Qing energetically set off in search of the Lord and the King, while Qian Xiaoya commanded the Lord to sweep the surroundings. An hour later, Su Qing led Qian Xiaoya to the domain of the Fire Pig Lord. The Fire Pig Lord and the Firebird Lord resided in separate locations. Additionally, since areas above level 5 were shared among 5 factions, finding the lords proved to be no easy feat. Fire Pig Lord, level 6 rank, novice attribute, fire quality, green skills, flame charge, fiery fangs, rolling flames, flame surround description, the absolute monarch of the level 6 region. Vanquishing it is no simple task. In areas above level 5, each new beast of the Lord rank matches the level of current ordinary beasts, yet all possess green quality. Although this pig is of green quality, Qian Xiaoya regarded it with disdain, barely sparing a glance at its skills. With a grand gesture, he commanded 28 level 5 lords to charge forth. With a thunderous roar, the Fire Pig Lord summoned a ring of flames around itself, leaping into the air and swiftly spinning into a fiery wheel, surging toward the impending assault of the Lord army. The combination of the flame ring and the rolling flame skill left Qian Xiaoya momentarily stunned. The rolling fire pig collided with the oncoming wild tiger lord, sending it careening through the air like a kite, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. The ferocious fire pig lord exhibited its might among the lords, but soon after, its imposing presence was overwhelmed by a barrage of skills as the rolling flames dissipated. 5 minutes later, battered and bruised after dispatching 2 wild pig lords, the Fire Pig Lord succumbed to a powerful wind blade from the Wild Bird Lord, collapsing lifelessly. Success! The Fire Pig Lord has been slain, rewarding 110 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the miraculous first kill of the Fire Pig Lord. The entire human race receives the status of Fire Pig Slayer. Listening to the system's announcement, Qian Xiaoya sat disinterestedly atop the Wild Bull Lord, feeling invincible. At least within this zone, no one could pose a threat to him. With a sigh, he remarked, "Disassemble." The disassembly was successful, yielding a piece of inner armor from the Fire Pig Lord, a pair of magic boots, a summoning skill book, and 2 silver coins. The novice zone remains rather simplistic, Qian Xiaoya mused, happily opening his backpack and immediately using the summoning skill book. He then turned his attention to the inner armor and magic boots. Inner armor of the Fire Pig Lord, novice green defense 10, energy 10, healing speed 5. Magic boots of the Fire Pig Lord, novice green agility 10, energy 8, intelligence 4. Now this is an enhancement. After equipping the new gear, Qian Xiaoya held the magic sphere and summoned the Fire Pig Lord, nodding in satisfaction at the creature that appeared before him, subsequently stowing the green treasure chest in his backpack. Let us hunt while searching for the Firebird Lord. Once found, we shall slay it and proceed to the level 7 area. With the Fire Pig and Firebird yielding 4 to 6 experience points each, they could potentially eliminate around 40 creatures in an hour, translating to 160 to 240 experience points. Since ascending from level 6 to 7 requires 1,500 experience points, this meant he would need at least 9 hours of uninterrupted grinding in the level 6 area, excluding encounters with lords and kings. Alright, Su Qing immediately sprang to his feet, following Qian Xiaoya as they departed the location. After several hours of exploration in the level 6 area, they finally located the Firebird Lord in the lower left corner of the zone. Let us eliminate it, and then retire for the night. Qian Xiaoya yawned at the sight of the Firebird Lord perched upon a massive tree, the clock indicating it was already 11 p.m. With a flourish of his staff, he directed the Lord army to charge forth. 10 minutes later, they successfully vanquished the Firebird Lord, earning 108 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the miraculous first kill of the Firebird Lord. The entire human race receives the status of Firebird Slayer. The disassembly yielded a Firebird Lord's magical hat, a skill book for Flame Jet, a summoning skill book for the Firebird Lord, and 2 silver coins. Oh, the novice zone truly remains quite simple, Qian Xiaoya remarked with a hint of a smile, skillfully using the 2 skill books as he opened his backpack. Magical hat of the Firebird Lord, novice green energy 12, intelligence 4, defense 4, spell damage 2. After donning the new hat, Qian Xiaoya stated to Rabbit Yi and Su Qing, "That's enough for today. We shall rest here and venture into the level 7 area tomorrow morning." While they took their respite, a trending topic regarding them surged to the top of social media within a mere 5 minutes. One person, 7 first kills in a day. Chapter 30, The Mutated Chicken Valley. Su Qing, glancing at the messages from his friend, turned to Qian Xiaoya and exclaimed, "Bro, you've become famous." "I know," Qian Xiaoya replied, observing the barrage of question marks from Wudong and congratulatory messages from Tai Shui. He briefly responded to Tai Shui, closed the chat interface, and engaged in conversation with Wudong. After a few exchanges, he called out to Rabbit Yi, "Time to open the chests." "I'm coming." Rabbit Yi excitedly leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, setting aside his previous task. "I'll open it now," Qian Xiaoya informed Rabbit Yi, then opened his backpack to click on the first treasure chest, successfully unlocking the Fire Pig Lord chest. He received a skill book for Flame Surround and a pet egg of the Fire Pig Lord. "A pet egg," Qian Xiaoya exclaimed. He promptly retrieved the pet egg from his backpack. Rabbit Yi gazed in awe at the 1-meter-tall egg, exclaiming, "This egg is enormous. It's the biggest I've ever seen." Su Qing, sitting nearby, curiously approached and reached out to touch the pet egg. Pet egg of the Fire Pig Lord. Type: Pet. Rank: Novice. Attribute: Fire. Quality: Green. Effect: Can hatch or contract a Fire Pig Lord. Description: The pet egg of the Fire Pig Lord, inherently superior to the Fire Pig. Qian Xiaoya stared at the towering egg, momentarily lost in thought about how to handle it. He turned to Su Qing and asked, "Do you want it?" "No." Su Qing quickly shook his head. While the egg was appealing, he truly had no use for it at the moment. "Really?" After a brief consideration, Su Qing replied, "I'm an assassin. This pig isn't suited for me. It would be a waste to use it." "That reasoning does possess some merit." Qian Xiaoya stroked his chin, then, after placing the egg back in his backpack, suggested to Rabbit Yi, "Set a high price at the trading post and allow them to trade for it with items, including those from the planetary zone." "Understood. I'll do it right away," Rabbit Yi exclaimed, immediately getting to work. Chatting was his favorite pastime, especially when he had valuable items in hand. Observing this, Qian Xiaoya silently opened the last chest. Having successfully unlocked the Firebird Lord's treasure chest, one received a splendid Firebird Lord's cloak and a vibrant Firebird heart. However, 2 items? Qian Xiaoya furrowed his brows slightly, sensing a diminishment in his fortune. Firebird heart. Type: Ingredient. Rank: Novice. Attribute: Fire. Quality: Green. Effect: Fire. Attribute: 510. Description: The heart, imbued with the essence of the Firebird Lord, exhibits miraculous effects when consumed by lesser beasts. Upon reading the effects of the Firebird heart, Qian Xiaoya felt a renewed spark of luck. "Jigu, come here. I have something good for you." He beckoned to Jigu and retrieved the Firebird heart from his bag. As Jigu gazed at the pulsating crimson heart in Qian Xiaoya's hand, he could not help but swallow hard. "Eat it." Qian Xiaoya chuckled at the scene and tossed the heart to Jigu. Without hesitation, Jigu opened his mouth and devoured the heart. In the next moment, a searing sensation surged through Jigu's being, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing. "Your summoned beast Jigu, Wild Chicken Lord, is undergoing an unknown mutation influenced by the Firebird heart, with a mutation duration of 10 minutes. Listening to the information resonating in his mind, and observing Jigu enveloped in flames, Qian Xia calmly picked up a piece of meat and began to eat. He then turned his attention to the final item, the cloak. Firebird Lord's Cloak, Novice. Green. Fire. Attribute: 10, Spell Damage 5, Energy 5, Movement Speed 5. After donning the cloak, Qian Xiaoya discarded his previous one to Su Qing. "Thank you, big brother," Su Qing exclaimed, joyfully putting on the cloak. 10 minutes later, the flames dissipated, and Jigu lay motionless on the ground. Had Qian Xiaoya not heard the system's voice, he might have thought Jigu had perished. Mutation successful. Your summoned beast Jigu, Wild Chicken Lord, has successfully mutated into Jigu, Fire Chicken King. The original skill name is undergoing a change. Change successful. Please check it yourself. Jigu Summon, Unique. Active effect, summons a Firebird King named Jigu. Description: The struggling little chick is thriving under your nurturing. Jigu, Fire Chicken King. Level: 6. Rank: Novice. Attribute: Fire. Quality: White. Skills: Flame Charge, Chicken King Guard, Jigu Double Peck, Jigu Dominant Stomp, Flame Jet, Fire Chicken Double Slash. Description: The original flicker of intelligence has been slightly enhanced under the stimulus of being tempered by fire. As Qian Xiaoya perused the information, Jigu stirred, then moved again, and slowly rose to its feet. As it stood, its feathers began to fall off in a flurry. "Ha ha ha!" Rabbit Lord roared with laughter at the sight of the now featherless Jigu. Qian Xiaoya, hearing Rabbit Lord's laughter, looked up to behold Jigu's current bald appearance, momentarily taken aback. Bald, thin, reddened, yet stronger. Qian Xiaoya stifled his amusement and said to Jigu, "Don't cry, Jigu. Your feathers will grow back in a few days." Confused, Jigu, upon hearing Rabbit Lord's laughter and Qian Xiaoya's comforting words, lowered its head slightly. Suddenly, its pupils dilated exponentially, and a piercing, distressed clucking sound erupted forth. 2 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya cradled the sobbing Jigu, reassuring, "Don't cry, don't cry. Just go wait in the summoned space. Once your feathers grow back, I'll let you out." "Oh," Jigu cried mournfully. Subsequently, Qian Xiaoya placed Jigu into the summoned space. Rabbit Lord, witnessing Jigu's disappearance, could no longer contain his laughter exclaiming, haha, you've made me laugh to death. Qianxia looked at Rabbit Lord in exasperation. Were it not for Rabbit Lord's exuberant laughter, Jigu might not have been so heartbroken. Nor would he have been shoved into the summoned space. Heh, Rabbit Lord has to get busy. Many are looking for me. With that, Rabbit Lord slipped away. Qianxia opened the trading interface, gazing at the 999 below, silently closing it, and sending a trade request to Su Qing. Big brother? Su Qing queried, perplexed. As he looked at Qianxia yawned. Here's your salary. No, I have enough with the equipment. Su Qing hastily shook his head, clicking cancel. Just accept it. I need to sleep. Qianxia sent another trade request. Su Qing opened his mouth and silently clicked accept. I won't give much. This is today's earnings, Qianxia said as he tossed 5 silver coins into the trade. Thank you, big brother. Su Qing shouted enthusiastically. Go buy some small items or exchange for dragon coins. Qianxia chuckled, turning towards the small cave beneath the giant tree. The small cave had been excavated earlier, and Rabbit Lord was currently inside. Su Qing, observing Qianxia's retreating figure, felt a surge of determination and silently followed. Chapter 31. In reverence to the spirits above. February 25th. Level 7 area. Upon awakening, Qianxia promptly led his army to this location, grinding against the earth turtles and water snakes for half an hour, ultimately reaching level 7. 3 days to level 7. Not bad. Qianxia indulged in a moment of self-admiration, inquiring of Su Qing. How much experience do you need to reach level 4? Su Qing glanced at the experience bar and replied, not much longer, just 22 more experience points to level 4. Upon hearing this, Qianxia decided, then let us hunt while we search for the Turtle Master and Snake Master. Understood, big brother. 2 hours later, the announcement of the Water Snake Lord's first kill echoed. Qianxia, disappointed to see no summoning skills triggered, shook his head and said, first, let us find the Earth Turtle Lord, then practice leveling up nearby. Once I have enough lords, we'll strike. While he desired to engage immediately, he had just lost 6 5-level lords in the previous battle. Out of a total of 28 lords, after the losses, only 22 remained. With so few lords, he dared not take them to face the Earth Turtle. Thus, he decisively resolved to find them first and wait until his numbers increased before engaging. As for the 5-level lords, he had no intention of summoning them again, aside from their inadequate strength. The primary reason was that he could currently summon only 4 6-level lords with his full energy. Summoning a 6-level green quality lord required significantly more energy than summoning a 5-level white quality lord. Qianxia estimated that the energy required for one 6-level lord was approximately equivalent to 2 5-level lords. Simultaneously, the cooldown time for summoning green quality lords had increased by 10 minutes, now totaling 30 minutes. An hour and a half later, after a brief respite, Qianxia, accompanied by 26 lords, advanced towards the Earth Turtle Lord. 15 minutes later, the announcement of the Earth Turtle Lord's first kill resonated. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the first kill of the Earth Turtle Lord. All humans receive the Turtle Slayer status. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the first kill of the Earth Turtle Lord. All humans receive the Turtle Slayer status. The disassembly was successful. One received a massive shield from the Earth Turtle Lord, a ring from the Earth Turtle Lord, a summoning skill book for the Earth Turtle Lord, and 3 silver coins. Not bad. Our efforts for the past 15 minutes were not in vain. Qianxia delightedly consumed the Earth Turtle Lord's summoning skill book. The Earth Turtle Lord's formidable defense endured for a full 15 minutes under the relentless assault of numerous lords before it finally succumbed. Of course, its prolonged survival was largely due to its minions, who were as resilient as 5-level lords. At this moment, he had 23 lords remaining, comprising 9 at level 5 and 14 at level 6. The attack power of the Earth Tortoise pales in comparison to that of the Water Serpent, resulting in the demise of only 3 5th-level lords. With a primary energy potion clenched between his teeth, Qianxia cast his gaze upon the ring, completely disregarding the shield. Earth Tortoise Lord's Ring. Type: Accessory. Rank: Novice. Attribute: Earth Quality. Green Effect: Defense 10, Energy 8. Constitution 4. Skill: Guardian of the Earth Tortoise. Description: a ring crafted using a fragment of the Earth Tortoise Lord's soul as its core. Guardian of the Earth Tortoise. Active effect: grants the target a shield possessing 50 of the Earth Tortoise Lord's defense. Cooldown: 5 minutes. This skill is quite useful. Though the cooldown is rather lengthy, Qianxia muttered, adorning his left hand with the Earth Tortoise Lord's ring. At that moment, for rings already adorned his left hand. The 7th level area is somewhat challenging. Let us venture to the 8th level area for training. As he spoke, Qianxia glanced at Su Qing, noting her slight frown. And he inquired, what troubles you? Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Su Qing replied, brother, a friend just messaged me, claiming that a master from our planet and 4 diamond-level experts have been conspired against by other races. One of those diamond-level experts hails from our nation. Qian Xiaoya fell silent for a few seconds before responding. Is that true? Su Qing nodded. He wouldn't deceive me. Wait a moment, Qian Xiaoya said, sending a message to Li Yun. A few minutes later, he quietly closed the chat interface, raised his gaze to the glaring sun above, and let out a heavy sigh. I am truly not a bloodthirsty person. Su Qing stared at Qian Xiaoya in surprise, while Tu Yi regarded him with a puzzled expression. Why would they dare to commit murder at this time, merely 4 days into the new player zone? Did they not fear a chaotic battle in their own race's territory? Did they not fear the slaughter of their own kind? Suddenly, Qian Xiaoya ceased speaking and addressed Su Qing and Tu Yi. Let us depart. Tu Yi, observing Qian Xiaoya's somewhat unhinged demeanor, instinctively asked, where to? To the slaughter. A slight smile crept onto Qian Xiaoya's lips as he mounted the wild bull lord, directing it towards the direction of the lizardmen's novice village. Where is that? Su Qing hurriedly followed. Some of their kind have participated, Qian Xiaoya continued calmly. Regardless of whether the participant is from their planet, if their race is involved, they shall pay a price. Upon hearing Qian Xiaoya's words, Su Qing, who had just caught up, felt a surge of excitement and quickened her pace. Brother, wait for me. I strongly advise against following me. Why? There will be many people, and I cannot guarantee your safety. But I cannot return now. Qian Xiaoya smiled and shook his head. Then come along, but do not blame me if you perish. I am already level 4. There are not many who can kill me now, and my talent allows me to sense surrounding dangers. Thus, it shall not be so easy for them to take my life. Very well, very well. You are impressive, she replied with a chuckle. 4.5 hours later, Qian Xiaoya, accompanied by his summoned army, had slaughtered his way to the 3rd-level area south of the Lizardmen tribe. Sitting cross-legged atop the Earth Tortoise Lord, he observed the gathering Lizardmen forces in the distance, propping his chin on his hand with a smile. Are you not going to flee? Cold Lizard, leader of the army, glared darkly at Qian Xiaoya, who was surrounded by dozens of lords and hundreds of new beasts, and said, Miracle, we have not wronged you, have we? You may not have wronged me, but someone from your race has slain a powerful individual from my country, Qian Xiaoya replied, rising to his feet and watching the silent Cold Lizard. Thus, let us battle. With that, he and Tu Yi issued commands to their surrounding summoned army. The deafening roars of beasts awakened the previously quiet Cold Lizard and his army. Everyone follow me. Leave Miracle behind. Such a person cannot be allowed to live. Cold Lizard shouted, his body crackling with lightning as he charged forward. The others, undeterred by the imminent danger, followed suit. In an instant, the summoned army clashed with the Lizardmen forces. With a mid-level energy potion clenched in his mouth, Qian Xiaoya raised his staff, silently invoking summoning spells, unleashing wave after wave of wild tigers and wild dogs that charged into the fray. 10 minutes later, Cold Lizard, witnessing the rapid decline of his allies, revealed a hint of reluctance, but resolutely shouted, Retreat. All units back to the novice village. Observing Cold Lizard's retreating figure, Qian Xiaoya dispatched 2 Firebird lords to pursue. Simultaneously, he communicated with Tu Yi, saying, Go after that speaker. Their talent appears formidable. I've already had my eye on him. Transformed into a Firebird lord, Tu Yi surged ahead with great speed. Cold Lizard, sensing the approaching enemies from behind, changed his expression drastically. However, no matter his attempts to evade, he ultimately fell to Tu Yi and the 2 Firebird lords. Watching the defeated Lizardmen army, Qian Xiaoya boldly declared, Miracle shall guard the Lizardmen novice village for a day in honor of the fallen diamond-level expert from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 32, The Bloodline of the Ice Flame Phoenix Lizard. Brother, why do you say guard? To guard is a more civilized term than to slaughter. After all, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Qian Xiaoya, seated atop the Earth Tortoise Lord, directed the summoned army, circling the Lizardmen novice village at the speed of the Earth Tortoise. He retained 12 lords and 50 low-level summoned beasts within a 500-meter radius, while the rest were dispatched to sweep through his controlled area. Are there any treasure chests left? All opened. Already finished? Otherwise, would you have me let them gather dust? Qian Xiaoya shot Tu Yi a glance, grateful for his presence. Without Tu Yi, he would have been at a loss as to how to manage the numerous items obtained from the chests. In the battle 2 hours prior, he had successfully slain 326 Lizardmen, while he himself had lost 2 Fireboar lords and nearly half of his new beasts. At this stage, the disparity in strength could not be compensated merely by numbers. The death of 326 Lizardmen served as ample proof of this. Moreover, the 326 Lizardmen had yielded Qian Xiaoya a total of 326 crimson treasure chests. Fortunately, these crimson treasure chests counted as a single slot and stacked within it. Then Qian Xiaoya embarked on his treasure chest opening journey, finishing only 5 minutes ago after opening all 502 crimson chests. These 502 chests yielded him 30 talent books. A remarkably low probability. Among these 30 talent books, 2 were of SS grade, dropped by the lizard man who unleashed the power of thunder and the one who had fought valiantly to slay his level 6 Fireboar Lord. Aside from these 2 SS grade talents, he sensed that there was another extraordinarily talented individual among the lizard men. That person had successfully fled into the Novice village after surrounding and killing his level 6 Fireboar Lord, thus escaping his grasp. Though he had not been able to eliminate that individual, they would not be in good shape, as recovery would take at least a day or 2. Thunder Dragon Lizard Bloodline Talent Book, SS Grade. Talent Type, Bloodline Talent Attribute, Thunder. Usage Count, once. Effect, grants the bloodline power of the Thunder Dragon Lizard. Introduction, a premier bloodline primarily derived from lizards, supplemented by dragons, exceedingly rare and incomparable to the giant lizard bloodline, thus devoid of any hierarchy. Ice Fire Phoenix Lizard Bloodline Talent Book, SS Grade. Talent Type, Bloodline. Talent Attribute, Ice and Fire. Usage Count, once. Effect, grants the bloodline power of the Ice Fire Phoenix Lizard. Introduction, a premier bloodline predominantly sourced from lizards, with a phoenix aspect. Extremely scarce and not to be compared with the giant lizard bloodline, thereby lacking any sense of superiority or inferiority. The awakened talents of the lizardman race stem from various lizard bloodlines, which are said to have been bestowed upon them by their creator deity. Prior to the new era, they could awaken these bloodlines, albeit requiring considerable time and resources. With the advent of the new era, they, like the human race, need only reach a certain age to automatically transition into the new era, thereby awakening their unique lizard bloodline. Qian Xiaoye gazed contemplatively at the 2 SS grade talent books within his backpack. At that moment, these were the only 2 talent books he possessed. While the others had been stashed away in the trickster's spatial realm, he had yet to contemplate how to arrange these talent books. His current focus was on how to manage these 2 SS grade talent books. These 2 SS grade talent books, like the advanced giant lizard, had no usage requirements. Naturally, aside from these 2, none in the trickster's realm had such stipulations, as all bloodline talent books lacked usage requirements. Although bloodline talent books do not impose usage conditions, utilizing one does result in slight alterations to one's physique. The nature of these changes varies per individual. If the interface does not display any requirements, then these items are devoid of usage restrictions and may be employed by anyone. Would you like to use these talent books? Qian Xiaoye turned to gaze at the trickster. I belong to a noble bloodline. The trickster scoffed at Qian Xiaoye and continued, it could be given to the little chick. Its wild chicken bloodline would likely soar to new heights with one. Would it lead to an explosive demise? Qian Xiaoye pondered this concern, wary that the chick might not withstand it. The trickster contemplated for a moment, uncertainly responding, it shouldn't, I suppose. Qian Xiaoye shot him a glance and called out to Su Qing in the distance, Little Su, would you like to use a talent book? Su Qing, engrossed in sensing the ambient energies, decisively shook his head in response to Qian Xiaoye's voice, no. I possess an S-grade sensing talent book, which appears to be inclined towards sensing, Qian Xiaoye remarked, addressing the trickster, please retrieve that one. With so many talent books, he had forgotten its name. Let me check. The trickster replied. As the trickster searched, Qian Xiaoye continued, if all goes as expected, it should be. Bloodline talent books do not inform you of the effects of their bloodlines. They merely reveal the name of the bloodline and its rarity, necessitating identification of the bloodline's potential abilities through its name. For instance, the Ice Fire Phoenix Lizard bloodline clearly indicates attributes of ice and fire, derived from the phoenix lineage. Dragons and phoenixes are the apex races of the myriad realms. Any new beast bearing either character in its name is undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, he harbored no concerns regarding the strength of the Ice Fire Phoenix Lizard bloodline, especially since, even if it were weak, it remained an SS-grade bloodline. An SS-grade bloodline is a rare treasure, and if placed in an auction house, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Found it. The trickster retrieved a talent book from the spatial realm and handed it to Qian Xiaoye. Glancing at it, Qian Xiaoye tossed it into his backpack and said to Su Qing, the talent book is named Red Demon Ant Lizard. Ants generally possess strong sensing abilities, and the inclusion of demon suggests potential. Consider it. New beasts with demon in their names can bring both fortune and misfortune, entirely contingent on luck. Su Qing remained silent for 2 seconds before nodding. Brother, let me think it over. He was indeed intrigued by this bloodline talent book, especially since its rarity level matched that of his intrinsic talent. Take your time. I don't plan on selling talent books right now. Qian Xiaoye smiled and summoned the Chick Valley, which was currently nurturing its feathers in the summoning space. At this moment, the chick's plumage had begun to regrow, no longer as sparse as the previous day. The Chick Valley looked at Qian Xiaoye with a disgruntled expression, cooing a couple of times to express its dissatisfaction. Observing the chick's forlorn gaze, Qian Xiaoya reached out to stroke its little head, saying with a smile, "Sweetheart, I have a matter that requires your decision." The chick valley looked up at Qian Xiaoya, its eyes filled with confusion. "I possess a premier bloodline known as Ice Fire Phoenix Lizard. Utilizing it will transform you completely. Cool. However, this bloodline is quite advanced, and there is a risk of death. Cool. But fret not. If you perish, I can resurrect you. It would simply waste a premier bloodline. Cuckoo." Watching the chick valley lower its head anxiously, Qian Xiaoya gently patted its head, softly stating, "Thus, I present you with a choice. If you wish to use it now, I shall grant it to you. If not, we can discuss it later." The chick valley remained silent, contemplating Qian Xiaoya's words. Both Qian Xiaoya and the trickster observed this scene in silence, simply waiting for the chick's decision. After a minute, under Qian Xiaoya's gentle caresses, the chick valley suddenly lifted its head, determination shining in its eyes as it called out to Qian Xiaoya, "Ku." Chapter 33, Red Demon Ant Lizard, Su Qing. Qian Xiaoya, witnessing the chick valley's resolve, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips and commanded the surrounding summoned forces, "Halt. Rest for 1 hour." Under Qian Xiaoya's orders, the summoned forces immediately ceased their movements and began patrolling the vicinity. Su Qing, hearing his brother's voice, curiously turned to observe the chick valley, remaining vigilant all the while. Qian Xiaoya, regarding the chick valley before him, earnestly inquired, "Are you ready?" "Ku." The chick valley called out with vigor. Qian Xiaoya nodded with a smile, retrieving the Ice Fire Phoenix Lizard Bloodline Talent Book from his backpack, and with lightning speed, he brought it down upon the chick valley's head. As the talent book made contact, it emitted a faint glow that merged with the chick valley's head, causing it to enter a state of stupor. Following this, a chilling and searing aura gradually emanated from the chick valley's body. Sensing the ominous turn of events, Qian Xiaoya swiftly summoned back the Earth Turtle Lord. Once the Earth Turtle Lord vanished, the chick valley plummeted to the ground. Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoya turned and fled, retreating 5 meters. At that moment, the two attributes had fully manifested, one a pale blue and the other a faint red, engulfing the chick valley in flames. Simultaneously, the chick valley emitted cries of distress, its body rolling uncontrollably on the ground. "Ku, ku, 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 ku." 10 minutes later, the cries ceased, and the chick valley lay motionless, consumed by the two different flames. What a tragic sight. The trickster observed this scene, a twinge of sympathy creeping in. Su Qing swallowed hard and quietly asked, "Brother, do you think the chick valley will die?" "It hasn't died. It made it through," Qian Xiaoya replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he heard the system's notification. "Your summoned creature, Chick Valley, has successfully utilized the Ice Flame Phoenix Lizard Bloodline Talent Book and is currently undergoing metamorphosis, a process that will take 1 day." Qian Xiaoya observed as Chick Valley transformed into a blue-red pet egg beneath 2 flames, and he quietly approached to retrieve it into the summoning space. He then resumed his leisurely stroll through the marketplace. In a cheerful mood, he set down a summoning array. Shortly thereafter, a Earth Turtle Lord materialized before him. Mounting the Earth Turtle Lord, he continued to meander through the level 1 area with his legion of summoned creatures. An hour later, Su Qing, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned and said, "Brother, I wish to use that talent book." Qian Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, swiftly retrieved the talent book from his inventory, and tossed it to Su Qing, remarking that it was about time he used it. Su Qing promptly caught the talent book and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." The sooner he used it, the sooner he could enjoy its benefits and accelerate the development of his bloodline talent. After Qian Xiaoya spoke, he once again commanded the summoned legion to halt. Upon receiving the talent book, Su Qing immediately leaped down from the Wild Tiger Lord and seated himself on the ground. Gazing at the talent book in his hands, he took a deep breath and activated it. As Qian Xiaoya watched the radiant light of the talent book enter Su Qing's body, he fixated his gaze upon him, eager to witness how a human would experience the bloodline talent compared to other races. A minute later, a crimson aura erupted from Su Qing, who began to exhibit signs of distress. 5 minutes later, the crimson aura intensified, and Su Qing's cries of agony filled the air. 10 minutes later, the crimson aura completely enveloped Su Qing, forming an egg-shaped cocoon. Another egg formation, the Rabbit Lord remarked instinctively. "He should emerge shortly," Qian Xiaoya reassured, calmly producing a freshly baked scarlet treasure chest to open. Upon successfully unlocking the scarlet treasure chest, he obtained a /skill book and 15 copper coins. /skill book. Skill type, attack. Skill attributes, general. Learning attempts, 1. Skill effect, slash at the target with 110 of one's own strength. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Rubbish, muttered Qian Xiaoya, turning to the Rabbit Lord. "Do you wish to learn slash?" "Absolutely." The Rabbit Lord replied, taking the skill book, adding, "Might as well learn it." He then promptly utilized it. As there were no prerequisites for the slash skill, the rabbit lord acquired it effortlessly. 30 minutes later, a surge of energy erupted from Su Qing, prompting Qian Xiaoya and the rabbit lord to look up in unison. Su Qing slowly opened his eyes, his crimson pupils glimmering enchantingly, while, apart from his eyes, he exhibited no other noticeable changes. Do you feel anything? Qian Xiaoya inquired curiously. Su Qing turned to him and replied, Boss, I've grown stronger and acquired 2 new skills. Why haven't you changed apart from your eyes? I gained a transformation skill called Red Demon Ant Lizard State, which allows me to unleash 100 of the Red Demon Ant Lizard's power. Without transforming, it's only 80. However, using it currently consumes my energy, Su Qing explained sheepishly. Brother, could you step aside? I'd like to show you. After Qian Xiaoya moved aside, Su Qing activated the Red Demon Ant Lizard State. Instantly, a crimson glow enveloped him, and in the next moment, the light burst forth, revealing 2 antennae atop his head and a skin tinged with a hint of red before Qian Xiaoya's eyes. Without waiting for a question, Su Qing explained, This is the bloodline of the Red Demon Ant Lizard. My current development progress is at 5, so it's not very pronounced. I understand. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, smiling as he continued. What is the other skill? Su Qing excitedly responded. The other is a sensing skill, allowing me to perceive the activity status of nearby beings. This skill is both active and passive. The active component enhances its effects and has a 5-minute cooldown. That is quite a skill. Qian Xiaoya exclaimed with delight. My judgment is indeed commendable. Su Qing relaxed a bit, bashfully scratching his head. With this skill, I can serve you better, brother. Good insight. Qian Xiaoya grinned, patting Su Qing on the shoulder. Let us adjust our states and continue our conversation while we walk. All right. Su Qing nodded eagerly. While they sought vengeance for the human warriors, those from the races involved in this operation began their preparations in the novice zones, acting with more strategy than Qian Xiaoya, including in Zone 1314. Qian Xiaoya remained unaware of the activities in other zones, but he was informed about the happenings in Zone 1314. However, he chose not to participate, simply conveying a brief message to Iron Blood. I am currently in the wild chicken forest. Please level up quickly. I will guard until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Iron Blood was left speechless upon reading this message. Chapter 34, Qian Xiaogu. The next day, at 1 p.m., Qian Xiaoya punctually departed from the Lizardman Novice Village with his summoned army, heading toward the level 8 area. Throughout that day, he had slain a total of 708 Lizardmen, although the number dwindled later on. Nevertheless, he effectively hindered the development of the majority of Lizardmen in Zone 1314 for an entire day. The subsequent 206 Scarlet Treasure chests yielded him 15 talent books, bringing his total to 44 Lizardmen Bloodline talent books. He intended to sell a few, but not all, as the current market price was unsatisfactory. Even exchanging for items in the planetary zone was quite troublesome. Thus, he planned to wait until he reached the planetary zone to trade and sell gradually. How many are you selling? The Rabbit Lord inquired. 7 books, 4 C grade, 2 B grade, and 1 A grade, answered Qian Xiaoya. How will you sell them? The Rabbit Lord asked. Sell them separately. First, let us see the reaction for 1 B grade book. Then 1 every 2 or 3 days. Don't flood the market, as these are talent books, which are far rarer than skill books, Qian Xiaoya articulated. Understood. The Rabbit Lord acknowledged. Will you exchange items, sell for dragon coins, or sell for gold coins? Let us first see what can be exchanged, if nothing good. We'll sell for dragon coins and avoid raising gold coins, Qian Xiaoya replied. All right. Shortly thereafter, a medium triangular lizard bloodline talent book appeared on the trading market, eliciting a vigorous response from the crowd. This reaction was not due to the book's quality, but because someone had slain lizard men. As a result, miracles once again graced the trending search lists, with speculations swirling about whether he was the one responsible. Naturally, Qian Xiaoya remained oblivious to all this, as he was en route to the level 8 area, intent on seeking out the Wind Dog Lord and the Dark Cat Lord, planning to defeat them before advancing to the level 9 area. Despite not leveling up the previous day, he had not lost much experience, as killing granted experience, and he even garnered 2 points from slaying wild chickens. Consequently, he was now at level 8, requiring only 702 points to reach level 9. As he approached the level 8 area, a notification resonated in his mind. Your summoned creature, Chick Valley, is about to complete its metamorphosis. Please retrieve it from the summoning space. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya promptly dismounted from the Wild Tiger Lord, proceeded to an open space, and summoned Chick Valley. He then commanded his summoned legion to halt their advance and patrol the vicinity. The Rabbit Lord hopped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, joining him and the curious Su Qing in observing the egg. Yazai, do you believe that a chick can still be considered a chicken? Logically, it should be a chicken. It all depends on its choices. What does that imply? It's contingent upon the thoughts that occupy its mind, if it aspires to become a bird. The The likelihood of transformation into a bird is considerably high. Conversely, if it envisions itself as a chicken, then it shall remain a chicken, albeit one imbued with the bloodlines of both the phoenix and the lizard. Is it possible for it to become a lizard? Perhaps, but the odds are rather slim. Why? Just a guess. Before long, amidst their light-hearted banter, a sharp crack emanated from the egg. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Qian Xiaoya's mind. Congratulations, your summoned creature, Chick Valley, has completed its metamorphosis. Please inspect the changes at your leisure. Qian Xiaoya observed as the eggshells began to fall away, curiosity propelling him to take a few steps closer. Soon, a crowing sound erupted from within the shell, and with a few flaps of its wings, Chick Valley appeared before the onlookers. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the chicken adorned with a crown of feathers, its icy flames blending harmoniously, and smiled warmly. You've grown stronger, more beautiful. And yet you've halved in size. At this moment, Chick Valley stood only about 1 meter tall, a stark contrast to its previous 2-meter stature. Master, I am now quite formidable. I can take on rabbits, Chick Valley declared, casting a fierce glare towards the rabbit lord. The rabbit lord, taken aback, exclaimed, "The little chick can talk, and it's a female." In that instant, he finally comprehended why Chick Valley had wept so earnestly. It was a female. "Rabbit, I shall defeat you." Chick Valley charged forward, brimming with ferocity. However, before it could advance further, the rabbit lord transformed into a 3-meter-long firebird lord, soaring into the sky while taunting, "Little chick, can you fly?" Chick Valley paused for a moment before shouting at Qian Xiaoya, "Wow, master, the rabbit is bullying me." Qian Xiaoya chuckled softly, crouching down to stroke Chick Valley in consolation. "Once you grow stronger, you will be able to fly." Chick Valley replied, a hint of grievance in its voice. "I could unleash my skills to strike him, but I know that would be wrong." "Chick Valley, you are quite clever," Qian Xiaoya praised. "Unless I command otherwise. Your skills should only be directed at the wicked, not at us." Chick Valley puffed out its chest, stating, "Chick Valley understands." This little chick had only just begun to speak, yet it was already intent on pleasing Qian Xiaoya. Such lineage holds promise. The rabbit lord observed this scene in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. However, he quickly reverted to his original form and perched upon Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. This time, Chick Valley did not seek trouble with the rabbit lord. Instead, it shot a fierce glance before resuming its account of its transformation. Chick Valley, Icy Flame Phoenix Chicken. Level 8. Rank, Novice. Attributes, Ice and Fire. Quality, Yellow. Talent, Icy Flame Phoenix Lizard Bloodline. Skills, Icy Flame Charge, Chick Valley Ice Flame Peck, Chick Valley Phoenix Tread. Icy Flame Spray, Icy Phoenix Slash. Description, a novice village chicken lord, gradually transforming into a noble appearance under the guidance of its summoner. Icy Flame Phoenix Lizard Bloodline, SS Grade Talent. Development Level, 10. Talent Effect. As the development level of the bloodline increases, so too will the abilities gained. Description, a top-tier lizard bloodline. Though it seems the lizard's powers have become dormant, could this be the reason for rejecting the lizard's strength? Qian Xiaoya mused internally, glancing at the yellow-quality Chick Valley without delving deeper into thought. After all, Chick Valley was quite adorable and beautiful in its current form. He had no desire for it to take on a lizard-like appearance, which was rather unsettling to contemplate. As for quality, it could be improved in due time, so he felt no urgency. "Now that you can speak, it seems fitting to bestow upon you a name." Qian Xiaoya smiled at Chick Valley. "What would you like to be called?" Chick Valley, perplexed, replied, "Master, is Chick Valley not a good name?" Qian Xiaoya chuckled, responding, "While Chick Valley is indeed pleasant, we still need a name that belongs to us, much like how the rabbit lord is called Qian Xiaoyi." Chick Valley blinked its phoenix-like eyes and, in a playful tone, said, "Then master, please name me. I shall adore any name you choose." Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoya declared, "Then you shall be called Qian Xiaogu." The rabbit lord looked at Qian Xiaoya with an expression of incredulity, as if to say, "You've been pondering that name for days, haven't you?" Qian Xiaoya shook his finger. No, I only began thinking about it yesterday." Qian Xiaogu, Qian Xiaogu. Chick Valley murmured its new name before suddenly exclaiming, "Master, I absolutely love this name." Hearing this, Qian Xiaoya's face brightened with joy. "I'm glad you like it." Chapter 35. The Invincible Qian Xiaoya, Slaying 3 Lords. At 4:30 p.m., within the realm of the Wind Dog Lord, Xiaogu charged ahead, enveloped in icy flames. Propelled by the power of ice and fire towards the Wind Dog King. Under the force of Xiaogu's assault, the Wind Dog King tumbled to the ground, succumbing to a state of dizziness. At that moment, the Rabbit Lord, transformed into a Fire Pig Lord, appeared 10 meters above the Wind Dog King and decisively unleashed a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, the Wind Dog King let out a mournful cry, his eyes rolling back as he lost his life. The successful elimination of the Wind Dog King netted 70 experience points. What a formidable combination, Qian Xiaoya marveled, waving his hand and shouting, "Finish him swiftly." 10 minutes later, the Wind Dog Lord fell victim to the combined efforts of the Rabbit Lord and Xiaogu, along with the assaults of numerous other lords, ultimately meeting a tragic demise. The successful slaying of the Wind Dog Lord granted 155 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving a miraculous first kill of the Wind Dog Lord. The entire human race has acquired the Wind Dog Slayer status. Congratulations to the human race for achieving a miraculous first kill of the Wind Dog Lord. The entire human race has acquired the Wind Dog Slayer status. The successful disassembly yielded a Wind Dog Lord's cloak, a pair of Wind Dog Lord's boots, a summoning skill book of the Wind Dog Lord, and 4 silver coins. Another cloak and boots. Qian Xiaoya instinctively complained, glancing at the attributes before promptly donning them. Following this, he tossed the discarded boots and cloak to Su Qing, who eagerly equipped them. Subsequently, after utilizing the Wind Dog Lord's summoning skill book, he stowed the treasure chest into his backpack and continued his quest for the Dark Cat Lord with his summoned army. Half an hour later, upon locating the Dark Cat Lord, Qian Xiaoya surveyed his summoned forces and issued his command, "Onward." In the previous Lord battle, he had only lost 2 Fire Pig Lords, which had now been replaced by 2 Wind Dog Lords. To summon the 2 Wind Dog Lords, he had removed 1 Wild Tiger Lord. Although his control had improved with level advancement, it remained limited, hence he was currently mixing summons of levels 5 and 6. Naturally, the majority were level 6 lords, with only 4 or 5 being level 5. As for the level 7 Earth Turtle Lord, he typically refrained from summoning it, given its exceedingly slow pace. 8 minutes later, the agile Dark Cat Lord was swiftly dispatched by the Rabbit Lord's weighty descent. The successful slaying of the Dark Cat Lord yielded 157 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving a miraculous first kill of the Dark Cat Lord. The entire human race has acquired the Dark Cat Slayer status. Congratulations to the human race for achieving a miraculous first kill of the Dark Cat Lord. The entire human race has acquired the Dark Cat Slayer status. The successful disassembly produced a Dark Cat Lord's staff, a Dark Cat Lord's orb, a Dark Cat Shadow Step skill book, and 4 silver coins. No summoning book. But this will do. Qian Xiaoya begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Although the rewards were indeed commendable, as a summoner, the summoning skill book remained his top priority. Dark Cat Lord's staff, Novice Green Intelligence 18, Dark Attribute Damage 7. Dark Lord Spell Ball, Common Green Intelligence 15, Summoning Damage 5, Dark Attribute Damage 5. Dark Cat Shadow Step Skill Book. Skill Type, Auxiliary. Skill Attribute, Dark. Learning Requirement, Speed Class Profession. Learning Limit, 1. Skill Effect, increases personal speed by 10. Enhances agility by 10. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Description, allows one's footsteps to glide as smoothly as the Dark Lord's. How delightful. After changing his equipment, Qian Xiaoya turned to Rabbit Lord and inquired, "Do you want the skill?" "No." Rabbit Lord disdainfully shook his head and looked at Su Qing, saying, "Give it to Su Qing, he needs it more than I do." Indeed. After pondering for a moment, Qian Xiaoya retrieved the skill book and tossed it to Su Qing. "Thank you, big brother." Su Qing exclaimed excitedly, revealing a foolish grin. Living with a big brother is truly blissful. Observing Su Qing learn the skill, Qian Xiaoya inquired, "How far are you from leveling up to 6? Su Qing glanced at his experience points and replied loudly, "Just 120 points away." Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, suggesting, "Let us kill monsters while heading to the level 9 area. Hopefully, you'll reach level 6 by then." Su Qing, "Thank you, big brother." As Su Qing had been operating in a higher level state, the experience he gained was not merely the remainder of what Qian Xiaoya acquired, but rather augmented by the level difference. Thus, throughout their journey, he amassed a considerable amount of experience, significantly quicker than if he had been grinding alone. An hour and a half later, Su Qing reached level 6. After witnessing Su Qing level up, Qian Xiaoya instructed him to start searching for a level 9 lord, as he planned to defeat one before resting for the night. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Water Buffalo Lord's domain and commenced a new round of lord battles. The resilient Water Buffalo ultimately could not withstand the agility of the Dark Cat, succumbing in merely 5 minutes under a deluge of skills. Successfully defeating the Water Buffalo Lord at a higher level garnered them 180 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the first kill of the Water Buffalo Lord, granting the entire race the status of Water Buffalo Slayer. Congratulations to the human race for achieving the first kill of the Water Buffalo Lord, granting the entire race the status of Water Buffalo Slayer. Successful decomposition yielded a Water Buffalo Lord's robe, a Water Buffalo Lord's pants, a Water Buffalo Lord's hat, and 5 silver coins. What is happening? Why are there no summoning books? After failing to obtain a Lord summoning twice in succession, Qian Xiaoya fell into contemplation. However, he soon scoffed and began examining the 3 pieces of equipment. Water Buffalo Lord's Robe, Common Green Defense 8, Energy 8, Magic Defense 4, Magic Damage 4. Water Buffalo Lord's Pants, Common Green Energy 8, Magic Damage 8, Defense 4, Magic Defense 2. Water Buffalo Lord's Hat, Common Green Energy 6, Intelligence 6. Energy Recovery Rate 4, Magic Defense 4. After equipping the new gear, Qian Xiaoya tossed the old equipment to Su Qing. He then announced that they would conclude for the day, sitting atop the Soil Turtle Lord as he began opening treasure chests. I refuse to believe that the chests will not yield a summoning book either. Gritting his teeth, Qian Xiaoya decisively opened 3 chests in succession. Successfully opened the Wind Dog Lord's treasure chest, obtained. Successfully opened the Dark Cat Lord's treasure chest, obtained. Successfully opened the Water Buffalo Lord's treasure chest, obtained. A blue frame. Rabbit Lord exclaimed as he noticed several new items in his inventory. A dagger. Qian Xiaoya muttered in confusion as he observed the blue frame's design. Then without a second thought, took it out and handed it to Su Qing. Su Qing instinctively accepted the dagger, glancing at it before becoming momentarily stunned. Big brother, is this truly a weapon I can wield now? Su Qing stuttered, a hint of panic in his voice. Rabbit Lord scoffed. It's merely a blue item. There are plenty more to come. Qian Xiaoya smiled. Keep it. With this equipment, you'll level up to 10 much faster after you part ways with me. Remember to come find me then. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes brimmed with tears, and in a resolute tone, he shouted, Big brother, as long as you don't reject me, I will follow you for a lifetime. No one will be able to take me away. Qian Xiaoya gazed at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, I will be watching over you. Chapter 36, The First Encounter with the Night Emperor. You truly came. Qian Xiaoya smiled contentedly as he learned the Water Buffalo Lord's summoning skill from his inventory. He then proceeded to examine the other equipment. Dark Cat Lord's Ring, Common Green Intelligence 10, Energy 8, Dark Attribute Damage 6. Water Buffalo Lord's Belt, Common Green Defense 8, Constitution 6, Energy Recovery Rate 6. Physical Defense 3. After equipping the 2 pieces of gear, Qian Xiaoya addressed Rabbit Lord. Give anything Su Qing doesn't he have to him, and sell what he does have directly at the trading hall. The blue dagger was obtained from the Wind Dog Lord's treasure chest, which yielded no other valuable items. All right. Rabbit Lord, glancing at the various summoning skill books in his inventory, asked Qian Xiaoya, what should we do with the remaining ordinary summoning skill books? After contemplating, Qian Xiaoya replied, keep 2 for your collection, sell one of the Fire Pig or Firebird daily, and sell the Soil Turtle and Water Buffalo ones in a few days. While it is well known that his luck is exceptional, it is prudent to remain slightly modest. As for the remaining summoning books, they were what he and Rabbit Lord had left after using theirs. He had not given any to Su Qing. Should we sell them, as we did before? Yes, as long as it's not something I highlighted, we should exchange first. If that fails, then sell. Understood. Haven't you exchanged for anything in the past few days? They were too poor, lacking anything of value. Indeed. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, acknowledging that the novice area indeed lacked good items. The novice area is merely a space for newcomers to hone their skills. So the creators of this realm did not place valuable items within. Is there anyone interested in that pig? There are. Quite a few, in fact. At this, Rabbit Lord became instantly excited. Let us exchange it soon. The longer we wait, the less it's worth. Exchange what? Remove the pet egg, relist it, and specify in the title that you're exchanging for summoning books and items that enhance both ice and fire attributes. Good. In an hour, prepare a list for me. No problem. I'll have Xiaogu assist you. Just as Rabbit Lord was about to agree, he quickly shook his head, saying, no. Qian Xiaoya chuckled. Let her learn from you. Otherwise, with too many treasures in the future, you might find it overwhelming. After some thought, Rabbit Lord ultimately nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Xiaogu reluctantly followed Rabbit Lord to learn how to sell items. After handing Xiaogu over to Rabbit Lord, Qian Xiaoya began to leisurely browse the trading hall. An hour later, Xiaogu approached with the list in hand. Qian Xiaoya accepted the list and gently ruffled Xiaogu's hair, saying, you've worked hard. It's not hard at all. Xiaogu cheerfully nuzzled Qian Xiaoya before continuing on to Rabbit Lord. After quickly reviewing the list, Qian Xiaoya decisively told Rabbit Lord, exchange for a random summoning skill treasure chest, that one can only yield summoning skills for newly available beasts of up to green quality. As Rabbit Lord finished speaking, he grasped the implication. Without waiting for Qian Xiaoya's response, Rabbit Lord hastily declared, I understand. I'll make the exchange right away. Just as he was about to proceed, he suddenly paused. Turning to Qian Xiaoya, he asked, how do we exchange? Have him place it in the Dragon Kingdom Bank. Then send me a collection code. Once I receive the code, I'll ask him for his name and specify the trade to him. The Long Kingdom Bank offers a service for storing items. All one needs is a collection code to retrieve their belongings, regardless of their location. And the confidentiality is remarkably high. Lord Rabbit, with an unusual expression, inquired, "Aren't you concerned he might take them out right then and there?" "He wouldn't dare," came the confident reply. "Such confidence? If he wishes to avoid my wrath in the future, he wouldn't take that risk." Qian Xiaoya calmly continued, "Besides, it's not worth it for a random summoning skill chest." "That makes sense," Lord Rabbit nodded, resuming his conversation with the individual. Qian Xiaoya observed Lord Rabbit's actions and called out, "We won't return the money for designated trades." "Of course not," Lord Rabbit replied with a sense of inevitability. Designated trades must be priced, and the minimum price is set by the trading system, which levies a hefty fee of 20. 15 minutes later, Lord Rabbit suddenly exclaimed, "His collection code has arrived. Wait, I need to inform Wudong," Qian Xiaoya said, sending several messages to Wudong. Once finished, he turned to Lord Rabbit. "Proceed with the trade." "Very well," Lord Rabbit responded, skillfully executing the transaction. Seconds later, he was taken aback. Qian Xiaoya, observing this scene, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" 88 gold. "What?" "The minimum designated price is 88 gold." Lord Rabbit's astonished voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. "What the hell?" Qian Xiaoya instinctively swore. Rushing to Lord Rabbit's side to scrutinize the sum of 88 gold, and he couldn't help but regret, "We sold it too cheaply." Lord Rabbit immediately retorted, "Not at all. 80% of that 88 gold belongs to us." "Oh right." Qian Xiaoya paused, glanced at the name, and said, "Go ahead and confirm." "All right." Lord Rabbit, finding no issues, clicked to finalize the deal. A minute later, gazing at the chat icon, Lord Rabbit quietly informed Qian Xiaoya, "He is approaching." Qian Xiaoya shot him a glare. "If he is coming over, you handle it." "I'm already in conversation," Lord Rabbit asserted, having already begun chatting with the other party. Before long, Lord Rabbit stood tall, proclaiming he bought it. "Excellent." Qian Xiaoya gave Lord Rabbit a thumbs up, continuing, "Wudong has already sent someone to collect the items. So fast. It's just a matter of having them delivered. It will take a few days to arrive." "Got it. That's just express delivery," Lord Rabbit muttered disinterestedly, returning to his idle chatter with various buyers. Observing Lord Rabbit's tireless efforts, Qian Xiaoya yawned lazily. "I'm off to sleep. Remember to turn in early." "Go ahead. Go ahead." Lord Rabbit waved dismissively, continuing his labor. The following morning at 10 a.m., in the region of the Light Sheep Lord, Qian Xiaoya eyed several individuals across the stream, his brows slightly furrowing. "The Dark Tribe?" "Indeed, the Dark Tribe, led by the Night Emperor." The Night Emperor smiled and continued, "We bear no ill will. We merely wish to assess your strength." Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, grinning. "So now you understand?" "We do," the Night Emperor replied, gazing at the various lords surrounding Qian Xiaoya, pausing for a moment before continuing. "We, the Dark Tribe of District 1314, will not intrude upon your level 5 territory. If you do enter, you will die, and we will not intervene." Qian Xiaoya curiously asked, "Can you speak on behalf of the Dark Tribe in this district?" The Night Emperor calmly responded, "The Dark Tribe on our planet is very united, particularly in a district with a powerhouse like you." "Fine. But I cannot guarantee they won't venture into your territory. Just don't enter, and you will be fine. I am not a bloodthirsty person." Upon hearing this, the Night Emperor recalled something he learned yesterday, and a twitch played at the corner of his mouth. "Let us hope so." With that, the Night Emperor turned and departed with his companions. Watching their retreating figures, Qian Xiaoya raised his staff and called to the Light Sheep Lord army not far off, "Charge. Annihilate this flock." Chapter 37. Joyfully acquiring 2 summoning skill books for lords. The woman sensed movement behind her and instinctively glanced at the Night Emperor ahead. "Forget him. Let us focus on leveling up," the Night Emperor said calmly. "His talent likely relates to luck. Individuals favored by the heavens are best avoided." Night Song instinctively remarked, "Are you unable to defeat him?" "The equipment gap is too significant. I cannot get close." The Night Emperor recalled Qian Xiaoya's impressive gear, shaking his head helplessly. "Forget him. Let us train on the other side, level up to 10, and then leave this wretched place." 7 minutes later, they successfully defeated the Light Sheep Lord, earning 185 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the Light Sheep Lord. All humans receive the title of Light Sheep Slayer. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the Light Sheep Lord. All humans receive the title of Light Sheep Slayer. The disassembly was successful, yielding a Light Sheep Lord mask, a necklace, a Light Wave skill book, and 5 silver. Summoning skill books are still hard to come by, Qian Xiaoya grumbled, equipping the 2 items before using the Light Wave skill book. The Light Wave skill, as its name suggests, releases a wave of light property in a crescent shape forward. It is an area of effect skill. Lord Rabbit, watching Qian Xiaoya stow away the chest, asked, "Shall we go hunt the level 10 boss now? Let us clear some mobs first." I'll go after I reach level 9. Qian Xiaoye shook his head, intending to first organize his summoned army before proceeding. They then embarked on a tedious journey of grinding. 2 hours later, Qian Xiaoye successfully reached level 9, while Su Qing leveled up to 7 within that time. Shall we go now? Lord Rabbit inquired. Yes. Qian Xiaoye replied with a smile. After we take down these 2 lords, we'll grind for a day. Then eliminate the lords across all regions before returning to Blue Star to rest. Great! Lord Rabbit exclaimed excitedly. Half an hour later, Su Qing led them to the level 10 lord. As the area shrank with increasing levels, the time taken to locate the lords also diminished. Qian Xiaoye observed the Golden Tiger Lord lounging on a rock, with the Wind Eagle Lord draped over him, and couldn't he help but smirk. These 2 brothers are inseparable, he mused, deftly commanding his summoned army to charge forth. 15 minutes later, after the Wind Eagle Lord had been slain alongside his 4 Firebird Lords and a multitude of Firebirds, he succumbed to exhaustion, falling victim to a collective onslaught from the Lords, successfully defeating the Wind Eagle Lord, earning 235 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the Wind Eagle Lord. All humans receive the Wind Eagle Slayer status. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the Wind Eagle Lord. All humans receive the Wind Eagle Slayer status. After the Wind Eagle Lord's demise, the Golden Tiger Lord also perished 5 minutes later at Lord Rabbit's hands, successfully defeating the Golden Tiger Lord, earning 240 experience points. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the Golden Tiger Lord. All humans receive the Golden Tiger Slayer status. Congratulations to the human race for the miraculous first kill of the Golden Tiger Lord. All humans receive the Golden Tiger Slayer status. Thank goodness I summoned so many Wind Eagle Lords, Qian Xiaoye remarked, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, shaking his head before selecting to disassemble everything. The disassembly was successful, yielding a piece of Golden Tiger Lord's inner armor, a massive sword belonging to the Golden Tiger Lord, a Golden Tiger Lord summoning skill book, and 15 silver. The disassembly was successful again, yielding a staff from the Wind Eagle Lord, a cloak from the Wind Eagle Lord, a Wind Eagle Lord summoning skill book, and 15 silver. Now this is more like it. Qian Xiaoye beamed at the 2 summoning skill books for lords in his bag, eagerly using them. Immediately afterward, he made some adjustments to his equipment, stowing away the treasure chest on the ground, and began to assess the casualties. For Firebirds, for Fireboars, 3 water buffaloes, 2 wild tigers, 1 earth turtle, and 1 wind hound, 15 formidable foes in total. As Qian Xiaoye spoke, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This was undoubtedly my most disastrous encounter with the lords thus far. In addition to the lords, he had also lost a multitude of ordinary summoned beasts, all of which had been summoned by the Rabbit Lord, as he was now solely responsible for summoning the lords. The lords he had summoned were not all slain by the Golden Tiger Lord and the Wind Eagle Lord. Several had fallen to the might of the Golden Tiger King and the Wind Eagle King, whose strength was already on par with that of a level 7 lord. Fortunately, he had summoned many Wind Hound Lords and Water Buffalo Lords. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. As for a catastrophic failure, that was out of the question. After all, he, the Rabbit Lord, and Xiao Gu were no weaklings, though it required more time. Observing the injured lords, Qian Xiaoye promptly summoned them back. Subsequently, he noted that only 12 Wind Hound Lords and 10 Water Buffalo Lords remained, and he silently summoned 1 Golden Tiger Lord and 1 Wind Eagle Lord. Then, clutching a bottle of intermediate energy potion, he beckoned the Rabbit Lord over. The Rabbit Lord hopped up excitedly, exclaiming, "Are we opening treasure chests?" "Indeed." Qian Xiaoye responded with a smile, conjuring his backpack and executing a triple chest opening. He successfully opened the Light Sheep treasure chest, obtaining. He successfully opened the Golden Tiger treasure chest, obtaining. He successfully opened the Wind Eagle treasure chest, obtaining. "It seems we are fated to be apart," Qian Xiaoye remarked, gazing at the absence of the Light Sheep Lord's summoning skill book, turning his attention to the Soul Cyan framed item. Light Sheep Lord's earring. Type, accessory. Tier, novice. Attribute, light. Quality, cyan. Effect, intelligence 11, energy 8, light attribute damage 4. How utterly simplistic. After donning the earring, Qian Xiaoye directed his gaze toward an item marked with a heart icon. Golden Tiger Lord's heart. Novice green golden attribute 7 to 10. Not too shabby, Qian Xiaoye murmured. Addressing the Rabbit Lord, equip it on Su Qing first, then we can sell it. All right, the Rabbit Lord replied before engaging in discussion with Su Qing nearby. The following night at 10 p.m., in the Human Beginner Village. We shall assemble at the southern gate at noon tomorrow. Brother, I will be there on time. Listening to Su Qing's words, Qian Xiaoye smiled and waved before vanishing from sight. Su Qing, seeing his brother exit the game, likewise made his departure from the new era. Qian Xiaoye surveyed the empty classroom and, summoning the Rabbit Lord, left the room while cradling him. Principal Zhang stood outside his office, observing Qian Xiaoye emerge from the classroom, and respectfully inquired of the man beside him. He Xiong? Is that him? He Qing shook his head in disappointment. No, it is not him. His rabbit is indeed the metamorphic spirit rabbit, now at level 7. So it truly isn't him. In that moment, Principal Zhang's hopes were dashed, but quickly he exclaimed in astonishment, level 7. Quite impressive. He Qing nodded. He is a promising talent, but not a miracle, barring unforeseen circumstances. Miracles are at least level 8. Indeed a promising talent. There are not many at level 7. Principal Zhang gazed at Qian Xiaoye in the distance, his heart brimming with joy. Though Qian Xiaoye was not a miracle, in his mind, he was scarcely inferior. Chapter 38, Official Compendium, Encyclopedia. The Rabbit Lord murmured in Qian Xiaoye's mind. These old fellows truly see everything. Mother's gifts are indeed quite remarkable. A slight smile graced Qian Xiaoye's lips as he walked toward the door with the Rabbit Lord in his arms. Relying solely on the Rabbit Lord's strength would undoubtedly raise suspicions, hence the treasures bestowed upon him by his mother were of utmost importance. Among that trove of treasures was a top-tier orange-quality item with a singular function, to imperceptibly disrupt others, primarily serving to prevent prying eyes. Despite its impressive primary function, he felt it paled in comparison to the Rabbit Lord's abilities, thus he activated only the interference effect. The combination of the interference effect and the Rabbit Lord's innate abilities successfully deceived those attempting to see through him. As for himself, he was naturally shielded by the system, and would not be discerned unless he left the beginner village and entered the bronze tier. The gap between the bronze tier and the novice tier was substantial. A powerful individual could easily differentiate between them. Yet, he remained unperturbed, as he would soon reach level 10 and be eligible for a class change. Upon transitioning, regardless of the type of summoner he became, he would acquire a core skill known as Power of Companions, enabling him to borrow a skill from a contracted summoned beast. With this skill in his arsenal, he would no longer fear any monstrous adversaries. Upon returning to his apartment, Qian Xiaoye approached the delivery locker, entered a series of codes, and retrieved the items within, stowing them in his backpack. Arriving home, he made a beeline for the sofa, plopping down with a contented smile. There's truly no place like home. Meanwhile, the Rabbit Lord stood nearby, eagerly chanting, "Open the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest." Hold on. Let me recline for a moment, Qian Xiaoye replied, sitting up and summoning Xiao Gu before lying back down. Xiao Gu, noting the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively glanced toward the Rabbit Lord. This is Xiaoye's home, the Rabbit Lord replied, somewhat lethargically. No wonder it feels so imbued with the master's essence, Xiao Gu remarked, continuing to curiously observe the surroundings. 5 minutes later, Qian Xiaoye sat up, retrieved the treasure chest from his backpack, and placed them on the coffee table. The Rabbit Lord, witnessing this spectacle, immediately leaped onto Qian Xiaoye's shoulder, twitching his long ears, and exclaiming, "Open, open, open. Don't rush me. Let me wash my hands first," Qian Xiaoye responded, standing up and leading the dazed Rabbit Lord to the bathroom. A minute later, after washing his hands, Qian Xiaoye returned to the sofa, gazing at the random summoning skill treasure chest on the coffee table, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Just give me a green. Anything but gray or white will suffice. With that, he pressed the button on the treasure chest under the Rabbit Lord's eager gaze. In the next moment, a green light flashed, illuminating the eyes of the man, the rabbit, and the chicken. "We got a green," the Rabbit Lord shouted excitedly. "Quick, see what it is." Qian Xiaoye extracted the skill book from the chest. Observing the cover adorned with a blue skeleton wielding a bow, he understood immediately. The Rabbit Lord, glancing at the cover, muttered, "Skeleton? Ice. Undead. If all goes as expected, it should be," Qian Xiaoye replied, proceeding to examine the effects. Ice Skeleton Archer Summoning Skill Book. Skill Type, Summoning. New Beast Quality, Green. Learning Requirement, Bronze Summoner. Learning Attempts, 1. Skill Effect, summons an Ice Skeleton Archer. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Description, just take a look. This skill book is from the planetary zone, and you cannot learn it yet. Is that all? The Rabbit Lord looked toward Qian Xiaoye. That's it, Qian Xiaoye responded, pulling out his phone and opening an application named Compendium. He then entered the term Ice Skeleton Archer in the search bar. Ice Skeleton Archer. Level, 10 to 15. Tier, Novice to Bronze. Attribute, Ice. Quality, Gray to Green. Currently, no higher qualities have been discovered. Race, Undead Skeletons. Racial traits, Corpse of the Undead. Primary talent, Frost Arrow. Ice Shield. Skills, Frost Arrow, Ice Bolt. Loot, Frost Bow, Frost Arrows. New Beast Locations, Level 11 Frost Cave, Level 12 Cold Dark Tomb. Introduction. The Frost Skeleton Archer is a formidable new beast of green quality, albeit rare in number. Rabbit Lord gazed at the plethora of information displayed on his phone. His little mouth unconsciously agape. After a cursory glance, Qian Xiaoya chuckled, "Fortune smiles upon us." Rabbit Lord snapped back to reality, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is this?" Qian Xiaoya elaborated, "It's the illustrated compendium of the Frost Skeleton Archer. This software encompasses a wealth of discovered knowledge. It is our Blue Star's encyclopedia." "Everything is included?" Rabbit Lord inquired. Qian Xiaoya nodded affirmatively. Most of the common entries are indeed present. Rabbit Lord pointed at the phone in Qian Xiaoya's hand and asked, "What are these racial traits? And what about this primary talent? Why do I not possess one?" Qian Xiaoya responded, "New beasts have their own races too. For instance, the fire boar belongs to the boar race or can be referred to as the fire boar clan." He explained the concept of race before continuing. Racial traits define the characteristics of their kind. For humanity, the trait is versatility, allowing for the awakening of a myriad of talents for the shadow race. The attribute is darkness, with innate dark properties leading to talents predominantly related to darkness. As for why you lack a primary talent, it is because you do not have a system. Your primary talent will awaken only after I surpass level 10 and complete the trials. Of course, not all beings without a system possess a primary talent, but those that do are invariably exceptional. As he spoke, Qian Xiaoya assured Rabbit Lord and Xiao Gu, "Rest assured, you will undoubtedly have one." Rabbit Lord declared without hesitation, "Of course, I am a one-of-kind trickster beast." While Rabbit Lord brimmed with pride, Xiao Gu displayed a look of eager anticipation. Xiao Gu whispered, "Is it true that the undead race is truly immortal?" "Certainly not," Qian Xiaoya replied, gently patting Xiao Gu's phoenix crown with a smile. "The undead's weakness lies in their souls. Once their soul is shattered, they will perish." Rabbit Lord queried curiously, "But souls are invisible. How can they be broken?" "Their souls are visible to us," Qian Xiaoya stated, enlarging the image on his phone and pointing at the Frost Skeleton Archer's skull. "Its eyes are ice blue. That is its soul. If we shatter it, it will die." Naturally, some higher-tier undead possess souls that are more elusive, but remember this. If you cannot find it, simply obliterate its body. Once it is utterly dismantled, its soul will inevitably reveal itself to us. "Understood." Rabbit Lord nodded vigorously. Qian Xiaoya inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" After a moment of contemplation, Rabbit Lord asked, "If I upload information here, will there be rewards?" "Indeed," Qian Xiaoya affirmed. "The officials will grant varying rewards based on the significance of your information." Chapter 39, Night Repair, Dark Knight Skeleton Swordsman. March 1st. After requesting leave from Brotherly, Qian Xiaoya directly entered the new era. Upon returning to the Novice village, he headed straight to the general store to commence a round of trading. After selling his items and purchasing ample potions, he made his way towards the southern gate. Just as he reached the southern gate, he spotted Su Qing waving at him from a distance. A slight smile graced Qian Xiaoya's lips as he softly inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Yes." "That's good. Let us go." "All right." Subsequently, they ventured forth into the level 10 area. 6 hours later, Qian Xiaoya arrived at the very center of the level 10 zone, accompanied by his summoned army, and gazed at the new beast standing at what resembled a central altar. Muttering to himself, "I hope it's not another undead." Su Qing observed the figure at the altar and murmured, "It seems to be a dark knight transformed into an undead. Shall we attack?" Rabbit Lord was indifferent to its undead status. In his eyes, it was simply a matter of slaying. Qian Xiaoya assessed his experience points and the number of his summoned army, decisively stating, "Let us wait until I reach level 10 and fully summon my lords before we strike." Currently, his lords numbered fewer than 30, not yet reaching his limit. He merely intended to take a look and had no plans to engage in battle at that moment. They then silently departed, grinding monsters in the level 10 and 9 areas. At 1 a.m., "Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 10. You may leave the 13-14 novice zone by speaking with the village chief." Qian Xiaoya, with a mid-tier energy potion clenched in his teeth, felt a surge of power and effortlessly summoned a golden tiger lord and a wind eagle lord. Rabbit Lord flew over and asked, "Are we still hunting today?" "Absolutely." Qian Xiaoya gazed at his surroundings, filled with confidence as he surveyed 10 golden tiger lords, 10 wind eagle lords, 8 water buffalo lords, 8 wind dog lords, and 8 dark cat lords. The summoning skill book for the dark cat lord had dropped the previous day, along with a summoning skill book for the water snake lord. Half an hour later, Qian Xiaoya looked upon his well-prepared army and unhesitatingly cast a probing spell at the level 10 boss standing not far away. "Impressive. This is enough for me to summon a golden tiger." Qian Xiaoya felt the energy dissipate in an instant and turned his attention to the information displayed. Night Repair, Dark Knight Skeleton Swordsman. Level 10. Rank, Bronze. Attribute, Dark. Quality, Purple. Talent, Unknown. Skills, Unknown. Description, a genius of the water planet Yasha clan, who perished after being ambushed while challenging the level 10 boss. His soul was forged into an undead boss, awaiting the arrival of a worthy opponent in the novice zone. Night Repair slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Qian Xiaoya, and just as it was about to speak, it noticed the summoned army surrounding Qian Xiaoya. It fell silent. No wonder it's not advisable to engage. After scanning the attributes, Qian Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his critique. Level 10, bronze rank, purple quality. Can a mere mortal contend with this? According to various experts' analyses, quality not only represents inherent potential and overall strength, but is also somewhat correlated with talent. A powerful talent naturally leads one further along their path, and thus, strong potential can be inferred from quality and talent. As for why it possessed a bronze rank at level 10, the explanation given by his instructor was that it had acquired divine power, breaking the constraints of rank and prematurely attaining bronze strength. Therefore, Qian Xiaoya was not overly astonished upon witnessing this scene. Night Repair wielded a great sword. Signifying it as a swordsman, its talent was likely related to swords, with sword-related talents predominantly enhancing attack power or possessing formidable attack skills. Such talents are by no means weak, especially considering it is a genius of the Yasha clan. As for the quality issue, he could somewhat accept it. But the rank was what he found most unacceptable. Bronze and a mere novice are worlds apart. Upon entering bronze rank, one's strength would increase by at least 10 and at most 50. Besides enhancing one's own strength, bronze also exerts dominance over novices. Although the damage dealt by bronze to novices remains the same, novices inflict only 50 of their original damage to bronze. This 50 damage is the aspect that troubles Qian Xiaoya the most. Qian Xiaoya shook his head, dismissing any lingering thoughts. After all, before him stood merely a level 10 bronze boss, one that he could easily vanquish, albeit at the cost of losing a significant portion of his summoned beasts. Just as he raised his staff, preparing to unleash a skill to rally his forces, Yishio interjected, "Wait." Qian Xiaoya paused, lowering his staff, and gazed curiously at the speaking Yishio, inquiring, "You still possess awareness?" "A little," Yishio replied, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. Qian Xiaoya continued, "Is there something you wish to convey?" Yishio opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed and shook his head. "Let us proceed. Is he unwell?" The words of Tu Yi echoed in Qian Xiaoya's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "You might be inquiring about the situation of the water planet Yasha clan. But I sensed I had no knowledge of it, so I refrained from asking." Tu Yi curiously probed, "And do you know?" "I do not," Qian Xiaoya stated with a calm demeanor, continuing, "Enough talk. Let us end this swiftly." "All right." Tu Yi transformed into the wind eagle lord and soared into the sky. Qian Xiaoya raised his staff and commanded, "Onward." In an instant, the surrounding army of summons charged unhesitatingly towards the altar. At that moment, Yishio, standing at the altar's center, erupted with a formidable aura of darkness, brandishing his sword as he advanced towards the summoned forces. The sight of Yishio's valorous charge momentarily stunned Qian Xiaoya, who then chuckled, "That is somewhat impressive." Yishio swung his great sword with one hand, cleaving through the advancing wind wolf lord with ease, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. A swift kill. Qian Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. With a flourish of his staff, he unleashed the water cannon spell alongside a barrage of other skills. Yishio forcefully swung his sword, releasing a massive dark blade that surged towards the incoming skills. With a thunderous boom, just as Yishio prepared to press forward, Tu Yi, now transformed into the Golden Tiger Lord, appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Yishio furrowed his brow, his body bending slightly under the weight of Tu Yi's immense power, and in that moment, the skills that had previously missed now struck with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless onslaught of various skills, Yishio was momentarily dazed. No matter how strong he was, he remained a mere level 10. His techniques from life had ceased to evolve beyond that level. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Xiaoya bellowed, swiftly issuing commands to the surrounding lords. For Golden Tiger Lords and 6 Wind Wolf Lords charged suicidally into the distant fog, while the aerial forces above and the rear ranks of summoned beasts continued to unleash their ranged abilities. Xiaogu stood among the remaining frontline troops, expelling icy flames into the mist. Su Qing stood by Qian Xiaoya's side, safeguarding him. In this battle, his role was to promptly inform Qian Xiaoya of Yishio's movements. "His energy is waning. It seems he is on the brink of death." Su Qing's voice grew increasingly urgent, his expression more animated. "Is this how it ends?" Qian Xiaoya found himself momentarily stunned, but, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Yishio was a swordsman, and naturally, a swordsman's defenses were not robust. Under such frail defenses, being ambushed by Tu Yi was catastrophic, leading to a total collapse of Yishio's defensive system. If it were only a handful of opponents, Yi Xiu might compensate with his formidable strength, but this was not merely a few. It was an army of hundreds of summons. Among these hundreds, there were 40 lords. A single misstep against such a multitude could prove fatal. Chapter 40. Yi Xiu's Summoning Skill Book. Success. You have slain Yi Xiu, earning 1,000 experience points. Experience is maxed out. No further experience can be gained. Congratulations to the human race for defeating the final boss of the novice area. All members gained an experience boost. Ding. Congratulations on successfully defeating the final boss of the novice area. You have received a summoner's chest. Qian Xiaoye gazed at the now unrecognizable form of Yi Xiu lying a short distance away and silently opted to decompose him. Decomposition successful. You have obtained a Knight Great Sword, a Knight Mask, a Knight Cloak, a Dark Knight/Skill Book, and 1 gold. As expected, nothing out of the ordinary. Qian Xiao murmured to himself, stepping forward to collect the bronze chest that appeared after Yi Xiu's body vanished into the ether. He then led the summoned army away from the site. On the way, Qian Xiaoye began to review his spoils. Experience boost status. Permanent 1 experience for defeating new beasts in the novice area. This status will disappear upon leaving the novice area. Summoner's chest. Type, chest. Rank, bronze. Quality, purple. Unique requirement, Qian Xiaoye. Opening attempts, 1. Chest contents. Randomly obtain 1 purple quality summoner item of bronze rank or a skill book or talent book usable by a summoner. Description. Proof of the strongest in the novice area. The unique requirement differs from others. This is absolute, meaning that no one but Qian Xiaoye can open it. Yi Xiu's chest. Bronze purple contains some of Yi Xiu's items. Knight Cloak. Type, armor. Rank, bronze. Attribute, dark. Quality, yellow. Requirement, level 10. Effects, dark attribute 10. Strength 8, defense 6, movement speed 6, energy 4. Skill, Knight Shield. Description, the cloak worn by the dark skeleton swordsman, Yi Xiu. It is striking and cool. Knight Shield. Active skill, grants a shield with 50 of Yi Xiu's defense. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Knight Mask, bronze yellow requirement. Level 10 energy 8, dark attribute 8, intelligence 5, strength 5. Defense 5. Yellow quality certainly adds more. Qian Xiaoye remarked after reviewing the items. Just as he finished his observation, Tu Yi bounded over from a distance, exuberantly exclaiming, "Open the chest! Open the chest!" Having just defeated the final boss of the novice area, Tu Yi could hardly contain his eagerness to discover what treasures lay within. "Let us do it at home," Qian Xiaoye replied, closing his inventory and turning to Su Qing. "I'm heading back to the novice village." "What are you planning to do?" Su Qing paused momentarily before responding. "Brother, are you going to attempt the trial?" Qian Xiaoye smiled and replied, "I won't be undertaking the trial so soon. I'll reconsider after a week." Su Qing was momentarily speechless. Completing the trial now and entering the planetary zone would surely place him in the spotlight of the city. He was not fond of being the center of attention. Qian Xiaoye continued to explain, "Once you leave the novice area and enter the bronze rank, experience becomes irrelevant. It's all about comprehension and training speed. So it matters not whether you go early or late. Those who go early merely enjoy the benefits sooner and access new secret realms to acquire better treasures. But for someone as fortunate as me, those treasures are merely things I can obtain with ease. Thus, there was no need to rush in." Su Qing opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. The planetary zone had been open for over a century. During that time, the best items had mostly been scavenged. To prevent newcomers from finding nothing upon their arrival, the creators devised secret realms, with entrances and exits located within the various race cities' secret realm halls. New secret realms would appear in the halls at various times throughout the year. One of the fixed time periods is when the first player of each race departs from the novice zone and appears in the planetary zone. As soon as he sets foot in the planetary zone, several new secret realms will materialize in the Mystic Hall, providing him with a plethora of choices. "My brother is impressive," Su Qing remarked, taking a moment before continuing to Qian Xiaoye. "I will return to the novice village with my brother first." "All right." Qian Xiaoye nodded subtly and began conversing with Su Qing about trivial matters. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Qian Xiaoye found himself in his bedroom, surveying his surroundings before summoning the Bunny Lord and Xiao Gu. "I'm going to take a shower," he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn as he headed to the bathroom, clutching his pajamas. 15 minutes later, the trio, 1 person, 1 rabbit, and 1 chicken, turned their collective gaze towards the enormous black treasure chest before them. "I'll open it," Qian Xiaoye declared, sitting cross-legged, anticipation evident on his face. The Bunny Lord excitedly shouted, "Open it, open it." Rubbing his hands together, Qian Xiaoye activated the miracle hand, and in the next moment, a mysterious force enveloped his hands. He decisively pressed the button on the gigantic black chest. With a resounding bang, vibrant purple light flashed before their eyes. Purple. It's purple. Several purples. The bunny lord exclaimed ecstatically. As Qian Xiaoya beheld the now-filled treasure chest, a brilliant smile spread across his face. Stay low-key. Stay low-key, he cautioned himself, leaning in for a closer look. The first thing that caught his eye was a book, accompanied by a ring and a pair of earrings. Below the book lay a neatly folded garment, but he could not see what lay beneath it. As Qian Xiaoya picked up the book and gazed at its cover, he could no longer contain his laughter. Haha, incredible. The cover unmistakably depicted the visage of Yishio. Yishio's summoning skill book. Skill type, summoning. New beast quality, purple. Learning requirement, level 10 summoner. Learning times. 1. Skill effect, summons a dark skeleton swordsman named Yishio. Cooldown time, none. Description, is this what miracles are made of? This is truly miraculous. Qian Xiaoya grinned widely as the skill book transformed into a beam of light that flew into his body. He then turned his attention to the ring and earrings. Night ring. Type, accessory. Rank, bronze. Attribute, dark. Quality, purple. Requirement, level 10. Effect, dark attribute 20, strength 8, agility 8, energy 8, energy recovery speed 6. Night earrings. Type, accessory. Rank, bronze. Attribute, dark. Quality, purple. Requirement, level 10. Effect, dark attribute 12, energy 12, strength 10, agility 10. Rubbish, Qian Xiaoya remarked, puzzled as he regarded the two pieces of equipment in his hands before tossing them into his backpack. While the attributes are numerous, what does the lack of intelligence signify? I am a summoner, not a warrior. Confused, he picked up the garment, hoping it might surprise him. Night robe. Type, armor. Rank, bronze. Attribute, dark. Quality, yellow. Requirement, level 10. Effect, dark attribute 8, constitution 8, intelligence 8, energy 8, defense 6. This is quite good, Qian Xiaoya exclaimed, pleased as he changed out of his current robe. Wearing equipment of a higher rank than oneself allows one to enjoy only 80 of its effects, if 2 ranks higher. Only 50, and 3 ranks higher, merely 20. Beyond 3 ranks, the effects diminish substantially to the point of being negligible. Conversely, wearing equipment of a lower rank than oneself allows one to enjoy the full effects for the first 3 ranks, but beyond that, one will not benefit from the equipment, as gear of 3 ranks lower is akin to a blank slate in your hands, utterly inconsequential. Items that can enhance one's attributes are similar to equipment. As long as they are not of the same rank as oneself, they will somewhat deduct from one's attributes. This information was firmly etched in his mind from the lessons taught by his instructor. Just as he prepared to continue examining the treasure chest, the bunny lord interjected. It's empty now. Qian Xiaoya paused, observing the gradually vanishing treasure chest, and remarked, 2 purples, 1 yellow, and 1 skill. Quite decent. The bunny lord inquired curiously. Shall we summon him now? Not yet. Let us get some sleep first, Qian Xiaoya yawned, rising from the ground. Although his stamina had improved somewhat due to his current strength, it was still insufficient to forego a full night's rest and remain invigorated. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, fully refreshed, Qian Xiaoya stood in the living room, preparing to release the Yishio summoning. In the next moment, a black summoning array gradually materialized in the living room, and the figure of Yishio appeared before the intrigued eyes of 1 person, 1 rabbit, and 1 chicken. Yishio slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Qian Xiaoya, and fell silent. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, which quickly turned into silent tears. However, as a creature of the undead, no tears formed at the corners of his eyes. The trio watched this scene in utter bewilderment. The bunny lord nudged Qian Xiaoya and whispered, he seems quite intelligent, doesn't he? I sense it too, Qian Xiaoya nodded. At that moment, he felt that the battle from earlier that morning was not as superficial as it had seemed. 2 minutes later, Yishio's emotions began to stabilize, and he looked up at Qian Xiaoya, whose expression was rather peculiar, and performed a deep bow. My apologies. Yishio's sudden action once again left Qian Xiaoya and his companions in a state of confusion. But soon, Qian Xiaoya reacted, glancing at the bowing Yishio, and asked with a smile, could you share your thoughts from that moment? Of course. Yishio straightened up and replied, when I saw your army, I was astounded. Utterly astonished, for it was simply unbelievable. Curious, Qian Xiaoya inquired, when did you realize my luck was exceptionally high? Yishio candidly stated, it was when I sighed. Qian Xiaoya, puzzled, asked, if you thought of it, why didn't you voice it? Because I spoke too quickly, Yishio sheepishly scratched his head. After a brief silence, Qian Xiaoya continued, you held back. Wouldn't the system have objected? I did not hold back, Yishio clarified. What do you mean? I just allowed a slightly larger margin for error, and I took a bit longer. Be more specific. The bunny lord appeared behind me unexpectedly, Yishio explained. Oh. Yishio quickly corrected himself. The bunny lord suddenly showing up behind me truly took me by surprise. After being caught by the bunny lord, I naturally fell forward. That doesn't count as holding back. It was merely a reaction to being startled, without timely adjustment. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoye remarked, "So, at that moment, you could have simply turned around and struck the bunny? That would not have been possible." Yishio shook his head and elaborated, "I could have fled. At the very least, I would not have been struck by so many skills." "I understand now." Qian Xiaoye nodded, continuing, "Did you suffer any adverse effects?" "None." Yishio grinned. "Summoning a great army is overwhelmingly powerful, and the Bunny Lord is formidable as well, hence my actions were entirely reasonable. Moreover, I harbor no intention of holding back, for I am acutely aware that no matter how formidable I may be, I cannot hope to vanquish your Lord's mighty army. Thus, I am exerting my utmost. It is merely that, in the throes of this full exertion, I have discovered an opportunity to swiftly conclude this battle." Indeed, Qian Xiaoye regarded the beaming Yishio with high approval. "Just before my demise, I pondered whether I might gamble and emerge victorious." As Yishio spoke, his spirits soared. To his surprise, he had indeed won the gamble. Qian Xiaoye observed him and remarked, "You have triumphed, but you are now my coexisting summoned beast. Do you comprehend the essence of coexisting summoned beasts?" "I do." Yishio instantly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, "I, Yishio, shall safeguard your path to divinity, vanquishing all foes that dare obstruct us." Upon hearing Yishio's sudden proclamation, Qian Xiaoye was momentarily taken aback, followed by a slight smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, I relish your elevated awareness." Yishio called out once more, "You have granted me a new lease on life. Naturally, I shall fight with all my might for you." After a brief silence, Qian Xiaoye chuckled, "A new life necessitates a new name." Upon hearing this, Tui instinctively twitched his mouth and silently turned his gaze aside. "What is it? Did I say something amiss?" Qian Xiaoye's voice echoed in Tui's ear. Yes. Tui hastily introduced himself to Yishio. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Xiaoye, but you may call me Tui. By the way, I am the first, and thus your elder brother in terms of seniority." "I am Qian Xiaogu," another voice chimed in, "and you may refer to me as Xiaogu." "I am the second, your elder sister by seniority." Tui expressed his surprise. "You mimic quite well." "Of course," Xiaogu replied, hands on her hips, chest puffed out with pride. Observing this unexpected scene, Qian Xiaoye shook his head with a chuckle and addressed the now dumbfounded Yishio. "From now on, your true name shall be Qian Xiaoxiu. In the usual course, I shall call you Yishio. You may address me as Master or Brother Yi." "Understood, Master." Yishio responded loudly while internally musing. Is this new name merely a form of personal branding? Chapter 42, Summoner's Compendium. Qian Xiaoxiu, Dark Knight Skeleton Swordsman. Level, 10. Rank, Bronze. Attribute, Dark. Quality, Purple. Innate Talent, Dark Knight Rakshasa. Talents, Undead Form, Mastery of Polearms, Breath of Water. Skills, Dark Knight Slash, Dark Knight Shield, Whirlwind Slash, Greatsword Mastery. Dark Knight Rakshasa, SSS Level Talent. Active Effect, enters the state of Dark Knight Rakshasa, enhancing dark attributes by 50, strength by 50, agility by 50, while reducing defenses by 50. In this state, energy will continuously deplete, and if one's spirits are low, there is a chance of losing control. Cooldown 1 day. Description: those possessing the Rakshasa talent are the pinnacle prodigies of the Yasha clan. Undead Form, S-level talent. Passive effect: Immortal Soul, Eternal Life. Description: a unique passive talent of the Undead clan, a coveted existence for all beings. Breath of Water, Sea-level talent. Passive effect: enables free breathing underwater. Description: the Yasha are beings of the water, capable of unrestricted movement in aquatic environments. Greatsword Mastery. Passive effect: proficient in wielding greatswords, mastering various techniques. SSS level talent. Qian Xiaoye's expression turned to one of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure and continued to scrutinize Yishio's skill list, instinctively remarking, "You possess only 4 skills? The novice area does not offer many skills, it primarily relies on talents." Yishio sheepishly scratched his head. "Your talents are rather impressive." Qian Xiaoye revealed a hint of envy, simultaneously musing, "Fortune seems to have eluded me by a narrow margin." The Rakshasa talent is the foundation of our Yasha clan. Those endowed with this talent grow safely, and at the very least, they become kings. As Yishio spoke, he became increasingly perplexed. A future king perishing in the novice area. Who wouldn't find that puzzling? Qian Xiaoye stepped forward, patting Yishio on the shoulder, and gently assured him, "I shall help you seek vengeance." Yishio nodded vigorously. "Tui shall assist you in your quest for vengeance as well." "And I, thank you, Tui and Xiaogu," Yishio said, his spirits lifting considerably as he gazed at them. "This is for you." Qian Xiaoye retrieved the knight greatsword from his backpack and handed it to Yishio. "This greatsword." Yishio stared at the greatsword in Qian Xiaoye's hand, then at the one he held, noting that while they were similar, the one in Qian Xiaoya's possession was significantly more exquisite. This was forged from your very essence. Thus, its attributes undoubtedly surpass those of your current sword. It is a purple quality greatsword, the only purple one derived from your body. Thank you, Brother Yi. Although Yi Xiu felt a tad strange, he accepted the Knight Greatsword. As for the greatsword he had been holding, it vanished the moment he grasped the Knight Greatsword. As it was a part of his being and could be dismissed at will, Qian Xiaoya turned to Tui and inquired, "Have all the equipment sold out?" "All gone," Tui answered without hesitation. "Unless it goes to auction, equipment is typically snatched up in an instant. How could there still be any left? Then let us proceed. We shall venture into the new era to acquire equipment." After preparing, Qian Xiaoya vanished from the room. Summoned beasts can certainly equip weapons and armor, but such armor requires customization, unlike Qian Xiaoya, who can don items outright due to his system. As for assisting Yi Xiu in acquiring equipment, it is feasible since Yi Xiu is humanoid, and Qian Xiaoya is human as well. Thus, he can simply wear the items, remove them, and pass them to Yi Xiu. If Yi Xiu can wear them, he will benefit from their effects. As for the possibility of not being able to wear them, that is implausible, as Qian Xiaoya has already assessed their comparable heights. Therefore, he will undoubtedly be able to wear them. In fact, this also constitutes a form of exploiting a bug. However, the creator has not rectified this flaw. The reason is that fixing it would mean that a piece of equipment could only be worn once, leading to a fixed size, which would hinder sales, consequently driving prices skyward. Thus, the creator opted not to rectify this bug, possibly having intended it as such. Of course, size alteration is limited to system-generated equipment. Gear crafted by blacksmiths is of a fixed size, unless it incorporates materials that allow for size manipulation. Otherwise, the size determined during crafting remains constant thereafter. March 10th, 8 a.m. Seated on the sofa, Qian Xiaoya prepared to use the miracle hand on the summoner's treasure chest before him. It had been 7 days since he last employed the miracle hand. In those 7 days, aside from equipping Yi Xiu with a full set of gear, he had also replaced his own inferior equipment with level 10 Lord gear and had extracted the summoning skill books for all ordinary, king level, and Lord level new beasts in the novice area. At this point, the novice area held no further aspirations for him. Xiao, what do you think you will unveil? With Brother Ye's talent, it should not be a problem to obtain an S-level talent book. Your expectations are rather modest. Not at all. Look, Yi is about to open it. As they chatted, Qian Xiaoya, deep in meditation, opened his eyes, gazing at the treasure chest before him as his hands began to exude a mysterious glow. In the next moment, he decisively pressed the button on the treasure chest. A flash of violet light flickered momentarily, revealing a thick tome nestled within the treasure chest. A book of talents? A skill book? Both Tu Yi and Yi Xiu instantly exclaimed the items that first came to their minds. Xiaogu also hurried over, eager to ascertain the true nature of the book. Qian Xiaoya examined the aged volume, observing its unadorned cover, and silently withdrew it. Unnamed SSS grade. Type, special item. Attribute, mysterious. Unique requirement, summoner. Special skill, summon beast compendium. Binding status, unbound. Description, a tome suffused with an aura of mystery. Its origins unknown, its arrival a mystery. As the group gazed upon the information contained within the book, their mouths collectively fell agape, frozen in astonishment. After a few moments, Qian Xiaoya softly remarked, "Tu Yi, give me a slap." Smack. "Damn, you really hit me," Qian Xiaoya exclaimed, whirling around to face Tu Yi. Tu Yi shot him a disdainful glance, standing tall and declaring, "I won't hit you. I'll hit myself." After exchanging playful banter with Tu Yi, Qian Xiaoya turned his attention back to the book, a sense of unreality flooding his mind. Is this truly something I can possess? No. Then why is it in my hands? Perhaps this is a miracle. Listening to Tu Ye's words, Qian Xiaoya lifted his gaze to the curious trio of man, rabbit, and chicken around him, a smile creeping onto his lips as he echoed, "Perhaps this is indeed a miracle." He then scrutinized the special skill of the book. Summon Beast Compendium. Passive effect 1. Each time a summoning skill is mastered, a corresponding summoning enhancement is granted. Determined by the highest quality of the newly summoned beast, Gray 001, White 002, Green 005, Cyan 01, Blue 03, Yellow 05, Purple 1, Orange 10, Red 30, Rainbow 50. Passive effect 2. When the number of summons reaches a certain threshold, new effects will be unlocked. Current summoning quantity by quality, enhancement unbound. Total number of summoning skills, unbound. 10 summoning skills, unlocked. 50 summoning skills, unlocked. 100 summoning skills, unlocked. 500 summoning skills, unlocked. 1,000 summoning skills, unlocked. 5,000 summoning skills, unlocked. 10,000 summoning skills, unlocked. 100,000 summoning skills, unlocked. Total Summoning Enhancement, Unbound. Chapter 43, Miracle Compendium. After reading, Qian Xiaoya fell into silence. A few seconds later, he quietly placed the book on the coffee table and walked towards the kitchen. A minute later, under the curious gazes of the three, he emerged from the kitchen with a small knife and took a seat on the sofa. Once seated, he gritted his teeth and made a cut in his palm with the knife, blood swiftly spilling forth and dripping onto the tome on the coffee table, drop by drop, until the blood saturated the book and his complexion turned pale, yet the book remained unmoved. The man, rabbit, and chicken watched Qian Xiaoya's actions, paralyzed into silence, not daring to utter a word. Damn, haven't you had enough? Qian Xiaoya shouted, feeling his hand controlled by a mysterious force. The trio looked on in confusion, but Qian Xiaoya offered no explanation, enduring the pain as he continued to let his blood fall. A minute later, under the influence of the mysterious force, the wound in his palm began to heal, and at that moment, the tome soared before his eyes, erupting into a dazzling display of mysterious brilliance. It's finally over. Qian Xiaoya's pale face broke into a radiant smile. Observing this, Tu Yi promptly handed over a high-grade healing potion that he had just retrieved and opened. Thank you, Qian Xiaoya said, taking the potion and sipping a few mouthfuls before retrieving the floating book to examine its effects. Unnamed SSS. Type, Special Item. Attribute, Mysterious. Unique Requirement, Summoner. Special Skill, Summon Beast Compendium. Binding Status, Bound. Binder, Qian Xiaoya Miracle. Description, a tome imbued with an aura of mystery. Its origins unknown, its arrival a mystery. Summon Beast Compendium. Passive Effect 1. Each time a summoning skill is mastered, a corresponding summoning attribute enhancement is granted. Determined by the highest quality of the newly summoned beast, Gray 001, White 002, Green 005, Cyan 01, Blue 03, Yellow 05, Purple 1, Orange 10, Red 30, Rainbow 50. Passive Effect 2. When the number of summons reaches a certain threshold, new effects will be unlocked. Current summoning quantity by quality. Enhancement 30 Gray, 03, 20 White, 04. 10 Green, 05, 1 Yellow, 05, 1 Purple, 1 Rainbow, 50. Total number of summoning skills, 63. 10 summoning skills, summoning attribute 10. 50 summoning skills, summoning attribute 25. 100 summoning skills, unlocked. 500 summoning skills, unlocked. 1,000 summoning skills, unlocked. 5,000 summoning skills, unlocked. 10,000 summoning skills, unlocked. 100,000 summoning skills, unlocked. Total summoning attribute enhancement, 877. Description, go forth and become the mightiest summoner. 877. Qian Xiaoya inhaled deeply. At that moment, he felt as though the air surrounding him was fragrant, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. As he reveled in his joy, Yi Xiao, sensing a sudden surge of power within himself, instinctively glanced at Tu Yi. Tu Yi smirked. I am the rainbow. Is there a problem? No. Tu Yi is incredible. Big brother is incredible. Yi Xiao promptly shook his head. Then it settled. Tu Yi turned his head toward Qian Xiaoya, urging, Xiaoyazi, hurry and name it. Qian Xiaoya contemplated for a moment and softly proclaimed, Miracle Compendium. A true summoner capable of mastering 100,000 summoning skills is indeed a miracle. Indeed, Tu Yi concurred, that name is splendid. Subsequently, under Qian Xiaoya's guidance, the unnamed tome transformed into the Miracle Compendium. Gazing at the Miracle Compendium in his hands, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim, an SSS grade special item is indeed formidable. Tu Yi boasted, how could it not be formidable? This is the highest grade of special item, much like myself. SSS grade special items are exceedingly rare. Some planets may possess only one, and across all planets of certain races, there may be just a single one, each an exceptional existence. Yi Xiao felt as though he were living a dream. He never imagined his master would be so extraordinary as to directly unveil an SSS grade special item. In his eyes, the Miracle Compendium should rightfully belong to kings or legendary figures, capable of wielding its full potential. Only those of such caliber could possess high-quality summoning skills. For those high-quality summoning skills lie at the heart of this special item. Though reality unfolded this way, he never anticipated that his master would possess a rainbow-quality summoning skill at this stage. He was astounded to discover that Tu Yi was of rainbow quality, a magnificent quality, adorned with a vibrant spectrum of colors and an enhancement of 50 points to its summoning attributes, has transformed this item, one that should not have played a pivotal role at this level, into a divine artifact in the hands of its master. He can only exclaim, Master, you are truly remarkable. Rabbit Lord, you are extraordinary. What shall we do now? We shall engage in acquiring equipment and amass wealth, preparing to enter the trial in a week's time. As Qian Xiaoya spoke, He unfurled the miracle compendium in his hands. The others around him immediately cast curious glances in his direction. The first page of the compendium was a table of contents, while the second depicted the appearance of a wild chicken, accompanied by various details about it. Information that Qian Xiaoya was already familiar with, while any unknown details remained concealed. After perusing a few pages, he surmised that unknown information would likely not be revealed. Simultaneously, he found the arrangement of summoning skills, each occupying a single page, to be rather pleasing. Observing the weaklings lined up before him, Rabbit Lord inquired, "Might it be possible to place me at the forefront of this tome?" "It should be feasible," Qian Xiaoya replied, sending a message to the book. Soon, the book metamorphosed before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, with Rabbit Lord's name prominently appearing at the very top. "Now, this is delightful," Rabbit Lord nodded in satisfaction. Witnessing this, Xiaogu immediately exclaimed, "I want that too." "Already taken care of," Qian Xiaoya responded, flipping to the next page. The following page contained Xiaogu's information, with Yixio's details following behind. After turning several more pages, Qian Xiaoya closed the miracle compendium, which then, under the astonished stares of those present, soared into his body. Observing their surprised expressions, he smiled and elucidated. "Once bound to me, the miracle compendium becomes a part of my very being. Even if it were to be stolen, I could summon it back to my side. As long as I draw breath, it shall not be lost. Of course, this pertains only to special items that require binding. Certain unique items that do not require binding may indeed be pilfered." "Understood." Rabbit Lord puffed out his chest and declared, "Let us set a modest goal, to pilfer a special item." Chapter 44, The Subsequent Influence, Qian Xiaoya's Low-Key Wealth Accumulation. As Qian Xiaoya prepared to enter the new era, a voice resonated within his mind. "Who seeks me?" he murmured, opening his friend interface and gazing at Li Ji's twitching avatar, perplexed. "Li Yun, have you reached level 10 yet? There are far too many competitors for monsters." "I'm almost there. Should be able to make it by tomorrow," Qian Xiaoya replied, nodding with satisfaction at his own message. Thanks to his assistance, the 13-14 novice area experienced a significant surge in strength, with leveling up occurring at a meteoric pace. And throngs of players populated every region. "Li Yun, good. Let me know when you reach the planetary zone." "Li Gu, I plan to acquire a summoning skill for either the Golden Tiger or Wind Eagle before proceeding," Qian Xiaoya stated. "A commendable plan, I support you," Li Yun responded. "But do not take too long. Excessive delay could lead to missed opportunities. A maximum of 7 days. If I cannot achieve it by then, I shall go regardless," Qian Xiaoya asserted. "Sounds good." Li Yun sighed as he observed the messages on his screen. He hoped for Qian Xiaoya's swift entry, yet understood his reasoning, thus refraining from dissent. While such a delay would slow Qian Xiaoya's progress slightly, it would still be faster than most of his classmates. Moreover, this year introduced 10 new secret realms, 3 more than the previous year, so a little delay was permissible. Meanwhile, the entire internet buzzed with fervent discussions regarding the whereabouts of the miracle. On the day it vanquished the final boss, everyone anticipated the imminent opening of the new secret realm, yet a full day passed in silence. It was not until 2 days later that a prodigious player from the 13-14 zone emerged in the planetary zone's human capital, initiating the secret realm, resulting in a profound silence among the crowd. They had waited in vain, ultimately failing to witness the miracle. It was at that moment that speculation arose about the miracle still lingering in the novice zone. Some claimed it was timid, too afraid to appear before the masses. Others argued it was astute, aware of the need for self-preservation. Some suggested it was biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to enter the planetary zone, while others believed it was indifferent to the bronze-tier humans, not wishing to allow them early access to the secret realm and its resources. In essence, that day saw a plethora of discussions regarding the miracle, with countless theories circulating, eliciting excitement among onlookers, while Qian Xiaoya merely smirked. And Rabbit Lord even began to tally the various theories. The first individual to transition from the novice zone to the planetary zone found that the secret realms initiated that day were all designated as bronze realms, accessible only to players of the bronze rank. Furthermore, the newly established bronze secret realms would be under a month-long protection period for novices, meaning that those who had previously resided in the planetary zone at the bronze rank would not be permitted entry. Only after this protection period would the new secret realm fully open, allowing anyone, regardless of their duration in the bronze rank, to enter. This very reason fueled the anticipation among bronze-ranked players, as their eagerness for the miracle's swift emergence in the planetary zone meant they could enter the secret realm a day sooner and secure resources ahead of other races. Indeed, the new secret realms were not exclusive but shared with other races, the extent of which depended on the realm's design. Upon witnessing the miracle achieve various first kills with overwhelming prowess, their immediate reaction was that the new secret realm would open rather swiftly. granting them several days' head start over other races. However, as they continued to wait, it was others who arrived, and witnessing the outcome, their frustration could hardly be contained. Most vented their frustrations for a day before settling down, as, with the miracle's aid, this year still saw a faster progression than the last. Although the majority calmed, a minority remained discontented, directing their ire at the miracle on forums, vehemently criticizing its reputation. These individuals felt that an additional 2 days could have been gained, translating to 3 days ahead. What a treasure trove of fresh resources that would yield. With 2 days lost, their dissatisfaction was palpable, prompting them to take to various forums to denounce the miracle and tarnish its name. Qian Xiaoya was aware of all this. While slightly vexed, he chose to disregard it, considering it a blessing in disguise that might diminish his fame and divert attention from those who initially focused on him. He thought to himself. As for how those critics perceived the situation, he remained oblivious. After concluding his conversation with Li Yun, he directly entered the new era, intent on grinding for equipment and accumulating dragon coins. Currently, the exchange rate stood at 10 dragon coins for 1 copper. Although it had decreased significantly, it remained profitable. After all, only a select few would reach the planetary zone within half a month. In a few days, when the exchange rate shifted to 1 dragon coin per copper, equipment would lose its value. Henceforth, he was diligently selling gear and summoning skill books to bolster his financial reserves. While he did sell summoning skill books, he refrained from listing them all at once, opting instead to post 2 to 4 books daily, as skill books were not as easily acquired as equipment. If he flooded the market, it would become evident that he was the source. Although others recognized his high luck value, they had no inkling of its true magnitude. Should he suddenly list dozens of books, he might find himself trending once more. By limiting his sales to 2 to 4 books, he remained beneath the radar. And these few summoning skill books were of varied types. With the recent elevation in everyone's levels, some individuals have begun to produce skill books and place them for sale. A newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom, priced at 15 million, raises questions about whether he is the one selling them. However, ascertaining this is quite challenging. Even if they were to find out, they would not necessarily attribute all summoned skill books to him. As for the summoned skill books for kings and lords, he has not sold a single one, opting instead to store them all within the space of the Rabbit Lord, deciding to keep them as collectibles for future gifting. In contrast, he sells other skill books one by one without hesitation, primarily because the number of professionals for these skills is vast, making it quite normal to release dozens in a single day. Moreover, he has only released a limited quantity himself, averaging between 0 to 3 books daily, which barely makes a ripple. Regarding equipment, after he collected the complete set of level 10 Lord gear and the Lord summoning skill books, he ceased hunting lords, focusing instead on leveling up the new beasts for the human army. He sold off the lower-level Lord equipment while retaining the higher-level items for gradual sale later. Thanks to his astute maneuvers, had it not been for the incessant criticisms directed at him, he might have been forgotten by most. After all, while grinding for equipment in the new era, he primarily roamed the territories of the other 3 races, avoiding the Dark Race, with much of his time spent in the Lizardman region, rendering his presence nearly invisible in the human territories. Had it not been for the prolonged absence of new secret realms, the humans in District 1314 might have assumed he had departed. Chapter 45, The Bronze Trial. March 17th. At 9 in the morning, Qian Xiaoya appeared in the safety zone, taking in the familiar surroundings. After a moment of silence, he made his way toward the village chief. "Child, do you have any questions?" Hearing the kind voice of the village chief, Qian Xiaoya replied, "Grandfather village chief, I wish to go to the planetary zone." The village chief, taken aback, inquired, "To enter the planetary zone, one must reach level 10. Are you already at level 10? "Yes, Grandfather village chief. I have attained level 10. Then let me sense your aura, to confirm your strength." "All right." Qian Xiaoya silently emanated his aura. As the village chief perceived Qian Xiaoya's essence, a radiant smile broke across his face. "Excellent. You may enter the planetary zone." At that moment, a prompt appeared before Qian Xiaoya. Requirements met. "Would you like to be transported to the creation space?" "Yes," Qian Xiaoya silently affirmed, and he vanished from his spot. "Welcome back to the creation space. I am the creation space sprite, Xiao Chuang. Would you like to initiate the bronze trial?" Qian Xiaoya opened his eyes, surveying the blank surroundings, and requested, "Please provide an overview of the bronze trial." The bronze trial consists of 5 levels. With each level completed, your strength will increase by 10. Upon conquering all 5 levels, your strength will be enhanced by 50. Successfully passing the first level will allow you to opt out of the bronze trial and return here to undergo class advancement. After your class advancement, you may enter the planetary zone and embark on a new journey. Xiao Chuang further cautioned, should you perish during the bronze trial, it will not result in actual death. So you may challenge the next level with confidence and strive to conquer all 5. Completing all 5 levels will not only elevate your strength by 50, but also significantly increase the chances of obtaining rare, uncommon, or unique classes. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly and continued. Is everyone's bronze trial identical? Not at all. Each profession has a different trial. The bronze trial will be tailored to your profession, determining the nature of your challenges. If your profession is a priest, your trial may involve assisting others in battle to achieve victory. If you're an alchemist, it may revolve around potion crafting and assessing success rates. If you are a swordsman, it may consist of a 1v1 combat scenario. Listening to Xiao Chuang's examples, Qian Xiaoya remained silent for a brief moment before smiling. Let us begin. Please hold on. Xiao Chuang will now transport you to the bronze trial space. With that, Qian Xiaoya vanished in a flash of light. Upon regaining his vision, he found himself within a grand bronze hall. Welcome to the bronze hall. Your first opponent will be a version of yourself at 110 strength, possessing all of your abilities, excluding equipment and special items. Please prepare yourself. In this seemingly straightforward game, Qian Xiaoya subtly raised his magic orb, summoning a magic array before him. The Rabbit Lord emerged first, turning to ask, "Is this the trial space?" "Yes," Qian Xiaoya confirmed, his hands continuing their movements as he initiated a second summoning array. Observing the arrival of Yishio, the Rabbit Lord inquired further, "What kind of trial is this?" "You will face a version of yourself at 110 strength," Qian Xiaoya replied, his summoning unceasing as he conjured Xiaogu. "Does it include equipment?" "Equipment does not count as part of one's inherent strength. It is considered external power, thus it does not apply." "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed. The first level of the bronze trial is not particularly difficult. An average person can clear it." Once Xiaogu appeared, Qian Xiaoya asked the others, "Are you all prepared?" The Rabbit Lord instinctively queried, "Aren't you going to summon more?" Qian Xiaoya shook his head. "Quick battles are preferable, and summoning too many will only result in them all being projected." The Rabbit Lord nodded slightly. "Then let us commence." Qian Xiaoya softly stated, "We are ready. The challengers are prepared. The trial will commence in 1 minute." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya calmly gazed at the 4 figures materializing before him and remarked, "Yishio, this is your task." "Understood." Yishio stepped forward, brandishing the Sword of Night, poised for action. The Rabbit Lord, observing the doppelganger of Qian Xiaoya, curiously asked, "Will the subsequent levels be at 120, 130, 140 strength?" "Presumably, yes." Although this was what was said online and by the teachers, Qian Xiaoya remained uncertain, as unexpected scenarios could arise. The Rabbit Lord could not help but scoff. What an utterly effortless trial. Why would the bronze trial be any more challenging? Qian Xiaoya shot him an incredulous glance, continuing, "Engage in battle. The trial begins." Chapter 46, The Miracle Summoner. Ready at a moment's notice. Yishio dashed towards the 4 opponents upon hearing the signal. The Rabbit Lord flashed and appeared behind the foe, Qian Xiaoya, delivering a swift kick. With a resounding thud, the imitation Qian Xiaoya was sent flying towards Yishio. Yishio widened his eyes and swung his sword. "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the first level. Would you like to initiate the second level test?" The second level's opponent will be a version of yourself at 120 strength. Watching as his doppelganger's head was severed by Yishio's blade, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although it was merely an illusion, it was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. The Rabbit Lord approached, chuckling, "You are rather weak, aren't you?" Qian Xiaoya regarded the Rabbit Lord's buoyant demeanor with a peculiar expression. "Did you perhaps infuse a bit of emotion into that kick?" "Not at all." The Rabbit Lord swiftly denied. "That was merely the quickest way to resolve the battle. Right, Xiaoya, wouldn't you agree?" The Rabbit Lord turned to Yishio. "Indeed." Yishio hesitated, but ultimately stayed true to his beliefs. Meanwhile, Xiaogu shouted, "Master, that naughty rabbit definitely infused some emotion. That kick was excessively forceful. If he had exerted any more strength, your head would have exploded." Upon hearing this, the Rabbit Lord shot a glare at Xiaogu. Xiaogu stood tall and unyielding, showing no fear in his heart. Qian Xiaoya observed the scene before him, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he chuckled and shook his head. "Please continue. The sooner we finish, the better." In the second stage, confronting a version of himself at 120 strength, they spent a duration akin to the first challenge. The third stage, facing himself at 130 strength, took them 3 minutes. By the fourth stage, battling against a version of himself at 140 strength, they required 5 minutes, during which 2 new adversaries, the Golden Tiger Lord and the Wind Eagle Lord, also emerged. Congratulations on successfully passing the 4th stage. Would you like to initiate the final test? Your opponent will be yourself at 150 strength. As anticipated, there were no surprises. Qian Xiaoya murmured, "Initiate," and the system confirmed. Initiation successful. The final test will commence in 1 minute. Listening to the system's announcement, He turned to Yishio and instructed, when the final test begins, unleash the Dark Knight Demon. Understood. Yishio nodded, and at the start of the final test, he decisively activated the Dark Knight Demon. In an instant, a terrifying aura of darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding boom, the dark energy erupted, revealing Yishio under the guise of the Dark Knight Demon to the spectators. As he beheld the version of himself being sent flying by the Rabbit Lord, Yishio charged forward, sword in hand, delivering a decisive strike. The false Yishio was sent hurtling away under the assault of the Knight's sword. Without sparing a glance for his doppelganger, Yishio surged toward the counterfeit Qian Xiaoya, who was currently engaged with Xiao Gu and the Golden Tiger Lord, attacking the suddenly appearing Rabbit Lord. The tactics of the false Rabbit Lord were quite similar, typically aiming to eliminate him in a single blow. After several encounters, Yishio had grown immensely familiar with these patterns. Meanwhile, the Rabbit Lord, unlike his counterfeit, was stealthily targeting the transforming false Yishio, catching the latter off guard. Furthermore, the Rabbit Lord's strength, augmented by the Miracle Codex, far surpassed that of the false Rabbit Lord. Thus, despite being beset upon, he remained in a far superior state, even appearing to handle the situation with ease. 10 seconds later, transformed into Yishio, the Rabbit Lord, having timed his ambush perfectly, appeared behind the false Rabbit Lord and dealt a swift sword strike. Simultaneously, the attacks from Qian Xiaoya and his companions converged. Under their combined efforts, the false Rabbit Lord was swiftly vanquished. One notable distinction between the doppelgangers and their real counterparts in the trial was their inability to communicate. They lacked intelligence. With the demise of the false Rabbit Lord, the battle escalated rapidly, and it wasn't long before the false Qian Xiaoya was cleaved in two by Yishio's Dark Knight Slash. Congratulations on successfully passing the final test. The system's voice resonated, and 3 beams of light descended from above, enveloping Qian Xiaoya, the Rabbit Lord, and Xiao Gu in their embrace. Observing this scene, Yishio silently dispelled the Dark Knight Demon form, standing vigilantly by. 10 minutes later, bathed in radiant light, Qian Xiaoya slowly opened his eyes. Lowering his gaze, he flexed his left hand, pondering, is this the power of bronze? It feels rather akin to being a novice. Hearing this, Yishio replied, the disparity between bronze and a novice is not particularly vast. It is akin to the transition from 1 to 2. That makes a degree of sense, Qian Xiaoya murmured. Glancing at the slumbering Rabbit Lord and Xiao Gu, realizing they were awakening their innate talents. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 11, and your rank has ascended to bronze. In 1 minute, I shall transport you to the creation space. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya summoned the sleeping Rabbit Lord, Xiao Gu, and the standing Yishio into the summoning space. A minute later, everything went dark before Qian Xiaoya, and he vanished from the bronze hall. Welcome back to the creation space. I am the creation space sprite, Xiao Chuan. Based on your performance in the bronze trial, we present you with the following class options: Undead Summoner, Rare; Rabbit Spirit Summoner, Rare; Griffin Summoner, Rare; White Tiger Summoner, Uncommon; Phoenix Summoner, Uncommon; Miracle Summoner, Unique. Snapping back to attention, Qian Xiaoya stared at the class selection interface that appeared before him, momentarily taken aback. 3 were rare, 2 were uncommon, and 1 was unique. Remarkable. He mused, not immediately selecting the Miracle Summoner, instead opting for the first option. Undead Summoner, Rare. Description: this class is derived from your summoning skills, leaning towards the summoning of the undead, who will benefit from various class bonuses. Chance of successful class change, 100. White Tiger Summoner, Uncommon. Description: this class allows you to directly acquire a white tiger, one of the world's top-tier beings, belonging to a race esteemed as one of the best, comparable to dragons. Chance of successful class change, 80. Phoenix Summoner, Uncommon. Description: this class is elemental in nature, enabling you to summon various elemental phoenixes. Chance of successful class change, 70. Miracle Summoner, Unique. Description: this class is derived from your innate skills and is exceedingly mysterious. We cannot predict what will happen, should you choose it. We can only wish you luck. Chance of successful class change, 100. Haha. Indeed, there exists a Miracle Summoner. Qian Xiaoya laughed heartily, noticing the 100 success rate. He couldn't help but murmur, I never anticipated it would be a guaranteed success. Class changes typically had a risk of failure, with the consequences resulting in an automatic transition to a standard class or a shift to another class mid-transition. If a unique or rare class were to fail, it could potentially downgrade to an inferior rare class, such as from White Tiger Summoner to Golden Tiger Summoner or Wind Tiger Summoner. The reason he had chosen to wait an additional 7 days was to allow for the cooldown of Miracle Hand. He feared that the success rate might be too low at that time, resulting in failure. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, the cautious Qian Xiaoya would not permit such a risk to transpire. Consequently, he promptly selected the Miracle Summoner. Are you certain you wish to transition to Miracle Summoner? Xiao Chuang's voice inquired, and without hesitation, he proclaimed, absolutely. Selection successful. Wishing you a pleasant class change. As Xiao Chuang's voice faded, a mysterious light enveloped Qian Xiaoya, and darkness engulfed his vision. In a space brimming with an array of mysterious hues, Qian Xiaoya's form drifted aimlessly amidst these enigmatic colors. Slowly opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat disoriented. After a few seconds, he caught sight of his transparent hands and was momentarily taken aback. Is this my soul? He wondered aloud, moving his body curiously as he gazed around. Where's this? Am I in the midst of a class change? Why does it feel so peculiar? Is anyone here? Oh. Can the colors also differentiate and disperse into other hues? As Qian Xiaoya observed the gray, white, green, and cyan lights emanating from the colors, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, these are the colors of quality. Just as he was taken aback, the surrounding colors surged into his being, plunging him into darkness once more as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Class change successful. Congratulations on becoming a Miracle Summoner. Xiao Chuang is currently updating your initial attributes panel. Please hold on. Is this it? Have I returned? Qian Xiaoya, upon hearing Xiao Chuang's voice, abruptly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Gazing at the familiar expanse of white, he fell into a deep contemplation. After a few moments, he shook his head vigorously. Dismissing his thoughts, there was no point in dwelling on them. With that, he accessed the skill interface to check for any new abilities he might have acquired. Chapter 47, Miracle Breathing Technique. Innate Talent, Miracle Hand. Professional Talent, Miracle Breathing Technique. Professional Skills, Miracle Resurrection, Power of Miracle, Miracle Summoning. Active Skills, Coexistence Summoning, Qian Xiao Summoning. Qian Xiaogu Summoning, Qian Xiaoxiu Summoning. Passive Skills, Miracle Space, Tortoise King Shell, Multiple Summoning. Miracle Hand, SSS Level Innate Talent. Passive Effect, significantly enhances one's luck. Active Effect, maximizes luck for the next action, e.g., attack, evade, open treasure chests. Cooldown time, 5 days. Description, do you believe in miracles? Miracle Breathing Technique, SSS Level Talent. Passive Effect, automatically enhances personal strength. Active Effect, engaging in the breathing technique can bolster one's power. Cooldown time, none. Description, what is a miracle? A miracle is the ability to enhance one's strength merely by breathing without any other action. Miracle Resurrection. Active Effect, allows for the resurrection of multiple summoned creatures bound by a coexistence contract, with a recovery period contingent on the creature's inherent strength. Cooldown time, 1 day. Description, reviving summons is enhanced by a mysterious force, allowing for advancement. Power of Miracle. Passive Effect, grants the ability to acquire one random skill from each summoned creature in coexistence, excluding innate talents. Acquired skills, none. Skill switching time, 1 day. Description, the strength of companions is elevated by a mysterious force, allowing for progression. Miracle Summoning. Passive Effect, when releasing summoning skills for unbound creatures, the quantity can be freely controlled, though the consumption will increase exponentially. Description, the power of miracles does not permit you to summon merely one at a time. Multiple Summoning. Passive Effect, enables the simultaneous release of multiple summoning skills. Description, a skill inherent to every bronze summoner. Miracle Space. Area size, 300 square meters. Passive Effect, an independent space accessible to summoned creatures bound by a contract. Within this miracle space, contracted summons enjoy 5-fold training speed. The area of the miracle space expands with the summoner's level and can also be enhanced with rare treasures. Description, the summoning space has received mysterious enhancement, allowing for greater potential. Qian Xiaoya's mouth gaped slightly, utterly stunned by the revelations. Your initial attribute panel has been successfully updated. Please review. Xiao Chuang is currently searching the planetary sector for you. Please hold on. What manner of devilish profession is this? Recovering from his stupor, Qian Xiaoya could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. After a spell of mirth, he vigorously rubbed his cheeks to regain his composure. Calm down, relax. Pride must be avoided. Taking a deep breath, the radiant smile on his face betrayed the joy swelling within him. After a moment, Qian Xiaoya turned his gaze to the interface before him. Qian Xiaoya Miracle. Level, 11001. Profession, Miracle Summoner. Rank, Bronze. Health, 100. Energy, 100. Strength, 25, 532,510. Intelligence, 36, 105, 28510. Agility, 24, 634,510. Defense, 22, 44,410. Constitution, 34, 853,810. Attributes, Metal Element 14, 945, Wind Element 8, 525, Dark Element 9, 63, Light Element 6, 42. Fire Element 5, 315. Other attributes. Health Recovery Speed 9, 63. Is this what a miracle feels like? Qian Xiaoya marveled at his opulent attribute panel and the perfect 10 in professional bonuses, a smile of delight widening on his lips. The professional bonus signifies the attributes gained with each level up, where a perfect 10 indicates that for every level he ascends, all 5 primary attributes will increase by 10 points. Such an exceptional professional bonus he had neither encountered nor heard of before. He had only listened to his homeroom teacher mention that their total professional bonus was 20, while he possesses 50, 30 points more than the teacher. This translates to a staggering 300 points higher in attributes by the time he reaches level 10. Simultaneously, he recalled his teacher mentioning that the maximum bonus for each major attribute could be as high as 10 and as low as 0. Thus, the total professional bonus could amount to a maximum of 50 points. Contemplating this, the corners of his mouth lifted even further. In the 5 major attributes, the first number reflects his initial attributes, the second number denotes the rank bonus, and the first number indicates the professional bonus, while the others represent the enhancements from the food he consumed during this period. The sum of these figures constitutes his current base attributes. Skills, talents, equipment, and special items can be sealed, though the difficulty varies. However, professional and rank bonuses cannot be sealed, as they represent his tangible strength. The rank bonus only accounts for base attributes, excluding those augmented by equipment, since the rank enhances the individual rather than the gear. The attributes listed below and others stem from his prior consumption of the heart of the Golden Tiger Lord and the Tiger Lord's inner pill. These attributes have genuinely improved and thus benefit from the rank bonus. Moreover, these attributes will be diluted as the rank rises, yet will not dissipate entirely, for they have become an integral part of his being. Rank signifies ascension. It elevates the individual into a higher realm. As one ascends, the effects of food derived from lower-tier beasts naturally diminish. As for why the professional bonus does not enjoy the benefits of the rank bonus, it is because he first ascended to the bronze rank before transitioning professions. Had he changed professions prior to rank advancement, he would have benefited. Alas, that was not his path. Not only he, but all individuals in the new era share this experience, as they all ascend ranks before switching professions. Without rank elevation, one cannot transition professions. As the progress bar shifted to 002, Qian Xiaoya's smile grew ever more radiant. 1 minute for 001. Thus in 1 hour, it amounts to 06. And in 1 day, that translates to 144. He calculated excitedly. 7 days to level up. If I do not cultivate and it progresses smoothly, that would indeed be the case. Uncertain whether it would encounter any hindrances, he licked his lips, then quickly shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. He feared that overthinking would lead to complacency, so he resolved to let things unfold naturally. Search complete. Your planetary sector is designated as Zone 88. Your planet boasts 10 initial cities: Dragon City, Tiger City, Bear City, Eagle City, and Cherry Blossom City. Please select your desired initial city. Dragon City. Upon selecting success, you will be automatically transported to Planet Zone 88, the initial city of the human race, Dragon City, in 5 minutes. May I inquire if you wish to proceed with the teleportation now? Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya opened his full enhancement panel, briefly scanned the primary attributes, and shifted his gaze to the other attributes. Noticing the infinity symbol representing his luck value, he smiled contentedly and called out, "Engage. Transporting you now. I am the space sprite, Little Chuang. Until we meet again by fate." After listening to Little Chuang's final words, Qian Xiaoya smiled slightly, murmuring, "Until we meet again by fate." Planet Zone 88. Dragon City, the cradle of the Blue Star human race, stands as the most prosperous and largest city in the Blue Star planetary area, without rival. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in the safety square of Dragon City. Due to the overwhelming number of Blue Star humans, the safety zone is not as minuscule as a novice village, but encompasses an area as vast as a square. Naturally, Dragon City's safety zone consists of more than just this one square. However, newcomers arriving from the novice village invariably materialize here. For this reason, it has become one of the liveliest areas in Dragon City. Yet, at this moment, the safety square was far from bustling, with only a handful of dozens present, while others lingered at the periphery, peering inward. As Qian Xiaoya opened his eyes and beheld the peculiar scene around him, realization struck him. They were here to witness which prodigies would descend in the coming days. Truly, there was no secret to be found. Qian Xiaoya quietly scoffed to himself before vanishing from his spot. Back in his bedroom, Qian Xiaoya summoned Bunny Lord, Little Goo, and Night Repair. Turning to the three who had materialized, he declared, Bunny Lord, Night Repair, prepare for a shopping spree. Clear out the summoning skill books in the trading hall. Buy as many as you can. Understood. Chapter 48, Celestial Shifts, Indomitable Combat Spirit. He had earned over 2 billion in the Novice village. And with the addition of funds from his parents, he possessed a total of 5 billion dragon coins. Although he was uncertain of how many summoning skill books he could purchase, he intended to reserve 50 million just in case, spending the remainder entirely on skill books. He would buy every summoning skill book available, starting from the lowest tier and purchasing as many as possible. As for any duplicates he might acquire later, he was unperturbed. He could always sell them at a lower price. His current objective was to unlock the 100 summoning effects within the Miracle Codex. Subsequently, the 300 million dragon coins on his phone transformed into 3 purple gold coins. Purple gold coins represent a higher currency tier. 1 purple gold coin equals 100 platinum coins, 10,000 gold coins, 1 million silver coins, and 100 million copper coins. Little Skeleton Summoning Skill Book, New Beast Quality, Gray, Learning Requirement, None. Price, 10 gold coins. Seller, Anonymous. Seller's message, all you newcomers. Hurry and buy. I'm utterly broke. Wild Butterfly Summoning Skill Book, New Beast Quality, Gray, Learning Requirement, None. Price, 10 gold coins. Seller, Anonymous. Seller's message, beautiful little butterflies for sale, quick transactions allowed. Contact, 125x x 89. Bunny Lord, gazing at the gray skill books all priced above 10 gold coins, exclaimed in shock. Why are these skill books so expensive? Qian Xiaoya calmly explained, no requirements, so they sell easily. There will always be those who wish to buy for fun. Moreover, it's the beginning of the new year for newcomers. If we don't sell at high prices now, when will we? How unscrupulous. Bunny Lord instantaneously felt rejuvenated. Qian Xiaoya cautioned, don't buy duplicates. Let me know before purchasing. Understood. Bunny Lord replied, then continued, I'll take the little skeleton and wild butterfly. Qian Xiaoya buy. Night Repair, I'll take the wild lizard and wild leopard. Qian Xiaoya received. While Bunny Lord and Night Repair made their purchases, Qian Xiaoya retrieved the skill books from his backpack, with Little Gu assisting in organizing them. As for learning, he planned to take his time and study them one by one. Learning skills also consumes mental energy, so it was impossible to master all skills in a short span. Half an hour later, Bunny Lord called out, there are hardly any gray books left. They're all gone. Let us buy white ones. Qian Xiaoya glanced at the assets in his backpack, noting he had purchased 57 gray books with 9 platinum coins, which was still a decent haul. Some formidable gray skill books could fetch more than 10 gold coins. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said to Night Repair, check the interspecies trading hall in the planetary zone to see if there are any gray quality summoning skill books available. Night Repair paused for a moment before promptly opening the interspecies trading hall. Soon, he exclaimed, there are some, but they're priced at double. Then buy them. Qian Xiaoya instructed while retrieving the books. All right, Night Repair replied, proceeding to purchase the skill books. And so, they embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. Pausing only after an hour had passed, Little Gu, holding a notebook, reported to Qian Xiaoya, Master, we have purchased a total of 432 summoning skill books, 88 gray, 266 white, 53 green, 22 cyan, and 3 blue. Qian Xiaoya surveyed the living room, now brimming with summoning books, and nodded slightly, muttering, I bought 413 books. I still have 1 frost skeleton left to learn. I have learned 63 types, which means I need 4 more to activate 500 effects. Bunny Lord chimed in, indeed. So you're short on funds. A blue quality summoning skill book costs around 10 million, but they had already sold 3 for 30 million, leaving the minimum price for any without rank requirements at 15 million. As he only had 50 million, he was still a bit short. No rush. Let us learn these first, Qian Xiaoya replied calmly, moving forward to store the cyan and blue books in his backpack. He then instructed Bunny Lord, put the skill books away. All right. Bunny Lord cheerfully gathered the piles of summoning skill books into the spatial storage. They had initially been in the bedroom, but due to the sheer volume of books, they had relocated to the living room. Reclining on the sofa, Qian Xiaoya asked the trio, what do you wish to eat? Bunny Lord, braised pork rice. Little Gu, I'd like a honey-glazed chicken leg rice. Night Repair, whatever you eat, I'll have the same. Understood. After swiftly placing the takeaway order, Qian Xiaoya opened Bunny Lord and Little Gu's panels, realizing he had yet to review their advancements. Celestial Shifts, SSS level talent. Active effect. Instantly switch positions with any target within your perception range, be it air, leaves, mountains, or rivers. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description, a top-tier spatial talent. With it, you shall run faster. Bunny Lord, this Celestial Shifts is impressive. Qian Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise. It's actually an SSS level talent. Just average. Bunny Lord replied, turning around proudly. Besides this talent, my current stealth and great transformation skills now have a cooldown of just 5 seconds. Nothing else has changed. Qian Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback before expressing joy. That's quite remarkable. Just average. Bunny Lord waved his hand with a smile, turning back to gleefully gather the skill books scattered on the floor. Indomitable Combat Spirit, S-level talent. Passive effect, you shall fear no enemy, growing ever bolder in battle. When on the brink of death, you will unleash a final strike that surpasses your own strength. Active talent, increases all attributes by 50 for a duration of 10 seconds. Following this, the individual will enter a state of weakness, experiencing a 50 reduction in all attributes for 1 hour. After this hour, their strength will gradually be restored. Cooldown time, 1 day. Description, brave Xiaogu, unafraid of the world. S-rank, not bad. Although not as extraordinary as Lord Rabbit, he is quite content with his abilities. Qian Xia gently caressed the small figure of Xiaogu resting beside him, softly murmuring, "At that time, you did not awaken your talent, hence you only possess passive effects, correct?" Xiaogu was uncertain. Lifting his gaze to Qian Xiaoya, he nuzzled his crown against Qian Xiaoya's palm, continuing, "My bloodline development has reached 15, granting me a new skill to burn my essence, which enhances all my attributes, though it will dilute the Ice Flame Phoenix Lizard bloodline." Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoya replied, "Do not use that skill. If you perish, I can revive you, but I cannot restore your essence." "Master, I understand." Xiaogu obediently lay there, relishing the warmth of Qian Xiaoya's hand. Before long, Qian Xiaoya sat up, retrieving the summoning skill books from his backpack, diligently studying them one by one. After perusing 5 volumes, he paused, rubbing his forehead, and summoned his friend Interface, opening the chat with their homeroom teacher, Li Yun. "Brother Li, I have entered the planetary zone." Li Yun responded instantaneously, "Excellent. Remember to come to class tomorrow. We will help you assess your combat power." Qian Xiaoya, understood. Chapter 49, returning to school, preparing for the test. He selected the skills, Deceptive Body, Ice Flame Phoenix Shield, Water Breathing. Qian Xiaoya activated the power of miracles, directly opting for the 3 skills. Although he wished to choose Undead Body, he feared that doing so might transform him into an undead being, thus refraining from that choice. However, he remained untroubled, as skills could be switched. Should he truly face death, he could swiftly revert back. After making his selections, he modified his information slightly, changing Miracle to Child of Luck and Miracle Summoner to Moon Rabbit Summoner, along with minor adjustments to his attributes and other details. Upon completing these tasks, he gazed at the illusory panel, nodding in satisfaction, and remarked to Lord Rabbit, "Your skills are indeed exceptional." Sitting nearby and browsing the trading market, Lord Rabbit looked up and replied, "None of Lord Rabbit's skills are ineffective." "Indeed," Qian Xiaoya said, unable to suppress a look of regret. It was a pity that he could not select his innate talent skill. The power of miracles allows for the selection of talent skills, but does not include innate talents. Yet, he felt quite content, as the Strength of Companions permits only 1 skill from a coexisting summoned creature, excluding talent skills. Subsequently, Qian Xiaoya addressed Lord Rabbit, "Please retrieve the summoning skill books for the Rabbit clan. I shall learn the rabbit skills first." "One moment." After typing a few words, Lord Rabbit began searching within the deceptive space. Having changed his profession to Spirit Rabbit Summoner, it was essential for him to learn several Rabbit clan summoning skills. Otherwise, it would be quite unreasonable. Although he would not disclose his profession, it would be unwise should a curious, powerful figure happen to see it. Thus, learning the Rabbit clan summoning skills first was undoubtedly a prudent choice. After enjoying a meal, Qian Xiaoya did not enter the new era, but instead sat cross-legged on the sofa, studying the skill books while also practicing. When his mind could no longer endure, he closed his eyes, employing the miracle breathing technique to recover his mental strength. The breathing technique is a professional talent that everyone possesses after transitioning jobs. It is foundational for enhancing one's power. If your breathing technique is too weak, there are higher-level breathing techniques available in Dragon Country, but these are held by various schools, factions, and powerful beings. If you desire them, you must seek them out or join their ranks. If you prefer not to join, then you must strive to find them yourself. The new era holds everything, but it requires a bit of luck and opportunity. Although the skill books are limited to one-time use, this singular opportunity signifies that regardless of how challenging or intricate the skill may be, it can be mastered instantaneously. Once learned, aside from those skills requiring special conditions, others can be taught to others naturally, especially active skills. However, before teaching others, one must comprehend and fully master the skill. Otherwise, it cannot be imparted. After all, if you do not understand the principles, how can you teach others? Furthermore, if you fully master a skill, its cooldown period will become non-existent, allowing you to unleash it at your discretion. Similarly, those you teach must possess a certain level of talent to learn quickly. If their talent is lacking, it is common for them to take days or even months to grasp the skill. Naturally, individuals who learn skills through this method will also have no cooldown. After all, only by mastering a skill can it be released, and once mastered, the cooldown time is inherently nullified. 2 gray books, 3 white books, and 1 green book. Lord Rabbit retrieved the 6 summoning books and placed them before Qian Xiaoya, continuing. I recall there is also 1 blue and 1 cyan book. The Blue Rabbit Clan book was specifically purchased by me. Take a look. The astute Lord Rabbit had already anticipated Qian Xiaoya's intentions. Thank you. Qian Xiaoya accepted the skill books, smiling. The blue one is the Moonlight Rabbit. I have already learned it. The Moonlight Rabbit pairs quite well with my Moon Rabbit summoner. Lord Rabbit, standing tall and proud, declared. Of course, it was specially acquired by me. Well done. Qian Xiaoya complimented Lord Rabbit and began to examine the summoning skill books in his possession. The 6 Rabbit Clan summoning skill books in his hands included Wild Rabbit, gray. Wind Rabbit, gray. Great Fire Rabbit, white. Venomous Rabbit, white. Mighty Rabbit King, white. And Swift Wind Rabbit, green. After placing the skill books into his backpack, he glanced at the Cyan Quality Rabbit Clan, which was the Flame Dog Rabbit King, a formidable figure akin to the Wild Chicken King. After reviewing the skills, he closed his eyes once more to practice the miracle breathing technique. The next day, morning, Qian Xiaoya arrived early at the classroom, awaiting the arrival of his homeroom teacher. Li Yun, Brother Yi, you have finally come to school. As Ding Chao stepped into the classroom, he habitually checked Qian Xiaoya's seat, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him there. Before hastening over, Li Gu summoned me, Qian Xiaoya replied, yawning. Observing Qian Xiaoya's apparent fatigue, Ding Chao whispered, You've reached level 10? Qian Xiaoya nodded. I achieved it yesterday. Congratulations, Brother Yi. Ding Chao exclaimed excitedly. Qian Xiaoya smiled and shook his head, attributing his success to the power of miracles. Ding Chao expressed envy. Miracles are truly incredible. Zhang Xiaoxiao from Class 1 and Li Lei from Class 3 have also entered the planetary zone in Area 1314. Qian Xiaoya instinctively asked, Anyone else? Ding Chao replied, I only heard about those 2 entering, but I feel there are more. Our school has about 20 in Area 1314. Qingqing Third High School has 10 classes in the senior year, and they belong to Class 2. Qingqing Third High School does not categorize classes based on grades, but rather distributes them randomly. Hence there is no distinction between good and bad classes. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly and casually inquired, What level are you at? I have half the experience needed to reach level 9. Ding Chao continued, The powerful figures in our area have only managed to secure the first kills of the Wild Dog Lord, Wild Boar Lord, and Fire Pig Lord. So our leveling has been rather sluggish. Was the final boss defeated? It was slain by the monsters of the Ghost Clan. Quite formidable, though I have not encountered it. Our district's esteemed figure has claimed it to be formidable. Not long after, Li Yun strode into the classroom amidst their casual banter, commencing the day's lessons. Half an hour later, Li Yun departed the classroom with Qian Xiaoya under the gaze of their peers. Your opponent is Li Lei from Class 3, who also entered the planetary zone yesterday. Very well, brotherly. He is a swordsman. Do you possess confidence? Rest assured, victory is assured. Qian Xiaoya flashed a self-assured smile at Brotherly. Observing this scene, Li Yun patted his shoulder and chuckled. Do not overestimate yourself. This is merely a routine contest. Indeed. Qian Xiaoya refrained from elaborating further, silently trailing behind Brotherly as they made their way to the gymnasium. At that moment, the gym was sparsely populated, with Principal Zhang and He Qing among the few present. Li Yun approached Principal Zhang with Qian Xiaoya and announced, Principal, this is Qian Xiaoya. Qian Xiaoya promptly greeted. Good morning, Principal Zhang. The principal responded with a slight smile. Good morning, Student Qian. Chapter 50. Entering the planetary zone, preparing to enter the secret realm. Curious. Qian Xiaoya glanced at He Qing, who stood expressionless beside Principal Zhang. The principal made no introductions regarding He Qing, and Qian Xiaoya did not inquire further, merely standing by in anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Li Lei from Class 3 entered, accompanied by their homeroom teacher, Zhang Ying, a tall and graceful woman. As Zhang Ying engaged in light conversation with Li Yun and Principal Zhang, Li Lei curiously regarded Qian Xiaoya and asked, Why did I not see you in the novice village? Qian Xiaoya replied calmly, I am a summoner, accustomed to solitude. Li Lei was momentarily astonished. A summoner? You are fortunate, having randomly acquired a reasonably good summoned beast. I envy you. I hear you are a swordsman? Be cautious of the fire blade. Just leave it to me, came the confident response. Before long, under the teacher's direction, Qian Xiaoya and Li Lei found themselves in the center of the gymnasium. Let the match begin. Be mindful of your limits. Li Yun assumed the role of a temporary referee. Here I come. Li Lei brandished a silver great sword, enveloped in flames. charging toward Qian Xiaoya. As it was merely a test, both parties tacitly refrained from displaying their equipment. In Qian Xiaoya's hand materialized a wild tiger orb, a reserve he had deliberately saved. The orb erupted in a dazzling radiance, enveloping him within multiple summoning arrays. In the next instant, the Rabbit Lord, the Fiery Dog Rabbit King, the Golden Tiger, the Great Fire Rabbit, and the Mighty Rabbit King, 4 rabbits and 1 tiger, materialized before the spectators. Li Lei, rushing forward, momentarily paused in astonishment at the sight. However, he quickly regained his composure and charged at the 4 rabbits and 1 tiger. In the audience, Principal Zhang observed Li Yun with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "Is his family quite affluent?" "I am uncertain," Li Yun replied, shaking his head, equally bewildered. Principal Zhang turned to He Qing. "Brother He, the match is concluded. He possesses far too many summoned beasts for him to contend with," He Qing remarked, pulling out his phone to send several messages. Summoners are a profession that demands considerable financial resources. If one hails from a wealthy background, purchasing numerous summoning skill books can ensure a relatively pleasant early phase. Such summoners, while unable to contend with top-tier geniuses, hold a significant advantage over average talents, especially when just emerging from the novice village. In simpler terms, they utilize wealth to amass numbers, overwhelming their opponents with sheer quantity. Though Li Lei had left the novice village only yesterday, He Qing believed he still lagged considerably behind those top-tier geniuses. A talent of his caliber could hardly cope with so many summoned beasts, particularly since Qian Xiaoya could summon even more. Before long, Li Lei, due to a misstep, found himself unceremoniously seated beneath the Mighty Rabbit King. Witnessing this, Li Yun quickly called out, "Xiaoya, you may withdraw." With a flick of his hand, Qian Xiaoya made the surrounding summoned beasts vanish in an instant. Li Lei awkwardly stood, dusting himself off, and remarked to Qian Xiaoya, "Why do I feel as though it has some sentience?" Qian Xiaoya chuckled, "He is my coexistence beast." "No wonder," Li Lei muttered, letting out a sigh. "A summoner as affluent as you is utterly invincible in the early stages. It's nearly impossible to contend with." "Not quite. I am not excessively wealthy," Qian Xiaoya replied with a smile, glancing at the approaching Brotherly. "You performed admirably," Brotherly commented. "A summoner must learn to protect oneself. Beyond that, there are hardly any techniques required. Just summon." Following this battle, several teachers provided guidance to Li Lei and exchanged a few words with Qian Xiaoya before concluding the session. As they walked, Li Yun curiously inquired, "Is your family quite wealthy?" "An average household," Qian Xiaoya replied, ever humble, refraining from revealing that he had 2.5 legendary parents. "Then how do you possess so many summoning skills?" "Teacher, have you forgotten my talent?" Qian Xiaoya looked at Li Yun, who seemed to suddenly remember, and continued, "Though my talent has a low probability of yielding skill books, it has a high chance of producing equipment. Activating a skill or dismantling a minor king can still yield valuable items." "Haha, I almost forgot about your talent." Li Yun laughed heartily, giving Qian Xiaoya's shoulder a congratulatory pat. "Keep up the good work, young man." Brotherly, who is the youth beside Principal Zhang? "He is a talent scout, here to assess you. An individual of notable strength will be recommended to various academies, allowing them to gain early insights and advantages." "Understood. Akin to a talent scout in sports." "Roughly that." After exchanging a few more words with Brotherly, Qian Xiaoya opted not to return to the classroom and instead requested a leave to head home. Brotherly offered no further comment, merely reminding him to join everyone for the examination on April 1st. Upon returning home, Qian Xiaoya had lunch and quietly donned a dog-headed mask before entering the new era. As he opened his eyes, he observed the crowd still milling about the square and proceeded forward in silence. "Bro, come join our Tiger Eagle Guild. Our guild leader is a level 42 platinum tier powerhouse, Silver Tiger. Avoid their guild. Join ours. We have plenty of ladies. Join our Martial Emperor Guild. Our leader possesses 5 resource points, so we won't lack resources in the early stages." Listening to the enthusiastic invitations surrounding him, Qian Xiaoya activated his skills and vanished from sight. The onlookers stood in collective shock at the spectacle. Spatial manipulation? Instantaneous movement? Incredible. What a prodigy. Quick, pursue him. We can't catch up. He has already departed. Did anyone see his face? Dog-headed mask. That renders your description moot, doesn't it? Has anyone scouted him? The safe zone is impervious to such probes. As they fell into silence, Qian Xiaoya appeared in a secluded alley, taking in the desolate surroundings. He quietly switched to a fox mask and stepped outside. The dog-headed mask was a deliberate choice, while the fox mask was one he had purchased just yesterday. After wandering for over an hour, he finally located the Secret Realm Hall. The Secret Realm Hall was quite expansive, upon estimation. It was approximately the size of 4 football fields. Its vastness facilitated his swift discovery. Following the flow of people, he entered the Secret Realm Hall, making a beeline for an unoccupied machine nearby and began to operate it. Soon, A diminutive flying robot approached from a short distance. Greetings, I am 1166. Delighted to be at your service. Qian Xiaoya looked at the spherical 1166, adorned with a propeller atop its head, and smiled. Take me to the bronze secret realm. Certainly, sir. Please follow me, 1166 replied, turning and soaring ahead. Under the guidance of 1166, Qian Xiaoya arrived at the bronze secret realm after a half-hour's flight. In this area, there was no need to enter a dimensional rift. One simply had to open the system interface, click on the secret realm option, select the desired realm, and then click to enter. This operation could only be executed in proximity to the secret realm. It was not permitted elsewhere. Chapter 51. Thunderclap Cliff, Lava Volcano, Novice Phase. Type. Secret Realm, New Beast Level. 10 to 15 New Beast Rank. Novice to Bronze Entry Requirements. Novice to Bronze Competing Races. 10 Realm Master. None. Wild Tribe, Novice Phase. Type. Secret Realm, New Beast Level. 10 to 15 New Beast Rank. Novice to Bronze Entry Requirements. Novice to Bronze Competing Races. 12 Realm Master. None. Thunderclap Cliff, Novice Phase. Type. Secret Realm, New Beast Level. 10 to 18 New Beast Rank. Novice. To Bronze Entry Requirements. Novice to Bronze Competing Races. 8 Realm Master. None starting with just a map. Everything else relied on conjecture. Qian Xiaoya observed the secret realm options, which displayed only simple images and fundamental information, devoid of any further details, and pondered. After 5 minutes, he chose Thunderclap Cliff and vanished from his location. Is this a forest? Qian Xiaoya surveyed the surrounding trees, waved his hand, and summoned 20 summoning arrays around him, causing half of his energy to evaporate. The bunny lord leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder and, pointing towards the distant cliff brimming with lightning, inquisitively asked, "Is that where the boss is located?" Qian Xiaoya looked up at the dazzling scenery and murmured, "It seems so. This place is called Thunderclap Cliff. Shall we go?" Bunny Lord instinctively replied, "Go where?" Qian Xiaoya rolled his eyes at him and continued, "Lead them to farm monsters and gather treasures. I will learn skills." After saying this, Qian Xiaoya mounted a towering blue-horn bull. The highest quality of blue-horn bulls was blue, yet this one was merely of green quality. This could be attributed to the absence of blue-quality blue-horn bulls within this tier, or perhaps his luck had simply run low, preventing him from summoning one. The summoning skill could only summon new beasts of the current rank. Those of a higher rank could not be summoned. And those of a higher level would have their level suppressed to match his, while those of a lower level would remain unchanged. Very well, Bunny Lord muttered, suddenly invigorated as he commanded the army to march forward. Currently, defeating new beasts yielded no experience or power enhancement, yet new beasts could still be dismantled, and the treasures they possessed could bolster one's strength, much like the fruits of labor. Aside from new beasts, the secret realm also housed various rare materials, which were the primary items for enhancing power. The novice zone could be said to lack such materials. Even if they existed, they were exceedingly rare. After all, the novice zone was merely a space to familiarize oneself with the environment, not a treasure hunting ground. Thus, Bunny Lord's exuberance was largely unfounded, as treasures in the novice zone were practically non-existent. Even if something was discovered, it would be low-quality gray ores, plants, etc., which even a lowly Qian Xiaoya could not be bothered to collect. Upon entering the secret realm, Bunny Lord's keen senses immediately kicked in. He felt the presence of a treasure not far off, yet his attention was drawn to the distant cliff. Returning his focus, he eagerly led the army towards the treasure at Qian Xiaoya's behest. Before long, Bunny Lord arrived at the treasure's location. Qian Xiaoya spotted a purple flower encircled by a large rabbit and a group of smaller ones, and remarked to Bunny Lord, "Your kin." Bunny Lord paused for 2 seconds. Perplexed, how could there be rabbits here? Perhaps this is the new era, Qian Xiaoya chuckled, tossing a probing spell at the large rabbit. The large rabbit was evidently more magnificent than the smaller ones, just a tad larger, clearly a king-level new beast. Thunder Rabbit Lord level, 11 rank, bronze attribute, lightning quality, green inherent talent, electrocute skills, lightning charge, electric bite, thunderbolt. Description, a large rabbit of light purple hue, adorned with 2 lightning-shaped tufts of fur on its forehead, brimming with electricity. Electrocute, C-rank talent, active effect, rapidly releases a bolt of lightning towards the target, inflicting lightning attribute magical damage, with a 30 chance to paralyze the target. Cooldown, 5 seconds, originally 10 seconds. Description, a simple lightning attribute spell, accessible to any lightning mage. Qian Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment, "This is actually a lord. I thought it was just a small king." After exclaiming, he carefully examined the surrounding rabbits. Indeed, 2 of them were slightly larger than the rest. With a smile, Qian Xiaoya briefly informed Bunny Lord and the others about the rabbit's skills, then casually declared, "Eliminated." "All right, Bunny Lord instantly transformed into a shadowy figure, vanishing from sight and reappearing next to the purple flower. After swiftly collecting the flower into his spatial pocket, he looked up at the stunned Thunder Rabbit Lord and flashed a warm smile before delivering a decisive blow. With a resounding crash, the Thunder Rabbit Lord let out a pained cry as it was sent flying, crashing heavily to the side with a lengthy gash across its chest. The surrounding Thunder Rabbits witnessed this scene, their tufted lightning-shaped fur glowing ominously as they directed their wrath towards Bunny Lord. In the next moment, over 20 bolts of lightning surged rapidly towards Bunny Lord, who, with a slight smirk, vanished from his position, appearing in the place of the Thunder Rabbit Lord. While the Lord found itself where Bunny Lord had stood. Bang, 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 bang. The Thunder Rabbit Lord was instantly struck by more than 20 bolts of lightning, turning into a charred rabbit, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, its body beginning to convulse. Hee hee, Bunny Lord chuckled, decisively charging towards the Thunder Rabbit Lord with his sword. As Bunny Lord showcased his prowess, Night Shadow and Little Valley finally arrived with their summoned army, clashing with the Thunder Rabbit forces. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. Qian Xiaoya surveyed the field strewn with corpses and opted for disassembly. Successful disassembly yielded an electrifying baton and a pair of Thunder Rabbit Lord's magical shoes. Another successful disassembly resulted in a skill book for summoning the Thunder Rabbit King. Yet another successful disassembly produced a skill book for summoning the Thunder Rabbit. The drop rate had significantly diminished. Observing the yield, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but envy the life in the Novice Zone. The Novice Zone was designed for familiarization with power, hence the drop rate for disassembly was deliberately increased. And monster slaying also rewarded currency. Once one exited the Novice Zone, the disassembly drop rate reverted to normal, and monster slaying no longer yielded currency. Although killing monsters did not provide currency, defeating lords and creatures above that level dropped treasure chests, which still contained currency. Aside from treasure chests, the corpses of monsters can also be sold for currency. As long as you are not averse to the dubious nature of the shop, you may sell them directly to the system store in Dragon City. Dragon City is the city where the human race first entered the planetary region. It was established by the creator as a starting point for every planet. Consequently, it is replete with various shops akin to those in 1166, catering to all races. The merchandise offered in these shops consists primarily of basic items. Although the trading post may provide cheaper and more effective alternatives, the shops have not vanished. They persist in existence. Their value lies not only in selling fundamental goods, but, most importantly, in generating currency, ensuring that it never fades away. Chapter 52, The Guild Hall. Successfully unlocking the Rabbit King Lord treasure chest, I acquired a piece of the Thunder Rabbit Lord's undergarments, a Thunder Rabbit Lord's wizard hat, a tome of the Thunder Rabbit Lord's summoning skill, and 11 silver coins. Thunder Rabbit Lord's underwear, bronze green requirement, level 11 lightning resistance 5, constitution 5, intelligence 4, energy 3, magic defense 3. Thunder Rabbit Lord's wizard hat, bronze green requirement, level 11 lightning damage 5, intelligence 4, energy 4, constitution 3. Thunder Rabbit Lord's shoes, bronze green requirement, level 11 lightning damage 5, intelligence 5, energy 5, constitution 2. The Rabbit Master glanced at the new hat atop Qian Xiaoya's head and couldn't help but exclaim, "That hat of yours is rather adorable." "Get lost," Qian Xiaoya replied, his expression darkening as he extended his hand, demanding, "Hand over the flower." "Here." The Rabbit Master produced a small purple flower and offered it to Qian Xiaoya. Receiving the purple flower, Qian Xiaoya promptly stowed it in his backpack. The purple flower, imbued with lightning attributes, would cause his hand to tingle with electricity if held for too long. Purple rain flower. Type, spiritual flower. Rank, bronze. Attributes, lightning and water. Quality, green. Effect, lightning attribute 5, water attribute 5. Description, a flower nourished by thunderous rain, possessing a hint of magical effects. Qian Xiaoya blinked, pausing in silence for a few seconds before extracting the Thunder Rabbit Lord's summoning skill book and using it without hesitation. Subsequently, he summoned 4 Thunder Rabbit Lords on the spot, consuming half of his remaining energy. After examining the innate talents of the 4 Thunder Rabbit Lords, he silently conveyed to the Rabbit Master, "Continue." With that, he took out a bottle of top-tier energy potion and drank from it. This premium energy potion was one he had purchased in the Novice Village and had yet to finish. As the Rabbit Master directed the army towards their objective, he curiously inquired of Qian Xiaoya trash. Qian Xiaoya nodded, stating, "The green-quality Thunder Rabbit Lords can indeed be summoned, but their innate talents are rather lackluster." The Rabbit Master pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe it's due to their being named Thunder Rabbit Lords." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya's brows slightly furrowed, as if he had begun to unravel a thread of understanding. He gazed at the Rabbit Master, questioning. Are you suggesting that Thunder Rabbit Lords with better talents are not called Thunder Rabbit Lords, but rather possess their own names like Xiaogu? Exactly, the Rabbit Master exclaimed, leaping in excitement. That's precisely what I was thinking. But why are you called Erroneous Rabbit? Qian Xiaoya instinctively asked, as this had also been a point of his curiosity. Perhaps it's because I only have one. The Rabbit Master replied, somewhat uncertain. That seems plausible. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, then turned to Yi Xiao, asking, is this a notion held in your circles? My family is of modest means. I have not heard such confidential information. In Yi Xiao's view, such knowledge could indeed be considered classified, as confirming its accuracy would require substantial human and material resources. Never mind, let fate decide, Qian Xiaoya sighed. Resuming his practice of the miracle breathing technique. The expanse of the secret realm was vast, with an overwhelming quantity of monsters, yet a scant number of players. Thus, after an entire day of grinding, Qian Xiaoya encountered not a single soul. By 10 o'clock in the evening, he exited the secret realm. Exiting was straightforward. As long as no one attacked you for 10 minutes, you could leave directly. Alternatively, one could find a safe zone. Safe zones existed within the secret realm. But exiting from one meant you would reappear in that same safe zone upon your next entry, making them perilous places in new secret realms. Once the main force arrived and established a base near the safe zone, it would transform into a true sanctuary, provided no unforeseen events transpired. Upon exiting the secret realm, Qian Xiaoya made his way towards the exit, intending to find a safe zone to leave the new era. This time, he did not conceal his equipment. He wore whatever he had on him. Brother, have you arrived in the planetary region? I just got here yesterday. Do you need my assistance? Focus on enhancing your strength first. Once the safe zone base is established, I will seek you out. All right. Brother, are you planning to establish a guild? Qian Xiaoya, contemplating Su Qing's question, fell into deep thought. The Rabbit Master perched on his shoulder, his eyes twinkling, suggested, why not establish a guild for fun? Snapping back to reality. Qian Xiaoya replied calmly, a guild requires management, and I am rather lazy. Who says it must be managed? The Rabbit Master queried. Isn't management necessary? Qian Xiaoya countered. You simply recruit elites. Prodigies need not be managed, the Rabbit Master continued with a grin. When recruiting members, just tell them the guild does not obligate team formations and serves merely as a resource exchange. Listening to the Rabbit Master's words, Qian Xiaoya pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, as if to agree. Seeing Qian Xiaoya's interest piqued, the Rabbit Master promptly added, moreover, certain special secret realms require teams and can only be accessed through guilds. Hence, if you wish to enter secret realms with guild prerequisites, you must create or join a guild. He had gleaned such knowledge from the internet while Qian Xiaoya slept, diligently studying the lore of the new era. I'll do it. Qian Xiaoya exclaimed, immediately messaging Su Qing, where can I create the guild? Brother, are you truly going to establish a guild? After some thought, I suppose I will. But only for those I find agreeable and for geniuses. Do I count as one? Of course. Hee. Where can I establish the guild? In the guild hall. Are there any requirements? Just 1 gold coin, no other conditions. Qian Xiaoya glanced at the requirements, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then typed, understood. Boss. I'll be waiting for you in the guild hall. All right. Once Qian Xiaoya closed the chat interface, he pulled out his phone and activated the navigation. The phone, purchased from the Dragon City mobile store, was a system-issued device priced at 1 gold coin. Naturally, the most expensive option was 1 gold coin, while the cheapest cost merely 1 silver coin. Guild hall. Su Qing spotted Qian Xiaoya approaching from a distance and quickly stepped forward, waving and calling out, brother, over here. Qian Xiaoya smiled as he approached Su Qing, who was wearing a wild chicken mask. Aren't you going to switch? I can't bear to part with what you gave me. Su Qing chuckled, scratching his head. Haha, let us go. Qian Xiaoya laughed heartily, his mood buoyed as he led Su Qing into the guild hall. Upon entering the guild hall, they were greeted by the cacophony of various guilds calling for recruits, and they made a beeline for the guild creation window. Just as they entered the queue, a plump man in front turned around and asked jovially, are you here to create a guild too? Indeed. Qian Xiaoya replied with a smile. Are you? Chapter 53, The Miracle Guild. The plump man sheepishly scratched his head, saying, I'm still on the fence about it. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the amusing rotund figure before him and continued to inquire. Since you are hesitating, what brings you here? Push yourself a little. Compel yourself to establish a guild. Qian Xiaoya opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The stout man observed Qian Xiaoya's silence and chuckled. Hee. Does your guild accept new members? The corners of Qian Xiaoya's mouth lifted slightly as he replied in a calm tone. We do accept members, but only the elite. Those with a sound moral compass, and there are no benefits. The stout man, sensing the seriousness in Qian Xiaoya's demeanor, nodded slightly and earnestly asked, what about freedom? There are no restrictions on freedom. We do not compel anyone to work. You may pursue whatever you desire, provided it does not tarnish the guild's reputation or harm the Blue Star. As he spoke, Qian Xiaoya succinctly summarized, in essence. The core of this guild lies in the exchange of resources, but the prerequisite for joining is that your character must be commendable, and you must possess your own value and strength. Seems rather appealing, the stout man muttered, then shook his head, adding, but it's quite unrealistic. Without waiting for Qian Xiaoya to inquire further, he continued, firstly, without any benefits, those elites will not join your team. Secondly, the notion of only accepting elites is somewhat impractical. Qian Xiaoya refrained from contradicting him and directly asked, so, do you wish to join us? The stout man, gazing at the smiling Qian Xiaoya, fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, may I know who you are? Miracle. Observing the stout man's astonishment, Qian Xiaoya's smile widened. The stout man snapped back to reality and exclaimed without hesitation, boss, I look forward to your guidance. Su Qing, watching the stout man's antics, couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoya shook his head with a grin. Don't call me that so soon. I have yet to decide whether to accept you. I am a blacksmith. As long as you provide me with materials, I can forge various equipment for you. What about your talent? What do you think of a blacksmith who managed to enter the planetary zone a week ago? How would you gauge his talent? Welcome aboard. Qian Xiaoya extended his right hand toward the stout man. He did not inquire further about the stout man's talent effects, as it seemed unnecessary. He only needed to know that the stout man could enter the planetary zone a week prior with his blacksmith talent. The stout man grasped Qian Xiaoya's hand and grinned. Boss, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Don't call me boss, call me Yi Gu or president. As Qian Xiaoya spoke, he turned to Su Qing. You should also call me Yi Gu from now on. Su Qing promptly replied, all right, big brother. Yi Gu, my name is Gongsun Ji. My new era ID is professional blacksmith. You can call me Xiao. Gongsun Ji introduced himself to Qian Xiaoya. I will share my name with you later. For now, just call me Yi Gu. I understand. Gongsun Ji continued with a smile. A master like you certainly cannot easily reveal his name. Let us be friends. Qian Xiaoya sent him a friend request. All right. After adding each other as friends, Su Qing also sent a friend request to Gongsun Ji and briefly introduced himself. Before long, the conversation shifted back to them. Qian Xiaoya stepped forward, exchanged a few words with the registrar, and placed 1 gold coin before the registrar. What is the guild name? Miracle. Upon hearing this, the woman looked up at Qian Xiaoya and continued, is it confirmed as Miracle? Confirmed. The woman nodded, gesturing toward a nearby fingerprint scanner. Just press this and record your fingerprint. After Qian Xiaoya placed his finger on the scanner, the screen displayed the words creation successful. All done, the woman continued. You should have received a notification. Listening to the voice resonating in his mind, Qian Xiaoya responded, I have received it. The woman retrieved a book and placed it before Qian Xiaoya. This is the guild handbook. You can take a look. Thank you. Qian Xiaoya accepted the book and was about to leave when the woman could no longer contain her curiosity. Are you the Miracle? I suppose so. Qian Xiaoya replied with a slight smile, before turning to leave with the 2 men. The woman watched Qian Xiaoya's retreating figure, her heart racing with excitement as she pulled out her phone to boast to her best friend. She was a Blue Star citizen, merely working in a different place. Congratulations on successfully establishing a guild. The guild is named Miracle. The guild system is officially activated. Please check it at your convenience. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qian Xiaoya promptly sent guild invitations to Su Qing and Gongsun Ji. Soon, the 2 entered the guild. Yi Gu, do you have any ideas for the guild emblem? Looking at the eager Gongsun Ji, Qian Xiaoya replied with a calm smile. No rush, we can discuss it in a few days. Su Qing remarked to Gongsun Ji. The boss only considered building the guild after I asked him today. No wonder, Gongsun Ji observed Qian Xiaoya, rubbing his hands together, and quietly asked, Yi Gu, do you have any spare pelts for me to practice on? You wish to forge equipment? Yes, Gongsun Ji exclaimed, continuing, it's always beneficial to practice more. What is the price? Boss, I'll take care of all your equipment in the future, for free. That is what you said. I, Gongsun Ji, always keep my word. Qian Xiaoya, pleased with Gongsun Ji's earnest promise, sent him a trade request. After Gongsun Ji accepted, he was greeted with a plethora of materials, numbering in the dozens, or even hundreds, appearing on the trade panel. This collection included materials from thunder rabbits, thunder dogs, thunder wolves, and thunder bees. So far, Qian Xiaoya had encountered these 4 new beasts only in the secret realm. Is this enough for practice? Gongsun Ji, wide-eyed, nodded vigorously, that's plenty. As long as it suffices, this is all I have for now. Qian Xiaoya contemplated for a moment and added, do you want them whole or already decomposed? Gongsun Ji rubbed his hands together again, grinning unabashedly. Can I have both? Certainly. Qian Xiaoya nodded. I'll place them in the guild warehouse. You can take them yourself. Gongsun Ji immediately replied, all right, boss. Thank you. The guild does have a warehouse, but it only has 100 slots. To expand it, a bit of gold is required. Qian Xiaoya curiously asked, why don't you join those top-tier guilds or official factions? I don't want to be constrained. Gong Sunji shrugged and continued. My strength is too weak, and I don't want restrictions, so I want to try on my own. If I succeed, I'll be the big shot. If I fail, then I'll find a guild to become the chief blacksmith. A sound plan. Qian Xiaoya smiled at Gong Sunji. I hope you can become our guild's chief blacksmith. Gong Sunji blushed slightly, chuckling. I should already be that now. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya and Su Qing fell silent. Haha, just kidding. No, you truly are our guild's chief blacksmith. Really? None of us can forge equipment. Then I want to hold back. No need for formality. I hope you can maintain this position. They will find it challenging to seize my spot. Chapter 54, The Wolf Tribe. Where? Lava Volcano. I've established a guild. Please accept it. Alright. If you encounter any new beasts or major bosses, remember to call me. My drop rate is exceptionally high. Understood. Qian Xiaoya reclined on the sofa. Engaged in a pleasant chat with Wudong, when he received Wudong's guild entry notification. The Blue Star Human Tribe's Twilight has joined the guild. Moments later, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Qian Xiaoya opened the guild chat interface. Professional blacksmith. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to our family. Su Etian, welcome. Zhoumu, thank you. Master blacksmith. Brother, where are you from? Zhoumu, I hail from Qingcheng, and you? Master blacksmith. I'm from Wuqing, not far from there. Su Etian, indeed. It's merely a 4-hour flight. Qian Xiaoya glanced at the chat history and typed. He is my dear friend, exceptionally skilled. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to him. Zhoumu, I can lend a hand when I have the time. Qiji, Master Blacksmith, as a blacksmith. You can be approached for custom gear. Master Blacksmith. Precisely, just come to me. I am the guild's chief blacksmith. Zhoumu, alright. Su Etian, Brother Mu. If you encounter unfamiliar terrain, feel free to consult me. I serve as the Elder Brother's dedicated radar, attuned to the dangers surrounding us. Zhoumu, I have heard of you. Qiji, I have introduced him to you. Su Etian, that is splendid. You can always reach out to me if needed. After a few exchanges, Qian Xiaoya opened the guild roster to peruse. Name, position, level, profession, location. Qiji, guild leader, level 11, miracle summoner, blue star. Zhoumu, member, level 12, white knight, ice sorcerer, lava volcano. Master blacksmith, member, level 11, Zhu Rong, blacksmith, dragon city. Su Etian, member, level 11, magic ant, assassin, wilderness tribe. Rabbit Lord craned his neck to take a look and couldn't he help but exclaim. The blacksmith's profession seems rather impressive. Those without substance would not speak as he does. After designating Wudong as vice president, Qian Xiaoya closed the interface and opened the guild chat, typing. Personal information can be concealed. Disclosure is not mandatory. The guild leader can view everyone's information, but members cannot. They must rely on others to choose to make their info public, or else they can only see names and positions. Master Blacksmith. See, there's nothing to hide. Sooner or later, it will all come to light. Su Etian, quite right. Zhoumu, indeed, but it is best to keep one's location concealed. Qiji, no need to hide now, but once we have more members, it would be wise to do so. Qiji, if an infiltrator were to gain entry in the future, revealing one's location could be perilous. Su Etian, understood. Master Blacksmith, acknowledged. 4 days later, by the riverside of Thunderfall Cliff, a surge of energy erupted from Qian Xiaoya, marking his ascension to level 12. With astonishment, Qian Xiaoya muttered, it truly can break through barriers automatically. Master, isn't that a good thing? The nearby Xiaogu displayed a look of confusion. Ignore him. He is so elated he can hardly contain himself. Rabbit Lord approached. Qian Xiaoya smiled calmly. Let us keep a low profile. We must remain discreet. Rabbit Lord glanced at the nearly 50 summoned creatures surrounding them and fell silent. Let us head over to that safe zone and see what race resides there. Qian Xiaoya fixed his gaze on the nearest white light pillar in the distance, decisively setting his next objective. Half an hour later, Rabbit Lord perched on Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. Curiously blinking at the werewolves in the distance, noting their form, they should not be werewolves. Knight Repair pondered. They are not werewolves, they belong to the Jackal tribe. The Jackals are neither weak nor strong, but their character is often lacking. Shall we eliminate them? Rabbit Lord instinctively inquired. It's not feasible. Qian Xiaoya shook his head and summoned the map function within the system, marking their location. This map feature reveals only the areas you traverse, rather than displaying the entire map. Initially, the Thunderfall Cliff map was shrouded in darkness, but he had illuminated a portion of it. Although he was unaware of the expanse of this secret realm, he felt he had traversed at least 1/10 of it. Just as Qian Xiaoya prepared to lead his army forward, he suddenly spotted a figure materializing not far away, situated 1,000 meters from the Jackal stronghold. Rescue the person. Qian Xiaoya shouted, as 20 summoning circles rapidly coalesced around him. Night Repair surged ahead, leading the summoned army into action. The surrounding jackals and the human woman were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. By the time they regained their composure, the woman had been seized by the Golden Eagle Lord Rabbit Lord and lifted into the sky. Retreat, Qian Xiaoya commanded with a wave of his hand, swiftly turning his forces to flee. It's a human summoner. Pursue. Don't chase. That's madness. Can you contend with them? If you want to pursue, I shall. Wolf licked his lips, rallying a few subordinates to hastily follow. Rabbit Lord sensed the movements beneath his claws and promptly remarked, "Do not shout. Look below you." The woman, upon hearing this, looked down to see the surrounding summoned army, the buildings behind, and several jackals, falling into silence. 5 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya addressed Rabbit Lord. "Set her down. Let us deal with the few small cats behind us." "Certainly." Rabbit Lord tossed the woman aside, explaining, "You landed 1,000 meters directly across from the jackal stronghold. We were just rescuing you. Had we not intervened, your chances of survival would have been slim." The woman, grateful, thanked Rabbit Lord. "Thank you. Proceed forward without looking back, or exit the secret realm directly." As Qian Xiaoya spoke, he led the summoned army into battle. The rescue was merely a secondary objective. His primary intention was to see if he could lure a few jackals out. The pursuing jackals were undoubtedly intent on his life, allowing him to fight with a sense of assurance. If they did not come, it would merely signify that they were not fated to encounter him. Wolf, chasing after Qian Xiaoya, heard the escalating commotion ahead and excitedly shouted, "They cannot withstand it. Let us pursue." "Who can't withstand it?" Transforming into Night Repair, Rabbit Lord appeared beside Wolf's weakest subordinate, delivering a swift strike to his arm. The subordinate, witnessing his severed left hand, let out a piercing scream. Wolf and the others stood frozen, stunned by the scene. "Eliminate him," Wolf bellowed, charging forth with his blade aimed at Rabbit Lord. Rabbit Lord smirked, vanishing from sight in an instant, reappearing beside the injured subordinate, while the subordinate took Rabbit Lord's previous position, falling victim to Wolf's blade. With a swift motion, Rabbit Lord drew his left hand and swung his great sword, severing the head of the disarmed jackal. The abruptness of the battle and its swift conclusion plunged the battlefield into silence. Brandishing his great sword, Rabbit Lord turned to Wolf, mockingly taunting, "Did you truly believe we could not triumph over you?" Chapter 55, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. As Rabbit Lord chuckled, a leader and a king emerged from the surroundings, encircling Wolf and his companions. One subordinate, witnessing the scene, swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Wolf brother, it seems we are doomed." Wolf, gazing at Qian Xiaoya seated upon the azure-horned bull with a smile, furrowed his brow and solemnly declared, "That rabbit-hatted man is a summoner. We must charge him with all our might. If we kill him, we shall survive. Including the bodies, we have 6. Let us annihilate them." Qian Xiaoya commanded his summoned army to advance forth. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Wolf roared in fury, his bloodlust surging forth. His crimson eyes fixated on Qian Xiaoya as he dashed forward with rapid strides. Night Repair stepped forward, gripping his sword, and with a swift strike, he unleashed a dark night slash that collided forcefully with Huolang's massive blade. Huolang hesitated momentarily, incredulously roaring at Night Repair. "How is this possible? How can you possess such formidable strength?" It was evident that he had activated a talent skill to wield such power, while the undead foe before him had not. The only explanation for such overwhelming offensive capability, without any enhancement skills activated, could only be one. Realizing this, Huolang abruptly lifted his gaze, his expression one of shock as he turned to glance at Qian Xiaoya. Previously, he had not engaged with Rabbit Lord, unaware of his prowess, but now, the truth dawned upon him, and he understood why his subordinate had perished so swiftly. As Qian Xiaoya met Huolang's stare, he retaliated with a water cannon spell. Meanwhile, Night Repair did not remain idle. He advanced with a series of relentless slashes that forced Huolang to retreat repeatedly. Simultaneously, Rabbit Lord invoked a spatial shift, effortlessly summoning his army to eliminate one wolf after another. 3 minutes later, standing amidst his summoned forces, Rabbit Lord observed Huolang's continued retreat and signaled to Night Repair with a knowing glance, subsequently executing another spatial shift to seamlessly place Huolang within the ranks of his army. Huolang found himself surrounded by summoned beasts unleashing ranged attacks, succumbing to silence. In despair, he let out a desperate cry, "No!" The sound of resounding impacts followed. Huolang, the 11th level wolfman, was successfully slain. His disintegration yielded a crimson treasure chest bearing his name, as well as a second one belonging to his subordinate, Hua Shaoling. After collecting 6 crimson treasure chests and dispatching the corpses nearby, Qian Xiaoya turned and departed with his summoned army. 3 minutes later, dozens of wolfmen appeared on the battlefield, surveying the scattered remains with collective silence. Should they pursue? Was it worth risking their lives? The leader of the wolfmen sighed deeply, casting a lingering glance at the scene before him, then silently turned away. He wished to chase, but his instincts warned him that such an endeavor could lead to certain doom, prompting his withdrawal. Though it was a bitter choice, he understood that they needed to preserve their numbers for the newly established stronghold. Upon successfully opening the crimson treasure chests, Qian Xiaoya acquired a bloodthirsty berserk talent book, along with 1 gold, 12 silver, and 34 copper. The bloodthirsty berserk talent book, S-Class, boasted an explosive nature with attributes of malevolence. It could be used once, inducing a bloodthirsty frenzy that enhanced strength and agility by 40, albeit at the cost of gradually diminishing intelligence until total loss of reason. With duration contingent upon the user's energy, this talent represented a form of furious bloodlust, an exceptional explosive talent. As Qian Xiaoya turned to Rabbit Lord, he inquired, "Do you want it?" Without hesitation, Rabbit Lord exclaimed, "Yes." Though he could transform into Night Repair's Dark Knight form with his 10,000 errors ability, he lacked the enhancements associated with it, making this explosive talent highly desirable. Rabbit Lord took the bloodthirsty berserk talent book from Qian Xiaoya and promptly utilized it. Observing Rabbit Lord in deep contemplation, Qian Xiaoya instructed Night Repair to lead the summoned army towards the next safe zone. Despite only obtaining a single talent book from 6 crimson chests, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Including this acquisition, he had unlocked a total of 55 talent books. Apart from those obtained from defeating the lizard men, the rest were collected during his equipment farming ventures against other races. Among these 55 talent books, only this one and the previous 2 showed notable effects, while the remainder were rather mediocre in his view. Currently, these talent books resided within Rabbit Lord's spatial realm, awaiting their time to be unleashed. An hour later, Qian Xiaoya observed a 3-eyed humanoid creature in the distance, muttering, "Three-eyed tribe." 2 hours later, he encountered beings with purple skin and explosive hairstyles, chuckling, "Booming Thunder tribe." 3.5 hours later, as he watched people meandering within the safety zone, he discreetly dismissed all surrounding summoned beasts, leaving only Rabbit Lord by his side, and proceeded forward. This was the human safety zone. Entering the safety zone, he walked straight towards a sign emblazoned with the words Blue Star United Bureau. And Wu, who was directing others, looked at Qian Xiaoya as he approached, puzzled. "Is something the matter? Do you require information? What kind of information do you have?" "I possess knowledge regarding the safety zones of 3 races. Would you be interested?" And Wu regarded Qian Xiaoya's amused eyes beneath his mask, pondering for 2 seconds before suggesting, "A trade of information? Would map sharing suffice? I have quite an extensive map." "Certainly," Qian Xiaoya replied. And Wu promptly sent a map-sharing invitation, which Qian Xiaoya accepted, instantly illuminating a vast expanse of his map. Upon witnessing the illuminated area of 60, Qian Xiaoya displayed a satisfied smile. His estimation was accurate, as the Blue Star United Bureau had already circumnavigated the edges of Thunderfall Cliff. Seeing the astonished expression on En Wu's face, Qian Xiaoya expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." En Wu looked up, asking, "Are you a miracle?" Upon accepting the invitation, one could see the other's name. "Is that significant?" Qian Xiaoya chuckled, not waiting for En Wu's response before detailing the races in the nearby safety zones. En Wu nodded slightly, recounting the races they had discovered to Qian Xiaoya. "That's all," Qian Xiaoya stated decisively, turning to leave after acquiring the desired information. En Wu watched his retreating figure in silence for several seconds before resuming his command over the curious crowd, initiating new tasks. Chapter 56, The Book Spirit. March 31st, the final day before the college entrance examination. At 7 in the evening, seated cross-legged on the sofa, Qian Xiaoya gazed at the summoning skill book in his hands, unable to suppress a spark of excitement. Finally reaching 500, the little creature, known as Qian Xiaoshu, floated in the air, holding a book larger than itself, cheerfully exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on unlocking 500 effects." Qian Xiaoshu, a book spirit from the Miracle Compendium, was granted upon unlocking 100 effects. It possessed 2 functions. The first allowed Qian Xiaoya to bypass the need to flip through pages or recall learned summoning skills. He could simply express his desire to summon a specific beast, and it would promptly inform him without hesitation. The second function was a skill that Qian Xiaoya found quite impressive. It granted him 1 summoning skill book each month that he had not yet learned. With 1 book per month, that amounted to 12 per year. After 8,325 years, he could unlock the final effect of the Miracle Compendium. Just a jest. Of course, Miracle's gift, passive effect, automatically receive 1 summoning skill book each month that has not been learned. Probability of new beast quality, 30 gray, 40 white, 15 green, 10 blue, 35 yellow, 0, 98889 purple, 0, 01 orange, 0, 0001 red, 0000001 rainbow. Probabilities will increase with the number of summoning skills. Introduction. As long as one lives long enough, there will inevitably come a day when they possess 100,000 summoning skills, becoming the legendary god of summoning. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this skill. After all, it was undoubtedly better than having none, and the summoning skills acquired would surely be ones he did not yet possess. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was that it was a skill book rather than a treasure chest of random summoning skills. The chest could be opened by him, allowing the miraculous hand to be triggered, whereas the book, being a spirit skill, would not activate the miraculous hand for him. Qian Xiaoye scratched his forehead and, under the gaze of the crowd, directly utilized the summoning skill book in his hand. He promptly opened the panel for the miraculous bestiary to take a look. Summoned Beast's Bestiary. Passive effect 1. Each time a summoning skill is learned. Passive effect 2. When the number of summons reaches a certain threshold. Current summon count by quality. Bonus 118 gray, 118. 288 white, 576. 66 green, 33. 22 cyan, 22. 3 blue, 09. 1 yellow, 05. 1 purple, 1. 1 rainbow, 50. Total number of summoning skills, 500. 10 summoning skills, summoning attribute 10. 50 summoning skills, summoning attribute 25. 100 summoning skills, book spirit. 500 summoning skills, summoning attribute 50. Total bonus to summoning attributes, 14984. Synopsis. Go forth and become the mightiest summoner. 14,984. Qian Xiaoye languidly leaned against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, his smile growing ever more radiant. How delightful. He had already gathered the 4 missing summoning skill books on the very first day of his entrance to Thunderclap Cliff. Presently, he possessed 8 distinct summoning skill books, 7 of which were newly released beasts from Thunderclap Cliff, and 1 gifted by the book Spirit, with qualities of 1 green, 3 white, and 4 gray. Seeing this scene, Lord Rabbit also leaned back on the sofa, showcasing an excited grin. Xiao Gu, witnessing this, immediately followed suit. Xiao Shi, come lie down. The sofa is quite comfortable. Xiao Gu urged, patting the sofa beside him for Yishio, who stood nearby. Yishio nodded with a smile and stepped forward to recline on the sofa. I'll join. The book's spirit declared, unwilling to be outdone, yet lamentably, as a spirit, it lacked a physical form. After a few attempts, it pouted in confusion. Why not just open the book and lean against it? Qian Xiaoye's voice drifted into its ears. The book's spirit's eyes gleamed with inspiration, and it immediately complied. Success! It exclaimed, leaning against the book with excitement. Observing this, Qian Xiaoye's lips curved into a slight smile, and he sat up, asking, what would you like to eat? Braised pork rice. Lord Rabbit declared. Yellow braised chicken rice. Xiao Gu chimed in. Curiously, the book spirit inquired of Xiao Gu, why does a chicken like to eat chicken? Xiao Gu retorted, raising his head, I'm not like them. The book spirit, puzzled, asked, what is the difference? Puffing out his chest with pride, Xiao Gu replied, I'm a noble chicken. Everyone, April 1st. At 7 a.m., Qian Xiaoye arrived punctually at school and took his seat. Good morning, big brother. Ding Chao exclaimed, approaching Qian Xiaoye, who was seated. Morning. Qian Xiaoye responded, eyeing Ding Chao as he sat down. Have you reached level 12 yet? Not yet. Cultivation is truly difficult. Ding Chao replied, shaking his head in confusion. After entering the planetary zone and experiencing the new enhancement method, he realized just how favorable the novice area had been for them. How far off are you? 10% short. Qian Xiaoye nodded slightly and sent a trade request to Ding Chao, who accepted it. Big brother, I don't want it. Ding Chao exclaimed, realizing Qian Xiaoye's intentions, and hastily shook his head, pressing cancel. Today is the college entrance examination. There is a substantial difference between levels 11 and 12, and it's merely a small flower. Qian Xiaoye continued, sending the invitation again. Ding Chao remained silent for 2 seconds before gratefully exclaiming, thank you, big brother. He then confirmed the transaction. Immediately, he received the fire spirit flower from Qian Xiaoye. The fire spirit flower was something Qian Xiaoye had acquired 2 days prior at the lava volcano, which served as his second station. As for Thunderclap Cliff, he had only yet to explore the inner circle, having scoured most other areas during the past 10 days. Only a few scattered treasures remained. Rather than spending time searching for those trivial treasures, he preferred to explore other secret realms. Thus, he chose the lava volcano as his next destination. Seeing Ding Chao's excitement, Qian Xiaoye suggested, let us eat now. 2 hours should be enough for you to digest. Ding Chao nodded vigorously and took out the fire spirit flower, directly consuming it amidst the envious gazes of his classmates. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Ding Chao exclaimed in pain. Yet he did not spit it out. Instead, he endured the discomfort and swallowed it down. Qian Xiaoye chuckled, and shook his head, producing a bottle of top-tier recovery potion and offering it to Ding Chao. Ding Chao quickly accepted the potion and began to gulp it down. "Thank you," he said, closing his eyes to focus on his breathing technique, channeling the energy from the fire spirit flower. Qian Xiaoya observed Ding Chao's cultivation with a silent encouragement in his heart. Ding Zi, keep pushing forward. Chapter 57. Entering the examination hall. Put on your wristbands. These are your examination permits. Without them, you shall not be permitted entry into the examination hall. Moreover, they serve as your protective charms, should you sustain fatal injuries. The wristband will automatically activate its protective properties and teleport you to safety. Li Yun explained, holding up an unremarkable black wristband to the students assembled below the podium. Qian Xiaoya listened to Li Yun's voice while fastening the black wristband on his wrist with a decisive snap. 5 minutes later, Li Yun, standing at the podium, concluded. "Stand up. Follow me." Having already conveyed the other necessary information in previous days, there was no need for further elaboration beyond the wristbands. Before long, Li Yun led his class out of the classroom and into the parking lot, boarding the bus designated for their class. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the parking lot of Qingqing First High School, and Li Yun guided the students off the bus, heading directly toward the playground. There are truly so many people, Qian Xiaoya marveled, observing the throngs of teachers and students from various schools surrounding them. These were all from Qingqing's 1st to 8th high schools. The examination venues for other schools were located elsewhere. 8 minutes later, Li Yun brought the students to the periphery of the playground, pointing at the surrounding fence and its gates, instructing the students, "That gate will automatically register your information. Simply walk through and wait inside." He checked the time on his phone and continued, "There is still half an hour until 9 o'clock. And the chief examiner should be arriving shortly." Noticing the students standing motionless, he urged, "Go on in. I will wait for you here." "Teacher Li, I will give it my all. Brother Li, wish me success." The students chimed in, exchanging playful banter as they collectively moved towards the entrance. Watching their retreating figures, Li Yun couldn't help but smile faintly, turning to walk toward a nearby group of teachers. Beep. Registration successful. Welcome candidate 130-0333, Qian Xiaoya, to examination room No. 1 in Qingqing. Can this device connect to the system? Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Qian Xiaoya paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the white door. A flicker of surprise coursing through him. The individuals entering through the door around him mirrored his curiosity and astonishment. Regaining his composure, Qian Xiaoya patted his companion Ding Chao and proceeded inward. As they entered the playground, he scanned the area, but upon not spotting any familiar faces, he guided Ding Chao to a quieter corner and patiently awaited the proceedings. "Are you nervous?" "Not at all." Qian Xiaoya turned to see Wudong approaching, smiling as he added, "I was just looking for you." Wudong, a student of Qingqing First High School, was in the same examination venue. "I saw you," Wudong remarked, glancing at Ding Chao before continuing. "Which institution are you planning to apply to?" "Wherever offers the most," Qian Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. Having acquired the miraculous ability, he felt indifferent to the destination. However, he would still opt for one of the top 10 institutions over others, as the secret realms of the top 10 were indeed remarkable. "What about you? Where do you intend to go?" Longfu. Longfu was indeed impressive, boasting a balanced array of attributes. As the foremost academy in Longhua and the top institution on Blue Star, it housed the strongest faculty and student body. Noticing Wudong's silence, Qian Xiaoya suggested, "You might consider going to Huaniyingfu. Huaniyingfu is in Yinghua country. I have no desire to go there," Wudong replied, shaking his head, uninterested in studying abroad. "All right then." Qian Xiaoya shrugged and continued discussing other topics with Wudong. Ding Chao stood silently beside them, observing the two engaged in casual banter. Is this how conversations transpire among experts? To them, the top 10 institutions appeared as if they could be effortlessly attained, even with eyes closed. At 8:55 a.m., the chief examiner, Xiang Xing, materialized above the playground, addressing the candidates below with a commanding voice. Silence. Qian Xiaoya, instinctively looking up while conversing, caught sight of Xiang Xing, who was dressed casually and possessed a handsome countenance, and felt a twinge of anxiety. "I am Xiang Xing, the chief examiner for this examination room number 1. The Qingqing examination secret realms consist of 14 in total, 10 combat realms, 2 logistics realms, and 2 life realms. Now, please summon the system." The system interface will present an examination option. Click on that option to select your examination direction. Should you choose a combat realm, you will be randomly assigned to one of the 10 realms, where you will reside for 3 days. After 3 days, the candidate with the highest score among the 10 realms will be crowned the champion of Qingqing. If you select a logistics realm, several options will be available, including alchemy, talisman crafting, and forging. Choose one, and you will be directly teleported to that examination venue for your assessment. Opting for a life realm signifies your abandonment of combat, desiring instead to live an ordinary, stable life. While Xiang Xing elaborated, Qian Xiaoye summoned the system interface and, upon seeing the additional options, promptly selected the combat realm. Ding. Candidate 130-0333, Qian Xiaoye. Your combat realm is realm number 3. Hearing the announcement in his mind, Qian Xiaoye looked towards Wudong and Ding Chao, inquiring, "Which realm are you in?" "I'm in realm number 7, Wudong replied. "I'm in realm number 4, Ding Chao added. "What a pity. We are not in the same realm," Qian Xiaoye expressed with a hint of disappointment. "I'll be in realm number 3. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Xing called out, "Time's up. The examination begins. Candidates, please enter the examination venue swiftly. Those who have not entered within half an hour will forfeit their examination eligibility." As the selection options illuminated, Qian Xiaoye remarked to the two, "I'm off. See you in 3 days." With that, he vanished from sight. "Good luck." Wudong encouraged Ding Chao before following suit and disappearing. Ding Chao, watching the two disappear, took a deep breath and resolutely clicked to enter. As they entered their respective secret realms, the largest conference hall of Qingxing First High School was filled with attendees, primarily admission officers from various universities. Behind the podium, numerous screens displayed scenes from the combat realms. In contrast, the other two realms lacked visuals, as instructors were present in those settings, rendering monitoring unnecessary. Each combat realm was equipped with thousands of examiners stationed throughout to prevent any unforeseen incidents. "Who are you keeping an eye on?" "Wudong." "Pick another." "Who among us wouldn't favor the son of the Wuqing Lord?" "That's it then. Come on, let us talk." "Yuza, we are not fools." Chapter 58, First Kill of the New Beast Boss. In combat realm number 3, Qian Xiaoye found himself amidst towering trees, lamenting, "Yet another tree. Can't they just teleport me to a plane?" Listening to the chirping of birds around him, he opened his equipment and raised the tome in his hand, commencing his summoning skills. In an instant, 20 summoning circles enveloped him. 10 distinct types of rabbits, along with the Rabbit Lord, Yixiu, Xiaogu, and several other summoned beasts, emerged around him. The Rabbit Lord, observing the plethora of rabbits, leaped onto Qian Xiaoye's shoulder and murmured, "You've summoned all the rabbits." "Haven't you?" "No, I haven't summoned the Thunder Rabbit Lord," Qian Xiaoye replied with earnest denial. "Close enough. Let us get to killing. Attack whatever you see." The Rabbit Lord paused, puzzled. Are we not hiding? For a summoner at the onset, possessing wealth and the ability to summon numerous beasts was quite standard. So Qian Xiaoye reassured, "Feel free to attack. They won't discern anything." After explaining, he led the summoned army forward. Decomposition successful. You have obtained a bearskin coat. Unexpectedly, not a summoned beast, Qian Xiaoye rejoiced inwardly upon witnessing the vanishing corpse. Beasts summoned from the summoner's profession could not be decomposed by the system, as it was one of the rules of the new era, the rationale being that once summoned, they were no longer deemed products of the new era but belonged to the summoner, and thus, the system would not assist in their decomposition. Well, all of this seems nonsensical. Primarily, the creators of the new era were likely apprehensive of individuals exploiting skill books and bloodline tomes. To ascertain whether these new beasts belonged to someone else, one merely needed to defeat them and check if decomposition was possible. Realizing that these new beasts were not summoned beasts invigorated Qian Xiaoye, prompting him to rally his summoned army and commence a sweeping assault on the surrounding new beasts. In the conference hall, the admission officers from various universities observed the summoner's performance, unable to suppress their critiques. The early-stage summoner is utterly vexing. Indeed, the disparity between professions is far too pronounced. I've already spotted 4 affluent summoners. They are genuinely wealthy. My colleague has informed me that 12 summoners capable of summoning over 10 types of new beasts have already emerged in the beast market. Though they grumbled, their attention remained keenly fixed on the unfolding events. Regarding the matter of summoners, the various academies of Blue Star have their own stringent criteria for this profession. Failing to meet these standards renders even the most prolific summoner insignificant in their eyes. How miserly. Not a single precious resource in sight. Lord Rabbit sensed the atmosphere for 3 hours without encountering even the faintest trace of a rare treasure. Indeed, it was rather frugal. Qian Xiaoye glanced at his points, which had already accumulated to 192. As for how the scoring system worked, he remained perplexed. It seemed that each individual had their own unique point scheme. Although he did not grasp the intricacies of the scoring, he was aware that the new beasts in the 3rd secret realm ranged from level 8 to level 15. As stated in the realm's description, besides the new beast levels, there were also ordinary new beasts, king-level new beasts, lord-level new beasts, and new beast bosses. The new beast bosses were essentially intelligent new beasts, most of which possessed their own names. Ordinary new beasts, king-level new beasts, and lord-level new beasts were the most common. Typically lacking in intelligence, with only a rare few bearing names. In fact, after a month of hunting new beasts, Qian Xiaoya had only seen one Lord-level new beast with a name, that being Xiaogu. The new beast bosses were scarce, only numbering 10, each at level 12 or above. Defeating any one of them would grant him a choice among the top 10 academies. At this moment, Qian Xiaoya's objective was to seek out a new beast boss and ascertain its true strength. Hamu Poison Frog, level 14 rank, bronze attribute, wood poison quality, yellow innate talent, poison wood phlegm skills, rapid tongue strike, enlargement. Oil underfoot description, a newly intelligent Hamu Poison Frog, yet to be named, was captured shortly after gaining consciousness. Poison wood phlegm, B-level talent. Active effect, spits a mouthful of phlegm containing both poison and wood attributes at the target. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Description, the phlegm is not infinite. One might attempt to endure a few sprays before attempting to slay it. Is this the boss? Qian Xiaoya gazed at the frog lounging on the wooden stump, shaking his head in disbelief. A boss so easily seen through could hardly be formidable. He then issued a command to the summoning army that had surrounded the vicinity of Hamu. In an instant, the summoning army surged forth, charging mindlessly towards Hamu. From the official perspective, new beast bosses were notoriously challenging to defeat, which is why no other new beasts were stationed nearby, leaving Hamu isolated. As Hamu observed the swarm of rabbits rushing towards it, it croaked and unleashed a mouthful of old phlegm. Without a glance, it expanded its body several-fold, shattering nearby trees and transforming into a colossal poison creature. The commotion stirred the candidates hunting beasts nearby, prompting many to flee, while a few reckless souls advanced towards the chaos. As they approached, Qian Xiaoya's summoning army engaged in a mindless skirmish with Hamu. Indeed, it was a reckless assault. Hamu, despite its size, had its drawbacks. It effortlessly absorbed all the skills unleashed by the summoning army. Then it fell. Then it shrank. Then it perished. In less than 2 minutes, one of the top 10 bosses of the third secret realm, Hamu, was successfully vanquished. The swiftness of this spectacle left the teachers in the conference room in stunned silence. What on earth? It died so quickly? A burly man gaped in disbelief at the unfolding events. Someone furrowed their brow, calling out in confusion. Who brought this Hamu poison frog in? Is it really that foolish? Sitting nearby, Juzei snapped back to reality, glancing at the others with a smile. The frog is not foolish. It is you who are foolish. Can't you see? Clearly, this young man's summons are exceptionally powerful. Juzei stood up, adjusted his attire, and called out to the crowd. Everyone, don't fight over him. This young man is ours at Kunlun Academy. Kunlun Academy, ranked 6th among the top 10 academies, specializes in intelligence-based summoning and is renowned for its summoners. Led by the legendary top summoner of Blue Star, Gong Buiyuan. An elderly man turned to Juzei. Young Zei, this matter is not solely for you to decide. Juzei replied with confidence. Our academy specializes in summoning. As long as you don't compete, he will surely join us. Despite his bold words, he nonetheless took out his phone to make inquiries. A trial is still necessary. The elder chuckled, remaining still, but mentally noted Qian Xiaoya while glancing at the other students. He hailed from Longfu, and the confidence of Longfu was incomparable to that of other academies. Although Qian Xiaoya performed admirably, it was not enough to compel him to pull out his phone. He decided to observe further. Should Qian Xiaoya exhibit any more remarkable feats, he could always produce his phone later. Chapter 59, 4th place in Qing City. Success in decomposition yielded a wood poison pill and a skill book for rapid tongue strike. Qian Xiaoya stepped forward, stowing the bronze treasure chest in his backpack, decisively leading his summoning army away, wishing to remain unnoticed, for he was not one for ostentation. 2 minutes later, the first candidate to arrive at the scene gazed upon the chaotic aftermath, falling into silence. Have they left? The man, hearing a voice beside him, turned. They left. Did you see anything? They departed too quickly. I didn't see a thing. I never expected there to be such a master in Qing City. Is it not normal to have a master? Why the fuss? Success. Obtained a pair of Hamu claws, a Hamu leather armor, and 28 silver. How impoverished, how unappealing. Qian Xiaoya grimaced at the leather armor in his backpack, silently eyeing the wood poison pill. Wood poison pill, type, elixir rank, bronze attribute, wood poison quality, blue requirements, bronze. Poison attribute effect, enhances 1's cultivation, increasing wood and poison attributes by 0 to 30 points. Description, crafted from the essence of the Hamu poison creature. Consuming it warms the body. For those lacking poison attribute abilities, ingestion may yield slight side effects, the duration of which depends on 1's constitution. Not bad. I'll savor it at home, Qian Xiaoya murmured to himself, turning to Lord Rabbit and the others. Who among you wishes to learn rapid tongue strike? The three shook their heads in unison. Lord Rabbit disdainfully remarked, a skill as repugnant as this? You might as well sell it. Very well. Qian Xiaoya closed his backpack and directed his army to continue hunting new beasts. At this moment, his points soared to 15,328. As a single new beast boss had awarded him a staggering 10,000 points. Having discovered the new beast boss to be so trivial, he lost interest in further hunting and instead languidly farmed new beasts nearby. He harbored no grand ambitions. His sole desire was to gain admission to one of the top 10 academies. As for fame, he cared little for it, even finding it somewhat troublesome. April 4th, 8:55 a.m. In the conference hall, Zhu Zhe watched the scene unfold on screen. Qian Xiaoya reclining against a tree by the river, chewing on a blade of grass with his eyes closed in serene contemplation, his admiration deepened. This is what life should be like. This is true strength. Zhu Zhe mused. To him, only those with formidable power could afford such leisure and ease. Those lacking strength could never achieve such a state. Thus, he retrieved his phone once more to report to his superiors. Kunlun Mansion. On the summit of Yunshan, by a small river in a village, an elderly man donning a bamboo hat was angling by the water's edge. Beside him, a man glanced at the information on his phone and addressed the elder, Old Yuan. Xiaozhe has sent another message. Is it about Qian Xiaoya? Indeed. Is he a miracle? At present, it seems somewhat so. The battle secret realm displayed only names, not their new era titles. Thus the examiners within were unable to discern their new era identities. Here it comes. The old man, observing the quivering fishing rod, instantly perked up and pulled it up, revealing a small fish that made him burst into hearty laughter. After his laughter subsided, he turned to the man and said, "Let him go to Kunlun Realm and test his luck." All right. The man, inspired by a thought, brightened his eyes and began typing a message. The elder sat on the bench, gazing into the distance at the edge of the clouds, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, that little rascal had grown so much, he couldn't help but wonder if he still recognized this white-bearded old man. In the conference hall, Zhu stared at the messages on his phone, momentarily taken aback, before exuberantly exclaiming, "It's settled. What is the matter?" "Nothing." Zhu shook his head, grinning at the elder. "Yes, mine now. Lao, my apologies." "Oh, have you secured something good?" "I cannot divulge, cannot divulge." Zhu waved his finger, his spirits lifted as he continued. "In any case, yes, mine. 25,000 points, that shouldn't be too high." Qian Shan murmured to himself as he looked at his score, genuinely apprehensive about being the top scorer. Although the top scorer received excellent rewards, the notoriety that accompanied it was overwhelming. With great fame came a multitude of troubles, and such troubles led to headaches. Therefore, to avoid such headaches, he had deliberately slowed his pace in slaying new beasts since noon yesterday, which he maintained until now. To him, the rewards for the top scorer, no matter how splendid, would only be useful in the present. They would be of little value in the future. Moreover, with his talents, he hardly needed such trivialities, so he resolutely chose to forego them. As for the conditions various academies might offer him, he thought to himself, those who understand would know, and those who do not, need not concern themselves. As the examination time concludes, please press your wristbands for 5 seconds to exit the secret realm. Those who do not comply will be automatically teleported out in 5 minutes. Let us go? This time the harvest was quite satisfactory. After recalling the summoned army that had been guarding him, Qian Xiaoya pressed his wristband and departed from the location. During this 3-day journey, he had acquired a total of 30 summoning skill books, 10 of which he had never learned before. The qualities of the new beasts varied, 2 gray, 4 white, 3 green, and 1 blue, the blue quality new beast being a forest-wood proud tiger. Although it was a common new beast, its strength was not inferior to that of those at the lord level. New beasts were not strictly categorized. Those at the king and lord levels were typically of lesser quality, generally below blue quality. Above blue quality, there would rarely be new beast groups concluding with king or lord titles. At this quality level, powerful new beasts usually possessed their own names, and with names came distinctions among them. Hence they would no longer be designated by king or lord. Upon returning to the playground, Qian Xiaoya was met with several announcements in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have achieved 4th place in Qingqing with 25,000 points. Congratulations! You have received a treasure chest for being 4th in Qingqing, distributed by the Dragon Kingdom officials. Congratulations! You have received a treasure chest for being 4th in Qingqing, distributed by Qingqing officials. Not too shabby. Listening to the announcements, Qian Xiaoya gleefully raised his gaze to Wudong, who appeared beside him. What about you? Wudong opened her eyes, shook her head, surveyed her surroundings, and replied, 2nd. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya instinctively exclaimed, Aren't you 1st? I didn't fight for half the morning. Wudong nodded. Then asked him, And you? 4th. You managed your points well. I didn't manage my points. Qian Xiaoya chuckled, turning to the newly arrived Ding Chao. What is your rank? Ding Chao excitedly shouted, 523. Not bad. You can enter the 100 universities. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiao couldn't help but feel happy for Ding Chao. Although he fell short of the top 10 universities, being in the top 100 was commendable. The top 3 universities within this bracket were not significantly inferior to the 9th and 10th universities among the top 10. Ding Chao nodded vigorously, stating, I plan to attend the Fire Military Academy. Qian Xiaoya expressed his surprise. You wish to join the Dragon Army? Ding Chao sheepishly scratched his head. My dream is to become a Dragon Army soldier. Observing Ding Chao's demeanor, Qian Xiaoya fell silent for 2 seconds before firmly patting his shoulder, sincerely declaring, a commendable dream. Good luck. Yes, I will. Chapter 60, Kunlun Mansion. Qian Xiaoya noticed the noticeably reduced number of people around him and quietly took out his phone to check the messages in the class group. Subsequently, after exchanging pleasantries with Wudong, he departed the playground with Ding Chao towards the parking lot. At that moment, Li Yun was waiting for them on the class bus. 10 minutes later, standing outside the bus, Li Yun spotted Qian Xiaoya and Ding Chao approaching from a distance. His eyes widened slightly as he quickly walked over, a hint of anticipation in his heart, and asked Qian Xiaoya, what is your rank? Qian Xiaoya raised 4 fingers, grinning forth. Li Yun was taken aback for a moment before erupting into joyous laughter. Ha! Hearing Li Ji's infectious laughter, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but smile, calmly saying, Li Gu, let us keep it low-key. Once a year, low-key my foot. Li Gu shot him a glance but ceased his laughter, turning to Ding Chao beside him. Xiao Ding. How did you fare? Ding Chao shyly replied, Li Gu, I did okay. I ranked 523. When Li Yun heard okay, he expected a rank beyond 1,000. He was surprised that Ding Chao's okay was actually 523. Xiao Ding, you're being modest. 523 is quite impressive. But compared to you, I'm far behind. He is a monster. Don't compare yourself to him. Li Yun's smile widened as he looked at Qian Xiaoya. The more he observed him, the happier and more excited he became. You're the real monster. I'm just a normal person. Qian Xiaoya rolled his eyes and walked directly onto the bus. You get on first. A few students have yet to return. Li Gu said to Ding Chao, continuing to wait beside the bus for the remaining students. Half an hour later, the bus slowly started its journey back to their school. Upon returning, Li Yun immediately brought Qian Xiaoya before Principal Zhang. After a hearty commendation from Principal Zhang, he presented Qian Xiaoya with a gift box, saying, this is a reward from the school. Please don't consider it too little. Qian Xiaoya, being the 4th in Qingqing and the top of Qingqing 3rd Senior High, certainly warranted some form of reward. Thank you, Principal Zhang. Qian Xiaoya gratefully accepted the gift box, feeling its weight before stowing it in his backpack. Refusing it was out of the question. This was a reward from the school, and one could not simply decline such offerings. To do so would risk leaving the impression of disdain for his own school, as if he deemed it impoverished. Such a reputation was something Qian Xiaoya wished to avoid. After receiving the accolades bestowed by the school, Qian Xiaoya followed Li Yun out of the principal's office and into the classroom. Upon reaching the podium, Li Yun delivered a rousing speech, encouraging the students before elaborating on the process of selecting a university and other related topics. He spoke until 2 in the afternoon, at which point he paused, casting a wistful glance at the students below, and reluctantly waved his hand, signaling them to head home. While he felt a sense of loss, the majority of the students were brimming with excitement and eagerness, unable to contain their enthusiasm. The moment he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into a chorus of jubilant shouts. Observing this scene, Qian Xiaoya chuckled softly and shook his head, turning to Ding Chao and saying, let us go. See you in a week. After a few parting words with Li Yun, he exited the classroom and made his way home, knowing he would return for the graduation photo next week. Such an occasion, a singular event in one's life, warranted his enthusiasm. As he entered the neighborhood and approached his front door, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of it standing wide open and the sounds of conversation emanating from within. Have they arrived so soon? Qian Xiaoya mused, his expression neutral as he stepped inside. Ji Xiaoqing, upon seeing him walk in, immediately rose from the sofa, her mood buoyant as she exclaimed, Xiaoya, you did well on your exams, truly making your mother proud. Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but smile slightly, replying modestly, it was just average. Sitting nearby, Qian Shuxing interjected calmly, your scores were well managed. 4th place is neither too much nor too little, just right. Although his words were nonchalant, the beaming smile on his face betrayed his genuine delight. Zhu Zhe observed the couple with a slight twitch of his lips, having initially assumed that Qian Xiaoya's family was merely moderately affluent. However, upon witnessing the items adorning their home and detecting no sign of tension between the couple, he realized the truth. He had inadvertently stepped into the den of wolves. To his fortune, he wasn't the type who held himself in high regard, believing himself to be exceptional. Had he been, he felt he should be kneeling on the ground rather than comfortably seated on the sofa, sipping tea of indeterminate quality. Just this cup of tea, he thought, could serve as a point of bragging rights back home. Glancing at the obediently seated Zhu Zhe, Qian Xiaoya turned to his parents and inquired, "Is he the only one who came?" Qian Shuxing turned to the jovial Zhu Zhe and replied softly, "I'm not sure why, but he seems to be the only one for now." Zhu Zhe quickly interjected, "They all lost interest after hearing what I had to offer, especially in light of Qian Xiaoya's ranking." He glanced at Qian Xiaoya, then at Qian Shuxing, choosing not to elaborate further. Although ranked fourth, Qian Xiaoya's position was somewhat inconsequential on a broader scale, as the college entrance examination encompassed all of Blue Star, not just Dragon Country. Qian Shuxing took a sip of tea, looking up at Zhu Zhe. Xiaoya's ranking isn't worth a significant investment to them, so they likely decided to cede the opportunity to you. That would be my guess. Not entirely correct. Zhu Zhe shook his head, continuing, Longfu wanted to come, but I was confident enough to send old he away, preventing him from tagging along. Since it's just you, let us cut to the chase and discuss what you can offer, Qian Xiaoya said, walking over and taking a seat beside his father, feeling increasingly uneasy about Zhu Zhe. The scenario he had imagined, with multiple admissions officers vying for his attention, had not materialized, making the current cordiality seem rather peculiar. Unfazed by Qian Xiaoya's scrutiny, Zhu Zhe smiled and began to speak of his academy. "I am here on behalf of Kunlun Academy, extending an invitation for you to join our esteemed institution. Kunlun Academy is the foremost institution for summoning professions in Blue Star, a veritable pinnacle." Listening to Zhu Zhe's words, Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, "So it's Kunlun Academy. That seems quite good." Although he valued the rewards, when faced with an overwhelming offer from other academies, he would ultimately lean towards Kunlun Academy. After all, it housed a plethora of new beasts, including various summoning skill books and beast eggs that were unavailable elsewhere. Chapter 61, The Opulent Conditions of Kunlun Academy, solidified. As Zhu Zhe heard Qian Xiaoya's murmurs, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Thus, he pressed on, outlining the rewards Kunlun Academy could provide. "We can offer you the chance to randomly acquire a summoning skill book from the Kunshu Pavilion, one opportunity to enter Kunlun Realm to acquire a new beast, a set of blue-quality customized Coexistence beast gear, and 1 million dragon coins." Qian Xiaoya nodded thoughtfully, turning to his father for his opinion. "Dad, how sincere is Kunlun Academy's offer? Rewards that even the top tier of Qingqing cannot attain," Qian Shuxing remarked, his expression growing somewhat peculiar. Though Qian Xiaoya was unaware of what Kunlun Realm entailed, he sensed that the offer was exceedingly generous. "This is remarkable," he exclaimed, his expression mirroring his astonishment. "Surely they aren't betting on whether I am a miracle?" Qian Xiaoya pondered, smiling at Zhu Zhe. "You have a good eye. Our judgment has always been sound." Zhu Zhe accepted Qian Xiaoya's praise without hesitation. Qian Xiaoya then asked, "Could you elaborate on what these conditions entail?" While he understood the customized gear and dragon coins, the first 2 points remained somewhat ambiguous to him. Zhu Zhe nodded, explaining, "Kunshu Pavilion is our largest skill repository at Kunlun Academy, containing skill books and talent books of various levels. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for any skill or talent book you desire there." "As long as I have enough points, I can get anything?" Qian Xiaoya inquired. "Except for certain skill and talent books with special conditions, everything else is fair game." "Understood." Qian Xiaoya nodded, continuing his questions. "So is this random selection from all summoning skill books, including those with special conditions?" "Indeed," Zhu Zhe affirmed. "That sounds promising." Qian Xiaoya revealed a glimmer of anticipation. Regardless of their intentions, he was thoroughly satisfied with this reward. Unbeknownst to him, the selection was not truly random. Rather, it allowed him to choose one from a range of blue-quality summoning skills. The decision was altered to random because Guzhou had comprehended Elder Yuan's words, thus opting for a randomized selection to test whether Qian Xiaoya truly was a miracle. If he was, it would be a tremendous gain. If not, there would be no loss, given Qian Xiaoya's evident strength. The Kunlun Realm is a secret domain held by our founder, Elder Yuan, teeming with new beasts that possess A rank or higher talents. While they are few in number, each one is invaluable. Elder Yuan believes in fate, so whether you can acquire a new beast in Kunlun Realm depends on chance, which is why I mentioned it as an opportunity. He raised 3 fingers, continuing, "Of course, if you make a special contribution to Kunlun Academy, you may also gain access to the Kunlun Realm. Since this opportunity is so rare, why have you granted it to me?" Qian Xiaoya understood the reason in his heart, yet he could not resist voicing his inquiry, eager to hear how Zhu Zhe would respond. "This, I cannot say," Zhu Zhe shrugged, continuing, "When I first saw this information, I was equally astonished. I am acquainted with old Yuan." Hearing his father's calm voice from the side, Qian Xiaoya turned to ask, "Dad, you know him?" Qian Shuxing chuckled, "You know him too." Qian Xiaoya tilted his head, a wave of confusion washing over him. Meanwhile, Juzei stood frozen in place upon hearing Qian Shuxing's words. It turned out they were indeed prominent figures. Ji Shaoqing approached, smiling at Qian Xiaoya. Don't think too much about it. You haven't seen each other in 15 years. All right then. Qian Xiaoya pouted, continuing to inquire of the day's Juzei. Can customized equipment be made for any body type? Juzei took a deep breath and nodded. Absolutely. Then there are no issues. Qian Xiaoya sat up, extending his hand. Bring it forth? What? Is there no signing process? There is. Juzei promptly retrieved a contract from his backpack and placed it in Qian Xiaoya's hands. This is our contract, once signed. You cannot retract and seek admission to another academy. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, glanced at the contract in his hand, and passed it to Qian Shuxing. Dad, take a look. There's nothing to see, just sign it. You won't look? I will. Ji Shaoqing, observing the languid Qian Shuxing, stepped forward and took the contract from Qian Xiaoya's hands to read it. After 10 seconds, she tossed the contract back to Qian Xiaoya. Sign it. It's fine. Qian Xiaoya remained silent for 2 seconds, then quietly picked up the black pen Juzei had set aside and signed his name on the contract before handing it back to Juzei. Juzei accepted the contract with delight and asked Qian Xiaoya, do you need an admission notice from the academy? If you want one, I can provide it. Absolutely. Qian Xiaoya exclaimed decisively. Such a document is unique in a lifetime. He certainly would not refuse it. Subsequently, Juzei, under the gaze of everyone, produced an officially stamped admission notice from Kunlun Academy. He then inscribed Qian Xiaoya's name and examination number on the notice and handed it to Qian Xiaoya. Staring in astonishment at the Kunlun Academy admission notice before him, Qian Xiaoya found himself at a loss for words. I'll take a few photos before giving it to you, Ji Shaoqing remarked, taking the notice from Juzei's hands and pulling out her phone to begin photographing. Once finished, she tossed the notice back to Qian Xiaoya, keeping it safe for herself. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the notice in his arms, somewhat speechless, and asked Juzei, are you all this casual? No. I'm just the casual one. Juzei quickly shook his head. He dared not speak for everyone. When is the enrollment date? May 1st. Great. Qian Xiaoya stood up, expressing his gratitude to Juzei. Thank you. Juzei, seeing this, immediately stood up, laughing heartily. Haha, no need for thanks. Qian Shuxing felt it was about time. Rising to suggest, it's quite late. Shall we have a meal together? Juzei decisively declined. No, I need to go to the next place. After saying this, he felt a bit guilty and continued. It's prime time now. I'll grab whatever I can. Qian Shuxing nodded slightly, responding with understanding. Then you carry on. We shan't keep you. In a few days, when we visit Koan City, we shall treat you to a meal. No problem. Just have Qian Xiaoya contact me then. Juzei said, sending a friend request to Qian Xiaoya. After he accepted, he said to Juzei, goodbye, teacher. Goodbye. Juzei waved and turned to leave. Chapter 62. The official reward. Once Juzei departed, Qian Xiaoya turned to Qian Shuxing, who was approaching, and asked curiously, Dad, are you going to Koan City with me? Indeed, Qian Shuxing replied calmly. It makes no difference where we live. True. Qian Xiaoya pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. His parents indeed lived the same way. They spent most of their time in the new era, rarely appearing on Blue Star unless something significant occurred. Thus, it mattered little where they resided. Mom, how did you and old Yuan come to know each other? Qian Xiaoya inquired, looking at Ji Shaoqing with curiosity. His mother's perfunctory response earlier did nothing to quell his inner curiosity. We were comrades in arms, once a team. Ji Shaoqing smiled, continuing, dinner is ready. I made braised pork, which Little Rabbit loves. Quick, let Little Rabbit out so I can see. I haven't seen him in days. Mom, have you forgotten about your own precious baby since getting a rabbit? Qian Xiaoya blinked innocently, summoning Tu Yi. As soon as Tu Yi emerged, he hopped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, his gaze fixated on the braised pork on the dining table not far away. Ji Shaoqing, who was about to speak, completely forgot her words upon seeing Tu Yi, smiling and waving. Little Rabbit, come here. I made your favorite braised pork today. Sister is the best. I love Little Rabbit the most. Tu Yi instantly transformed into a little fanboy, appearing at the dining table. Ji Shaoqing, taken aback by this sudden scene, smiled as she stroked Tu Yi. Little Rabbit is quite impressive. He can teleport. Tu Yi has many talents. Tu Yi proudly lifted his head, calling out to Qian Xiaoya and the others. Aren't you going to eat? Although he was eager to eat, he understood certain small etiquettes. Had it just been Qian Xiaoya, he would have started devouring the food long ago, but with others present, he would adhere to the rules, if only slightly. We're coming, Qian Xiaoya replied, walking towards the dining table with his father. Thus, the family chatted and laughed as they began their dinner. After finishing the meal, Qian Xiaoya returned to his room and quietly took out 2 treasure chests from his backpack. Opened the chests. Tu Yi jumped aside, watching the 2 large treasure chests on the floor with eyes filled with anticipation. There probably isn't anything good, Qian Xiaoya muttered, glancing at Tuyi. Do you want to open them? Tuyi pondered for 2 seconds and asked, are you sure there are no good items? The 4th place reward can only offer something, at best, of yellow quality. He had seen the rewards for the top 10 in previous years. The official rewards were the same across all regions. 1st place received 1 million dragon coins, a random skill book for their profession, and a set of blue-quality exclusive profession gear. The professions here were their starting professions. For instance, Qian Xiaoya's starting profession was summoner. The regional rewards depended on the affluence of the area and the generosity of its administrators. If an area was both wealthy and generous, the rewards would undoubtedly be exceptional, perhaps even surpassing the official rewards. Then I'll open them. Tuyi rubbed his hands, gazing at the 2 chests, and continued, shall we open them all? Open the official one. I'll handle the Qingqing chest myself. All right, Tuyi replied, pressing the button on the left chest. With a resounding bang, blue light flashed, and the items within the chest came into view for Qian Xiaoya and Tuyi. A card, a book with a cover of a big-eared black tiger, and a summoning orb radiating blue light. A summoning skill book, a summoning orb, not bad. Qian Xiaoya glanced at the items and stowed them in his backpack, preparing to examine them later. As for that card, it is a bank card, which can be used to exchange for 500,000 dragon coins at any bank in the Dragon Kingdom. Except for the 1st place, all others receive 500,000 dragon coins as well. Regarding the equipment set, apart from the top 3, the remaining participants do not possess any. The others select randomly from an equipment pool, with the highest quality being yellow grade. Clearly, Lord Rabbit's luck was not in his favor, as he did not draw any yellow grade equipment from the weapon pool. Next, it was my turn. Qian Xiaoya gazed at the last treasure chest before him, raised his right hand, and decisively tapped it. With a resounding bang, Chapter 63, Thunderstrike, Thunder Spirit, was revealed. A brilliant blue-green light surged from the chest, prompting Lord Rabbit to eagerly lean forward. Inside the chest lay a skill book with a cover depicting a deer, a water-green ring, and a black card. He muttered, looks like I got something similar. Indeed, it was quite comparable. After Qian Xiaoya stored the items from the chest in his backpack, he began to examine them one by one. Great Black-Eared Tiger Summoning Skill Book, blue. Water Clean Deer Summoning Skill Book, green. Blue Water Sphere, bronze, water blue. Requirement: Level 11 Bronze Summoner Intelligence 12, Energy 8, Water Attribute Damage 8, Summon Damage 8. Green Spirit Ring. Type: Accessory. Rank: Bronze. Attribute: Wood. Quality: Blue. Requirement: Level 11 Bronze Summoner. Effect: Intelligence 10, Energy 8, Wood Attribute Damage 6, Summon Damage 6. Skill: Green Spirit Technique. Description: Crafted from the essence of the green spirit fish, wearing it imparts a refreshing sensation. Green Spirit Technique. Active effect: Restores a portion of one's energy upon release. Cooldown: 10 minutes. This ring is quite impressive. Qian Xiaoya, feeling pleased, exchanged the least valuable ring for the Green Spirit Ring and proceeded to learn both summoning skill books. After mastering them, he examined the abilities of the great black-eared tiger and water-clean deer, exclaiming, Uncle Wu is indeed generous. Upon overhearing this, Lord Rabbit inquired curiously, what is going on? The water-clean deer possesses healing skills, a rather valuable asset. Qian Xiaoya elucidated. It's likely that Wudong informed his father about your class, and he prepared this for you, Lord Rabbit speculated. That possibility did indeed exist. Nodding in agreement, Qian Xiaoya continued, regardless, we should venture into the new era and check out the boss at Thunderclap Cliff. Let us go. Time to slay the boss. Slay? We can't possibly defeat it. Then what should we do? Let us at least see what it looks like and test its power. If it seems manageable, we can attempt to defeat it. Isn't that essentially what I just said? Seems like there's no difference. The creatures at Thunderclap Cliff range from levels 10 to 18. So the boss is likely level 18, and since he is already at level 13, he felt confident enough to take a look at what the boss might be like. 2 hours later, Qian Xiaoya, accompanied by Lord Rabbit and Yi Xiao, arrived at the precipice of Thunderclap Cliff. In order to expedite their journey, he had summoned no other creatures aside from Lord Rabbit and Yi Xiao, allowing them to reach this spot swiftly. Lord Rabbit gazed into the distance at a towering creature floating in the air, radiating blue and purple hues, and whispered, it looks somewhat formidable. Let me take a look. Qian Xiaoya quietly cast a probe towards the imposing entity. The moment he did, the creature, which had been meditating with its eyes closed, abruptly opened its eyes and fixed its gaze upon them. Retreat. Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoya turned and ran. The towering creature observed the fleeing trio, remained silent for 2 seconds, then closed its eyes once more. Thunderstrike, Thunder Spirit. Level, 18. Rank, Silver Divine Power. Attribute, Lightning. Quality, Purple. Innate Talent, Unknown. Talent, Unknown. Skill, Unknown. Description, gradually evolved from a diminutive thunder spirit to the strongest being at Thunderclap Cliff. Only it knows the ease of this journey. Divine power. Acquired the strength of the silver rank prematurely under divine influence. This information displays only once. This description carries some weight. Qian Xiaoya scrutinized the information revealed by the probe, his lips twitching slightly, and continued, no wonder the teacher knew, it's all in the description. Divine power. The strength of the divine. What's wrong? Is there a captivating description? Lord Rabbit, perched on Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, leaned forward to peer at the virtual interface. Upon seeing the information displayed, he burst into laughter. Haha, this description is amusing. After sharing a chuckle, Lord Rabbit turned to Qian Xiaoya and asked, "What's the plan now?" Qian Xiaoya halted, glanced back, and replied, "Let us search for treasures in another secret realm. We'll return to challenge this boss once we reach level 15. Having assessed the boss to be as formidable as he had anticipated, he instantly lost the desire to engage, not wishing to meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing that Qian Xiaoya was not going to fight, Lord Rabbit quickly suggested, "If we cannot challenge this one, we could try the level 15 secret realm boss instead." Qian Xiaoya paused in thought, instinctively stroking his chin as he contemplated. A level 15 secret realm boss indeed seemed worth a shot. As he spoke, his eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he raised his head and declared, "Let us go. We're heading to the lava volcano. Let us slay the boss." Lord Rabbit echoed enthusiastically. Yi Xiao, observing the excitement of the two, wore a faint smile as he silently followed, ever vigilant in their protection. 15 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya exited the Thunderclap Cliff secret realm through a cave. Upon returning to the secret realm hall, he did not immediately enter the lava volcano secret realm, but instead opened the guild chat interface. Typing. Heading to the lava volcano to battle the boss. If you're coming, type 1. Su Etienne. 1. Giroux. I'm with Etienne, you can come directly. Giroux. Location. Professional blacksmith. Professional blacksmith. We're fighting a boss now. Aren't you all resting? Miracle. Professional blacksmith. Are you joining us? Professional blacksmith. I'm coming. Professional blacksmith. Wait for me. Boss, I'll be there shortly. Miracle. Okay. Miracle. Giroux. You and Etienne go find the boss. I'll wait for Xiaoji to arrive. Giroux. Alright. After reading the messages, Qian Xiaoya summoned Lord Rabbit and said, "Let us wait for Xiaoji to arrive. We'll first assess our goods and gather some supplies." "I'm on it." Lord Rabbit hopped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, eager to begin his tasks. Before long, while Qian Xiaoya was busy sorting through supplies in the resting area, he spotted a little chubby figure hurrying towards him from a distance. "Over here," Qian Xiaoya called out, waving at Gong Sun Ji. Upon hearing the familiar call, Gong Sun Ji quickly scanned the area and soon spotted Qian Xiaoya waving at him. He hurried over, panting, "Sorry, I'm late. Why apologize? It was a spontaneous decision on my part." Qian Xiaoya chuckled, shaking his head. He continued, "Do you need a moment to rest?" "I just need to buy a bottle of water," Gong Sun Ji replied. "Right, I've got you covered." Qian Xiaoya promptly retrieved the drink he had just purchased and handed it to Gong Sun Ji. "Thank you." Gong Sun Ji took the drink, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and exclaimed refreshingly, "Shall we go?" "Let us go." Qian Xiaoya responded, leading Gong Sun Ji into the bronze secret realm area, entering the lava volcano secret realm. Chapter 64, The Rock Mountain. The lava volcano secret realm. After a 2-hour journey, Qian Xiaoya and Gong Sun Ji successfully rendezvoused with Wudong and Su Qing at the edge of the volcano. Is the boss inside the volcano? Qian Xiaoya surveyed the desolate surroundings, concluding that there was only one likely place, the crater above. Exactly, Wudong nodded. In the center of the volcano, there lies a spacious flat area where the boss is resting. It's going to be challenging in there. Qian Xiaoya stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, "Let's go take a look." "All right," Wudong agreed, leading Qian Xiaoya and the others upward. Before long, they reached the crater's edge. Qian Xiaoya leaned over to gaze down at the roiling lava below, his forehead slick with sweat as he exclaimed, "It's scorching. So many." Wudong, standing beside him, observed the scene below and murmured, "It's somewhat difficult to tackle." During his previous visit, he had not anticipated that the boss would have minions. Having minions was one thing, but the geographical position was particularly hostile to them. It seems like quite a formidable challenge. Rabbit Master licked his tongue and suggested to Qian Xiaoya, "Perhaps we should reconsider?" Though he was eager to confront the boss, he possessed the discernment to recognize that their chances of victory appeared slim. Firstly, they had to endure the extreme heat during combat. The temperature was already unbearable for Rabbit Master at the crater's edge, and descending further was daunting. Secondly, there was no second point. They were struggling just to get through the first challenge. Nonetheless, the gods had not left them completely hopeless. They still had a path to pursue if they truly wished to engage in battle. They didn't need to leap down into the volcano. A pathway extended downwards beside them, leading to the flat area below. Wudong observed Qian Xiaoya deep in thought and inquired, "Shall we fight?" The path was wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side, and if they couldn't win, they could retreat. Thus, Qian Xiaoya turned his gaze from the side path back to his companions and proposed, "How about we give it a try?" "Give it a try?" Rabbit Master echoed. "Give it a try?" Su Qing joined in. "Give it a try?" Gongsun Ji chimed in. Wutong, unable to suppress a smile at their eagerness, replied, "Let us give it a shot. If we can't win, we can certainly escape. Let us try?" Qian Xiaoya shouted, looking at the slumbering lava crocodile below, and continued. "Su Qing, you keep an eye on the minions while I focus on the boss." "Understood," Su Qing replied, to avoid alarming the boss. Wudong had not released any scouting spells during his previous visit, leaving them unaware of the boss's specific information. Rock Mountain, Lava Giant Crocodile, Level, 15 Rank, Silver Divine Power Attribute, Lava Quality, Yellow Innate Talent, Unknown Talents, Unknown Skills, Unknown Description. Rock Mountain was originally the leader of the Lava Volcano Crocodile clan, and while he still holds that title, he has now acquired divine power, becoming the strongest in the volcano. Yellow, we can fight. Qian Xiaoya felt a surge of joy within. Had it been purple, he would have had no confidence in their victory. Wutong, noticing the change in Qian Xiaoya's demeanor, asked, "What is the verdict?" "We can fight. Its quality is yellow, not purple." As Qian Xiaoya spoke, he shared the information with the group. "No wonder it has so many minions. It turns out it's just a weakling." Rabbit Master exclaimed excitedly, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. He feared nothing when faced with numerous minions, as even the most formidable foes could not outnumber them. What truly frightened him were the high-level, high-quality, and high-combat power bosses. Thus, upon discovering the quality was merely yellow, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Indeed, yellow was manageable. The composed Wudong couldn't help but smile upon hearing the quality was yellow. If it were just him, he would surely struggle. But he had the miracle of his elder brother by his side. Someone he didn't want to admit was a powerhouse. While he was uncertain of his brother's true strength, he felt that with his words and his own abilities, they could take on the challenge. Gongsun Ji, observing the two who only spoke of their ability to fight but not how to do so, quickly interjected, "How do we engage?" "Let me think for a moment." Qian Xiaoya replied, deep in contemplation. Before long, he turned to Gongsun Ji and asked, "How do you usually tackle monsters?" During their journey, it was always his summoned beasts that cleared the monsters, so he hadn't witnessed Gongsun Ji's fighting style. Hearing this, Gongsun Ji proudly produced a red longsword and a red demonic shield, striking a dashing pose as he declared, "I am the meat shield." "Meat shield, splendid." Qian Xiaoya's eyes lit up at this display. "I didn't expect you to be so fearless." He had assumed Gongsun Ji would be a ranged fighter, so this revelation was rather surprising. Gongsun Ji chuckled, "With my physique, running around is exhausting, so it's better to stand at the front. Besides, a meat shield doesn't fall easily." "That makes sense." Qian Xiaoya nodded and called the others over, continuing, "Before we strike the boss, we should first eliminate all the minions nearby. Once they are cleared, we can proceed to take down the boss." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Ji immediately asked, "Boss, you're not suggesting I go and face the boss first while clearing the minions, are you?" "No need." Qian Xiaoya shook his head. "You just stand beside me. I'll use my summoned beast to engage it. Once all the minions are defeated, then you can go after the boss." "That works." Gongsun Ji felt relieved. If he had to face it alone, he wouldn't stand a chance. After all, he wasn't a top-tier defensive class. He was merely a craftsman, and being a meat shield was just his side profession. "Su Qing, Rabbit Master, you have the freedom to act as you see fit," Qian Xiaoya instructed the two. "Just remember to eliminate the minions first." Wudong, Su Qing, understood. Their battle plan was thus established, with other details to be decided during combat. Qian Xiaoya retrieved a spell orb in one hand and a potion in the other, concluding, "Once I summon a wave of summoned beasts, you all charge in alongside them." With that, he placed the potion in his mouth, and a book materialized in his hand. Book Spirit, enhance my fire resistance, enable flight, and identify summoning skills that can counter the lava crocodile. Absolutely. The book Spirit appeared above the tome in Qian Xiaoya's grasp, closing its eyes in meditation. 3 seconds later, the book Spirit opened its eyes and announced, "Selection complete. There are 35 summoning skills that meet the criteria." It was determined and would not hesitate, yet it still needed to examine various options. "Thank you." Qian Xiaoya observed the information materializing in his mind, stowing away the miracle tome before seizing the spell orb to initiate a multi-summon. In an instant, numerous summoning arrays manifested before Wudong and the others, and to their astonishment, 35 distinct summoned beasts emerged around them. Gongsun Ji, captivated by the spectacle, exclaimed, "Wow, boss, you're incredible. Wait 10 minutes, and I'll summon another wave before we engage," Qian Xiaoya said, sipping from the potion. This wave of summons was not numerous, but of high quality, featuring elite summoned beasts such as the Moon Spirit Rabbit, Fiery Dog Rabbit King, Thunder Rabbit Lord, and Wind Eagle Lord, which consumed a significant portion of his energy. While he restored his energy and awaited the cooldown, Rabbit Master also summoned several creatures. Although these summoned beasts would not endure long in the heat, they could still serve as effective distractions. In addition to Lord Rabbit, Wutong, Su Qing, and Gongsun Ji were also making their respective preparations, awaiting the imminent battle. 10 minutes later, Qian Xiaoya summoned 10 adaptable summoned beasts, along with some that were designated for interference, and then took out another vial of potion to drink. After consuming the potion, he murmured to himself, "Summoners are far too energy-intensive." Having already consumed 3 potions before the fight even began, he felt a twinge of regret. Hearing Qian Xiaoya's words, Wudong couldn't help but cast him a disapproving glance. "Shall we engage now?" "Yes." After Qian Xiaoya finished speaking, he led his summoned army to the sole path leading downwards from the volcano's crater. Besides the 56 summoned beasts he had just conjured, he had also summoned 40 more on his way here, bringing the total to 96 summoned beasts surrounding him. Gongsun Ji, gazing at the nearly 100 summoned creatures, couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder they say summoners are invincible. With such scale and numbers, who could possibly contend in the early stages?" Indeed, no one could. Wudong shook his head. If it were only these 96, he might attempt a decapitation strike, but beside his elder brother stood Lord Rabbit, Xiao Gu, and Yi Xiu. These 3 were the true core strength of his brother's forces. Assessing the trio, he estimated that while 1 could fight, 3 would be utterly defeated. "Engage." After dispatching 10 summoned beasts to patrol, Qian Xiaoya raised his staff and shouted. In the next moment, under the commands of Qian Xiaoya and Lord Rabbit, the summoned army surged down towards the flat ground. Below, the rocky mountain, which had been resting, opened its eyes and looked up upon hearing the distant commotion. As it beheld the approaching army of summoned beasts from the slope, its gaze narrowed, then suddenly widened in fury as it let out an enraged roar. On the flat ground, the fiery magma crocodiles, roused by the mountain's roar, sprang to their feet from the molten lava, invigorated and ready to confront the incoming summoned forces. The magma crocodiles nearest to the slope charged up without hesitation, while those further away unleashed their ranged attacks from their positions. They fought like a well-trained army, engaging fiercely with the summoned horde amidst the rocky mountain's resonant roars. Su Qing observed the shocking battle scene below and remarked, "How formidable! The magma crocodiles are the royalty of the lava volcano. They are not to be underestimated." Wudong, with an impassive expression, stepped forward, his pupils shifting from black to gold and silver, gold on the left, silver on the right. "Engage." Wudong charged ahead, swiftly melding into the ranks of the summoned army. Red Demon Lizard. Su Qing transformed into a rare state of the Red Demon, vanishing from sight. Qian Xiaoya, observing Gongsun Ji's restless demeanor, quickly cautioned, "Stay back. Just protect me." "Understood." Gongsun Ji nodded, and with a puzzled look from Qian Xiaoya, he planted his shield and long sword into the ground, retrieving a crimson longbow and quiver from his backpack. "I can manage a bit of ranged combat," he said sheepishly, drawing the bow and loosing an arrow downward. "Well done." Qian Xiaoya gave him a thumbs up and continued to drink another potion. He made no attempt to halt Gongsun Ji's actions, as Xiao Gu stood vigilantly beside him, ensuring his safety, which put him at ease. Lord Rabbit and Yi Xiu had already joined the fray alongside the summoned army. At this moment, Yi Xiu was engaged in combat with the Rocky Mountain, while Lord Rabbit commanded the summoned forces, stealthily eliminating isolated magma crocodiles. Though the Rocky Mountain was formidable, it could not easily vanquish Yi Xiu. After all, Yi Xiu possessed the SSS-level transformation talent, a prodigy not easily dispatched. In his Dark Knight Rakshasa form, Yi Xiu struck repeatedly, inflicting furious cries from the Rocky Mountain. "Is Xiao Yi really this strong?" Qian Xiaoya murmured, watching the scene unfold. Witnessing Yi Xiu's explosive power, he felt compelled to reassess his own capabilities, realizing he had severely underestimated his present strength. Gongsun Ji watched in awe as Yi Xiu battled the Rocky Mountain. Feeling profoundly shaken, he instinctively swallowed hard and turned to Qian Xiaoya, saying, "Boss, I feel like we may have overreacted. Honestly, I didn't expect myself to be this strong." Qian Xiaoya smiled and shook his head. "I need to reevaluate my own strength." He had previously only faced squad leaders and minor lords. Encountering a boss like the Rocky Mountain, endowed with divine power, was a first for him since his prior encounter with Yi Xiu, which he didn't truly consider a confrontation. Thus realizing at this moment that his strength was far beyond what he had imagined. Since Yi Xiu was his summoned beast, he was naturally a part of his own power. Gongsun Ji, taken aback by Qian Xiaoya's somewhat self-deprecating remarks, opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Yet, He could discern that their elder brother genuinely did not grasp the extent of his own strength, rather than making a show of humility. Lord Rabbit, Jimu, and Xiao Su, focus on the Rocky Mountain. Ignore everything else. Upon witnessing Yi Xiao and the Rocky Mountain evenly matched or even slightly favored, he decisively altered their strategy. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought of doing the same. Lord Rabbit transformed into Yi Xiao, excitedly disappearing from sight, reappearing behind the Rocky Mountain, and striking it with a blade. Roar! The Rocky Mountain let out an angry howl, turning to glare at Lord Rabbit. However, by that time, Lord Rabbit had already swapped positions with a nearby magma crocodile. Your opponent is me. Yi Xiao's voice accompanied a dark night slash, swiftly aimed at the Rocky Mountain's flank. Just as everyone anticipated the strike to connect with the Rocky Mountain, the dark night slash effortlessly passed through its form, crashing into the magma crocodile behind it. Qian Xiaoya, witnessing this, exclaimed, Elementalization. Elementalization, as its name suggests, allows one to transform into an element, becoming part of it, thereby significantly reducing damage taken and avoiding fatal blows. Chapter 66, Master of the Secret Realm. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Master of the Lava Volcano Secret Realm, the Rocky Mountain. Would you like to proceed with disintegration? Qian Xiaoya, observing the Rocky Mountain, which had succumbed to the concentrated fire from everyone and was ultimately slain by Yi Xiao's blade, immediately responded without hesitation, disintegrate. Although the Rocky Mountain possessed the talent for elementalization, it ultimately could not withstand the onslaught from Lord Rabbit and the others. After enduring for 2 minutes, it succumbed to Yi Xiao's strike due to insufficient energy. Maintaining elementalization requires energy, and when that energy is depleted, the effects of elementalization will dissipate. Disintegration successful. You have obtained a Fire Lava Crocodile Staff, a Fire Lava Crocodile Armor, and a Fire Lava Cannon Skill Book. What a pity, Qian Xiaoya lamented, shaking his head at the sound resonating in his mind, as he mounted the nearby large-eared black tiger. Gongsun Ji, watching the Rocky Mountain's vanishing corpse, inquired, disintegrated? My luck seems to be holding up. Qian Xiaoya smiled at Gongsun Ji and rode the large-eared black tiger down towards the flat ground. Gongsun Ji, seeing the vanishing corpses of the magma crocodiles below, quickly snapped back to attention and shouted, Boss, leave me a few to practice on. Although he had participated in the battle, due to Qian Xiaoya's summoned army being overwhelmingly powerful under the enhancement of the Miracle Codex, he had only managed to slay 2 magma crocodiles. Don't worry, I'll save a few for you, Qian Xiaoya assured, silently resolving. Leave 2 magma crocodile corpses, disintegrate the rest. Gongsun Ji was acutely aware of the high luck value of the boss, yet upon witnessing the vanishing corpses, he couldn't suppress the pang of heartache. These were indeed prime materials for practice. As Qian Xiaoya descended, the system's voice echoed once more. In the conquest of the Lava Volcano's Secret Realm, all participating members were from the Miracle Guild, and your contribution in this endeavor amounted to 90, surpassing the 50 threshold. With such a contribution, you may choose to announce the secret realm under your name or under the guild's. May I inquire if you wish to proceed with the guild's announcement or your personal one? After reading the information, Qian Xiaoya promptly replied, Guild. Congratulations to the Human Race Miracle Guild for successfully slaying the Lord of the Lava Volcano's Secret Realm. As the system's voice resonated, the entry for the Secret Realm's Lord in the Lava Volcano section transformed from none to miracle. Indeed, it was a miracle, not merely the Miracle Guild. The term Lord unmistakably referred to an individual rather than a collective. Thus, Qian Xiaoya, who had contributed 90 and delivered the final blow, rightfully claimed the title of the realm's master. Of course, had this not been a guild endeavor, but rather a contest among individuals, the one who dealt the final blow would have been designated as the Lord of the Secret Realm. Congratulations on becoming the Lord of the Lava Volcano's Secret Realm. Congratulations on becoming the Lord of the Lava Volcano's Secret Realm, acquiring the first secret realm and unlocking its functions. Please check the specific functions at your leisure. As Qian Xiaoya listened to the myriad sounds echoing in his mind, a subtle smile crept across his lips as he approached Tuyu and the others. Tuyu, upon seeing Qian Xiaoya approach, eagerly pointed at the large red crocodile-patterned treasure chest on the ground and exclaimed, Shall we open it? The color of the treasure chest has changed? Qian Xiaoya murmured as he gazed at the chest. He stepped forward, collected the chest, and declared to the group, Let us step outside to open it. Wudong, Su Qing, and the others said little, merely nodding before swiftly following Qian Xiaoya away from that place. A few moments prior, at the moment the announcement of the secret realm reverberated, the various members of different races training in the Lava Volcano Secret Realm stood frozen in place. Is it possible? Can someone actually slay the Lord of the Secret Realm? Are the humans of this realm so formidable? Time to leave. This secret realm is no longer safe. Damn. My resources. That hurts. As the members of the lava volcano secret realm engaged in fervent discussions, the name Miracle swept across the major forums of Blue Star once again. Miracle Guild? A miracle. That man has returned. Miracle, he has harmed our interests. In Longcheng, at a private room in the Shaoli restaurant, Su Qing reclined in his chair, a broad smile adorning his face. As a participant in the conquest, he felt an exhilarating thrill, despite his modest contribution. In contrast, Wu Tong maintained a calm demeanor, casually enjoying the meal laid out before him. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ji wore a blissful, foolish grin after Qian Xiaoya had tossed him the useless materials he had collected. After hastily finishing his meal, Tuyu urged Qian Xiaoya, "Open the treasure chest." "Open the treasure chest." Qian Xiaoya, cupping his ear, replied, "Hold on. Let me check the functions of the secret realm. Show me." Upon hearing this, Tuyu promptly leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. Just as Qian Xiaoya accessed the secret realm system, a prompt materialized before him. Lord of the secret realm, can receive 20 of secret realm income, can adjust the income distribution for participating races within a range of 0 to 20, can enter the secret realm at any suitable location, can set up a teleportation array in an appropriate area, can allocate personal gains to those who participated in the conquest. In the secret realm, personal strength is enhanced by 20. The benefits of being the lord of the secret realm are rather abundant. After reading through the details, Qian Xiaoya's smile grew even more radiant. What advantages are there? Su Qing inquired curiously. One can obtain. Qian Xiaoya elaborated on the effects. And Su Qing instinctively remarked, "I'm envious." Gongsun Ji echoed, "Envious." Wudong simply smiled. Haha. Qian Xiaoya, feeling quite pleased, dismissed the prompt and navigated to the only option on the secret realm interface. The option displayed a rectangular volcano emblem, with the words lava volcano inscribed beneath. Upon selecting it, the foundational information about the lava volcano appeared before his eyes. Lava volcano, new beasts in the secret realm. Fire molten crocodile, fire mosquito, fire ant participating races, human, fire. Fiery bird. Race income distribution, human, 20, fire, 20. Secret realm income distribution, miracle, 100, daybreak, 0, Su Etienne, 0, professional blacksmith, 0. Current secret realm income, ready for collection. After glancing over the information, Qian Xiaoya turned to his companions and declared, "Brothers, it's time to distribute the spoils." Upon hearing Qian Xiaoya's words, Wudong and the others collectively turned their attention to him. Qian Xiaoya, meeting their gaze, smiled, "I exerted a significant amount of effort this time. It should be reasonable for me to take the lion's share, correct?" Su Qing immediately shook his head. "Boss, I don't want it. Hold on, I'm not stingy, nor overly generous. We will reward based on merit." Qian Xiaoya continued with a grin. "In this conquest, apart from myself, Daybreak contributed 5, which is the highest among the three of you." Hearing this, Wudong weakly shook his head. Although he had the second high contribution, he felt it was still too low and, to be honest, he felt a bit embarrassed. "As for the income from the lava volcano secret realm, I will take 60, Daybreak 15, Su Qing 15, and Gongsun Ji 10. Does that sound acceptable?" After finishing, Qian Xiaoya took a sip from his drink. Chapter 67. Joy of acquiring the rock mountain and distributing the gains. Did I take too much by coasting through the entire battle with just 10? Gongsun Ji awkwardly scratched his head. Qian Xiaoya chuckled at him. "Then you shall have 5. And Daybreak will take 20. All right." Gongsun Ji nodded in agreement. To him, this outcome felt like a relief, and he happily accepted the 5 share. While modest, it was certainly better than receiving nothing. Wudong, observing the generous Gongsun Ji, remarked, "Thanks." "You're welcome," Gongsun Ji responded, adding, "Remember to save some materials for me." "Of course." Wudong nodded in agreement. As Su Qing prepared to speak, Qian Xiaoya interjected, "You needn't feel it is too much, just take the 15. Since it was Su Qing who discovered the rock mountain, and he had contributed significantly during the conquest, Qian Xiaoya deemed that 15 was just right for him. As for why he didn't allocate Gongsun Ji's 5 to Su Qing, it was because he still harbored a slight bias. After all, Wudong was his first subordinate and deserved special privileges. Wudong, having received 20, was fully aware of this situation but chose not to mention it. For he would have acted similarly in Qian Xiaoya's position. Among brothers, there was no need for excessive words. Su Qing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." While 15 might seem insignificant to those from affluent backgrounds like Wudong or Gongsun Ji, for him, it was a considerable boon. With this 15 share, he had more options. "You deserve it," Qian Xiaoya smiled, setting the distribution before addressing the race income. "I will adjust the human race's share to 10, while the others remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, the three nodded in unison, refraining from further comment. The human race is their foundation. It is utterly inconceivable for them to relinquish everything without compensation, as they too must sustain their livelihoods. However, they are amenable to receiving somewhat less. Here, the term racial revenue refers to the entrance fee, where 20 of the racial earnings must be given to them upon their departure. For instance, if a member of the Fire Clan collects 10 animal skins from the lava volcano and wishes to leave, he must surrender 2 skins to the system to gain his exit. Otherwise, he remains bound to the lava volcano. Naturally, these 2 skins can also be exchanged for equivalent currency or items. In essence, to depart, one must pay. Without payment, one cannot leave. As Qian Xiaoya completed his operations, Tu Yi called out again, "Open the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Open it, open it." Qian Xiaoya shot him a glance, and then rose, making his way to a nearby clearing where he retrieved a large red crocodile-patterned treasure chest from his backpack. With a resounding thud, the chest appeared on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He then unhesitatingly unleashed the miracle hand, pressing the chest's button. In the next moment, a dazzling yellow light burst forth from within the chest, blinding everyone present. Yellow, yellow. Let us see what treasure has emerged. Once the brilliance subsided, Tu Yi leaped atop the chest and peered down. Upon seeing the crimson crocodile-headed tome, he momentarily paused before exclaiming, "The summoning book of the Rocky Mountain has emerged." Having discerned the experience from the summoning skill book, he no longer needed to examine its effects. The cover alone sufficed for him to conjecture its capabilities. "Excellent," Qian Xiaoya responded, immediately leaning into the chest to inspect the familiar cover, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Miracle hand, invincible. Without a second thought, he extracted the skill book and learned it instantly. Meanwhile, Tu Yi continued to peer into the chest, discovering a garment and a ring. After retrieving the final 2 items, the red crocodile-patterned treasure chest vanished from sight. Time to distribute the gear. Once Qian Xiaoya had completed his skill acquisition, he pulled out all the equipment and skill books he had obtained from the previous battle in front of the astonished gazes of Wudong and Gongsun Ji. 4 skill books and 12 pieces of equipment left them somewhat dazed. Gongsun Ji instinctively swallowed hard, finally understanding why their leader was so formidable. Su Qing observed Gongsun Ji's expression and wore a calm smile. Such scenes were nothing new to him. Aside from the Rocky Mountain summoning skill book that Qian Xiaoya had just learned, the 4 skill books included the Fire Melting Cannon skill book, the Fire Melting Crocodile summoning skill book, and the Fire Crocodile armor skill book. There were 2 copies of the Fire Melting Crocodile summoning skill book. As Qian Xiaoya spoke, he picked up one of the Fire Melting Crocodile books. "I'll take one of these. The other 3 are for you to choose." Hearing this, Su Qing and Gongsun Ji simultaneously turned to Wudong. Wudong stepped forward, silently taking the Fire Melting Cannon skill book and looking at Qian Xiaoya, asking, "Do you not want this?" "No." Qian Xiaoya shook his head. "I specialize in summoning. This skill would merely be a supplementary asset for me and holds little utility." Nodding in understanding, Wudong promptly learned the Fire Melting Cannon skill book. Qian Xiaoya, observing Wudong acquiring the skill, turned to Su Qing and Gongsun Ji. "Do you not want it?" Before Su Qing could reply, Gongsun Ji interjected, "My armor skill surpasses that of the Fire Crocodile. You can take it." "Thank you." Su Qing responded, no longer hesitating as he took hold of the Fire Crocodile armor skill book. Gongsun Ji then regarded the last skill book, addressing Qian Xiaoya. "Summoning skill books are too costly. I shall refrain from taking it." "That is fine," Qian Xiaoya replied with a smile, turning his attention to Tu Yi, who joyfully approached and tossed the Fire Melting Crocodile summoning skill book into the storage space. Seeing this, Qian Xiaoya continued, "Feel free to take any equipment you can utilize. Do not hesitate on my account." After the trio selected a few pieces of equipment, Qian Xiaoya stored the remaining 7 items back into his backpack. "All right, let us resume our meal." Qian Xiaoya clapped his hands and walked toward the dining table. Fire Melting Crocodile Staff. Type, Weapon Rank, Bronze Attribute. Fire Quality, Yellow Requirement. Level 14 Bronze Rank Effect. Fire Attribute 15, Intelligence 12, Energy 11. Strength 4 Skill. Fire Melting Cannon Description. A staff crafted from the hardest parts of the Rocky Mountain, infused with abundant essence, possessing considerable power. Fire Melting Cannon, Active Skill. Launches a projectile formed from condensed lava at the target, inflicting significant damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Fire Melting Undergarment, Bronze. Fire Yellow Requirement. Level 14 Bronze Rank, Defense 13. Fire Attribute 10, Intelligence 8, Energy 8. Fire Melting Crocodile Ring, Bronze. Fire Yellow Requirement. Level 14 Bronze Rank, Fire Attribute 12, Intelligence 10, Energy 10, Defense 5. Summoning is quite challenging, Qian Xiaoya muttered, removing his old gear. As for the requirements, they merely serve as guidelines and do not imply that one cannot wear the items. Although he was still 1 level short of the requirement, the impact of that level was negligible, merely reducing his attributes by 10. Even with a decrease of 10, the new equipment was superior to what he previously possessed. Chapter 68, Journey to Kuan City. Rocky Mountain Fire Melting Giant Crocodile. Level 13 rank. Bronze attribute. Lava quality. Yellow innate talent. Elementalization talents. Melting crocodile armor. Fire melting cannon skills. Fire melting charge. Fire melting bite description. The chieftain of the Lava Mountain Fire Melting Crocodile clan. Possessing strength far surpassing that of other new beasts from the lava volcano. Unfortunately, he was recently vanquished by a certain individual and has now been resurrected under that individual's remarkable abilities, becoming their pet crocodile. Elementalization S-Class Talent, Active Talent, allows one to merge with elements, entering an elemental state. In this state, physical damage taken is significantly reduced, with most damage redirected to energy and mental consumption. Cooldown none. Description: Elementalization is the fundamental passive talent of elemental beings. This fire-melting crocodile has inexplicably acquired this talent, which, while not passive, operates similarly to one. Melting Crocodile Armor S-Class Talent, Active Effect, a fusion-type skill that allows one to merge with other beings, transforming into armor and greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Description: Fusion-type skills are exceedingly rare. The Rocky Mountain possessing this talent had never utilized it before his demise. A diminutive being is unworthy of my assistance. In the room, after Qian Xiaoya reviewed the information on the Rocky Mountain, he gazed in astonishment at the Rocky Mountain, who was feigning sleep not far away. No wonder you could become the master of the secret realm. You possess some remarkable traits. Humph. The Rocky Mountain huffed lightly, dismissing him. It seems you're rather fatigued. Qian Xiaoya smirked slightly, signaling to Yi Xiao, and then he tossed both Yi Xiao and the Rocky Mountain into the miracle space. Not every newly summoned subordinate would be as obedient as Tu Yi and Yi Xiao. Most would initially resemble Xiao Gu, who, after some training, would eventually come around. Xiao Gu, watching the two disappear, munched on an ice pop, commenting, "Poor little crocodile." Once Qian Xiaoya had resolved matters with the Rocky Mountain, Tu Yi promptly hopped over, exclaiming, "Tomorrow the novice protection period ends. Shall we not challenge another master of the secret realm? The level 16 ice cave should be within our capabilities. The new secret realm will open at noon on March 5th, thus marking the end of the novice protection period at noon on April 5th, lasting nearly a month, which is why everyone refers to it as a month-long protection period." Qian Xiaoya shook his head and remarked, "We could indeed defeat them, but we are not in a position to do so right now." "Why?" I discerned a hint of foolishness in your reasoning. With a smile, Qian Xiaoya explained to the puzzled Tui, "We have just conquered the lava volcano and gained significant exposure. So now everyone is aware of our capability to tackle the secret realms. Tell me, what do you think they will be doing during this time?" Tui, astonished, replied, "They will be lying in wait for us." "Precisely," Qian Xiaoya chuckled. "Thus, we cannot engage now, unless we can eliminate them in an instant. There's a risk of being robbed, and I certainly do not wish to be a mere laborer." Tui, begrudgingly, suggested, "We could clear the area. That would attract too much attention. I have no desire to become the new face of tyranny." Qian Xiaoya shrugged, picked up his clothes, and headed toward the bathroom. "I'm off for a shower." With examinations in the morning, classes in the afternoon, discussions about the academy in the evening, and boss battles at night, he was indeed feeling quite fatigued. As Tui watched Qian Xiaoya's retreating figure, he curiously opened the trading hall. Shortly after, Xiaogu witnessed Tui's eyes sparkle with excitement as he eagerly scoured the trading hall, embarking on his reselling business. Tui's top-tier resale could earn Qian Xiaoya a substantial amount in just a day. At noon the following day, with the novice protection period concluded, a deluge of bronze veterans flooded into the new secret realms. Among them, several teams had clear objectives: to conquer the realm lords of each secret realm. In a bubble tea shop, Tui observed team after team, all geared up and vanishing into the bronze realm area, and inquired of Qian Xiaoya, "Are we really not going?" "No rush." Qian Xiaoya calmly sipped his bubble tea and continued, "The realm lords are not so easily vanquished. Lei Ji is not one to fall easily. If they were so easy to defeat, there wouldn't be so many unclaimed secret realms, so I am in no hurry." Tui calmed down and asked, "Then what shall we do now?" "We will farm summoning scrolls. There are several secret realms we have yet to explore." Once most of the people had departed, Qian Xiaoya picked up his bubble tea and declared, "Let us go." Tui leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, exclaiming, "All right." As Qian Xiaoya farmed summoning skill books in various secret realms, messages began to stream in from all the secret realms, filled with both joy and sorrow. The joyful news was that some teams had successfully slain the realm lords, while the sorrowful news revealed that most teams had met with failure. Ultimately, on the first day, only the Wind Domain Realm's lord was successfully defeated, while the remaining 8 realms faced defeat. Although 8 realms remained unconquered, 4 of them had been claimed by other races, leaving only 4 realms unclaimed, with the Thunderclap Cliff realm among them. Upon hearing this news, Qian Xiaoya, who was busy farming skill books, couldn't he help but exclaim. Lei Ji is indeed formidable. Among the 4 unclaimed realms, aside from the Thunderclap Cliff guarded by Lei Ji, the other 3 realm lords each had their own underlings. This indicates that monsters capable of standing alone as guardians are not to be underestimated. Miracle, Xiao Su. Keep an eye on Lei Ji for me and notify me of any updates. Got it, boss. After sending a message to Su Qing, Qian Xiaoya resumed farming summoning skill books. On the 2nd day after the realms opened, all the secret realms remained intact. On the 3rd day, the realms still had not been breached. On the 4th day, the Wild Tribe realm was forcefully taken by the late-arriving half-dragon race. On the 5th day, the remaining 3 realms fell silent, as the Blue Star race gradually came to terms with reality. By the 6th day, Qian Xiaoya had finally gathered all the summoning skill books from the 3rd realm. On the 7th day, the long-prepared Tiger Ao Guild successfully captured the Swamp Valley realm lord, prompting the previously calmed factions to stir once again. Upon reading this news, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but soon regained his composure and continued to farm summoning skill books. Action requires strength. After several failed attempts, the various guilds ultimately chose to retreat, opting to wait until new players had grown before attempting again. As time passed, the fervor surrounding the secret realms began to wane, gradually returning to its original state. Meanwhile, the low-key Qian Xiaoya set off with Tui on their journey to Kuan City. Chapter 69. Our rabbit is not of the same breed. On April 16th, at the Kunlun International Airport, Qian Xiaoya leisurely descended from the plane, making his way toward the exit. Upon entering the airport, Tui marveled at the throngs of people, exclaiming, "There are so many people here." Qian Xiaoya yawned. That's how it is in big cities. Kuan City is a first-tier city in Long Country, while Qingcheng is a second-tier city, ranking moderately high among them. Curiously surveying his surroundings, Tui spotted a small shop named Kunlun Mansion Reception not far from the clusters of stores. Pointing at the shop, he asked Qian Xiaoya, "Shall we go to Kunlun Mansion ourselves, or let them take us?" "Let them guide us," Qian Xiaoya replied as he walked toward that direction. "First, we will register at Kunlun Mansion, and once that is done, we can explore." Tui nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." At the Kunlun Mansion reception, the few individuals idly chatting noticed Qian Xiaoya approaching from afar, their faces instantly brightening with smiles. Sitting there was Xia Ying, who greeted Qian Xiaoya with "Hello." "Hello, senior sister," Qian Xiaoya responded with a smile. "Do we need the admission notice?" "Yes, just show it to us," she replied. Qian Xiaoya retrieved the admission notice from his backpack and placed it on the table. "Everything seems in order. Welcome, junior brother, to Kunlun Mansion." After reviewing the notice, Xia Ying handed it back to Qian Xiaoya, continuing, "Are you ready to head to Kunlun Mansion now, or would you prefer to wait?" Qian Xiaoya asked in surprise. "Can we go now?" "Of course," Xia Ying smiled. "We have a teleportation array leading to Kunlun Mansion. Through it, you can be directly transported to the reception area at the mansion's entrance." A teleportation array. Qian Xiaoya's expression shifted with astonishment. He truly hadn't expected Kunlun Mansion to be so extravagant as to establish a teleportation array at the airport. Observing Qian Xiaoya's surprised demeanor, Xia Ying calmly smiled and said, "Indeed, the teleportation array is located just behind the room." Regaining his composure, Qian Xiaoya nodded. "All right, I shall go now. Follow me." Xia Ying instructed as she stood up, addressing her companions. "Everyone, I'm leaving now. Hurry up, it's my turn next." A girl waved her hand dismissively. Soon after, Qian Xiaoya followed Xia Ying into the room. "Old Huang," Xia Ying called out to the elderly man seated nearby. Gesturing toward the blue glowing magic array, she instructed Qian Xiaoya. "Step into the magic array." "Understood." Qian Xiaoya nodded, casting a curious glance at the elderly man who was watching a show before following Xia Ying into the magic array. Standing inside the teleportation array, Xia Ying respectfully addressed Old Huang. "Thank you, Old Huang." Old Huang turned to glance at Qian Xiaoya, then waved his hand, causing Qian Xiaoya and Xia Ying to vanish in a flash of blue light. "This kid has quite a strong backing," Old Huang mumbled, shaking his head as he returned to watching his show. At the reception area of Kunlun Mansion, the atmosphere was lively. Xia Ying gazed at Qian Xiaoyi, who was rubbing his forehead, and at Tu Yi, who was wide-eyed and looking around. She chuckled. "You little rabbit seem quite spirited, even more so than you." "Not bad," Qian Xiaoyi replied, lowering his hand. He continued, "He has always been energetic." The minor side effects of the teleportation array are non-existent for a spatial-type rabbit like Tu Yi. "Indeed, I, Tu Yi, have always been full of vigor," the rabbit proclaimed proudly. "Wow," Xia Ying exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. "Your quality as a rabbit is quite impressive. If it were any lesser, I wouldn't have been able to come to Kunlun Mansion." "That's true," Xia Ying smiled and led Qian Xiaoyi out of the room. This teleportation array was not a two-way one but a one-way portal. allowing passage only to this location without the possibility of returning. Hence, there was no need for any guards here. As for why a two-way array wasn't constructed, those in the know understood perfectly. Once outside, Qian Xiaoyi followed Xia Ying to the entrance of the school. Tu Yi looked at the surrounding mountains in awe, exclaiming, "So many mountains." Xia Ying proudly replied, "All the mountains here belong to us. Not just here, every mountain in Kuan City is part of Kunlun Mansion." Wow. Tu Yi inhaled sharply. That's impressive. He had clearly seen the vast number of mountains from the airplane. Truly, it was a sight to behold for Kunlun Mansion. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at Kunlun Mansion, surrounded by majestic mountains, and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Of course, Xia Ying lifted her chin with pride and added, "Come. I'll take you to the registration office." "Thank you, senior sister." An hour later, Qian Xiaoyi entered the registration office of Kunlun Mansion alongside Xia Ying. "This is the place," Xia Ying called out sweetly to a girl seated nearby. "Sister Wang, I brought someone." Wang Yu glanced at Qian Xiaoyi and said to Xia Ying, "All right, the points will be credited in 5 minutes." "Thank you, Sister Wang." Xia Ying beamed and stepped aside, instructing Qian Xiaoyi, "Just register with Sister Wang." "Thanks." Qian Xiaoyi nodded and approached Wang Yu, taking a seat. Wang Yu regarded Qian Xiaoyi without further ado and directly got to the point. "Name? Qian Xiaoyi. Gender? Male. Age? 18. After a brief silence, Qian Xiaoyi inquired, "Aren't you going to ask anything else?" "Found it," Wang Yu replied, looking at the information on her computer. She then raised her head. "You are from Qingcheng, 4th place, correct?" "That's me," Qian Xiaoyi affirmed. "Do you need the admission notice?" "No need," Wang Yu said with an odd look. "You are an S-level student this year." "No need is fine," Qian Xiaoyi nodded instinctively. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Yu and asked, "What? What on earth is an S-level student?" Zhu had only informed him about the benefits, but had not mentioned anything about S-level students. He felt as if he had been led astray. S, A, B, C are the welfare levels at Kunlun Mansion, also referred to as genius levels, Wang Yu explained. Looking at the bewildered Qian Xiaoyi, S level is the highest rank. Only 3 people achieved it this year, and you are one of them. Damn, I've been duped. Qian Xiaoyi cursed inwardly, rubbing his forehead and sighing. Noticing his silence, Wang Yu glanced at the rabbit perched on Qian Xiaoyi's shoulder. Suddenly inspired, she exclaimed, "Could you be the miracle?" Her exclamation echoed throughout the registration office, causing everyone present to turn their attention to Qian Xiaoyi and the rabbit on his shoulder, their expressions reflecting astonishment. "No," Qian Xiaoyi snapped back to reality, asserting, "I'm not the miracle. If you don't believe me, just compare the Miracle S rabbit with mine. They're not of the same breed." Chapter 70, The Eye of Spirit Seeking. Haha, my apologies, Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly, though her eyes revealed that her opinion remained unchanged. Despite her thoughts, many around had begun to believe Qian Xiaoyi's words. To them, if the miracle could appear so openly, it wouldn't be called a miracle after all. As for the rabbits, following the Miracle S rise, the little white rabbit had become a symbol of trendiness, now quite commonplace. Ignoring her gaze, Qian Xiaoyi inquired, "What benefits come with being S-level?" "Tuition is fully waived, and you can reside in the top-tier apartments, which cost 1,000 points a year," Wang Yu replied. "Anything else?" "Yes, for instance, discounts on training rooms and reduced prices for redeeming items." After listing several examples, she added, "There are numerous benefits. You can log into the Kunlun Mansion app to check for yourself." "Thank you." Qian Xiaoyi quietly took out his phone and began downloading the Kunlun Mansion app. Wang Yu placed the completed student ID and apartment key in front of Qian Xiaoyi. "This is your student ID and apartment key. The top-tier apartments are single occupancy, so you won't have a roommate." After Qian Xiaoyi took the items, Wang Yu continued, "Access to the top-tier apartments is through facial recognition and fingerprint identification. You can operate it yourself once you get there." "All right. The opening ceremony is on May 1st, don't forget." "Thank you." As Xia Ying watched Qian Xiaoyi's departing figure, she mused, "Is he the miracle?" "Hard to say," Wang Yu replied, resting her head on her hand. "But he is strong. S-level students are never weak." A nearby young man chuckled, "I just wonder if he can withstand the challenges from the A-levels." Xia Ying murmured, "I hope he can endure." After leaving the registration office, Qian Xiaoyi didn't head to the dormitory, but followed the navigation to Kunshu. He had yet to claim the conditions that Zhu had promised him. As he stood before the 10-story, grand wooden library, a thrill coursed through him as he entered. Upon entering Kunshu, he headed straight to the registration desk and asked the man seated there, "Where do I claim the rewards from Kunlun Mansion?" The man looked up and inquired, "Are you a newcomer?" "Yes," Qian Xiaoyi nodded. "Please wait a moment." The man picked up his phone and began making inquiries. Shortly thereafter, he asked, "What is your name?" "Qian Xiaoyi." The man glanced at the information displayed on his computer and mumbled, "S-level freshman, no wonder." Curious about the calm demeanor of the man, Qian Xiaoyi asked, Why do I get the feeling that being S-level doesn't mean much to you? 4 S-level students from last year lost 3 of them, the man replied with a smile. Therefore, the wise ones wouldn't recklessly chase after S-level. Moreover, that lone survivor is now the top of the second year. What does chasing S-level mean? S-level is not fixed, especially for newcomers like you who enter as S-level. The man explained. Unless you are genuinely strong, you will be thoroughly tested during the freshman tournament. What is the freshman tournament? It's a competition held for newcomers after the opening ceremony, he replied. A fight then? Yes. Are there any benefits? None for you, but there are for them. What do you mean? As an S-level, if you manage to maintain your status after the tournament, that is your benefit. Okay, I understand, Chen Xiaoyi nodded. Gaining an understanding of what the freshman tournament entailed. Typically, it was designed for newcomers who were dissatisfied with their welfare levels to strive for a higher rank. Why didn't you notify me of your arrival? Just then, a familiar voice called out from the side. The man turned at the sound and stood up quickly. Zhuge. Zhu looked at the man with intrigue. Xiaodong, weren't you in seclusion? How come you're here? I always feel like there's just a little something missing, so I thought I'd take a stroll and seek some inspiration, Lin Dong replied with a smile. That makes sense. Zhu nodded and turned to Qian Xiaoyi with a grin. What do you think of Kunlun Mansion? Qian Xiaoyi, looking curious, replied, there are many mountains. But I haven't had the chance to explore further. Haha. Zhu let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, it feels just like when I first arrived. After we finish collecting our rewards, I'll take you around. Sounds good. Qian Xiaoyi continued. How do we collect the rewards? Follow me. Zhu said as he led Qian Xiaoyi towards a nearby room. Upon entering, Zhu picked up a tablet from a nearby cabinet and sat down across from Qian Xiaoyi. As he began to operate the tablet, he explained. The process for claiming random rewards is quite simple, much like purchasing a vehicle and registering it. You merely need to press a random button, and whatever comes up is yours. Qian Xiaoyi paused momentarily. Is it really that simple? Indeed. Zhu chuckled as he extended the completed tablet towards Qian Xiaoyi. Pointing at the random button on the screen, just a single click will suffice. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the interface in silence, but soon regained his composure. Extending his right hand cautiously. The moment Qian Xiaoyi reached out, Zhu focused intently, eager to see his actions. Feeling Zhu's intense gaze, Qian Xiaoyi said nothing and calmly activated his miracle hand. In the next instant, he clicked on the random button. After doing so, he looked up at Zhu and grinned. My talent is Lucky Day, which means my luck is higher than average. Lucky Day? I find that hard to believe. Zhu couldn't help but internally scoff, then turned to Qian Xiaoyi. It's evident that your luck is indeed remarkable. An S-rank talent is not something just anyone can obtain. The talent book, Eye of Spirit, S-rank, appeared on the tablet's display, and a brilliant smile spread across Qian Xiaoyi's face. Today was indeed fortuitous. It was worth the wait. Although the tablet did not indicate the effects of the talent, he understood from the name and rank that it was likely an investigative ability, which was precisely what he needed most. Zhu noted Qian Xiaoyi's eagerness and remarked, the Eye of Spirit will be delivered shortly. Thank you. Qian Xiaoyi nodded, his excitement gradually calming. Zhu shook his head and inquired, have you decided on your customized equipment for the Coexistence beast? Qian Xiaoyi glanced at the Rabbit Elder, who was fiddling with a tablet nearby, and asked, Rabbit Elder, do you want it? Absolutely. The Rabbit Elder exclaimed eagerly. Hearing this, Qian Xiaoyi pointed to the Rabbit Elder and smiled at Zhu. That's the one. Very well. Zhu said, casting a curious glance at the Rabbit Elder. Let us register the information. I'll have them start on it right away. Great. Qian Xiaoyi responded. Chapter 71. Earth Spirit Demon Summoning Skill Book. Attributes. Space. What? Zhu blinked in surprise. Space? Yes. Qian Xiaoyi affirmed with a smile. Zhu looked at Qian Xiaoyi with a peculiar expression. Isn't your rabbit a shape-shifting spirit rabbit with illusion attributes? Not anymore. Qian Xiaoyi replied calmly. Zhu's lips twitched slightly, further convinced that Qian Xiaoyi was indeed extraordinary. He shook his head and smiled at the Rabbit Elder. It has indeed undergone a transformation. Noticing this, Qian Xiaoyi asked, is there anything else that needs to be registered? That's all. I just need to know its attributes, Zhu said, picking up his phone to notify the necessary parties. Before long, he set down his phone and announced, in 3 days, I will bring it to you. Thank you. Qian Xiaoyi expressed his gratitude, and both fell into a brief silence. Are you heading to Kunlun Realm later? All right. Qian Xiaoyi suddenly looked up and asked, if I find a new beast in Kunlun Realm, what would be its relationship with me? Zhu appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Qian Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and replied, can that new beast be resurrected and summoned? Not at all. Zhu shook his head. New beasts in Kunlun Realm cannot enter into a coexistence contract with you. They are not summoned through a summoning book. Thus, they do not qualify as summoned beasts and cannot be resurrected. Is that so? Qian Xiaoyi murmured, his head bowed in contemplation. When Juzei had initially offered this benefit, he hadn't considered the implications and had agreed without hesitation. It was only a few days after Juzei left that he realized that aside from summoned beasts and those under coexistence contracts, new beasts contracted through other means would not have access to the Miracle Codex or Miracle Resurrection. In the absence of these two capabilities, it seemed that new beasts contracted through other methods would hold little value for him. Seeing Qian Shaoyi's silence, Juzei curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Qian Shaoyi looked up at him, slightly embarrassed, and said, "Would it be possible to exchange the Kunlun realm reward for something else?" Juzei fell silent, taken aback by the rarity of someone refusing a Kunlun realm reward. He was momentarily at a loss for words. New beasts that cannot benefit from resurrection and summoning enhancements hold little significance for me. Qian Shaoyi's voice echoed in his ears, and Juzei suddenly understood. "Oh, I see," Juzei replied with a smile. "It is indeed true that new beasts contracted through other means cannot enjoy resurrection and summoning enhancements. However, you can still obtain a high-quality companion through such contracts, and acquiring a high-quality companion is no easy feat. Low-quality coexistence can be upgraded to high quality. That is indeed possible, but it requires considerable resources. Yet I am not lacking in resources." Juzei gazed at Qian Shaoyi's bright eyes, falling into silence once more. Unable to contain himself, he suddenly burst into laughter. Qian Shaoyi, taken aback by Juzei's sudden mirth, quietly asked, "Zhigu, can it be exchanged?" Juzei stifled his laughter and said, "Let me inquire." "Thank you." Juzei picked up his phone and said, "Direct contracts are indeed preferable to gradual training, and with direct contracts, you can assess potential, saving you substantial resources." Qian Shaoyi shrugged, "I understand, but I am a pure summoner, not a dragon rider or beast tamer. Therefore, contracting a high-quality new beast holds little significance for me. If I didn't have the Miracle Codex, I might consider contracting one for fun, but since I do have it, I will certainly choose the method most suitable for cultivating a new beast, even if the quality is slightly lower. That is of no concern to me. As long as you have your own thoughts, that's all that matters." Juzei nodded slightly, then began conversing with someone on the other end of the line. A minute later, Juzei hung up and turned to Qian Shaoyi. "You can exchange it, but only for a yellow-quality summoning skill book." Upon hearing this, Qian Shaoyi quietly asked, "Is there no purple one? Do you think there are any purple ones?" Juzei shot him an incredulous glance. "Purple summoning skill books are exceedingly rare. I have never learned one myself, and the Academy certainly doesn't have them." "All right then, yellow it is." Qian Shaoyi chuckled, continuing, "Is it random or self-selected?" "Like before, it will be random," Juzei said as he picked up the tablet and resumed his operations. Watching this unfold, Qian Shaoyi teased, "Zhigu, your authority seems quite high if you can allocate yellow-quality summoning skill books." "My authority is not that extensive," Juzei replied calmly. Placing the tablet before him, "You can also perform these operations yourself. When you're bored, you can play around with random selections on the tablet. However, to claim rewards, you must have exchange opportunities. Only then will you receive rewards. I am merely utilizing your exchange opportunities." "No wonder," Qian Shaoyi murmured to himself before directly tapping the random button on the tablet. After doing so, he continued, "Zhigu, the Academy's efficiency is quite remarkable. As soon as you inquired, my opportunities manifested." Juzei responded with a calm smile. "Typically, it wouldn't be this swift. But you are a student receiving special attention from our Academy." "Understood." Qian Shaoyi nodded. Gazing at the skill book randomly generated on the tablet, he inquired further, "The Earth Spirit Summoning Skill Book, is it any good?" Juzei replied with a hint of envy, "Not bad at all. It's a control-type new beast that can summon one of yellow quality. If it possesses good talents, you should sign it quickly." He had only learned 2 yellow-quality summoning skill books himself, so he felt a twinge of envy that Qian Shaoyi was about to acquire one. Nevertheless, his envy was fleeting, as he was primarily a contract-based profession, and summoning high-quality new beasts was not his main focus. "Fortune seems to be on my side. I just happen to be lacking high-quality control-type summoned beasts." Qian Shaoyi continued with delight. "When will the skill books be delivered?" "I'll go check for you," Juzei remarked. Glancing at the time before turning to exit, Qian Shaoyi promptly rose and called out, "Thank you, Zhigu." Juzei waved his hand and left the room. Once Juzei was gone, Qian Shaoyi turned to Rabbit Yi and said, "Rabbit Yi, I seem to have good fortune. When has your luck ever been poor?" Rabbit Yi replied, turning with a hint of concern, "You mentioned I'm of the space type. Doesn't that equate to a direct self-detonation?" "Self-detonation?" Qian Shaoyi sat on the sofa, maintaining his composure. "As long as I do not acknowledge it, and as long as they cannot discern it, their thoughts are inconsequential." "Indeed." Rabbit Yi mumbled before suddenly becoming excited and jumping in front of Qian Shaoyi. "Look, Yezi, there are so many summoning skill books here that we haven't learned." Chapter 72, Earth Spirit, Qian Shaochan, Battle at Thunderfall Cliff. Spirit seeking IS class talent. Active effect. Release the spirit-seeking eye on the target, allowing the user to view all information of beings whose talent level is less than or equal to that of the skill, and whose level is less than or equal to the user's level. If exceeding these conditions, there is a chance of failure, and the information viewed may be incomplete. Cooldown, 1 minute. Description, an advanced version of the detection skill. Earth Spirit Summoning Skill Book. Skill type, Summoning. New beast quality, Yellow. Learning requirement, Summoning profession. Learning opportunities, 1 time. Skill effect, randomly summon 1 Earth Spirit of a maximum quality of Yellow. Cooldown, 45 minutes. Description, the Earth Spirit is a branch of the Sprite family, possessing the bloodline of both sprites and spirits, characterized by its diligent and lively nature, fond of digging. After Qian Xiaoya acquired 2 skill books from Jizhe, he chatted with Jizhe for a while before departing from the Kunshu Pavilion. Upon leaving, he followed the Kunlun Academy's dedicated navigation to his apartment door. After a brief flurry of activity at the door, he finally opened it and stepped inside. Once inside, he summoned Xiaogu, Yixio, and Yinshan, then sat down on the sofa to learn the 2 skill books. After reviewing the skill effects, he happily remarked to Rabbit Yi and the others, "This apartment is quite spacious. You can choose wherever you wish to reside." Despite the miracle space offering a 5-fold increase in cultivation speed, he believed that one cannot perpetually cultivate, as it could render a person dull. Thus, he would release Xiao Gu and the others daily to let them breathe the fresh air. Qian Xiaoyao observed as Xiao Gu and the others selected their rooms, closing his eyes to begin feeling the surrounding airflow. Before long, he opened his eyes and murmured, "No wonder it's so expensive. The cultivation speed here is 15 times faster than outside. Do you feel it?" Rabbit Yi carefully sensed and replied, "No, it feels the same as home." "Well, it seems only I can relish this." Qian Xiaoya stood up, deciding against further cultivation and instead sought out a room, as he had yet to organize his belongings. April 30th, 3 a.m., 7 hours till the opening ceremony. Thunderfall Cliff. Qian Xiaoya found himself alone, not far from the location of Lei Ji. At this moment, he was preparing to stealthily eliminate Lei Ji. He looked at Rabbit Yi and the others beside him, asking, "Are you ready?" On the way here, he had only summoned Coexistence beasts, leaving all other summoning skills unutilized. Rabbit Yi whispered excitedly, "Ready." Xiao Gu followed suit, calling out, "Ready." The little creature perched on Yi Xiu's shoulder, holding a small shovel, joined in the chorus. The little fellow was named Qian Xiaochan, summoned by Qian Xiaoya using the miracle hand. After learning the skills for 5 days, feeling bored, Qian Xiaoya summoned the Earth Spirit with the miracle hand and, by fortunate chance, obtained a yellow quality, S-class talent Earth Spirit on his first attempt. Consequently, he promptly signed a coexistence contract with the Earth Spirit and named it Qian Xiaochan. As for how he managed to summon such a high-quality, high-talent Earth Spirit, Qian Xiaoya attributed it to his past experiences, concluding that the summoned little shovel was merely a few days old and had yet to be named. As long as it remained unnamed, it was still an Earth Spirit, capable of being summoned by a summoner. After summoning, Qian Xiaoya checked its information and swiftly signed a coexistence contract with the innocent little shovel. Upon completing the contract, he began to share some of his own information with Xiaochan before sending it home. Newly summoned beasts are able to return home even after signing a coexistence contract. They have the option to choose to go back. Once home, Xiaochan immediately sought out its mother, excitedly recounting the recent adventure. Upon hearing the tale, its mother initially felt anger, but after listening to the words Qian Xiaoya had imparted and the inevitable separation, she fell silent. Eventually, she chose not to intervene, realizing that she too bore some responsibility, never having anticipated that someone would summon her child. Qian Xiaochan Earth Spirit. Level, 11. Rank, Bronze. Attribute, Earth. Quality, Yellow. Innate talent, Earth Spirit Barrier. Talents, Earth Spike, Earth Shield. Skills, Digging, Rock Spear. S-Class Talent, Earth Spirit Barrier. Active effect, expands a circular barrier centered on the shovel, boasting formidable defense. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, once the shovel is plunged in, the barrier opens, leading to inevitable demise. Returning to Qian Xiaoya, after hearing Rabbit Yi, Xiao Gu, and Xiaochan's remarks, he turned to Yixio and Yinshan. Observing the two remaining motionless, Qian Xiaoya waved his hand. "Never mind, you need not speak." He reiterated their strategy, pointing at the ground beneath him as he addressed Yinshan. "When I give the signal, you will immediately merge with Yixio, understood?" "Understood." Yinshan nodded. "As long as there are no issues, that's all that matters." Qian Xiaoya turned to Xiaochan. "Xiaochan, come to my side. We will be responsible for support." "Okay." Xiaochan shouted enthusiastically, obediently hopping onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. Rabbit Yi, Xiao Gu, you will act as Yixio's right and left hands, attacking Lei Ji alongside him. Qian Xiaoya looked at Rabbit Yi and the others, 5 minutes of a 4-on-1 should pose no problems, right? Their time was limited. 5 minutes was calculated to be the safest duration. Beyond that, caution was imperative. No problem. Good. As long as it's fine, exclaimed Rabbit Lord. Qian Xiaoya rose and turned decisively towards Lei Ji, proclaiming, "Let us go." Swift and decisive. Hearing this, Yixiao and Yinshan immediately charged towards Lei Ji. In the midst of their rush, Yinshan transformed into a blazing inferno and merged into Yixiao's body. In an instant, the fiery armor Yixiao materialized before Qian Xiaoya and the others. So impressive, Rabbit Lord murmured enviously. At that very moment, as Yixiao engaged in combat with Lei Ji, he transformed into the fiery armor Yixiao and vanished from sight. "Wait for me," shouted Xiaogu, who was halfway there, unleashing a torrent of ice flames towards Lei Ji. The conflation of ice and fire swept across the arena. Observing the battle had commenced, Qian Xiaoya ceased to hold back, retrieving the aqua sphere and initiating his summoning skills. In the blink of an eye, numerous summoning arrays materialized around him. And as the roars of tigers and eagles echoed, they surged towards Lei Ji. With the addition of the summoned forces, the battle officially escalated into a 1v50 confrontation. Qian Xiaoya, taking in the tumultuous scene of Lei Ji, quietly drank from a vial of potion. This battle seemed less daunting than he had anticipated. He had chosen to engage today because he had reached level 16. Conquering an 18-level purple-tier dungeon master in the silver rank should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 73, The Staff of Lei Ji. Why must I log in when no battles are taking place? I'm so sleepy. Wang Ming yawned, rubbing his eyes as he stepped out of the cave, instinctively glancing up towards the distant sharp cliffs. Upon witnessing the dazzling elemental lights emanating from the cliffs, he instinctively rubbed his eyes and looked again. What the? Wang Ming sprang up in astonishment, quickly opening his friend's list to send a message. Ligu, bad news. Someone's fighting the boss. The same scenario unfolded at various locations around the Thunderbolt Cliff. Information about a raid on the Dungeon Master of Thunderbolt Cliff spread like wildfire. At that moment, the raider, Qian Xiaoya, was intermittently casting summoning spells. As one summoned creature after another emerged, Lei Ji found himself surrounded by a legion of summoned beasts. Though these creatures were far weaker than Rabbit Lord and his companions, under the influence of Qian Xiaoya's miraculous catalog and his own attributes, they still managed to create some disruption for Lei Ji. Under the relentless onslaught and powerful attacks from Rabbit Lord and the others, Lei Ji was beginning to show signs of defeat. He could hardly endure much longer. "We need to finish this quickly. Reinforcements are on the way." Qian Xiaoya observed the distant commotion and promptly recalled dozens of summoned beasts, sending them fleeing in the opposite direction. No more games. Rabbit Lord brandished his blade. Shouting to Xiaogu, unleash the ultimate technique. Together, they shouted, bloodthirsty berserk and fearless combat spirit. At that moment, Yixiao transformed into a fearsome Rakshasa, and Yinshan burst forth from within Yixiao. The Dark Knight Rakshasa could not coexist with the fiery crocodile armor. Once free, Yinshan decisively unleashed his skills towards Lei Ji, spewing forth a blast imbued with the power of molten lava. As Lei Ji faced attacks from 4 directions, a terrifying surge of thunderous energy erupted from within him, unleashing a deafening roar. With each rumble echoing across the sky, those nearby felt their speed increase. Unfortunately, despite their haste, they could only witness a ravaged battlefield in the end. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Dungeon Master of Thunderbolt Cliff, Lei Ji. Would you like to decompose? Decompose. Qian Xiaoya rushed forward, placing the Thunder Rune treasure chest into his backpack before declaring, "Let us go." Off we go. Rabbit Lord jumped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, while Yixiao and the others vanished from sight, returning to miraculous space. A minute later, those who arrived first gazed silently at the wreckage around them. Before they could speak, a voice reverberated throughout the Thunderbolt Cliff. Congratulations. The human race Miraculous has successfully slain the Dungeon Master of Thunderbolt Cliff. In the forest, Qian Xiaoya listened to the repeated announcement while checking his decomposition rewards. Decomposition successful. You have obtained the Staff of Lei Ji and a Heart of Lei Ji. What? Just 2 items? Rabbit Lord stared in astonishment at the meager loot. It should be something valuable. Qian Xiaoya licked his lips and opened his backpack. He observed the 2 items emitting a purple glow and nodded in satisfaction. I knew my luck couldn't be that bad. Let us see what effects they have. Don't rush, Qian Xiaoya murmured as he tapped on the heart item. Heart of Lei Ji. Type, material. Rank, silver. Attribute, thunder. Quality, purple. Material effect. The pulsating heart of Lei Ji contains the power of silver, making it an exceptional material for weapon and defense enhancement. Food effect. The heart of Lei Ji is a premium ingredient. Consuming it significantly increases one's thunder attribute and has a chance to induce mutation. Rabbit Lord turned to Qian Xiaoya and asked, what about this heart? Feed it to Lei Ji if we draw Lei Ji. If not, I'll consume it myself. Qian Xiaoye replied while directing his attention to the staff. Staff of Lei Ji. Type, weapon. Rank, bronze. Attribute, thunder. Quality, purple. Requirement, level 18 intelligence-based profession. Effect, thunder attribute damage 20, intelligence 20, energy 15, strength 5. Skill, thunder strike. Description, fragile ones. Feel the might of the thunder. Thunder strike. Active effect, gather formidable power. Unleashing a powerful thunder strike upon the target with a blinding speed, inflicting tremendous thunder attribute damage and has a high chance to paralyze the target. Cooldown, 2 minutes. I quite like this staff, Qian Xiaoye said with a slight smile, unhesitatingly replacing the fiery crocodile staff. Although the staff of Lei Ji did not enhance summoning attributes, the increased thunder attribute damage and intelligence meant that when he unleashed thunder attribute summoning skills, their potency would be amplified, making it an acceptable trade-off. After all, he intended to draw Lei Ji. With Lei Ji, the thunder attribute damage would not be trivial. If not, then that was a different matter. Rabbit Lord eyed the staff crackling with lightning in Qian Xiaoye's hand and suggested, "Want to test Thunderstrike?" "Sure." Qian Xiaoye nodded, raising the staff towards a lone thunder rabbit in the distance, declaring, "Thunderstrike." In an instant, the tip of the staff gathered thunderous energy upon his command. The next moment, with a whoosh, the thunder energy erupted in a dazzling flash, hurtling towards the thunder rabbit. Boom. The thunder rabbit was reduced to charred remains under the thunderstrike. "Congratulations. You have successfully slain the thunder rabbit. Would you like to decompose?" "Decompose." Qian Xiaoye watched the vanishing rabbit, pleased as he hid the staff of Lei Ji. "A blood prophet." Rabbit Lord's eyes sparkled as he turned to Qian Xiaoye, asking, "Are you selling the fiery crocodile staff?" "Not for sale. I'll use it for the upcoming newborn tournament and sell it afterward," Qian Xiaoye replied with a smile, mounting the great crimson black tiger and moving forward. "All right then." Rabbit Lord pouted and began to browse the auction house. 10 minutes later, having exited combat mode, Qian Xiaoye decisively left the Thunderbolt Cliff dungeon and returned to his room. Open the treasure chest. As Rabbit Lord emerged, he immediately leaped onto Qian Xiaoye's shoulder. "Please wait a moment. I shall take a shower first." Qian Xiaoye calmly picked up his clothes and headed toward the bathroom. Having grown accustomed to the eager anticipation of Rabbit Yi, who was keen to open the treasure chest. 5 minutes later, Rabbit Yi, Xiaogu, and Yi Xiu collectively turned their attention towards Qian Xiaoye, who was seated before the thunder-patterned treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, Qian Xiaoye rubbed his hands together, hoping for a fortuitous outcome. "Miracle hand. Open." Boom. "Ah, what a dazzling light!" Xiaogu exclaimed, shielding his eyes. "Purple light. Purple light." Rabbit Yi, excited by the soaring violet radiance, began to pat his rabbit ears. "Just a modest, routine operation," Qian Xiaoye remarked calmly, gazing into the chest as the brilliance subsided. Upon seeing the solitary book within, he momentarily froze. Not just him, Rabbit Yi, who had approached, was similarly taken aback. A book, just a single book. Yet, this book, Qian Xiaoye's smile grew increasingly radiant as he focused on the cover. "Miracle Hand. Invincible. I am invincible." Chapter 74, Thunder's Panel, Freshman Ceremony. Thunder Spirit, Lei Ling. Level, 16 rank, bronze attribute. Thunder quality, purple innate talent, thunderstorm talents, elementalization, thunderstrike skills, wrath of thunder, flash strike, thunderbolt. Description, an invincible thunder spirit for decades, ultimately defeated by a detestable summoner, now serves as that detestable summoner's subordinate. Thunderstorm, SS class talent. Active effect, conjures terrifying storm clouds above, which will follow and unleash indiscriminate attacks, with duration dependent on one's energy levels. Cooldown none. Release condition, must have at least 1/3 energy to unleash. Description, 100 meters of desolation surrounds you. Chapter 75, The Communicator of Heaven and Earth, Lu Wei. Kunlun Academy is distinct from other institutions. It exclusively recruits professions that utilize new beasts for combat, rejecting those who wield guns or swords. The professions involving new beasts possess a characteristic. They require minimal skill. Thus, Kunlun Academy does not establish various classes, but opts for collective training. This is also the reason why each new cohort consists of only around 300 students. For instance, this year's intake totals 308. Were the numbers to exceed 1,000, they would indeed resort to class divisions. Although Kunlun Academy has not formed distinct classes, it has established an SABC welfare system with 4 tiers of benefits. Naturally, the higher the tier, the greater the privileges. Other institutions have similar welfare structures, yet none match the magnitude of Kunlun Academies. After all, the absence of class divisions means that all students enjoy equal access to teaching resources, thereby reducing costs. which in turn translates to enhanced benefits for the newcomers. With elevated welfare, competition among classmates inevitably intensifies, a result that Gong Buiyuan eagerly anticipates. After the meeting, Qian Xiaoya strolled along the path, unable to restrain himself from venting to Rabbit Yi about the freshman competition. Rabbit Yi nodded in agreement. Are you aiming for the S-class? If I hadn't enjoyed the comforts of the apartment, I wouldn't have considered it, but after a few days' stay, I found it quite pleasant. Qian Xiaoya sighed. Feeling he had been tricked by Juz, Rabbit Yi clenched his fist, declaring, then let us go and fight fiercely, making them aware of your prowess. I suppose that's the only course of action, Qian Xiaoya replied, a slight smile curving his lips, although he preferred to remain low-key. He had no intention of retreating into obscurity. May 2nd, 7:30 a.m. 4 enormous squares surrounded the largest venue at Kunlun Academy. The very arenas where the newcomers were set to engage in battle. Given that they summoned new beasts for combat, the dimensions of the arena significantly impacted their performance. Thus, larger arenas were preferable to avoid hindering their capabilities. As Qian Xiaoya accompanied Rabbit Yi to the competition grounds, he instinctively paused at the sight of the 4 colossal squares. What a vast space! Rabbit Yi exclaimed. Indeed, it is rather expansive, Qian Xiaoya chuckled, moving to a less crowded area to observe the new beasts summoned by his peers. At Kunlun Academy, one could summon new beasts freely, allowing for a diverse display of creatures. A brief glance revealed 6 individuals with small white rabbits perched upon their shoulders. Smiling at the sight, he turned to Rabbit Yi. Do you see your kin? Rabbit Yi's lips twitched slightly. The esteemed Rabbit Yi was not to be compared with them. Ha! Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya erupted into laughter. The nearby students, drawn by his mirth, glanced over. Realizing the sudden attention, Qian Xiaoya quickly quelled his laughter, apologizing. My bad. Yu Zhan, observing the scene, approached curiously and asked, Brother, aren't you the least bit nervous? Qian Xiaoya met his gaze and shook his head. Not at all. Then you must be quite strong, Yu Zhan remarked, noting Qian Xiaoya's confident smile. I am Yu Zhan. Qian Xiaoya, he replied succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further. He was neither overly familiar nor excessively talkative. Noticing Qian Xiaoya's reticence, Yu Zhan glanced at Rabbit Yi, and curious about the ordinary-looking creature, inquired, Brother, is a small white rabbit currently quite pricey? Cuddling Rabbit Yi in his arms and stroking its fur, Qian Xiaoya smiled. Indeed, acquiring him cost me a pretty penny. Rabbit Yi remained silent. As long as he refrained from speaking, he was merely an ordinary small white rabbit. Yu Zhan gazed at Qian Xiaoya with envy, wishing he could have one too, but alas, the market was devoid of stock. To obtain a small white rabbit now, one could only contract or purchase a common rabbit, which was not worth it, and the ordinary ones were too devalued. As time passed amidst the awkward banter between Qian Xiaoya and Yu Zhan, the clock struck 58 minutes. At 7:58 a.m., Gong Ming appeared leisurely at the center of the 4 large arenas. With his arrival, the surrounding clamor swiftly dissipated. Apologies for the wait, Gong Ming said, surveying the crowd. The rules of the freshman competition are straightforward. I want to reiterate what was mentioned yesterday. He then looked at certain individuals with a smile. So, who will take the lead? He couldn't possibly be referring to me, could he? Yu Zhan whispered nervously. It should not be you, Qian Xiaoya replied calmly, showing no inclination to move. An S-class could step up, but he had no desire to lead the charge. Then who? Yu Zhan pondered, glancing curiously at Qian Xiaoya. Qian Xiaoya responded with a mysterious smile, choosing not to engage further. As Gong Ming prepared to call someone up amid the silence of the newcomers, Lu Wei, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, sighed and stepped forward. If no one else is going, then I shall volunteer. Excellent. Gong Ming nodded in approval, signaling for the crowd to disperse, revealing the arena. Someone has stepped up. Who among you will go and test him? The group exchanged glances, and finally, a bold young man could no longer contain himself, shouting, I'll go. Lu Wei regarded the man who approached and cupped his hands. Lu Wei. He Wu. Lu Wei acknowledged, glancing towards Gong Ming. No need to look at me. Just proceed. Gong Ming said, pulling a chair from his bag and, to the bewilderment and astonishment of the onlookers, leisurely seated himself. Lu Wei, upon hearing this, turned to He Wu and gestured, after you. He Wu's voice had barely faded when his equipment suddenly materialized. Grasping a magical orb, he began to unleash his summoning skills. Lu Wei observed the several magical arrays that appeared not far away, extending his right hand forward with fingers splayed, and intoned solemnly, all things possess spirit, manifest. In the next instant, a spectral figure of a man, clad in beastly armor and crowned with a purple golden diadem, materialized behind Lu Wei, his features obscured. Ancestral spirit, grant me your strength. As Lu Wei's words echoed, the figure behind him transformed into beams of light that surged into his body. Qian Xiaoya. Witnessing the emergence of the Fang Tianji in Lu Wei's hand and the transformation he underwent, could not help but exclaim, "Can this truly be classified as summoning? It should be, right?" Yu Zheng scratched his head, recalling that the Lu family of Qin City was renowned for their formidable power-oriented warriors who predominantly wielded the Fang Tianji. He had never anticipated such a development. Qian Xiaoya chuckled, observing Lu Wei, who moved through the summoning circle with remarkable ease. Who would have thought they would produce such an anomaly? I did not say that. Yu Zheng quickly interjected, leaping to his feet. Calm down. I never claimed it was your assertion. Qian Xiaoya replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the battle nearing its conclusion, murmuring, although he may be an anomaly within his family, he is indeed powerful. Chapter 76, Temporary Regulations added. You have lost. Lu Wei brandished the Fang Tianji, its point resting against He Wu's jaw. Gulp. A pang of pain shot through He Wu's chin as he confessed, I concede. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei withdrew the Fang Tianji and turned his attention to the others. While He Wu promptly exited the arena after uttering his defeat, Gong Ming surveyed the now quiet newcomers and remarked, no need to look at me. If you wish to fight, step forward. There will be no breaks. I shall give it a try, Gong Ming declared, and a girl strode purposefully toward the arena. Soon, the two engaged in combat. 20 minutes later, as Lu Wei triumphed in his 10th consecutive match, those who had been eager to challenge him gradually quelled their restless spirits. After securing yet another victory, Lu Wei addressed the crowd. Is there anyone else? Aren't you going to step up? Yu Zheng inquired, glancing at Qian Xiaoya. There is no need, Qian Xiaoya replied, shaking his head, having no intention of participating in this bout. Aren't you going to fight? Qian Xiaoya countered. I cannot possibly win. Yu Zheng waved his hand dismissively, asserting, if I could win, I would have already done so. Who says one cannot challenge even if they believe they cannot win? Qian Xiaoya observed the ongoing battle and encouraged, go on, discover the gap between you and him, and see if you can bridge it. Even if you cannot, the experience gained from this battle will prepare you for similar foes in the new era. Yu Zheng fell silent for a moment, his eyes brightening slightly, as if he found merit in Qian Xiaoya's words. With a clap, Qian Xiaoya patted his shoulder, saying, go ahead, I believe in you. I'll do it. Yu Zheng, feeling motivated, stepped forward and called out, I shall take my turn. 5 minutes later, Tu Yi observed the defeated Yu Zheng and remarked with a grin. That fellow possesses some strength. Indeed, he is not weak, Qian Xiaoya concurred. Although Lu Wei's prowess had waned somewhat after an extensive series of battles, Yu Zheng's ability to endure for 5 minutes was unprecedented. The previous record was merely 4 minutes. In the arena, Lu Wei regarded the conceding Yu Zheng and complimented. Your strength is commendable. Thank you. Yu Zheng shook his head, adding, unfortunately, one individual does not wish to face you. Lu Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Who? You will find out shortly, Yu Zheng replied with a smile as he exited the battlefield. Qian Xiaoya observed this exchange, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet he remained still, smiling as he nodded at Lu Wei. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, he had already deduced who the individual was upon witnessing the reactions of his classmates after Yu Zheng's remark. The sight of Yu Zheng and Qian Xiaoya standing together was not lost on many, leading to the conclusion that if it was not Qian Xiaoya, then who else could it be? Gong Ming, intrigued, turned to Qian Xiaoya and asked, are you going to compete? No, Qian Xiaoya decisively declined. Gong Ming nodded and addressed the others, stop staring. If you intend to participate, do so quickly. Otherwise, he will be the first S rank of this cohort. The group exchanged glances, collectively falling silent. After observing half an hour of combat, they had come to realize that even if they could defeat Lu Wei now, they would still face the challenge of hundreds afterward. While Lu Wei's stamina had waned after an extensive battle, defeating him would still require considerable effort, and most felt they could easily handle several opponents with the energy spent. Hence, those who had previously been eager to step up also fell silent. Gong Ming, noticing that 3 minutes had passed without any volunteers, declared, Lu Wei successfully defends his title and earns the first S-rank benefits. The crowd hesitated, then collectively turned to Gong Ming. He spoke calmly, a new regulation has been added. Defeat 10 opponents, and the waiting time is halved. Defeat 15, and the waiting time is reduced again. Defeat 20, and you directly obtain the current benefit level. Gong Ming continued, in determining the benefit levels, such as competing for 3rd, 10th, 30th, or 100th place, I will assess the overall strength of the defeated targets alongside my judgment. With a smile, he asked, so, who will step up next? Before Yu Zheng could respond, Qian Xiaoya quietly walked toward a designated arena. A girl on the periphery opened her mouth to speak, but halted upon seeing Qian Xiaoya approach, gracefully conceding, never mind, you go ahead. Qian Xiaoya, hearing the voice beside him, turned and said, there are 4 arenas. We should not interfere with one another. You go ahead. I want to observe, the girl, named Tao Lucy, said, twirling a flower resembling a butterfly in her hands. The others, seeing Qian Xiaoya stepping up, fell silent. They collectively acknowledged the format of the S-rank battles, one at a time. Standing in the arena, Qian Xiaoya looked at Tao Lucy, who was playing with the butterfly flower, and smiled. Are you really not joining? The second match is easier than the third. Tao Lucy paused, lost in thought. Bro, if she isn't going to fight, why not let me step in? A boy suggested. I only allow her in this position. As for you all. Qian Xiaoya laughed lightly, his expression conveying that they were not permitted. Realizing the logic, Tao Lucy raised her voice. I will participate. Please. Qian Xiaoya quietly stepped back from the battlefield. As Tao Lucy approached, she smiled at Qian Xiaoya, saying, Thank you. I am Tao Lucy. Qian Xiaoya, he replied, departing amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. As the names Tao Lucy and Qian Xiaoya echoed among them, one girl murmured, They are just like Lu Wei. S-rank newcomers in our cohort. Those privy to the insider information recognized the names, though they had no idea what Tao Lucy and Qian Xiaoya looked like. Upon hearing their exchange, the realization dawned upon them. Yu Zhan gazed in astonishment at Qian Xiaoya as he approached, exclaiming, Wow, brother, you truly are a big shot. Qian Xiaoya chuckled, Don't celebrate too soon. You haven't verified the goods yet. It's only fitting to cheer after you've completed the inspection. Yu Zhan silently gave Qian Xiaoya a thumbs up, impressed. Chapter 77, A Single Step. Half an hour later, Qian Xiaoya experienced the essence of boredom. Out of 10 battles, he had only witnessed 5, while the other 5 took place within the towering thickets of thorns, obscuring his view entirely. The 3-meter-high thorny jungle blocked his line of sight, rendering the combat within invisible to him. All he knew was that, occasionally, peculiar creatures resembling crystal pumpkins and foul-smelling flowers were dragged out. After each battle, the thorny jungle did not vanish or reset. It remained steadfastly in place. Some spectators, noticing this predicament, voiced their concerns to Ming Ge, who merely shot them an exasperated glance and retorted, As long as you ensure that your summoned beasts are retracted after each match and summoned anew for the next, I won't intervene. The youth who had spoken was instantly rendered speechless by Ming Ji's response. Thus, most onlookers witnessed 5 battles ensconced in the thorny thicket, while a select few with flying creatures observed the entirety from the skies. Of course, Qian Xiaoya could have chosen to watch from above, yet he was disinclined to do so, opting instead to languish in his ennui. Gong Ming, observing their inactivity, inquired, Is anyone stepping up? The airborne spectators fell silent, while those on the ground furrowed their brows in contemplation. Within a minute, someone finally ventured forth. Qian Xiaoya, stifling a yawn, called to Yu Zhan. Seated atop a great eagle in the sky, Are you joining this round? No. Yu Zhan replied decisively, I just fought and haven't fully recuperated. Besides, I've seen her combat style. She's merely a conventional summoner, albeit with unusually strong and bizarre creatures. Very well, then I shall proceed, Qian Xiaoya declared, weary of the monotony, and stepped toward another arena, much to Yu Zhan's bewilderment. As Qian Xiaoya attracted curious glances, he grinned, You can't see over there, so come and fight me instead. He had initially intended to wait for Dorothy to finish before entering, but the tedium was unbearable, compelling him to act. Gong Ming observed this scene and remarked, If you can't see, you might as well try your luck with Qian Xiaoya. However, I recommend you head to Dorothy's side. You likely won't learn much from Qian Xiaoya. He had heard tales of Qian Xiaoya's exploits from various individuals, but the veracity of these accounts was uncertain. If they were indeed true, then they were in for a surprise. I'll test your mettle, a green-haired youth declared, stepping forward and approaching Qian Xiaoya's vicinity. Sujia, level 14. Qian Xiaoya paused for a moment, then replied, Qian Xiaoya, level 16. 16, gasped the crowd, astonished by his current level. The stout boy standing beside LV Wei inquired curiously, Wei Gu, what level are you? 15, LV Wei responded, casting a glance at Qian Xiaoya. A flicker of competitive spirit igniting within him. Had he known, he wouldn't have been the first to step up. 15 and 16, how terrifying. The stout boy shivered. His curiosity piqued as he turned to observe the formidable level 16 Qian Xiaoya. In the arena, Su Jie, upon learning of Qian Xiaoya's level, instantly lost his jovial demeanor. Although the difference between levels 14 and 16 appeared minimal in the early stages, the implications were far more substantial. Big brother, please go easy on me. Su Jie suddenly faltered. All right, Qian Xiaoya replied with a smile directed at Tu Yi, take it easy. Understood. Tu Yi leapt from Qian Xiaoya's shoulder and moved to a short distance away. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he produced a silver, cube-shaped device from the spatial realm. Watch me transform. Tu Yi exclaimed gleefully as he pressed a button on the cube. In the next moment, a blinding silver light erupted from the cube, which disassembled and surged toward Tu Yi. Su Jie, witnessing Tu Ye's flamboyant display, swiftly revealed his own equipment and began to summon his creatures. Moments later, Tu Yi, clad in silver armor, adorned with a silver helmet and silver footwear, stood ready. "This is my silver rabbit set. Handsome, isn't it?" Tu Yi declared, showcasing the attire. The silver rabbit set was a blue-quality ensemble custom-made for Tu Yi by Kunlun Manor, featuring transformation capabilities that allowed it to take on various forms. "Impressive," Su Jie remarked, his expression tinged with envy. "Aren't you going to summon other beasts?" he inquired of Qian Xiaoye. "No need. He's sufficient," Qian Xiaoye replied with a grin. Su Jie paused for 2 seconds before resolutely declaring, "Let's go." At the instant he issued the command, he raised his staff and began to channel his skill. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed within the arena, leaving the observing freshmen collectively bewildered. What just happened? The first to regain composure exclaimed, "The rabbit on Su Jie's back is from the spatial realm." Su Jie was sent flying by a kick from the rabbit. The crimson-haired girl observed as Su Jie cried out before losing consciousness, instinctively murmuring, "How tragic." In the arena, Su Jie's summoned creatures, upon seeing their unconscious master, were momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. However, the lead creature, an elder bull, soon proclaimed, "We concede." After declaring defeat, the elder bull hurriedly approached Su Jie and carried him away from the battlefield. Qian Xiaoye turned to Gong Ming and said, "If you don't intervene soon, those summoned beasts will spiral out of control. Must you be so forceful?" Gong Ming shot him a look, internally astonished. He had not anticipated that a mere rabbit could incapacitate a level 14 Su Jie with a single kick. Qian Xiaoye scratched his head and queried Tu Yi, "Did you hold back?" "I did, but I didn't expect him to be so fragile." Tu Yi shrugged, "You can't blame me for that. Try holding back a bit more." All right. The conversation between Qian Xiaoye and Tu Yi was not concealed from the others, resulting in a collective silence among the audience, who felt a sense of insult. As Su Jie regained consciousness and recalled his summoned beasts, a robust youth strode confidently into Qian Xiaoye's arena. "Level 15, Zhang Chong, at your service." Zhang Chong then directed a look at Tu Yi, stating, "You needn't hold back." Tu Yi glanced at Qian Xiaoye and asked, "Should I hold back?" After assessing Zhang Chong, Qian Xiaoye replied, "No need." Since Zhang Chong was eager to witness Tu Yi's unrestrained power, he was more than willing to comply. All right. Tu Yi nodded in agreement. As Zhang Chong prepared his summoned beasts, Qian Xiaoye observed the glowing light without instructing Tu Yi to act, adhering to a semblance of professional decorum. Akin to the previous match. Chapter 78, Elementalization, I Can Too. Boom. The enormous roar reverberated once more, and this time, the crowd, having anticipated Zhang Chong's actions, did not miss the spectacular kick delivered by Tu Yi. With a sharp intake of breath, Zhang Chong, who had been kicked onto the back of a red steed, rubbed his aching back as he observed the scene before him. His summoned beasts and companion creatures swiftly encircled the Rabbit Lord, compelling him to command an assault. The Rabbit Lord moved through the throng of beasts with an effortless grace, and before 10 seconds had elapsed, he vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in stunned disbelief. A sudden thud resounded as Zhang Chong was forcefully struck down by a foot descending from above, his vision fading to white as he succumbed to unconsciousness. How swiftly it transpired. 10 seconds. His teleportation had merely a 10-second cooldown. Goodness, what a lamentable predicament. The crowd stared at the fallen Zhang Chong, collectively ensnared in astonishment. Moments later, the Rabbit Lord reappeared beside Qian Xiaoye, lifting his head proudly and asking, "Am I not quite dashing?" Qian Xiaoye, amused by the Rabbit Lord's self-congratulation, nodded with a smile. "Indeed, you are?" Within a mere 10 seconds, Zhang Chong had already been assisted off the field by the event staff, while the surrounding newcomers pondered the unfolding events. It soon became evident that Zhang Chong had the capability to fight. However, his focus had been entirely on the Rabbit Lord, neglecting Qian Xiaoye, which resulted in Qian Xiaoye being unharmed during that span. Thus, shortly after Zhang Chong was escorted away, a young woman stepped forward, addressing Qian Xiaoye. "Allow me to give it a try." Qian Xiaoye nodded in silent agreement. Bai Qin, at level 15, uttered a few words before commencing her summoning skills. In the next instant, 10 azure whirlpools and 5 blue summoning circles materialized around her. Curiously observing the swirling vortices, Qian Xiaoye mused, "Elemental summoning? I am a water-type summoner." Bai Qin replied with a serene smile, her demeanor composed. "I see," Qian Xiaoye remarked, admiring the water-formed creatures, a crab, a giant eagle, a tiger, a bull, and a long-tailed cat. Can each of these skills summon a counterpart? In addition to the 10 water elementals, the other 5 were her companion beasts and summoned creatures, new water-type entities. Just as Bai Qin finished casting her spells, the Rabbit Lord appeared behind her and delivered a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Bai Qin did not fly away. Instead, the Rabbit Lord's kick pierced through her chest, gushing forth copious amounts of water onto the ground. Elementalization. Qian Xiaoya gasped in surprise. No wonder she was so composed. She possessed elementalization. Though he was uncertain of its origin, her state and smile indicated that elementalization was indeed a factor. Bai Qin, noticing Qian Xiaoya's astonished expression, teased, "Are you quite surprised?" "A little," Qian Xiaoya admitted, nodding. "Then you ought to be cautious," Bai Qin warned, her smile vanishing as she gripped her staff and advanced resolutely. Simultaneously, the 7 water elementals surrounding Bai Qin had already gathered their skills and hurled them at the Rabbit Lord. The moment Bai Qin unleashed her summoning abilities, she commanded her newly summoned beasts to attack. Thus, when the Rabbit Lord struck her from behind, the 7 water elementals had commenced their assault. I must flee." The Rabbit Lord, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly swapped positions with the water elemental that was approaching Qian Xiaoya. Thud, 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 thud. The anguished cries of the water elemental echoed around them, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Why had the Rabbit Lord appeared beside Qian Xiaoya? Wasn't his teleportation on a 10-second cooldown? Foolish. It was evident that the Rabbit Lord had utilized his skill to exchange places with the water elemental. Most were familiar with Bai Qin's water elemental, a rather rare new creature, with its highest quality being blue. Upon hearing the sounds, Bai Qin's expression shifted to one of shock as she urgently called out, "Linger, are you unharmed?" The water elemental looked at Bai Qin, pouting, "It hurts." Seeing that Linger was unscathed, Bai Qin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Linger was her companion beast. After summoning her, Bai Qin had immediately recognized her potential and signed a cohabitation pact. Now, having been nurtured under her care, Linger had transcended the highest quality of water elemental, acquiring her own name and becoming a yellow-quality water elemental. "I'm done playing with you." Qian Xiaoya, observing the new beast charging towards him, summoned his fiery staff into his hand. Then, under the perplexed gazes of the crowd, he stood still and summoned his own arrays. In the next moment, 30 summoning circles materialized around Qian Xiaoya, their dazzling colors blinding the onlookers. Bai Qin, however, remained vigilant. As Qian Xiaoya unleashed his summoning skills, she commanded her summoned beasts to attack. The battle had commenced, and the professional codes of conduct were no longer relevant. The Rabbit Lord, observing the 15 summoned beasts charging at him, calmly vanished from sight, reappearing next to a slightly weaker creature and delivering a decisive kick. With a resounding thud, the seahorse instantly perished. Bai Qin's heart ached, yet her spirits lifted as she saw her summoned beasts launching their skills at Qian Xiaoya. Such audacity! Do you also possess elementalization? Bai Qin pondered, eyeing Qian Xiaoya's composed demeanor. Her thoughts were swiftly validated as a chubby boy exclaimed, unable to contain himself, "Damn! Is elementalization so easily attained?" Another boy in short sleeves chimed in, "What on earth is that? Lightning attribute elementalization?" Though all referred to it as elementalization, distinctions existed among the attributes. If elementalization manifested from a wind-type creature, it would be wind attribute. The same principle applied to others. Qian Xiaoya wielded the lightning attribute talent, while the earth attribute elementalization was beyond his grasp, as it was tied to innate abilities. Truly, a formidable individual, Yu Zhen remarked, his eyes glimmering with envy. "I am so envious." Summoner-type professions were inherently fragile, thus acquiring elementalization was vital. The disparity between a summoner with and without elementalization was pronounced. This difference was readily observable, as those like Su Jie and Zhang Chong, lacking elementalization, had to withstand the Rabbit Lord's onslaught with their bodies, while Bai Qin, equipped with elementalization, could effortlessly mitigate the Rabbit Lord's attacks with minimal energy and mental expenditure. Elementalization does incur costs. "I too possess elementalization," Qian Xiaoya declared, brandishing his fiery staff as he called out to the dazed Bai Qin, "Charge." Chapter 79, Little Mountain, Prepare for Fusion. Qian Xiaoya summoned, not an abundance, but merely the Earth Mountain, 20 varieties of rabbits, 8 types of flying new beasts, and a bull. Aside from the Earth Mountain, the levels of the other 29 summoned beasts varied due to the absence of a cohabitation pact. The lowest was level 11, a fire rabbit, while the highest, matching his own level of 16, were 2, the fiery dog rabbit king and the moon spirit rabbit. The rest primarily ranged from levels 13 to 14. Their levels were modest, yet sufficient to contend with Bai Qin's summoned beasts, as the opposing side had only 3 summoned creatures at level 11. Aside from the elemental summons and companion beasts, the disparity between good fortune and misfortune remained significant. As for elemental summons, the new creatures summoned through elemental means were not true new beasts. They could not exist indefinitely and had a limited duration, after which they would dissolve into a puddle of water. Although they possess a certain duration, their levels, ranks, and attributes align with Bai Qin's strength. The mightier Bai Qin becomes, the more formidable they grow. Naturally, under ordinary circumstances, elemental summons cannot compare to coexisting beasts, and at times, even newly summoned creatures may surpass them. Elemental summons are solely reliant on the summoner's innate attributes and the quality of their summoning skills, which means their power remains fixed from the outset. Unless the summoner enhances their abilities, their strength will remain unchanged. In contrast, coexisting beasts are independent entities, even if the summoner's level and strength do not progress. These creatures can still evolve, up to the limits of their current levels, provided they have the necessary resources for enhancement. At this moment, Bai Qin's elemental army was being relentlessly pushed back by Qian Xiaoya's summoned forces, unable to retaliate. Indeed, if her elemental army could fight back, Qian Xiaoya would have to question the quality of her elemental summoning skills. After all, he is a summoner with a miraculous bestiary. Before long, witnessing her spirit about to be devoured by Yanshan, Bai Qin hastily exclaimed, "I surrender." Upon hearing this, Yanshan released its grip from Ling Er's head and silently retreated to the side. Bai Qin, relieved to see Ling still breathing, quickly cast a healing spell upon her. As a water-type summoner, the most fundamental water healing technique was within her capabilities. Observing Bai Qin's actions, Qian Xiaoya stroked his chin and mused. "I seem to be lacking a healing skill as well." Indeed, he was. The rabbit lord hopped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. "So heavy." Qian Xiaoya felt his body sink and remarked in exasperation, "Could you please remove your gear before jumping up here?" "Haha, my apologies." The rabbit lord chuckled as he leapt from Qian Xiaoya's shoulder to Yanshan's back. Yanshan, feeling the rabbit lord's weight, said nothing. To him, this weight was negligible. As Qian Xiaoya observed Bai Qin departing, he addressed the others. "Is there anyone else willing to give it a try?" The trio's rapid accomplishments rendered the rest momentarily speechless. In truth, the duration of their battle was not 5 minutes. This time also accounted for tidying up the arena. After 3 minutes, Gongming turned to the arena where Dorothy was situated and announced, "Dorothy has successfully defended her title, earning her second S-rank welfare slot." Upon hearing Gongming's declaration, Dorothy promptly disbanded her thorny jungle. Why is it so quiet? Dorothy, intrigued by the silence around her, began searching for the reason. Soon, she spotted Qian Xiaoya seated atop the back of a Qingtian bull, engaging in conversation with the rabbit lord in another arena. "Have you started?" "Yes. I grew too bored waiting." "What are your results?" "Currently 3. "Only 3? Dorothy immediately turned to her classmates outside the arena and urged, "Hurry up. Let him experience what it feels like to be challenged." "Sister Dorothy, we can't win," protested a frail boy who had just battled with her, raising his hands in defeat. "That guy's new beasts are too overpowered, especially that rabbit. How does it compare to my Xianren Zhuangzhuang?" Xianren Zhuangzhuang was her contracted beast, originally named Xianren Zhuzhang, but due to its full body covered in spines and its imposing size, she had humorously renamed it Xianren Zhuangzhuang. The frail boy glanced at the rabbit lord and then back at Dorothy, finally admitting, "There's no comparison. I haven't tested the rabbit's power." "Then why not give it a try? You'll find out," Dorothy replied with a cheerful smile. The frail boy fell silent, regretting his earlier bravado. Now, as he observed the varied gazes around him, he contemplated playing dead. After a couple of seconds, he squared his shoulders and declared, "All right, I'll go. Qing, you're on. If you can last 2 minutes, I'll join." As Qingji was halfway there, he turned to them without hesitation and said, "This is what you all said." "I said it. Indeed, it was us." "All right." Qingji nodded, turning back, filled with determination, and continued toward Qian Xiaoya's arena. "Level 15, Qingji," he proclaimed, and without waiting for Qian Xiaoya to respond, he initiated his summoning skill. Observing this, Qian Xiaoya quietly informed the rabbit lord and Yanshan, "No more playing. We've showcased enough. Let us conclude after one final demonstration." "Understood," the rabbit lord exclaimed excitedly as he hopped onto Yanshan's back, patting him. "Little mountain, prepare to merge." "Don't worry, I comprehend," Yanshan replied, slightly annoyed by the rabbit lord's incessant chatter. He wished to scratch his head, but with the rabbit lord on his back, it was impossible without risking hitting him. Qian Xiaoya noticed Yanshan's expression and said, "I'll treat you to some lava cola when we return." Lava cola. Yanshan's head shot up at the mention. All right. Lava cola was his favorite. Ever since Qian Xiaoya had given him a bottle, he had become utterly enamored with it. "Oh." As he lifted his head too quickly, the rabbit lord stumbled back a step. Yanshan, feeling the sudden movement, sheepishly chuckled. "Haha, my apologies." The rabbit lord shook his head. "No worries. Soon, we'll take them down." "Indeed." Yanshan nodded, transforming into a crimson light and merging into the rabbit lord. As he finished speaking, the opposing side successfully completed their summoning, prompting him to decisively unleash his lava crocodile armor. The spectators, watching the unfolding duel, were taken aback by the brilliant light erupting from the rabbit lord's vicinity, Before they could discern what it was, the rabbit lord vanished from sight. With a resounding crash, thick black smoke mixed with lava enveloped Qingji's position. Qingji, his face pale, stared at the molten pit not far from his feet. The rabbit lord turned to Qingji, grinning broadly at the lava and flames before him. Still want to fight? The lava belonged to Yinshan, and the merged rabbit lord could utilize some of its effects, at least being able to envelop himself in lava. Regarding the flames, they were Qingji's elemental fire. At this moment, these two attributes were entwined, yet upon closer inspection, the lava was slowly being consumed by the flames. Though the lava's temperature was slightly higher, it was still insufficient to harm Qingji. Suddenly shaking his head, Qingji looked up at Qian Xiaoya and declared, "I concede." Chapter 80, SSS Level Task. Qian Xiaoya successfully defended his title, earning the third S-rank welfare slot. With the 3 S-rank slots allocated, the next phase would involve 7 A-rank welfare slots. Gentlemen, give it your all. After Qian Xiaoya spectacularly eliminated Qingji, those who had considered stepping up were instantly silenced. Originally, the rabbit lord was already a formidable challenge. Now, with the addition of the crocodile, it had become increasingly daunting. Under such circumstances, they were not masochists, so they promptly abandoned the pursuit of the S-rank welfare slots. Consequently, Qian Xiaoya secured the final S-rank welfare slot. After obtaining the S-rank welfare slot, Qian Xiaoya observed the A-rank competition before departing the arena, returning to his apartment, and entering the new era, where he began grinding for summoning skill books. He still had not completed the last novice dungeon. In the dead of night, Qian Xiaoya exited the new era, lay down on the sofa, and exclaimed, "I'm so tired." During his exploration of 10 dungeons, he had acquired 108 summoning skill books. Roughly estimating, each dungeon contained around 12 different new beasts, meaning he could potentially obtain approximately 120 different skills if he managed to collect them all. Certainly, he had not completely cleared the area. The few remaining books were rare new beasts, which took him an eternity to locate, thus deemed unworthy of his time, leading him to refrain from further pursuit. Among the 108 types of summoning skill books, some were already familiar to him, leaving only 88 usable. Within this collection, there were 5 of blue quality, 12 of green quality, 21 of white quality, and 20 of gray quality. As for the yellow quality, it existed, with the final novice secret realm's boss being of that quality, yet he was unable to confront it, as that area was already besieged by various races. It was likely that the master of that secret realm would be kept captive, forced to reside there eternally. The breach of a secret realm comes with both advantages and disadvantages, the advantage being that the realm's master could amass substantial resources, while the disadvantage was that everyone else, apart from the master, would suffer a slight depletion of resources. Hence, it is customary for the various factions to swiftly encircle the realm's master, dissuading potential attackers. However, if an attack occurred before the encirclement was completed, there would be no recourse. What shall we do next? The rabbit elder inquired promptly upon emerging. Sleep. Tomorrow. We'll see what tasks are available, Qian Xiaoya replied, rising and yawning as he ambled toward the bathroom. As for attending classes, he had no intention of doing so. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, as long as one continually enhances their power, attending classes becomes superfluous. Only if one stagnates in power would they consider attending, if merely to alleviate their mood. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Qian Xiaoya lay in bed, perusing the messages on his phone, exclaiming in surprise, S-level benefits. How delightful. What treasures are we speaking of? The rabbit elder approached with keen interest. His ears were particularly attuned to news regarding benefits and treasure chests. Due to his exceptionally high quality, the rabbit elder's training speed was remarkably swift, which is why Qian Xiaoya typically refrained from summoning him into the miracle space. Naturally, the rabbit elder himself was not fond of staying there, as the auction house was inaccessible. In addition to the benefits already known, the S-level package included 100 points and 10 drops of Ice Heart due each month. What exactly is Ice Heart due? It's detailed above. Qian Xiaoya pointed at the interface. Reading aloud, 1 drop of Ice Heart due can restore 50 of one's injuries and energy, with the effect remaining unchanged at the bronze tier. This item is quite valuable, he mused, recognizing its high cost yet exceptional utility. Ice Heart Dew was a unique product of Kunlun House, priced at 10 points per drop, with a limit of 10 drops per person each month, rarely available for sale elsewhere. Adding these benefits together, he estimated a total of around 500 points. Is earning points particularly difficult? Let me check. Exiting the message interface, he opened the Kunlun House app and navigated to the task section. Having never accessed this section before, it was not due to disinterest, but rather because it had been unavailable until yesterday. Upon entering, he was greeted by a plethora of tasks. After a cursory glance, he utilized the filtering function. Tier Bronze. Level SSS. Confirmed. In an instant, only 2 tasks remained. Conquer the Sea Dragon Island Secret Realm, SSS. Obtain the core of the Lion Wolf Passage, SSS. Gazing at the two tasks before him, Qian Xiaoya's curiosity piqued. Conquer the Sea Dragon Island Secret Realm, SSS. New Beast Level, 15 to 20. New Beast Tier, Novice to Silver. Available New Beasts, Sea Dragon, Level 20 Silver Realm Boss, Sea Dragon Man, Water Shadow Crab. Entry Requirement, Novice to Bronze. Competing Races, Half Dragon Clan, Dark Shark Clan, Canine Clan. Realm Master, None. Entry Method, Access through the New Era Secret Realm Hall. Task Description, due to the overwhelming strength of the indigenous inhabitants of Sea Dragon Island, it has become a forbidden zone. Weaklings are advised not to enter. Points, 1, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. The Sea Dragon, a creature of the Dragon Clan. This is indeed a valuable find. Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but exhibit a glint of greed. He desired it. Obtain the core of the Lion Wolf Passage, SSS. Alternate space number, 0527. Alternate space location, Lion Wolf Town, Kuan City. New Beast Level, 12 to 25. New Beast Tier, Novice to Silver. Available New Beasts, Lion Wolf, Level 25 Silver Boss, Lion Dog, Forest Wolf. Entry Requirement, Novice to Bronze. Entry Method, travel to Lion Wolf Town in Kuan City and locate the alternate space to gain direct entry. Task Description, this alternate space descended in the year 85, a result of the actions of the master-level powerhouse, Wolf, shortly before his demise. Due to the low entry requirements, the boss guarding the core of the alternate space, the Lion Wolf, is exceedingly powerful, resulting in a failure to successfully close the opposing passage. Points, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I think I shall pass on this one. Qian Xiaoya shook his head. A level 25 silver boss was beyond his current capabilities. As for the Sea Dragon, it was worth a shot. Thus, he silently selected the task to conquer Sea Dragon Island and clicked the Accept button on the task interface. The Rabbit Elder, witnessing this scene, exclaimed with excitement. When shall we depart? Once we've claimed the benefits, we shall venture forth. Qian Xiaoya replied as he descended from his bed and began to change his clothes. Just as he finished dressing, his phone rang. Picking it up, he glanced at the caller ID and answered, perplexed. Zay, what do you need? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Zay's sudden roar caught Qian Xiaoya off guard. You dare to accept the Sea Dragon Island task? Really now? Hearing this, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but retort. Is the confidentiality of Kunlun House so lax? Listening to Qian Xiaoya's retort, Zhu Zay hastily clarified. You are a subject of our special attention, naturally. Only a select few possess your information, myself included. Ah, I see, Qian Xiaoya mumbled, heading towards the bathroom. Perhaps you might try an S-level task instead. There's no need to tackle Sea Dragon Island. Is Sea Dragon Island truly that challenging? Qian Xiaoya filled his washing cup with water. I've attempted it, but have never succeeded. Well, I shall go take a look. It should be fine, right? Very well, but do take care. Thank you, Zay. Chapter 81. Initial entry into Sea Dragon Island. Battle. Upon arriving at Sea Dragon Island, Qian Xiaoya randomly landed on a coastal stretch. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of water before him, he was aware that this sea was not as vast as it appeared. It spanned merely 5 kilometers. Upon reaching this distance, one would realize that no matter how one swam, they could never cross it. This phenomenon indicated the boundary of the secret realm, the barrier. Before he could observe for long, a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds echoed from a distance. Turning towards the commotion, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of several sea dragon men, sea salt dogs, and water butterflies rushing forth. Damn, have I been detected so soon? Although startled, Qian Xiaoya did not hesitate. He decisively sprinted in the opposite direction. As he ran, he vanished from sight. Indeed, he had activated the Rabbit Elder's talent. The leading sea dragon man, noticing Qian Xiaoya's sudden disappearance, was momentarily stunned before shouting, "Find him. He must be nearby." Hearing the commotion behind him, Qian Xiaoya took a few steps before vanishing once more. After teleporting several times, he found a secluded spot and summoned the Rabbit Elder and Xiaogu. As Qian Xiaoya gazed at the Coexistence beast beside him, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. It was no wonder that Hailong Island was deemed a forbidden zone. The speed at which they tracked him was astonishing. Being pursued, Tui leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder. I merely glanced at the sea, and they noticed me. Qian Xiaoya responded with exasperation. The vigilance in this place is truly unlike that of a secret realm. Upon his arrival, he had reviewed information regarding Hailong Island, having accepted a mission that provided basic details about it, including all information pertaining to the sea dragon. The primary reason for Hailong Island's classification as a forbidden zone was the fact that the secret realm boss, the sea dragon, could traverse freely, appearing anywhere on the island. Unlike the likes of Yinshan and Leiji, who could only move within the flatlands of the volcanic crater or at the cliff's edge. It was precisely for this reason that he had remained on high alert after entering, yet he had not anticipated being discovered in less than a minute. What shall we do now? Leiji floated 10 centimeters above the ground, casting a glance at Qian Xiaoya as he continued. Are we still going to fight? Absolutely. Qian Xiaoya replied fiercely, let us unleash a grand assault. The recent chase had undeniably ruffled his feathers. He was indeed angry. How shall we strike? Tui instinctively licked his rabbit lips, excitement bubbling within him. This was the first time he had witnessed such fervor from Qian Xiaoya. Qian Xiaoya silently raised Leiji's staff, and in the next moment, a myriad of colorful summoning arrays materialized around him. Tui, observing the dozens of summoning arrays, exclaimed with exhilaration, impressive. Xiaoya is truly remarkable. Summoning 50 arrays at once was already the limit of his current energy. Of course, this limit pertained to the new beasts within these 50 arrays, which were predominantly high-quality and high-combat new beasts, rather than 100 diverse new beasts. Had they been of lower quality, he could have summoned even more. Soon, 10 forest pride tigers, 8 great black-eared tigers, 8 fire-melting crocodiles, 8 water-clear deers, 8 wind spirit giant eagles, and 8 pig fiery archers appeared around Qian Xiaoya. The configuration of 6 types, totaling 50 heads, 2 melee, 1 flying, 1 ranged, 1 healer, and a blend of melee and ranged, left Tui drooling uncontrollably. The miraculous summoning allowed for the conjuration of multiple beasts of the same kind. This divine technique had become somewhat forgotten in his repertoire. Qian Xiaoya surveyed the army he had summoned and quietly retrieved a drop of ice heart dew, letting it dissolve in his mouth. The summoning was not yet complete. Tui, witnessing this scene, eagerly shouted, count me in. With that, he too began to unleash his summoning skills. Previously, he had accumulated 108 types of summoning skills, not merely 108 books. As for the exact number of books he had, Qian Xiaoya had never counted. Surplus volumes had either been learned by Tui, Yinshan, or sold off. Yinshan, Leiji, and the others had also acquired a few books, albeit not many, and all were tailored to their respective attributes, such as Yinshan learning fire-melting crocodiles and fire-melting birds, while Leiji learned Thunder Rabbit Lord and Purple Thunder Eagle, and Xiaogu learned fire-melting crocodiles and fire chickens. Of course, they did not grasp these skills all at once. Qian Xiaoya had expended a great number of summoning skill books to ensure their successful learning. He felt that perhaps only he possessed the resources to teach non-summoner new beasts summoning skills. Naturally, he did not permit them to learn every summoning skill. Those of low quality, gray, white, and weak strength were excluded, as summoning such beasts would hold little utility. Thus, he resolutely sold off those inferior skill books. As Yeshio, Yinshan, and Leiji observed Tui commencing his summoning skills, they too initiated their own. Admittedly, Tui and his companions could only summon one at a time. While the quantity was somewhat diminished, the increased number of casters naturally amplified the total number of summoned beasts. After completing their summoning, an additional 30 summoned beasts joined the fray, 10 summoned by Tui, with the remainder summoned by Yeshio and the others. Excluding Tui, each of Yeshio's group had summoned an average of 4 beasts. During Tui's summoning, Qian Xiaoya also conjured another wave. At this moment, there were a total of 100 summoned beasts surrounding them. The 30 summoned beasts Qian Xiaoya conjured were not from the previous 6 types, as those were on cooldown, but rather a new assortment: melee, skeleton brute, darkbone horse, earth spirit mouse, ranged, wind spirit fairy, flying, twin-headed flame bird, and support, flower fragrance fairy. Tui, surveying the myriad of summoned beasts, eagerly inquired of Qian Xiaoya, shall we summon more? He was eager for battle. No more summons. The enemy approaches. Qian Xiaoya shook his head, calmly observing the commotion in the distance while placing another drop of ice heart dew into his mouth. Yeshio glanced ahead and asked, shall we engage? Indeed. We shall fight until that sea dragon emerges, Qian Xiaoya declared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Brothers, charge with me, Tui bellowed, leading the multitude of summoned beasts into battle. The Hailong squad, alerted by the commotion, momentarily froze upon witnessing the approaching army of summoned beasts. Run, the leader, regaining his senses, turned to flee without hesitation. Unfortunately, he barely took a step before darkness enveloped him, and he found himself amidst the summoned horde, swiftly meeting his demise at Yeshio's blade. Meanwhile, Tui, deep within the enemy ranks, capitalized on their momentary daze. After dispatching one foe with a kick, he swiftly distanced himself from the skirmish. The remaining 8 adversaries, witnessing their fallen comrade and the vanishing Tui, were momentarily stunned once more. However, this time they quickly regained composure. Subsequently, they frantically shouted and scattered in all directions. Chapter 82, Dragon Tide, Sea Dragon. Who is slaughtering my kin? The furious roar of the dragon echoed from the distant north, as Qian Xiaoya continued his rampage with the summoned army. He commanded the great black-eared tiger to halt and turned to face the gradually enlarging dark figure in the distance, a smirk involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. Finally, he had arrived. After sweeping through Hailong Island for over an hour, the sea dragon had learned of the situation from his subordinates and hastily made his way to confront the intruders. Hailong Island was vast, and it took the sea dragon some time to arrive. During this interval, Qian Xiaoye continued to summon for nearly another hour. Throughout this nearly 3-hour endeavor, his summoned army not only remained intact, but had also grown considerably, now reaching the limit of 200 beasts he could control. Upon reaching this maximum, he began the process of filtering. Weak ones were dismissed, while the strong remained. By the time he heard the sea dragon's voice, he had already conducted several rounds of filtering. Although this army was not flawless, it was undoubtedly stronger than before. Of course, strength came at a cost. He had expended 2 more drops of Ice Heart Dew and other energy-restoring items. The effects of his concoctions had diminished. Consuming too many within a short period reduces the efficacy of consumable items. Besides him, Tui and the others had also summoned several waves during the nearly 3 hours, totaling 150 heads. Thus, their current count, excluding the fallen, stood at 337 summoned beasts. With Tui and his comrades overseeing the situation and the sheer number of summoned beasts, they had suffered minimal losses. Qian Xiaoye gazed at the sea dragon, whose visage was now discernible, before turning his attention to the surroundings, particularly the formidable army of summoned creatures behind him. His heart swelled with confidence. Initially, he had intended to create a ruckus and then make a swift exit from Sea Dragon Island. After all, the 4-level disparity between him and the sea dragon instilled a sense of unease, prompting him to avoid unnecessary risks. In his perspective, a battle that could be assuredly won in due time was not worth the gamble of a 50% chance at present. However, as he continued to stir up chaos, he observed the burgeoning strength of his summoned army and felt an urge to slay the dragon. Raising the thunderstaff high, Qian Xiaoye proclaimed, "Let us present him with a greeting gift. Attack! Attack! Launch your ranged skills at that foolish dragon." The rabbit lord, perched upon the wind spirit giant eagle, began to excitedly direct the summoned forces. In the next moment, except for the summoned beasts lacking ranged skills, those equipped with them unleashed a barrage of attacks towards the sea dragon. Wind spirit orbs, fire arrows, dark cannons, and lava cannons, each skill, dazzling and powerful, coalesced and was collectively launched at the sea dragon. The air reverberated with explosive sounds, howling winds, and roaring cries, as if a battalion of clashing warriors surged forth. The sea dragon, witnessing the vibrant onslaught of colors approaching from various directions, scoffed disdainfully and bellowed, "A bunch of garbage. I am a dragon. Roar!" The dragon's furious roar unleashed a sea blue ray that swept across the battlefield. As the various skills collided with the sea blue ray, an earth-shattering cacophony ensued. Amidst the tumult, the sea dragon's information materialized before Qian Xiaoye. Dragon Tide, Sea Dragon, Level, 20 Rank, Silver, Divine Power, Attribute, Water Quality, Orange Innate Talent, Unknown Talent, Sea Dragon's Roar, Unknown. Unknown Skills, Unknown Description. Your skills are somewhat lacking. Consider switching to another. Qian Xiaoye's countenance darkened as he read the description and silently dismissed the interface. He was aware that the Sea Dragon's Roar was an S-level talent, information provided by the Academy. Not only that, but the Academy had detailed knowledge about the Sea Dragon, save for a few aspects, including its innate talent. His intention in using the spirit-exploring eye on the Sea Dragon was to discern its innate talent, only to be met with the system's mockery. "Lousy skills," he muttered, then looked up to see the Sea Dragon being bombarded by various skills and called out to the Rabbit Lord, "You take command. I'll follow your lead." Understood. The Rabbit Lord transformed into Night Repair and vanished from sight. Although the Sea Dragon could extinguish numerous incoming skills with its roar, some skills were not so easily dismissed. The moment the Sea Dragon's roar clashed with the thunderstrike unleashed by the Thunderstaff, the dragon momentarily froze. In those fleeting seconds, the skills from other directions struck the Sea Dragon with a resounding impact. Roar! The furious dragon's roar echoed amidst the thick smoke produced by the barrage of attacks. The Sea Dragon was enraged. The fierce winds dispelled the smoke, revealing the blazing sea blue dragon as it flapped its wings and surged forward, its blue eyes glinting with a hint of crimson fury. It yearned to advance, but it would not be so simple. The Rabbit Lord reappeared behind the Sea Dragon and delivered a swift slash. "Get lost." The Sea Dragon's brow furrowed slightly as it retaliated with a tail swipe. For the dragon, the Rabbit Lord's attack merely stung a little and was not enough to halt its advance. The Rabbit Lord, witnessing the incoming tail, promptly unleashed a skill onto the massive stone beneath him, and with a thunderous boom, the stone shattered into fragments. As the Rabbit Lord switched places with the rubble, He shouted to Knight Repair and the others. His defenses are formidable. My attacks barely harm him. You all need to speed up. Ultimately, the Rabbit Lord was an intelligence-type creature, not an offensive powerhouse. Faced with the Sea Dragon's robust defenses, his limitations became glaringly apparent. Qian Xiaoya watched the fleeing Rabbit Lord with exasperation, calling out, "You're a mage. Transform into Thunderstaff." The Rabbit Lord paused, realization dawning upon him. "Oh right, I am indeed a mage." Having been so engrossed in transforming into Knight Repair and battling weaker foes, he nearly forgot his identity as an intelligence-type creature. The Rabbit Lord turned to face the approaching Sea Dragon and shouted, "Foolish dragon, taste my strike." Spatial version of Thunderflash. While the appearance of the skill the Rabbit Lord unleashed mirrored that of the Thunderstaff, its attribute was not lightning, but spatial. Attributes may differ, yet appearances remain similar. This was his unique ability, the skill of transformation. In an instant, the Rabbit Lord transformed into the Thunderstaff and delivered a blow. A flash of lightning struck with blinding speed, crashing into the Sea Dragon's tail. Roar! The Sea Dragon howled in pain, glaring fiercely at the Rabbit Lord. "Foolish rabbit, I've set my sights on you. Foolish dragon, you are on the brink of demise." In a swift teleportation back to the team, the Rabbit Lord distanced himself from the Sea Dragon, observing it as if it were a simpleton. "The foolish ones are you. My army has arrived." As the Sea Dragon's words fell, a chorus of enraged roars erupted from the distant vicinity surrounding Qian Xiaoya and his companions. Chapter 83, The Sea Soul Body. A swift resolution was imperative. His energy would not sustain him until reinforcements arrived. Qian Xiaoya remained unfazed, calmly raising the Thunderstaff to unleash a thunderstrike upon the Sea Dragon. The surging lightning mingled with the multitude of attacks, crashing into the Sea Dragon. The creature recoiled in pain, realizing something was amiss. These summoned beasts were inexplicably powerful, and it contemplated retreat. Qian Xiaoya was correct. No matter how mighty, it remained merely a level 20 silver-ranked dragon, not one of those formidable beings of levels 50 or 60. Its energy was finite. Observing the Sea Dragon's hesitation, Qian Xiaoya urged, "It intends to flee. Do not let it escape. Keep your distance from me. I'll draw it in." The Rabbit Lord shouted, watching as his companions quickly distanced themselves before calling out to the Sea Dragon, "Foolish dragon, come to me." The Sea Dragon's pupils widened in shock, only for its vision to darken as it found itself at the Rabbit Lord's location. Yet, before it could prepare itself, a multitude of skills surged towards it. Boom, 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 roar. With the cacophony of various explosive sounds, the anguished roars of the dragon followed closely behind. Qian Xiaoya reveled in the melodious sounds, shouting once more, "Charge. Do not grant it a moment's respite." As he shouted, Knight Repair, Thunderstaff, and the others had already plunged into the thick smoke. Shortly thereafter, the Sea Dragon's furious roar emerged from within. "You shall pay for this." As the Sea Dragon's words echoed, the Rabbit Lord, witnessing the dragon's sudden disappearance, exclaimed in shock, "Xiaoya, we've been deceived. This is a fake dragon." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Once the smoke cleared, he observed the surrounding silence, the astonished and perplexed expressions of the Rabbit Lord and their companions, and solemnly stated, "A fake dragon would not possess such strength. It is likely due to its innate talent, and it should be quite weakened now." "Then where is it now?" the Rabbit Lord inquired. "If you ask me, who shall I ask?" Qian Xiaoya replied, exasperatedly gazing at the Rabbit Lord, continuing, "Search. Let us pursue the direction it came from." Darn it! The Rabbit Lord, now puzzled, transformed into his true form and leaped onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, directing the summoned army to sweep towards the north. Shortly after setting off, the Rabbit Lord spotted a small squad of 100 approaching and indignantly commanded, "Annihilate them." The enemy forces, devoid of the Sea Dragon, appeared to them as mere scattered grains of sand, easy prey to be dispatched. As Qian Xiaoya sought the Sea Dragon, a figure emerged within the woods of Sea Dragon Island. The boss is formidable. Upon receiving Qian Xiaoya's message, Su Qing's astonishment lingered on his face. "Hurry. We must not allow that dragon to regain its strength." While muttering to himself, Su Qing dedicated himself to the search for the Sea Dragon's hiding place. Within a vast cavern on Sea Dragon Island, a broad pool of water lay still. Suddenly, ripples began to disturb the tranquil surface. With a thunderous crash, a colossal silhouette shot forth from the depths, accompanied by a towering spout of water. The Sea Dragon roared in rage, "You will pay for this." After his proclamation, he listened to the resounding echoes and gazed at the serene surroundings, falling into a contemplative silence. "Foolish rabbits, please do not come here." The Sea Dragon felt his own frailty and recoiled, unwilling to meet death. Unlike Lei Ji, who was also a solitary boss of a secret realm, he possessed a unique life talent that allowed him to escape the ocean soul body. Ocean Soul Body, SSS level life talent. Active effect, sacrificing one's own soul and spirit. It releases a soul body wielding 90 of the user's power, capable of utilizing all abilities. The soul body can traverse through all rules and barriers. Upon releasing the soul body, the main body falls into an unconscious state. If the soul body perishes, the soul remains intact. But the user's mental strength suffers a devastating blow, entering a weakened state. If both the soul body and soul perish, the user meets certain death. Release conditions. The soul must be intact, and mental strength cannot dip below 80. Description. Please safeguard your soul. Under the ocean soul body's influence, he unified Sea Dragon Island with his formidable strength, transforming it into his sanctuary. As the sea dragon prayed, Su Qing gazed at the immense, faintly glowing red dot before him, a surge of excitement and elation illuminating his face. Found it. Su Qing murmured, I'll take a look before notifying the boss. Although he was confident of its authenticity, he feared the possibility of exceptions. 5 minutes later, Su Qing arrived at the designated location. Observing the surrounding river and woods, he fell into silence. Underground? He mused, commencing a search in the vicinity. Before long, he discerned signs of alteration. Something is amiss here. Su Qing tapped the ground, confirming his suspicion, and decisively sent a message to Qian Xiaoya. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoya, in pursuit of the sea dragon, chuckled and shook his head upon reading Su Qing's message. This guy is well hidden. The rabbit lord responded, I found it, follow me. Upon seeing the location Su Qing provided, Qian Xiaoya quickly summoned his forces and set off. The distance to their target was considerable. He estimated it would take half an hour to arrive. 25 minutes later, Su Qing heard a tremendous commotion behind him and turned to look. Is this the place? Just as he turned, the rabbit lord's voice echoed nearby. Ah! Su Qing jumped backward, observing the rabbit lord, who was gazing at the grass with a lowered head. With a wry smile, he remarked, Rabbit lord, don't scare me like that. Your vigilance is far too low. The rabbit lord turned, raising his gaze to Su Qing, and continued, you need to practice more, otherwise you might suffer the consequences. Of course, rabbit lord, Su Qing exclaimed. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff, reflecting that with such teleportation abilities, no amount of vigilance would suffice. After the rabbit lord's admonition, he transformed into a fiery molten gorilla and struck the ground with a mighty punch. The ground remained unyielding. Su Qing, the rabbit lord. Sensing the surrounding silence, the rabbit lord felt a twinge of awkwardness. Ahem, that was a miscalculation. He cleared his throat and unleashed a flurry of punches. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, dozens of punches struck the earth. Under the rabbit lord's flurry of attacks, the ground finally caved in significantly. Wow, this ground is quite deep, the rabbit lord exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qing, witnessing this spectacle, opened his mouth and finally suggested softly, Rabbit lord, perhaps you should teleport down to take a look. The rabbit lord. He felt somewhat foolish. Ahem, of course I know that. I merely wish to test the ground's strength. Maintaining a stoic expression, the rabbit lord added, I'll go down first. Understood, rabbit lord. Su Qing watched as the rabbit lord vanished, unable to suppress his laughter. Yet, before he could revel in his amusement, the rabbit lord reappeared beside him. What are you laughing at? Rabbit lord, you must have misinterpreted. I am definitely not laughing. Chapter 84. The Sea Dragon's Reverse Scale Armor. Inside the cavern, the sea dragon, resting on a stone beside the pool, stood up immediately upon hearing the commotion above, gazing upward. Observing the falling debris and dust from the tremors, he fell into silence. Just as he prepared to dive into the pool to hide, a rabbit materialized above him. Foolish dragon, you really are here. The rabbit lord beamed at the bewildered sea dragon, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Though devoid of sunlight, the sea dragon had cultivated abundant silver-like grass around, illuminating the once dim cavern with a brilliant glow. Coming back to his senses, the sea dragon opened his mouth to speak, only to witness the rabbit lord vanish into thin air. It's over. The sea dragon fell silent, his heart boiling with rage, yet in his current state, he could only stew in impotent fury. With a thunderous splash, he plunged into the pool, and the cavern fell into tranquility. Outside the cavern, Qian Xiaoya, accompanied by his summoned forces, observed the rabbit lord and Su Qing engaged in conversation. Any discoveries? He inquired. I saw that foolish dragon down below. The rabbit lord pointed downwards, continuing, he is quite weak at the moment. We can teleport in and deal with him. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, contemplating for a few moments before stating, then let us teleport. Breaking through the ground will create a significant commotion, and I prefer to keep this under wraps. Naturally, most individuals would not venture into the Sea Dragon Island's secret realm. He had scoured Sea Dragon Island for quite some time without encountering beings of other races. Qian Xiaoya addressed Yi Xiu and the others. Aside from the rabbit lord, You all should withdraw your summoned beasts. Understood. Little Gu promptly summoned her beast back. Following her lead, Yishio and the others also recalled their summoned creatures before entering the miraculous space. Su Qing, noticing the reduced number of summoned forces, remarked to Qian Xiaoya, "Boss, you're truly impressive." When Qian Xiaoya had arrived with the summoned army, he was utterly taken aback. Simultaneously, he understood why the boss could traverse the landscape with such abandon. If he commanded such a powerful army, he too would dare. They are entrusted to you. Qian Xiaoya smiled as he dispersed a dozen summoned beasts, disappearing from the spot with the Rabbit Lord. Inside the cavern, the moment Qian Xiaoya materialized in midair, the Rabbit Lord transformed into a purple lightning eagle, ensuring a safe landing. As Qian Xiaoya dismounted, he exclaimed in surprise, "This cave is quite deep." The Rabbit Lord, reverting to his original form and perching on Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, responded, "Very deep. I estimate it to be around 2,000 meters. The range of teleportation increases with level and strength. Currently, he could teleport approximately 1,800 meters, while Qian Xiaoya, slightly weaker, could manage around 1,600 meters. This place is exceedingly concealed." Qian Xiaoya sighed. Without Su Qing, finding anything truly poses quite a challenge. I could locate it without him, but it would require some time. The Rabbit Lord pointed towards a nearby water pool and continued, "There lies an abundance of treasures." His cunning was indeed effective. Let us conclude this swiftly. With a gentle flick of his staff, 15 summoning arrays materialized around him. Soon after, Xiao Gu and Yishio appeared in his vicinity. "Prepare yourselves. I shall summon them to draw out the sea dragon," Qian Xiaoya commanded, directing the 10 water attribute summoned beasts to advance. Before long, the summoned beasts plunged into the water. Lei Ji observed the stillness of the pool and remarked, "I shall descend to investigate. Be cautious." Qian Xiaoya cautioned as he watched Lei Ji dive. After a moment's contemplation, he silently recalled the 30 summoned beasts from the ground. He then raised Lei Ji's staff, continuing to summon more water attribute creatures. At this juncture, their strength was insufficient for combat in the water. Hence Qian Xiaoya could only call forth water attribute summoned beasts to assist Lei Ji in attacking the sea dragon. Meanwhile, the impatient Rabbit Lord exclaimed, "This is so annoying. There's no way around it. We can't enter the water without reaching the gold tier." Qian Xiaoya felt equally helpless, being at the bronze rank. He could only wait on the sidelines. "It seems I need to purchase a few water-breathing techniques," he sighed, resolving to acquire commonly used support skills upon his return, such as water-breathing and flight techniques. As the name suggests, water-breathing allows one to breathe underwater, though it comes with limitations. One can only venture up to a depth of 1,000 meters before it loses efficacy. The flight technique is similar, having a maximum altitude. Exceeding that height renders one unable to ascend further. Though both skills have restrictions, they remain quite practical in the early stages. Unfortunately, Qian Xiaoya had previously focused on purchasing summoning skill books, thus neglecting these essential skills. Xiao Gu, noticing the rippling surface of the water, suddenly shouted, "They've begun to attack." It won't be long now. Listening to the death notifications echoing in his mind, Qian Xiaoya murmured, "I wonder how much strength the sea dragon can still muster." After losing 5 summoned beasts, he summoned another 10 to join the fray in the water. Thus, it became a cycle of death and summoning. Half an hour later, a reluctant dragon roar resonated from the lake's depths, and the surface fell into tranquility. "Congratulations. You have successfully slain the sea dragon, the master of the secret realm of Sea Dragon Island. Would you like to decompose the spoils? It's dead." Upon hearing the announcement in his mind, a radiant smile spread across Qian Xiaoya's face. "Is it truly dead?" The Rabbit Lord's voice, laced with confusion and a hint of excitement, echoed nearby. "Indeed," Qian Xiaoya nodded, declaring, "Decompose. Decomposition successful. You have obtained a piece of the Sea Dragon's reverse scale armor, a Sea Dragon's Roar magic ring, and a book of the Sea Dragon's Roar talent. Is that all?" Qian Xiaoya blinked in surprise, opening his backpack and inspecting its contents in silence. While some materials were included and the Sea Dragon armor was of orange quality, he found it quite disheartening that such a grand creature yielded so few items. Looking skyward, he shouted, "System, you have gone too far. Indeed, this is far too meager. Not even 3 pieces of equipment." The Rabbit Lord echoed in indignation, equally frustrated. Yet, despite their cries, no one answered. "Now I understand why those big shots refrained from decomposing new beasts," Qian Xiaoya sighed, coming to a realization. "Oh well, an orange piece is still an orange piece." He gazed once more at the agitated water surface and promptly closed the interface. Out of sight, out of mind. Should those seasoned players learn that he decomposed an orange quality armor along with a talent book and still complained about the scarcity, they would undoubtedly be envious beyond measure. Orange equipment is not easily acquired. Chapter 85. Reviewing the spoils of Sea Dragon Island. Visitors arrive home. Congratulations to the Miraculous Guild of Humanity for successfully slaying the master of the secret realm of Sea Dragon Island. Congratulations to the Miraculous Guild of Humanity for successfully slaying the master of the secret realm of Sea Dragon Island. Miracles had once again ignited excitement. Yet the orchestrator of it all remained composed, sharing the spoils with Su Qing in a secluded cave. After instructing the summoned beasts to clear the treasures from the pool's bottom, Qian Xiaoya exited the cave and found a spot with Su Qing to allocate their gains. This time, with Su Qing's assistance, he opted for a guild announcement and granted Su Qing 10% of the Sea Dragon Island's profits. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was reluctant, as he felt he had contributed little to the endeavor, having merely located a half-dead dragon. But unable to counter his leader's decision, he graciously accepted. Take what you need, Qian Xiaoya instructed, carelessly discarding the equipment from his backpack onto the ground. Su Qing instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the gear. Fearing Su Qing might hesitate, Qian Xiaoya clarified, "These items are rather ordinary, dropped by the Sea Dragon's subordinates, so don't feel shy about taking them." "Thank you, boss." Su Qing expressed heartfelt gratitude. Qian Xiaoya smiled at his subordinate, saying, "Your strength must not wane. Having you around in situations like this alleviates much of my burden." Su Qing bashfully scratched his head. Meanwhile, he felt increasingly determined to work diligently, ensuring he did not fall too far behind his leader. While Qian Xiaoya assessed the spoils from the water pool, Su Qing selected a dagger and a piece of light armor, approaching Qian Xiaoya with, "Boss, I've made my choices. Are 2 pieces sufficient?" Qian Xiaoya inquired, glancing at the gear in Su Qing's hands. "That will suffice," Su Qing affirmed with a vigorous nod. "Very well." Qian Xiaoya said no more, turning to the Rabbit Lord. "Pack it up, then sell it." "Understood." The Rabbit Lord happily trotted off after setting down the stone he had been holding. After a brief period, Qian Xiaoya completed his assessment of the water pool's loot, extracted some useless materials, and placed them on the ground, then looked at Su Qing. "Choose for yourself." Su Qing gazed at the materials, his lips trembling slightly as he fought back tears. "Don't cry," Qian Xiaoya quickly interjected, noticing Su Qing's expression. "If you cry, I won't give you any." Su Qing promptly stifled the tears that had yet to fall, exclaiming, "Thank you for your consideration, boss." The Rabbit Lord, witnessing the exchange, remarked dryly, "Hurry and choose, so I can take them to sell." "I'm on it." Su Qing quickly bent down to examine the items. "Photograph the ones you don't want and post them in the group, asking if Zhumu or the others wish to take any, whatever they don't want. Give to the Rabbit Lord," Qian Xiaoya's voice chimed in. Su Qing nodded. "Got it." Seeing Qian Xiaoya lost in thought, the Rabbit Lord hopped over. "Open the treasure chest?" "I'll do that when I return." Qian Xiaoya opened his backpack to inspect the equipment dropped by the Sea Dragon, realizing he had not yet looked at what the Sea Dragon had yielded. Sea Dragon's reverse scale armor. Type, armor. Rank, bronze. Attribute, water. Quality, orange. Requirements, level 20 intelligence-based professions. Effects, water attribute 20, intelligence 20, energy 20, defense 20. Skill, reverse water shield. Description, "You wretched fool of a rabbit, await my return." Reverse water shield. Active effect, grants a water attribute energy shield with 80 of the Sea Dragon's strength. When the shield is broken, it will explode, causing a certain amount of damage. Release conditions. The release can occur at any time, but the Dragon King's reverse scale armor must possess a certain amount of energy. Once the energy shield is breached, a lengthy repair time of up to 30 minutes ensues. Simple and straightforward, I like it. Qian Xiaoya joyfully removed the robe of night and donned the magical armor. Su Qing watched this scene and immediately praised, "Cool. Haha. Indeed, it looks magnificent." Qian Xiaoya was exceedingly satisfied and turned his gaze towards the last piece of equipment, Dragon King's Roar Ring. Type, accessory. Rank, bronze. Attribute, water. Quality, purple. Requirement, level 20 intelligence-based profession. Effect, water attribute 20, intelligence 15, energy 15. Skill, Dragon King's Roar. Description, embrace the roar of the Dragon King. Yet another Dragon King's roar. Qian Xiaoya disdainfully removed a low-level ring and adorned his hand with the magical ring. Subsequently, he gazed at the Dragon King's Roar Talent Book, falling into silence. "Do you want the Dragon King's Roar Talent Book?" Qian Xiaoya turned to Rabbit Lord. Without hesitation, Rabbit Lord shook his head, saying, "No, sell it for me. Sell it. Sell it, a worthless skill." "How to sell?" Qian Xiaoya pondered for a moment before continuing. "For talent books of the same level, or summoning skill books of yellow quality or above, or exquisite skill books of purple quality or above." He thought for a moment and added, "For yellow, at least 2 books, show me first." While Qian Xiaoya had no use for the Dragon King's Roar Talent Book, it was an S-rank Dragon Talent Book. Understood. Rabbit Lord rubbed his hands, readying himself, though he wondered if others were prepared as well. Boss, I've made my choice. Su Qing did not select many items, taking only 2, just as with the equipment. Good. Qian Xiaoya nodded and instructed Rabbit Lord to collect the rare materials. Once Rabbit Lord finished, Qian Xiaoya waved goodbye to Su Qing, saying, let's go. In the next moment, Qian Xiaoya and Su Qing vanished from Dragon Island. Guild Channel. Miracle, 1 piece of equipment and rare materials for free, the rest at 40 off. Daybreak, congratulations. Professional blacksmith. Big brother, where's the dragon? Miracle, I dismantled it. Professional blacksmith, what? You dismantled it? Miracle, of course. Professional blacksmith, the dragon is a treasure trove. How could you dismantle it? Miracle, I got an orange, a purple, and an S-rank talent book. The treasure chest remains unopened. Professional blacksmith. Daybreak, what talent book? Miracle, Dragon King's Roar talent book. Qian Xiaoya directly shared the effects of the Dragon King's Roar talent book. Daybreak, it can be exchanged for good items. Miracle, I think so too. Upon leaving the new era, as Qian Xiaoya opened his eyes, he heard familiar chatter outside the door. Mom and Dad. Qian Xiaoya was slightly taken aback and quickly rose to head outside. Good son, you finally returned. Ji Xiaoqing, upon seeing Qian Xiaoya emerge, immediately approached and affectionately pinched his cheeks, saying, let Mom see if you've lost weight. Qian Xiaoya resignedly began to be fussed over by his mother. It appears you haven't lost weight. Ji Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction and led Qian Xiaoya into the living room, pointing at Gong Buiyuan, formally introducing, Gong Buiyuan, your principal, and also your father's bosom friend. Gong Buiyuan, observing Qian Xiaoya's strange expression, chuckled, don't call me principal, just call me Uncle Buiyuan. Qian Xiaoya nodded obediently, addressing him as Uncle Buiyuan. Chapter 86. The Transaction with Gong Buiyuan. Uncle Buiyuan, Xiaoya has greeted you. Shouldn't the meeting gift be given now? Ji Xiaoqing playfully settled beside Qian Shusheng and glanced at Gong Buiyuan. Haha, rest assured. Qingmei, I have already prepared the meeting gift. Gong Buiyuan laughed heartily, retrieving the gift from his bag and handing it to Qian Xiaoya. Take it. I specifically selected this treasure for you. Thank you, Uncle Buiyuan. Qian Xiaoya looked at the skill book in Gong Buiyuan's hand without feeling shy and directly took it. Gong Buiyuan, with a smile in his eyes, continued. The Shadow Tiger Rabbit Summoning Skill Book should be suitable for your Moon Rabbit Summoner identity. Indeed, it matches perfectly. Qian Xiaoya nodded, grinning at Gong Buiyuan. Thank you, Uncle. Hearing Gong Buiyuan's words, he realized his identity had been exposed, but it was of little consequence, as long as it was not explicitly stated. He could still be regarded as a Moon Rabbit Summoner. What's with the silence? Ji Xiaoqing observed the 3 and inquired of Qian Xiaoya. I dismantled it. Without needing to think, Qian Xiaoya knew what his mother was referring to. What? Qian Shusheng and Gong Buiyuan collectively jumped up in shock. What are you doing? If you dismantled it, then you mustn't scare my precious son. Ji Xiaoqing yelled at this scene. Qian Shusheng, Gong Buiyuan. Qian Xiaoya was startled for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. From this, he also recognized the importance of the dragon's corpse. Naturally, if given the chance to choose again, he would still unhesitatingly dismantle it. After all, no matter how valuable the corpse, it could not compare to the practicality of a summoning skill book. For the opportunity to acquire a summoning skill book, he would gladly dismantle the corpse. Ji Xiaoqing looked at the silent trio and asked Qian Xiaoya, what happened? Qian Xiaoya calmly responded, 1 orange and 1 purple talent. He did not conceal any details. Stating it openly, he felt at ease with his parents. If Gong Buiyuan were to speak of it, it would reflect poorly on their judgment of character. If a single word could help his parents see through someone, he would willingly do so. Of course, it was best if his parents did not misjudge anyone. If a misjudgment led to his own peril, he could only say that in such a case, even he would fear his own darkness. A person endowed with boundless luck and a miraculous catalog is not easily trifled with. Hissed Ji Xiaoqing gasped and gave Qian Xiaoya a thumbs up. Impressive, son. Gong Buiyuan inhaled deeply and inquired, can you share what talent book it is? S-rank talent, Dragon King's Roar. Qian Xiaoya retrieved the talent book from his bag and handed it to his mother, who had already extended her hand, then asked Gong Buiyuan, Uncle, would you like to buy it? Absolutely. Gong Buiyuan nodded. What do you require? He did not hesitate. Talent books are rare and precious, especially dragon talent books. Let me think. Qian Xiaoya glanced at his parents. 2 S-rank skill books. Qian Shusheng calmly sipped his tea. 3 should be fine. Ji Xiaoqing smiled at Gong Buiyuan. Isn't that right, Brother Yuan? Cough, cough. Gong Buiyuan immediately cleared his throat twice and said, 3 might be a bit excessive, but I can add something else. Qian Xiaoya nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Can we exchange for a purple quality summoning skill book? A purple summoning skill book? I have hardly seen a few myself. How could I possibly have one? Gong Buiyuan explained to the puzzled Qian Xiaoya. A newly born beast with purple quality is quite rare. Typically, Their groups possess at least yellow quality. Such high-quality beast groups are not common. Not common merely indicates rarity. Low probability. Moreover, do you think a group of such quality would be weak? Not weak. Qian Xiaoya shook his head. Then it is just as it should be. Gong Buiyuan chuckled. Under their formidable circumstances, the vast majority are well acquainted with the rules of summoning. Thus, when a young one emerges, they assist in bestowing upon it a name. Once named, you should grasp just how minuscule the drop rate for such skill books truly is. One book per instance. And the odds are even less favorable than winning the lottery. With a gentle sigh, Gong Buiyuan continued. And what of those who are unaware? Qian Xiaoya inquired. Gong Buiyuan replied with a smile. For those uninitiated, when you encounter them, they will have already chosen their names. The new beasts of yellow and purple quality possess considerable intelligence, particularly the purple ones, which typically name themselves within a week. Very well, Qian Xiaoya nodded. Curiosity igniting within him. Uncle Buiyuan, do you cultivate your high-quality summoned beasts gradually? Only a few among them are randomly obtained at the highest quality, which I then nurture slowly, Gong Buiyuan responded with a smile. Most are contracted directly with those high-quality new beasts, and then I cultivate them. Unlike you, I find it hard to part with those purple and orange new beasts when they are presented before me. Nurturing a purple or orange new beast is not as simple as you might think. Observing Qian Xiaoya deep in thought, Gong Buiyuan added, it's not just me. I can confidently state that the majority of top-tier summoners in the new era possess more contracted beasts than coexisting ones. I understand. Qian Xiaoya looked up. Grateful for Uncle Buiyuan's guidance. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. These are insights you will come to learn in due time. Gong Buiyuan continued with a smile. So, have you made a decision on what you desire? If it is a yellow-quality summoning skill book, I still possess a few. I have decided. I want the advanced versions of water breath and flight skills, Qian Xiaoya stated directly. Ji Shaoqing interjected, glancing at Gong Buiyuan, Brother Buiyuan. You must have the S-class ocean control and sky soar skills here. I still have those. Gong Buiyuan nodded, turning to Qian Xiaoya. Call me Uncle Buiyuan. And I shall not shortchange you. I will also provide you with a set of blue-quality coexisting gear. Qian Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Thank you, Uncle Buiyuan. The blue-quality coexisting gear was not inexpensive. He had seen that a complete set required 50,000 points at the school store. Indeed, this is yours. Ji Shaoqing nodded in satisfaction and tossed the talent book to Gong Buiyuan. Gong Buiyuan glanced at the talent book before continuing. Please release your coexisting beast for me to see. I will have someone attend to it. Wait, let me think for a moment. After a few seconds of contemplation, Qian Xiaoya summoned Xiaogu to prepare a set for her. Gong Buiyuan's eyes widened slightly as he observed Xiaogu, a chick with phoenix lineage. You have quite the fortune. Not too shabby, Qian Xiaoya chuckled. That will do. Upon his first glance at Xiaogu, Gong Buiyuan had already committed her size and attributes to memory. Xiaogu, go play over there, Qian Xiaoya instructed. Okay. Just as Xiaogu was about to leave, she was embraced by Ji Shaoqing. Chapter 87, 10 Great Treasure Chests. Are the materials from the sea dragon for sale? Not for sale. Qian Xiaoya shook his head, as he found them quite useful. Besides one orange and one purple talent book, the sea dragon had also yielded dragon meat, dragon blood, and dragon scales, albeit in lesser quantities than he would have obtained had he not disassembled them. Upon hearing this, Gong Buiyuan refrained from further comment and shifted the subject. What rewards do you wish for your task? I can provide them to you now. After today, they will no longer be available. Is there a reward, even without submitting the task? Qian Xiaoya asked in astonishment. He had not prepared to submit the task, as doing so would reveal his identity. Ordinary individuals do not, but you do, Gong Buiyuan continued with a smile. I cannot grant you points, as that would expose you. But I can still provide you with items. Thank you, Uncle Buiyuan. Qian Xiaoya exclaimed with joy, promptly taking out his phone to begin sifting through options. While Qian Xiaoya browsed through the treasures, Gong Buiyuan engaged in casual conversation with Qian Shusheng and the others. Before long, Qian Xiaoya looked up and declared, Uncle Buiyuan, I would like 100 drops of bronze grade ice heart dew, 100 drops of silver grade ice heart dew, 2 books of water breath, and 3 books of flight. Ice heart dew does not vary in grade, but the ice heart flowers and ice spirit flowers that produce it do have distinctions in quality and tier. He intended to provide 1 book of water breath each to Rabbit Master and Yishio, while he decided against giving any to Xiaogu, Yinshan, or Xiaochan, as he felt their utility would be limited. The flight skills were meant for Xiaogu, Yinshan, and Yishio. Rabbit Master could transform into a flying new beast. Thus he had no need for it, while Xiaochan, being so small, could simply perch on Yishio's shoulder, making the use of flight a waste. As for Lei Ji, an elemental new beast, it could fly and swim directly, rendering these skills unnecessary for it. Aside from these, he exchanged the remainder of his points for rare materials and some energy-restoring items. He did not exchange any equipment or summoning skill books, preferring to keep the Miracle Codex under wraps. Hence, he wasn't planning to acquire many summoning skill books at the academy. Gong Buiyuan, upon hearing this, smiled and said, I will provide you with 20 drops of each type of ice heart due monthly. The other items will be distributed to you in batches over the next few days. Does that sound acceptable? Absolutely. Qian Xiaoya exclaimed instantly. Though he was unsure how Uncle Buiyuan would deliver them, he trusted that his information would remain confidential. Once the transaction was complete, they discussed various considerations regarding cultivation before departing the apartment together. Before leaving, Qian Xiaoya learned that his parents had moved to Kuan City and made plans to return for dinner the following evening. As for today, he had important matters to attend to, so he declined his mother's invitation. After they left, Qian Xiaoya instinctively stretched with a yawn, feeling quite fatigued. Despite the pleasant conversation with Uncle Buiyuan, he still felt a degree of exhaustion. Have they finally departed? Rabbit Master, summoned forth, immediately scanned the surroundings. They have left. Upon hearing Rabbit Master's voice, Qian Xiaoya couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a bit more relaxed. They just left. Xiaogu's voice chimed in from nearby, as if to reassure Rabbit Master. I'm still here. Good, they are gone. Rabbit Master turned to Qian Xiaoya, his eyes gleaming with eagerness and excitement, exclaiming, Time to open the treasure chests. Miracle Hand is on cooldown, Qian Xiaoya replied, passing by the dazed Rabbit Master and settling onto the sofa. He then took out his phone to order takeout. Why is Miracle Hand on cooldown? Rabbit Master shouted in exasperation, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After placing his takeout order, Qian Xiaoya smiled at Rabbit Master, who looked utterly despondent, saying, We can't open the sea dragons, but we can open the others. Rabbit Master perked up, his vitality returning as he leaped in front of Qian Xiaoya excitedly, shouting, Let us open them. Are you ready to open them? Qian Xiaoya said, retrieving 10 grand treasure chests from his backpack. These were the spoils from the sea dragon's minions. Without its subordinates, the sea dragon could not possibly dominate Dragon Island. At least not without full oversight. Rabbit Master gazed at the chests, instinctively licking his lips and swallowing. Shall we open one? Noticing Rabbit Master's eager demeanor, Qian Xiaoya chuckled. Feel free to open as many as you like. Even if you get something terrible, I won't hold it against you. I'm merely saving up my luck with these chests. That's what you said. Rabbit Master hopped over to one of the treasure chests, casting a glance back at Qian Xiaoya. I did say that. Qian Xiaoya nodded, gesturing towards Yi Xiu and the others. They are all listening. Then I shall open it. The Rabbit Master rubbed his hands together and, without hesitation, pressed the button on the treasure chest before him. With a resounding bang, a blue light flickered into existence. Blue, how delightful. If Money Xiao Yi remembered correctly, this treasure chest should contain a blue-quality sea salt dog named Sea Salt. The Rabbit Master peered inside and remarked to Money Xiao Yi, a pair of shoes, a skill book. Acceptable, right? Indeed. Money Xiao Yi nodded vigorously. This was quite a satisfactory haul, rivaling his own. Ecstatic with his first bountiful reward, the Rabbit Master eagerly moved on to the second treasure chest. As he watched a green light burst forth, he shook his head in confusion. He already knew without looking that this one would be a loss. Among these 10 treasure chests, none yielded a new beast of green quality. The lowest were 4 blue quality, while the highest were 2 yellow quality, with the rest being blue. Observing the Rabbit Master's dismay, Money Xiao Yi encouraged him. Cheer up, there are still 8 left. I'll open. Open. Bang, 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 bang. The Rabbit Master clicked furiously 5 times, and 5 beams of colorful light erupted from the treasure chest in an instant. Money Xiao Yi observed the radiant display and softly noted, 1 blue, 2 cyan, 2 green. The Rabbit Master exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. If I recall correctly, I should have opened 3 blue and 2 cyan. Had I known, I wouldn't have opened it. My money. Although he had enjoyed the thrill of opening, a tinge of regret lingered. Thankfully, his cleverness had prevented him from opening the 2 yellow chests. Calm down. Money Xiao Yi soothed, patting the Rabbit Master's head as he gazed at the remaining 3 treasure chests. Shall we open them? No more. The Rabbit Master vehemently shook his head. These 3 comprised 2 yellow and 1 cyan. If you want tea, then I shall, Money Xiao Yi declared, rubbing his hands together. Feeling a tingle of anticipation. Open. The Rabbit Master leaped aside, his face once again alight with expectation. After having Yi Xiu retrieve the contents from the 7 open chests, Money Xiao Yi positioned the 3 unopened chests before him. In swift succession, he executed 3 clicks, each accompanied by a resounding bang that echoed through the living room. The Rabbit Master watched the 3 beams of light shoot forth, excitedly shouting, 2 yellow and 1 cyan. Perfect. Observing this familiar scene, Yi Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Yi's luck is truly terrifying. Is this how it's done? Lei Ji muttered. No, it is not, the rabbit master replied, turning to Lei Ji. This is Xiao Ye's normal operation. You, however, achieved it through abnormal means. What does abnormal mean? Lei Ji inquired, puzzled. The rabbit master pondered for a moment before responding. It means using a luck far more terrifying than what you possess now. Lei Ji fell silent, choosing not to pursue the matter further, sensing that further inquiry would yield little insight. While the rabbit master and the others engaged in idle chatter, Money Xiao Yi had already retrieved the contents of the 3 treasure chests and placed them on the coffee table. Subsequently, he began tallying the spoils from the 10 treasure chests. Chapter 88. A second conversation with Uncle Buyuan. To his surprise, he had unearthed a summon skill book for his younger brother. Money Xiao Yi gazed at the yellow quality skill book in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had aimed to accumulate good fortune, but unexpectedly, amidst his efforts, he had indeed procured one. All he could say was, the Hand of Miracles, invincible. The skill book for summoning, Pride of the Sea, belonged to one of the leaders of the Sea Dragon clan. The Sea Dragons, a race imbued with the bloodline of sea dragons, are adorned with shimmering azure scales, resembling humans. Since he was destined to receive it, Money Xiao Yi gleefully learned the skill from the book. Although its talent was only rated A, the yellow quality summoned beast possessing a sea dragon bloodline was a rare find. If sold, it would command at least the price of an ordinary S-grade item. In addition to this skill book, he had also uncovered 2 others. But these were not summon skill books. Rather, they were water-based spell skills, which he promptly tossed to the rabbit master after a brief glance. Apart from the 3 skill books, he had also acquired 2 food items, which he planned to take home the next day for his mother to cook. The remainder consisted entirely of equipment. Observing the array of gear laid out on the coffee table, Money Xiao Yi eagerly shed his inferior equipment and began to make replacements. The following night, at a luxurious residential complex, Money Xiao Yi followed his mother into the living room, calling out to the 2 individuals seated there, Dad, Uncle Buyuan, here are your share of the items. Uncle Buyuan nodded, smiling as he retrieved a few items from his backpack and placed them on the coffee table. Thank you, Uncle Buyuan. Money Xiao Yi's eyes lit up as he promptly stepped forward to stow the items into his backpack. Uncle Buyuan watched Money Xiao Yi organizing the items and remarked, there was something I forgot to mention yesterday. What is it? Money Xiao Yi asked, sitting beside him while taking a bite of a bright red apple. Just as he finished chewing, his mother's voice chimed in from the side. Let the rabbit out. I haven't seen him in a while. All right. Money Xiao Yi quietly summoned the rabbit master. Upon emerging, the rabbit master surveyed his surroundings, and upon spotting Ji Xiaoqing, he exclaimed loudly, Sister, is there braised pork today? Haha, yes. Ji Xiaoqing joyfully scooped up the leaping rabbit master and carried him away. Uncle Buyuan curiously watched the rabbit master's retreating figure until he was embraced by Ji Xiaoqing and whisked into the kitchen. Money Xiao Yi chuckled at the scene, saying, My rabbit is still quite charming. Indeed, quite charming. Uncle Buyuan nodded in agreement, turning to Money Xiao Yi to continue. There is a low-level alternate space in Kuan City that remains open. Upon hearing this, Money Xiao Yi inquired, Is it the Lion Wolf one? Exactly, Uncle Buyuan confirmed. Are you planning to go there? Money Xiao Yi replied without a moment's hesitation, I do not intend to go. Uncle Buyuan's mention of this was clearly for a reason, so he naturally decided against going. You rascal, Uncle Buyuan chuckled, shaking his head at Money Xiao Yi's response. He was fully aware of the implications behind his words. I cannot contend with the level 25 silver-ranked Lion Wolf, Money Xiao Yi replied calmly. Let me know when you plan to attack. I'll inform the officials to make the necessary preparations. Uncle Buyuan disregarded Money Xiao Yi's comment and continued. Defeating the core of the alternate space will not trigger a system announcement, so you can fight without worry. The core can be handed to me, and I will help you collect the rewards from the officials. The officials actually provide rewards. Money Xiao Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. With a reward, everything is negotiable. This kid is still a bit naive, Uncle Buyuan mused, yet he responded, there are rewards for conquering alternate spaces. Not only will the officials reward you, but the mayor of Kuan City will as well. Are there rewards for conquering secret realms? Some do not. What do you mean? For instance, the Sea Dragon Island secret realm offers no rewards, but defeating a secret realm controlled by opposing races will yield rewards. Are the rewards substantial? Money Xiao Yi instinctively licked his lips, intrigued. Observing the glimmer of ambition in Money Xiao Yi's eyes, Uncle Buyuan chuckled, if you truly succeed, an S-grade reward is inevitable. What about S-grade special items? Money Xiao Yi looked at Uncle Buyuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. None. Uncle Buyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. You're a bit greedy, aren't you? Truly impoverished. After muttering a quiet complaint, Money Xiao Yi continued, can you list a few secret realms that offer rewards? There are professionals for that. I don't have the energy to search. Uncle Buyuan pondered briefly before saying, You should be aware of the incident that occurred when you first entered the Novice village. Are you referring to the death of the diamond rank powerhouse from our country? Precisely. Gong Buiyuan nodded, recounting a particular incident involving a formidable lizardman warrior whose planet shared several mystical realms with ours. Among these was a bronze sanctuary that had been entirely claimed by this warrior's world. Such shared sanctuaries permit access to both parties. What is the name of that planet? Evil Lizard Star, one of the planets inhabited by the lizard folk, akin to how our blue star is one of the realms of the human race. Understood. Qian Xiaoya inquired. What is the name of the sanctuary? Hold on. Gong Buiyuan pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. Responding, the sanctuary is called the Dark Lizard Valley, classified as a new beast level of 15 to 20, with its master being the Dark Lizard Demon, level 20, ranked as silver and currently unharmed. Unharmed. Qian Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. Sanctuaries that are fully occupied are generally held by the authorities, who, for the welfare of the citizens, typically refrain from slaying the sanctuary's master. Gong Buiyuan continued with a smile. Our country also possesses similar sanctuaries. If you wish to explore, you can check the sanctuary options on the Kunlun Mansion app. Naturally, if a sanctuary has a master, unless the authorities consent, one cannot slay them. At this moment, Qian Shuxing interjected. There is a characteristic of such sanctuaries. Ah, indeed, I nearly forgot to mention that. Gong Buiyuan suddenly clapped his hands, realizing the oversight. Father, what characteristic? Qian Xiaoya glanced at Gong Buiyuan before turning to Qian Shuxing. These sanctuaries, which do not allow the master to be slain, serve not only as a benefit for the citizens, but primarily because they lack valuable specialties. Qian Shuxing calmly sipped his tea and continued. In addition to the absence of specialties, some of these sanctuaries possess unique effects, both beneficial and detrimental. For instance, the Dark Lizard Valley has a special effect known as the Night Frenzy Lizard. The effect of the Night Frenzy Lizard is that, at night, the combat prowess of the lizard folk is augmented. Here, lizard encompasses all lizards. Any being with lizard blood will be affected by this enhancement. The specific increase, I forget. An increase of 20. Gong Buiyuan added while gazing at his phone. In this sanctuary, only the lizard folk inhabit it, rendering their kind exceptionally powerful within this realm. Which is why they successfully claimed it. I see. Qian Xiaoya fell silent for a moment before speaking. If that is the case, then even if I conquer the sanctuary, it wouldn't be of much use. How could it be of no use? Gong Buiyuan chuckled. If you manage to defeat the sanctuary's master amidst a crowd, those lizard folk will have to grant you tickets henceforth, which could be a long-term resource. Indeed, Qian Xiaoya looked up, realizing that even if he could conquer it, that did not ensure the human race could establish a foothold in this sanctuary. As for the tickets, he had not considered that angle. Moreover, not everyone would be eager to pay the 20 for the tickets, especially since this sanctuary lacks notable specialties. Observing Qian Xiaoya's growing interest, Gong Buiyuan continued. Once you conquer this sanctuary, the lizard folk will see the 20-ticket fee and naturally lower the price, with fewer of them. Others from different races will enter as well. At that time, our planet will gain an additional sanctuary for access. This, too, is a contribution to our world. Such contributions will, of course, be rewarded by the Blue Star Union Bureau. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoya asked, "Isn't it the government that provides the rewards? If you intend to reveal your identity, I can assist you in claiming them." A slight smile graced Gong Buiyuan's lips. Then I shall forego that. Qian Xiaoya calmly continued. How will the Blue Star Union Bureau reward me? You can directly collect from the Blue Star Union Bureau in each city. Thank you, Uncle Buiyuan. This information is also available on the Kunlun Mansion app. You can peruse it when you're bored. Chapter 89. The long-awaited Dragon Tide, Sea Dragon. Nightfall. Kunlun Mansion, apartment. After dinner, Qian Xiaoya returned to the apartment and began to allocate his spoils. Yeshio looked at the water-breathing technique that Qian Xiaoya handed over and scratched his head, saying, I have no use for this. Qian Xiaoya tilted his head. I possess water-breathing, which is quite similar to the water-breathing technique, Yeshio explained. Qian Xiaoya fell silent, having forgotten about water-breathing. Why didn't you go into the pool? Upon hearing Qian Xiaoya's inquiry, Yeshio responded sheepishly. I forgot earlier as well. With so many skeletons around, he nearly forgot he was once a Yasha. Very well. Qian Xiaoya turned to Xiao Chan, saying, This is for you. Thank you, brother Xiaoya. Xiao Chan happily accepted the water-breathing technique and learned it. Xiao Gu and Yin Shan, being of fire affinity, would find fire's effectiveness in water rather lackluster. So he did not teach them. Lava is considered high-level fire. Ordinary fire cannot compare to lava. After Qian Xiaoya finished distributing his spoils, Tuyu hopped over and asked, What are you up to tomorrow, Xiaoya? Looking for a sanctuary to grind skill books. Qian Xiaoya yawned lazily. The Blue Star has entered a new epoch for 150 years, with at least 4 or 5 bronze sanctuaries each year, totaling around 600 to 700 sanctuaries. Of course, The total number of bronze sanctuaries is certainly more than that. These 600 to 700 sanctuaries have not been abandoned. They were created by the gods as resources for various races, so within these sanctuaries, new beasts and resources refresh periodically. Every 3 to 4 days for a sanctuary. With 600 to 700 sanctuaries, he could grind for quite a while. Naturally, there would be some repeated new beasts, but even with repetitions, it would suffice for him to grind for several years. While others attend classes, he grinds skill books. While others cultivate, he grinds skill books. While others experience trials, he grinds skill books. While others sleep, he sleeps. The miracle breathing method grants him the advantage of enhancing his strength without the need for cultivation. The time saved from not needing to cultivate allows him to grind in sanctuaries, thereby acquiring various summoning skill books, equipment, and rare treasures. Of course, grinding skill books continuously comes at a cost. His level-up speed will be slightly slower. In the teacher's apartment, lying on his bed, Juz, noticing Qian Xiaoya had not responded for several days, could no longer contain himself and sent another message. This time, Qian Xiaoya replied instantly. Qian Xiaoya, present. Qian Xiaoya, apologies. I forgot earlier. Juz, upon reading Qian Xiaoya's message, immediately sat up, excitedly and curiously asking, "Did you conquer Sea Dragon Island?" Qian Xiaoya, it wasn't me. It was Miracle who conquered it. Qian Xiaoya, I was just about to check it out when Miracle managed to conquer it. Qian Xiaoya, after he conquered it, I went in for a bit before coming out. Could it really not have been him? Juz furrowed his brows, typing, really? Qian Xiaoya, is there any reason to doubt? Qian Xiaoya, Miracle wouldn't likely disclose his plans to conquer Sea Dragon Island to others, would he? Juz, it seems to make sense. After chatting with Juz for a while, Qian Xiaoya retired for the night, as he had to grind summoning skill books the following day, May 10th. The living room was filled with various equipment, rare treasures, and skill books. These items were the result of Qian Xiaoya's accumulation from several days of treasure chests. Open. Tu looked at Qian Xiaoya. All right. Qian Xiaoya nodded vigorously. After sacrificing so many treasure chests, he felt a surge of anticipation. He then washed his hands thoroughly in the restroom and sat cross-legged before the azure dragon pattern treasure chest. After days of effort, it all came down to this moment. Qian Xiaoya whispered to himself as his right hand, poised to press the treasure chest button, was enveloped in an invisible, mysterious glow. With a resounding bang, a brilliant orange light burst forth. Skill book, skill book, skill book. In an instant, Lord Rabbit leapt beside the treasure chest, exclaiming as he peered inside. Gazing at the tomes above the chest, he shouted with fervor, a skill book. Before Qian Xiaoya could inquire further, Lord Rabbit declared once more, it's the Dragon Tide. Splendid. Qian Xiaoya clenched his fist with determination, his face instantly aglow with a radiant smile. Knight Repair and Little Goo, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel joy for their master. Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoya retrieved the Dragon Tide summoning skill book and promptly learned it. As Qian Xiaoya absorbed the knowledge, Lord Rabbit extracted the remaining items from the chest. A mask and a cloak were revealed. This chest contained a mask, a cloak, and a summoning skill book. That mask looks rather dashing. Lord Rabbit grew increasingly fond of the azure sea dragon mask. Alas, it was too small to fit his head. Qian Xiaoya opened his eyes, gazing at the sea dragon mask in Lord Rabbit's hands, and remarked, indeed, it is quite handsome. Here, Lord Rabbit handed the mask to Qian Xiaoya, who accepted it and began to inspect its attributes. Sea Dragon's Dragon Pattern Mask. Type, Armor. Rank, Bronze. Attributes, Water. Quality, Purple. Requirements, Level 20 Intelligence-based Profession. Effects, Intelligence 15. Water Attribute 13, Energy 12, Defense 8. Sea Dragon's Dragon Scale Cloak. Type, Armor. Rank, Bronze. Attributes, Water. Quality, Purple. Requirements, Level 20 Intelligence-based Profession. Effects, Intelligence 8, Energy 8. Water Attribute 8, Defense 8, Agility 8, Strength 4. Not bad, superior to what I currently wear. This time, Qian Xiaoya did not express disdain, after all. In addition to acquiring the Dragon Tide summoning skill book, he had also received 2 pieces of purple equipment, leaving him no grounds to complain about their quality. These 2 items, while classified as purple quality, were indeed rather average, lacking skills, and totaling less than 50 in overall attributes. If Qian Xiaoya recalled correctly, the maximum total attributes for purple quality equipment could reach around 60. After donning the new gear, Qian Xiaoya began to organize the scattered items around him. Half an hour later, he stored Lord Rabbit and the others into the miracle space, vanishing from sight. Thunderfall Cliff. Cliff's Edge. Once Qian Xiaoya summoned Lord Rabbit and the others, he raised the Thunder Affinity Staff and commenced the Dragon Tide summoning skill. He refrained from casting it at home, for Dragon Tide was far too massive, larger than all his coexisting beasts combined. and he feared that the commotion it would create might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he ventured to Thunderfall Cliff. In the next moment, a large summoning circle radiating a sea blue light materialized before them. Roar! Dragon Tide emerged with a deafening roar, coming into view before Qian Xiaoya. Silly rabbit, you are finished. At the very moment of Dragon Tide's appearance, it bellowed at Lord Rabbit. Humph! Lord Rabbit scoffed lightly, leaping from the ground onto Qian Xiaoya's shoulder, pointing at Dragon Tide. Silly dragon, mind your manners. I am your elder brother.